Welcome to the Audiobook of Forgotten Ties, Book 4 in the War for Magic series by P.A. Mason, Chapter 1. When I blinked my eyes open and reckoned with the elf lying in bed beside me, my mouth quirked upward in a sleepy smile. I shifted from where I nestled into the crook of his shoulder, my neck stiff. Rolling away from his body, I grabbed a mug of water by the bedside and took a sip, banishing the stale taste in my mouth and considering the steady rise and fall of Leylandir's chest. It was impossible to tell what time it was in the chamber buried into the redstone hillside of Nargakash, but nobody had come to rouse us as far as I knew, which meant I could enjoy the warmth of Leylandir's body against mine for a little longer. After setting the mug back, I wriggled back beside the elf and smoothed my hand up his chest, relishing the feel of the hard planes of muscle under my fingertips. His cheek twitched, and I stilled, not wanting to wake him. He needed rest. We both needed rest. And the sooner he woke, the sooner we would need to confront the path ahead of us. I just wasn't ready to break the spell quite yet. So instead, I closed my eyes and let my body melt into his, allowing myself to listen to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, to appreciate how our bodies' warmth became a singular thing as we pressed against each other. I was rather looking forward to seeing where your hand would end up. I tensed and lifted my head to see Leylandir smirking, his eyes still closed. I thought you were asleep. I gave him a playful swat on the chest. He chuckled, squeezing his arm around me and stretching his limbs before opening his eye a crack. Perhaps I still am. My cheeks flushed, and I bit back a grin. How long have you been lying here awake? Long enough. He shifted slightly, and I lifted my head enough for him to turn on his side to face me. Propping himself on his elbow, he reached over me to grab the mug of water, his long hair tickling my face. I wrinkled my nose and burrowed my face into his chest, and he chuckled before sliding down so we were nose to nose. This doesn't feel real, I said, touching his face. I would agree, except for my thumping head. His hand, which was traveling down my back, reached my underwear and then my bare legs below. His mouth parted and he inhaled a sharp breath. I think perhaps I might be overdressed for the occasion. A wave of pleasant tingles that had nothing to do with magic crept up my back, igniting a trail of goosebumps along my skin. But I held on to the, apparently abandoned, first sentence. How are you feeling? Do you need me to go get the healer? He made a low rumbling sound in his chest and moved to nuzzle my neck. No healers. Fortunately, I know of a better remedy for a headache. His lips moved up toward my ear. If you would be willing to oblige? I snickered and grinned as I rolled my eyes, even if he couldn't see it. But his lips were rather convincing, so I found the hem of his shirt and snaked my hand up underneath and around his back. Oh yeah? His lips left my neck and drew back so we were eye to eye, our noses pressed together. I'm being brutish. You must forgive me. I had hoped the first time I convinced you to come to bed with me would be a little more special. From where I'm sitting, this is pretty special. I brought my hand up far enough to squeeze his shoulder and leaned in to kiss him. Our lips met again. Soft at first, then hungry, tongues sliding against each other in a rhythm that sent heat pooling low in my belly. I let out a low noise in the back of my throat, my hands no longer content to be gentle. I tugged at the hem of Leylandir's shirt, bunching the fabric in my fists as I dragged it upward over his ribs. He lifted his arms and broke the kiss long enough for me to yank the shirt over his head. I hurled it across the room, where it smacked against the stone wall and slumped to the floor. Leylandir's grin flashed against my mouth, wide and unfiltered. He shifted his weight, leaning over me now, his body pinning mine to the furs with a sudden, welcome weight that for a moment stole the air from my lungs. His hand traced the curve of my side, fingers splaying wide as they climbed higher, brushing the edge of my tank top before cupping my breast through the thin cotton. A grunt vibrated from his throat into mine, raw and needy. He pulled back just enough to grip the hem of my top, peeling it up. I lifted off the bed for him to shimmy it over my head in one fluid motion. Cool air hit my skin, but his gaze burned hotter. Eyes dark, locked on my bare chest like he was memorizing every inch. I lifted my hands to cover myself for a split second, instinct kicking in before I could even think, but he caught my wrists gently and guided them down to my sides. "Leylandir," he murmured, voice rough as gravel. The word bloomed in my mind as beautiful, but deeper, something treasured and rare. Then his mouth claimed mine again, fierce, before trailing lower, nipping at my jaw, my collarbone, until his lips brushed the swell of my breast. His hand squeezed, thumb circling the peak, and I arched into him. He kissed the soft underside, then higher, tongue flicking out to taste. The unexpected heat and pressure of his mouth made my whole body jolt into a sharp, uncontrolled tremor as he latched on fully, sucking with just enough pressure to draw a gasp from my throat. I threaded my fingers into his hair, holding him against me while his free hand explored, stroking my ribs, my hip, dipping toward the waistband of my underwear. Every pull of his mouth sent a corresponding throb deep between my legs, building an exquisitely rich ache until I squirmed beneath him. "Leylandir," I breathed, half protest, half plea. He lifted his head, eyes gleaming with that same hunger. "Tell me to stop if it's too much." "I've waited way too long for this to stop now." I pushed against his chest, flipping him onto his back with a surge of strength that surprised even me. His eyes flickered with amusement, but he let me take control, his hands sliding to my hips as I kneeled on the bed beside him. My fingers traced the ridges of his abdomen, dipping lower to the leather laces of his pants. I tugged at them, the tanned hide giving way under my pulls. My knuckles brushed against the hard bulge beneath, and Leylandir's body went rigid, his breath catching sharply. He watched my hands, his jaw tight with control. Emboldened by his reaction, I deliberately traced my fingertips along the straining outline. A beat later, his control shattered. He hooked his thumbs into the waistband and shoved the pants down his legs. They pooled at his ankles before he kicked them free, leaving him bare beneath me. Heat radiated from his skin, his substantial length standing rigid against his stomach. I wrapped my hand around him, firm and unyielding, and he hissed through his teeth. Kneeling over him like that, still in my underwear, I stroked once, slow and deliberate. Leylandir's gaze raked over me, hungry, hands fisting in the furs at his sides. "It appears now you are the one who is overdressed." He sat up in one fluid motion, his mouth finding the soft skin of my stomach. Lips pressed hot kisses there, trailing fire across my navel as his fingers hooked into the sides of my underwear. He pulled, the elastic sliding down my hips inch by inch. I arched my back, a gasp tearing from my throat. My grip tightened on him instinctively, drawing a low groan from deep in his chest. He yanked harder, the underwear catching on my knees before I shifted to slip them off completely, tossing them aside. His head dipped lower, breath ghosting over my inner thigh, but I couldn't wait for his mouth to explore further. I was so ready I thought I would burst, so I swung my leg over, positioning myself above him, the tip of him brushing my slick entrance. Friction sparked, electric. "Enough teasing," I whispered, my patience evaporating like dew in summer heat. He let out a sharp, ragged breath, his hands gripping my hips with a sudden bruising force. Holding him, I arched my back so I could sink down, to take him in one deliberate motion. Then, a rush of magic lanced from his palms, spiking through my hips like jagged lightning. I gasped. Sharp. Wrong. A choke of pure terror, and yanked myself away, scrambling back across the furs. My knees shot to my chest as I curled tight, my breathing turning to ragged, panicked gasps as the world narrowed to that electric burn firing over my nerves. Pleasure. Except it wasn't. It was fear. Pure, unadulterated fear. Leylandir's eyes bulged in horror. He curled into himself, clutching his head with a devastated groan that ripped from his throat like something dying. Then he scrunched his eyes and sank his head into his hands, rocking for a moment before he heaved a tortuous breath. My jaw trembled as I clutched my knees tighter, my wheezing breath sounding like I'd sprinted a marathon. What the hell just happened? 1 second. Electric anticipation. Then actual freaking lightning through my hips, twisting pleasure into pure, choking terror. Magic. His magic. The kind that killed my family. My skin still buzzed with it, wrong and invasive, like he'd branded me from the inside. Asha, Leylandir rasped, voice raw and forced between his teeth as he uncurled enough to meet my eyes. His face was ashen, his green eyes bulging with pain and bewilderment. Forgive me. I didn't mean to. I broke my promise, I said. A deep groan escaped him, his hand clamping his temple. I shook my head, words trapped in my throat, the room spinning between his agony and the betrayal still singing against my nerves. I knew I should say something. Anything. But it was like my vocal cords weren't my own in that moment, and I could only meet his gaze, my own features slack and unresponsive. I am a monstrosity. He tried again, sitting up and then reaching a hand out toward me. I flinched. I didn't mean to. But the thought of his magic touching me sent the sickening taste of bile up my throat. His hand froze halfway between us, his features slackening at my response, and I swallowed and grimaced as I forced myself to let go of my knees. I swung my legs onto solid ground and cast around for my discarded underwear, trying my best to will my stomach to calm before I barfed all over the bed in response. As I pulled on my underwear, my mind replayed the entire encounter in a dizzying series of gestures and touches. It wasn't his fault. There was no way he'd meant to touch me with magic after I'd been explicit that it was a hard limit. But I'd been in a rush to the finish line. And with his head injuries... Asha. His voice was so quiet, but it made me startle regardless. I grabbed onto a bedpost and rubbed the bridge of my nose, trying to wrench control of my faculties back. I am so sorry. I would never... I know. It came out way more clipped than I intended, and I had to consciously work the muscles in my throat before I could form a full sentence. We shouldn't have gone so far so fast. Not while you're still recovering. This has probably only made it worse. Let me go find the healer. Gura? I winced as I realized I couldn't remember the woman's name. Gerda, he corrected, before letting out a ragged breath and raking his fingers over his scalp. All signs of getting busy had fallen flaccid between his legs, and he sat up at the edge of the bed, gripping the sides as though the movement was dizzying. I will go and see her myself. Perhaps after eating. I pressed my lips together as I located my bra and put my tank top back on. My throat was too dry, but the mug of water meant getting within touching distance, and while logically, I knew Leylandir wasn't a threat to me, my feet were simply wired to the floor beneath me. You're not a monstrosity, I forced myself to say, equally for him and to remind myself. No? You asked me for one thing, and at the first opportunity... He threw up his hands, his shoulders hunched as he shook his head. It is unforgivable. I rubbed my hand across my still swollen lips, trying to come up with something to refute his words, but coming up completely blank. Grabbing my folded pants from the dresser across the room, I stepped into them hastily. We'll figure something out. His only response was to grunt, so I hiked my hair up and tied it with a leather thong before buttoning my shirt with my back to him. My muscles began to untighten, and after tugging on my boots, I gave the elf a sidelong glance. Breakfast, then the healer. After that, I guess we can figure out this mission to Aaron Galen with Robbo, depending on how long Gerda thinks it'll take for you to be cleared to travel. Leylandir had managed to pull his shirt back on and was wrestling with his pants, his long blonde hair hanging limp around his face. His color still hadn't improved, but he gave a grim nod as he stood to lace his breeches. "Breakfast it is, then." I was nursing a mug of what passed for tea on the orc world in the shared eating hall after a hurried breakfast. Leylandir had quickly excused himself after eating to find the healer, leaving me to agonize over what had just happened. The mental replay continued cycling through my mind, causing me to feel even more certain that I'd pushed him too hard when Jurga found me with little Cora bundled in her arms. "What happened?" my orc sister asked with a wary frown. "I woke in a terror this morning after a rather sensual dream. Why is it that I am convinced the two are connected?" I startled before looking up at her, and gulped as I realized I'd paid no attention to walling off the mental connection with Jurga before getting hot and heavy with Leylandir. My cheeks burned hot, and I squeezed my eyes shut. A silent, pained groan caught in my throat. "I'm sorry, I should have..." Terror and rutting are not two states which should exist together. Jurga sat across from me and held Cora on her shoulder as she looked me up and down. "I know from experience that Leylandir is a generous lover. Tell me you were not attacked by another?" "Attacked? No, I ran a hand over my scalp and trailed off, my gaze dropping to the half-empty mug in my hand. "Things just didn't work out, okay?" "What things?" Jurga's face screwed up in confusion, and her voice was loud enough to draw attention from others seated around nearby tables. I drew a deep breath through my nose and lifted my chin. Sex didn't seem half as taboo in the Audiobook realms as it was on Earth. I'd certainly learned that the hard way after finding Jurga drunkenly propositioning Leylandir for a three-way with her human lover after the funeral rites of her grandmother. But it wasn't something I wanted to get into right there and then, even if on the face of it, Jurga probably had a right to be concerned if she felt what I felt in the moments after everything went wrong. "Look," I lowered my voice meaningfully. "Leylandir and I haven't ever, you know. I have some hard limits that I explained to him with magic in the bedroom, but he was, well, a little too excited to hold back, okay? It wasn't his fault, and he apologized after." Jurga's lip curled like I was talking a foreign language, and I slumped in my seat, regretting trying to explain what must have sounded completely stupid to her. Or to anyone who had spent their entire life immersed in magic. "He used magic to elicit pain?" she asked incredulously, her head cocked as if she hadn't heard me right. "Not pain, no. Pleasure. But it amounts to the same thing for me. Well, look, it doesn't matter, okay? We'll figure it out." Jurga's eyebrows drew together and baby Cora gave a shrill cry. Jurga shifted the newborn and rocked her as she considered me, then opened her tunic to nurse her. I took a sip of tea as the moment stretched on, and instead of feeling unburdened by disclosing what had happened, I couldn't push past the sense of shame. The shame of being abnormal. Of not measuring up sexually after all. "All lovers have their own obstacles," Jurga said finally. "It seems yours is more literal than most. But you must banish this shame from your mind. If Leylandir loses himself completely at your touch, you should feel pride instead. The man is besotted with you." She flashed her teeth in a wolfish grin as she leaned closer. "If I were you, I would bind his limbs and take my pleasure with him at your complete mercy." The last came with a mental image of Jurga and Rabo that I instantly wished I could unsee. I took another gulp of tea to cover the heat that flooded my face, then set the mug carefully on the table. After blinking a couple of times, I took a deep breath and pressed my hands flat on the table, as if to ground myself. "I think for now we need to focus on him getting better. We can't risk him jeopardizing his recovery and ending up magically burned out forever over sex." Jurga grunted and shrugged. "Nor can we jeopardize a difficult mission over sexual frustration. We do not make our best decisions when depriving our bodies of their needs." "I've done okay so far," I snorted. Humans. Jurga shook her head ruefully. Perhaps if your people were not so suppressed, we would not find ourselves in such a predicament. But of course the same is true of elves. You will tell me if I can assist in this matter. I can arrange for other partners to take part in your sexual activities who could act as... No, thank you. I cut in quickly. Next time, I'll be careful to shield my mind, so you don't have to be... involved. Now, do you know where Robbo is? I want to start making plans just as soon as Leylandir is done with Gerda. My orc sister's lips pulled into a smile, but it didn't reach her eyes, which held a deep and unsettling pity. Very well. Last time I saw him was with Amy and Jake discussing their plans to return to Earth. Just a few tenths that way. I gave my new sister what I hoped was a convincing smile, and stood, muttering my thanks as I left before she could suggest any other unwelcome remedies for my sexual situation. Chapter 2. I stared down at the holographic map of Eldoraon projected above the table with my hands on my hips. The map showed the terrain a lot better than a conventional one, with the tips of mountains jutting up into a 3D render. Leylandir pointed to the place where we had arrived on his homeworld from Earth, while Robbo smoothed a hand over his bushy red beard. It was odd picturing the distance we'd traveled, first with me unconscious from my injuries, and later flying on the back of Phalar nursing those same injuries before we arrived at the capital, Aaron Galen. It is a cave I am familiar with. One with natural dampening qualities which should allow the portal magic to go undetected. Leylandir kept his eye on the map, and his cheek twitched. Though it is some distance from Eldoland where Calathil may be overseeing studies of the Aerlin Galad, I have no way to be certain whether he will be at Aaron Galen when we arrive. The further we travel, the higher the likelihood we'll be caught, Robbo said. Show me where Eldoland is again. Leylandir pointed to the ancient capital nestled in a valley to the eastern side of the map. This area will almost certainly be teeming with researchers from all across Irendor. But the magic, I said, doing my best to keep my voice normal. With all the reported fluctuations in the Ethereum deposits, it could cover our arrival, so long as we're not unlucky and arrive right on top of somebody's campsite. Ethereum? Robbo frowned. Like lodestones on Earth, I clarified, shaking my head slightly. But crystals. Righto. Is there anywhere in this general area which has a good amount of the stuff but might be harder to get to? Robbo made a circling gesture around the mountains in Eldoland's general vicinity. Leylandir rubbed his chin as he considered Robbo's question. Possibly here. Mount Ulrod is generally favored by wyverns and has less agreeable paths to the summit. But then we may be compelled to travel to Aaron Galen past Eldoland if Calathil is not there. The roads will be busy. Then we ask Kesthril to ask him to come to us, I said, shrugging. It wouldn't be considered out of the ordinary, would it? She reports on her research directly to him. Leylandir met my eye then, and I reckoned with the guarded way he held his features. My own jaw tightened in response, a reflexive mirror of his tension. Like the shutters had come down between us since that morning. I supposed I was probably doing the same thing, but it sent an uncomfortable twinge right through my middle anyway. I fear the Council may be watching Kesthril closely now. Her venture to Gashok Tor may not have been noted as strange when she left, but by the time she arrived back to Eldoraon, our presence here was known to the Elven Council. They will suspect that she acted as an intermediary. So it's a choice between infiltrating a highly guarded palace or risking an ambush if we try and lure him to us from Eldoland. I stepped closer to the map to inspect it, as if it could reveal another way. What about if we set up our own ambush on the road between Aaron Galen and Eldoland? We could grab him in transit. Now we're talking. Robbo nodded appreciatively. It might mean we have to lie low for a bit, but once it's set up, it'll be over before it begins. It is too risky. He will be heavily guarded. There will be casualties if we were to attack. Leylandir sagged, and I could tell that, despite his words, he didn't have a better idea. "We've still got time," I reasoned. "It'll still be a few—" "We don't have time," Leylandir interrupted. "Every moment we delay risks arriving only to find Calathil has been taken to Athelis to be brought before the council." "But your injuries—" I folded my arms. "You can't mean for us to leave right away. You need to get better first." "That could take weeks." Leylandir's mouth quirked upward in the most unconvincing smile I'd ever seen. "Or months. Either way, I will need to rely on you both during this venture to make up for my shortcomings." I spotted movement at the tent's entrance, and Amy's head poked through before the rest of her followed. Her eyes immediately fixed on the holographic map, widening with interest. "Can I help you?" I asked, unable to keep the edge from my voice. Amy tore her gaze away from the map and flashed me one of her brilliant reporter smiles. "Actually, I was looking for you. I wanted to discuss when you might be willing to sit for an interview." Her eyes darted to Leylandir. "Of course, you could both do it together if you prefer." "This isn't a good time," I said firmly. Amy's attention drifted back to the map, her reporter's instincts clearly picking up on something worth investigating. "Where is this location? It looks like—" Leylandir pressed a button on the table and the hologram disappeared. "It is not your concern." I forced what I hoped was a friendly smile. "I'll find you a little later, Amy. I promised I'd tell you my story, and I will." She hesitated, but must have realized she wouldn't get anything more from us right then. With a small nod, she backed out of the tent. I held up a warning finger to Robbo and Leylandir, then moved silently to the tent flap. Peering out, I watched Amy's retreating form until she was well out of earshot. Only when I was certain she was gone did I return to the table, tucking my hands into my armpits and trying to ward off a sudden chill. "The reporter is going to be a problem," I said, keeping my voice low despite the precaution. Robbo's brow furrowed. "Why's that?" I puffed out my cheeks, considering how to explain. She already asked who was responsible for opening the Erlin Galad. I brushed her off at the time, but there's no siege to hide behind now. I met both Leylandir and Robbo's eyes in turn. "If I tell the truth, that I was the one who opened it, it will only hurt our cause. Earth will blame us for the climate instability." "Bloody hell." Robbo ran a hand across his scalp, his expression darkening as he processed the implications. Leylandir stared at the table where the map had been, his face pensive. "There is another complication. After relaying a message to the entire population that the gates must be closed, changing course to insist they should all be opened will also be problematic." "That's putting it mildly," I muttered. The whole situation was a mess. We'd gone from trying to close all the gates to considering whether they needed to be opened instead. The idea was only in its infancy, and to test the theory, we needed Calathil to weigh in on it, but explaining that to the general public, especially through the media, was worse than fraught with the entire military leadership on Earth looking for any cracks in my story they could use to discredit me. "We could keep her here until we've got something more concrete to tell her," Robbo suggested. I shook my head. "They're probably already reporting every human who was in the encampment dead by now on Earth." I paced the length of the tent, my boots scuffing a restless path into the packed earth. "We need her to arrive safe and sound to set the record straight about what really happened once baby Cora arrived. Besides, she's not wrong to want the story. People deserve to know what's happening." "Perhaps," Leylandir said slowly, "we should consider what parts of the truth we can safely reveal." I stopped pacing and turned to face him. "What do you mean?" "The Erlin Galad is ancient magic. Its true purpose and capabilities are largely unknown, even to my people. We could focus on that uncertainty, the fact that we're still learning about these artifacts and their effects on our worlds." She's still going to ask how it suddenly activated, I said. How am I supposed to keep my involvement out of it? Tell her the truth. Leylandir offered a lopsided smile. That even now, we are unclear how it was activated. That it was accidental, and we had no way to remedy the situation while we were pursued by the Elven Council. Robbo gave a low whistle. Doubt that'll pass the sniff test back home. I resumed my pacing, slower this time. And Amy won't be satisfied with partial answers. She'll keep digging. It will not matter once we depart, Leylandir said. Only you and I were there when it happened. Everything else is conjecture. He was right, of course, but something about the whole situation left a bad taste in my mouth. I'd spent my career in the military following orders, keeping my head down and not asking questions. Part of me had hoped that working outside those constraints would mean more transparency, not less. But here we were, plotting to deceive a reporter who was just trying to do her job. Even if it was for the greater good, it felt wrong. Then again, maybe that was the price of trying to save multiple worlds. Sometimes you had to make choices that didn't sit right with your conscience. Did that make me just as bad as the likes of General Rind? So, when are we going to make a move then? I've got to sort out the transport end for the people who want to get back home. And it sounds like you want Amy and Jake out of the way before we leave. It'll take at least a day, I reckon. Then we leave in a day, Leylandir said firmly. I went to open my mouth in protest, to say that an extra night of sleep wasn't nearly enough rest, but the firm set to his mouth made me hesitate. I tried a different tactic. We haven't even decided where we should open the portal yet. Leylandir drummed his fingertips on his mouth as he switched the map on again. We will make for the insulated cave and gather information about Calathil's whereabouts. The goblins of the Krimgar tribe can assist us, and should we need to travel to Eldaland, we can fly directly across here. He traced a line across what looked like an unforgiving set of mountains that bypassed Aaron Galen entirely. Fly? Robbo asked, scratching the back of his neck. I didn't think about taking an airship with us, but if you think that this cave of yours is big enough, I can try and talk Beloff into lending us one. Leylandir shook his head at Robbo's suggestion. We cannot use a Golugumshire on Eldoraon. The Elven Council would detect it immediately, but I can secure Volans from the Krimgar tribe. Volans? Robbo's brow furrowed. What are those when they're at home? I couldn't help but smile. Giant birds, like really, really big birds of prey. Robbo's ruddy complexion seemed to recede, leaving the skin around his eyes and mouth stark white. He took a half-step back from the table, as if the idea itself were a physical threat. Birds? You want us to fly on bloody birds? A chuckle escaped me at his expression. They're not so bad once you get used to them. The landings are the worst part, but you get the hang of it. Robbo still looked decidedly queasy, but didn't protest further. His hands fidgeted with the edge of his shirt, and I saw the wheels turning in his head. You should go spend some time with Cora and Jurga, I suggested gently. Make the most of your last day with them. He shook his head, already backing toward the tent's entrance. Nah, I've got to sort out our supplies first. Make sure we've got everything we need. Without waiting for a response, he ducked out, leaving me alone with Leylandir. I watched the tent flap settle, worried about how Robbo was adapting to parenthood if he was already making excuses to leave his newborn daughter. But maybe I was reading too much into it. After all, we did need supplies. When I turned back to Leylandir, the air in the tent suddenly felt thick and static, charged with everything we hadn't said. I searched for something to say, anything to break the ice that had formed between us since that morning. But before I spoke, he was already moving toward the exit. I must return to Gerda, he said, not quite meeting my eyes. She was most insistent about brewing some medicines for the journey. He slipped out of the tent before I could respond, leaving me alone with my thoughts. The abrupt departure sent a hot, sharp pang through me. Was he avoiding me now? After everything we'd been through together, the thought that he might be pulling away made my chest tight. Later, I told myself. Once we'd both had time to process and figure out just what needed to be said. The interview with Amy loomed large in my mind. I knew I needed to get it over with, but the thought of facing her questions made my head hurt. How could I explain what had happened without revealing too much? How could I protect the fragile peace we were trying to build while still giving her enough of the truth to satisfy her journalistic instincts? I needed clarity, space to think. The temple situated above Nargakash, where Thrala resided, suddenly seemed very appealing. Maybe some time spent in quiet contemplation would help me figure out how to handle Amy's inevitable questions, and how to express the complicated knot of feelings in my chest to Leylandir without making a complete ass of myself. My shoulders slumped for just a moment before I forced them straight again. I pushed myself away from the table where the holographic map had been. The walk up to the temple would do me good, give me time to organize my thoughts. Thrala would almost certainly know by now that I'd had another vision from Rushka's memories, and would be keen to see if we could replicate the feat intentionally. While that thought alone wasn't particularly appealing to me in that moment, perhaps she could help me find the right path through this situation as well. As I ducked out of the tent into the afternoon sun, I tried to imagine how the interview might go. Amy would want details about the Erlin Galad, about the pursuit through Arendor, and about the climate changes affecting Earth. She'd want to know about the Elven Council's involvement, about our plans moving forward. Each potential question seemed to spawn 3 more, creating a web of complications I wasn't sure how to navigate. I climbed the steep stone steps to the temple, my legs burning with the effort. When I reached the top, I was surprised to find Amelia perched on a rock, gazing out across the plains of blue grass toward the lavender horizon, her hands folded over her blooming belly. Dimrin was curled beside her, his iridescent scales shimmering in the late afternoon light. I couldn't help but smile at the sight. The little Sirion had taken quite a shine to Amelia over the past few days, and watching their growing bond brought a warmth to my face that was quickly cooled by the knowledge we'd have to leave soon. "Mind if I join you?" I asked, approaching carefully so as not to startle either of them. Amelia turned and gave me a small smile, patting the space next to her on the rock. Dimrin's head popped up at my arrival, his golden eyes bright with interest. He was probably hoping I had some treats hidden away. "How are you doing?" I settled beside her, taking in the spectacular view. The alien landscape still took my breath away sometimes, even after all I'd seen. "I'm fine," she said, then amended. "Better than fine, actually. I just finished giving an interview to Amy. You know, about everything that happened. The pregnancy, Leylandir in the prison, being taken to the research facility after—" She trailed off, absently scratching behind Dimrin's ears. The Sirion's eyes half closed in contentment. "It was strange, laying it all out like that," she continued. "You'd think it would feel more shocking in retrospect, but—" She shrugged. "I guess when you're living it, it doesn't feel so crazy." I couldn't help the chuckle that escaped my mouth. "I know exactly what you mean. Sometimes I think about trying to explain all this to my past self. Running away with an elf prisoner to uncover an interdimensional conspiracy. She'd probably think she was losing her mind." Dimrin chose that moment to stretch and reposition himself, draping his tail across Amelia's lap. She smiled down at him, but there was something hesitant in her expression. "The priestesses were talking earlier," she said carefully. "They mentioned Leylandir was leaving soon, but they didn't say where." I pressed my lips together, weighing my words. I recognized her careful probing for what it was, but I also knew she deserved some answers. After everything she'd been through, she had a right to know what was happening. "We're heading to his homeworld," I said finally. "Eldoraon. There's a lot riding on the outcome." I paused, then added, "I'll be going with him. And probably Dimrin, too." The Kyrion's head lifted at the sound of his name. We fly? Soon, I told the little guy. Oh. Amelia's voice was quiet, and she looked out across the plains. I suppose that makes sense. Will you... She hesitated. Will you look after him? The question caught me off guard. Was she talking about Leylandir or Dimrin? There was something vulnerable in her tone that made my throat tight. Of course she'd be worried about the father of her unborn child after witnessing his near death as we dragged his unconscious form through the portal after the siege. How could she not be? I will, I promised. Though between you and me, he usually ends up being the one looking after everyone else. That earned me a small smile, though it didn't quite reach her eyes. We sat in companionable silence for a while, watching the strange grasses ripple in the breeze like waves on an ocean. Dimrin dozed between us, his quiet purring a soothing counterpoint to the wind's whisper. I wanted to tell her more, about the claims Torald had made about the 4 artifacts working together and the need to open and not close them. But she was safe here, and I didn't want to break the air of serenity surrounding her. Maybe she'd wind up back on Earth someday, but somewhere deep inside, I hoped she might actually find a place on Gashak Tor away from the war. Still, as I watched her stroke Dimrin's scales, I couldn't help wondering whether Gashak Tor would continue to be a safe haven after the rest of the dice had fallen. Whether the Elven Council would turn their ire to the Circle of Elders and decide that the war with humans could wait while they turned their sights to the people who had given us safe harbor. But that was a problem for later. In the here and now, I had plenty of other problems to worry about. Chapter 3. There was something to be said for ripping the Band-Aid off. I finally conceded, after checking in with Thrala and submitting to a meditation session under her careful supervision. It hadn't yielded much by way of Rushka's memories, but I'd promised the priestess that I would continue trying while I was away, supposing there was opportunity to do so. The process did leave me feeling a little less anxious, though, and if we were leaving for Eldorayan soon, I couldn't stall the interview with Amy for much longer. Great, Amy said, her smile wide, but not quite reaching her eyes. I decided that she'd already donned what I decided was her professional persona as she stood in the entrance of the tent she'd requisitioned to conduct her interviews. Will Leylandir be joining us? He's still recovering. I offered what I hoped was a conciliatory smile. He took a lot of heat keeping us covered in the encampment. It wasn't the full picture. But I wasn't about to tell the reporter who was set to deliver her scoop to Earth at large about Leylandir's prognosis. And the reminder of what the elf had risked to keep everyone safe seemed to have the desired effect as Amy's face fell into a somber mask. That's fine. We'll make it work. Come on in and I'll grab Jake. I slid past Amy into the tent, immediately noticing Jake's professional camera setup positioned strategically in one corner. 2 plush, fur-covered seats faced each other at a slight angle, creating what felt like a bizarre imitation of a daytime talk show set in the middle of an orc settlement. The whole scene felt surreal. I lowered myself into one of the seats, crossing my legs before quickly uncrossing them again. My fingers found their way to the armrest, drumming an anxious rhythm against the worn hide. What questions would this woman ask? Would I find my throat closing up the minute she got too close to a truth I wasn't ready to reveal to the world? Would I look like a complete idiot? Jake ducked his head through the tent flap, offering a timid smile. "G'day," he said as he entered. Despite my nerves, I smiled at him. There was something endearing about his quiet professionalism, even in the midst of all this chaos. "How are you holding up?" I asked, genuinely curious about how a human cameraman was processing everything he'd seen. He gave a weary chuckle, adjusting something on his camera. "Once I get home, I'm going to sleep for about 3 days straight." He paused, glancing around the tent. "But I have to say, Nargakash has been quite a sight. Never thought I'd be filming in an orc settlement, that's for sure." The understatement in his voice made me want to laugh. Quite a sight, barely scratched the surface of what we'd all experienced here. But before I could respond, Amy settled into the seat across from me, notebook in hand. "We'll try to keep this brief," she assured me, though the gleam in her eyes suggested she had about 1,000 questions lined up. "I know you've got a lot on your plate right now. Just relax. It's a conversation, yeah?" I nodded, forcing myself to sit straighter in the chair. Just a conversation which will likely decide whether the human population on Earth found my story trustworthy or not. No pressure, right? Jake fiddled with the lens, completely absorbed with his work, and Amy switched on her mic to give it a tap. The cameraman winced, wearing a set of headphones tilted back over his head. "We're good," Jake murmured, giving a thumbs up. "Audio is crisp." Amy sat opposite me, her posture rigid, her face transformed into that mask of intense, serious journalism I'd seen on TV 100 times. She smoothed her skirt, looked into the lens, and then turned her gaze on me. It wasn't the friendly look of the woman who'd shared rations with us during the siege. It was the look of a predator spotting a wounded gazelle. "Asha," she began, skipping the pleasantries. "We are sitting on another planet. We have just survived a military bombardment sanctioned by the United States government. But before we get to the geopolitics, let's go back to where this started." She leaned forward, the microphone drifting closer. "4 months ago, you were a highly decorated arcane forces officer, a celebrated soldier. Then you vanished. You abandoned your post and were labeled a traitor. Why?" I kept my hands folded in my lap to hide a slight tremor. "I didn't abandon my post, Amy. I abandoned a lie. I discovered that the war I'd been fighting for 15 years wasn't what we were told it was. We weren't holding the line against invaders. We were covering up a secret that our own leadership wanted to keep from the public." "That's quite a claim," Amy countered smoothly. "But the timing raises questions about your allegiances. You left right around the time you were assigned to interrogate the prisoner known as Leylandir Tolkasiel, a man you were seen embracing during the siege yesterday, a man who nearly died protecting you." Her eyes narrowed slightly. "Did you leave because you found the truth, Asha? Or did you leave because you fell in love with the enemy?" The question hung in the air, heavy and cloying. Heat crept up my neck, and I had to fight the urge to shift in my seat. I took a deep breath, sifting through the responses in my head for the right words. "That trivializes everything we've done," I decided to say, keeping my voice level. "I didn't risk being branded an interdimensional terrorist over my personal feelings. I learned that Leylandir and the entire multiverse knew things we didn't back home, while our government sat on the answers. Yes, I grew to respect him. Yes, we are close. But I left my post because I realized that the real enemy wasn't in the cell with me. It was the people who wanted him dead so they could keep us all in the dark." "So it wasn't a crime of passion?" Amy pressed. "Because the footage of you two suggests a bond that goes beyond respect between allies. It's a bond forged on the back of being hunted by both our worlds," I snapped, my hand instinctively clenching into a fist on the armrest. "Leylandir Tolkasiel has proven himself to possess more honor than General Rind has in his little finger. If that looks like betraying our world for love to you, maybe you've just been looking at war for too long." "People out there are going to be wondering, Asha, about whether your relationship has influenced the decisions that you've made to this point. The fate of our world rides on this, might I remind you. So, can you please give us a clear answer on whether your regard for the elf influenced your decision to assist him in breaking out of a high-security military prison specifically designed to keep magic users detained?" I drew a ragged breath that caught in my throat. I wanted answers, and when the military prison was attacked by orc mercenaries, yes? Amy's mouth stretched into a cat-got-the-canary smile, which at the time was chalked up to a collaboration with Arendor. But here we sit in Gashaktor, where orcs have extended asylum to both you and Leylandir. Can you explain that? My mouth hung open and I snapped my teeth shut, knowing that each second that I delayed my response eroded the trust that people would put in my answer. I knew who had sanctioned the attack, but disclosing as much would only divide Earth further. But did I have the right to keep the truth from people? I can, I said with a grim smile. Though I can't tell you which Orduk world the mercenaries came from. I've been assured it wasn't Gashaktor. After the attack, I found papers on a fallen mercenary, with a Russian seal on them. I made arrangements for the note to be delivered to my CO before I went off-world. You're saying the Russians orchestrated the attack? Why? I don't know. I gave a small, one-shouldered shrug, holding my hands out palm up in a gesture of helplessness. At the time, Leylandir Tulkasiel was a worldwide phenomenon. An elf that we had successfully kept detained for months, who was about to be executed with Arendor's blessing. I can't tell you why the Russians wanted him. Amy held my gaze for a second longer, assessing the answer before nodding once and shifting gears. Let's talk about your claims. At the climate summit and again at the embassy, you said that this war is driven by ancient artifacts. Gates. You specifically mentioned the Erlin Galad on the Elven world. I stiffened. I knew this was coming. The timing of your movements with Earth's climate instability is uncanny, Amy continued, and I saw the trap shimmering in the air before she sprung it. You say that the artifacts are responsible for the climate shifts on Earth. The first, presumably, when magic flooded our world 15 years ago, but the more recent weather events coincide with the timeline of your presence in Arendor. You were there when it turned on, weren't you? I was, I admitted, the words feeling like they were scraped from my throat. Did you open it? The camera's lens felt like the unblinking eye of a sniper. If I admitted I turned the key, I became the terrorist responsible for the climate crisis on Earth. If I lied, I lost all credibility. It's not as simple as flipping a switch, Amy, I said, choosing my words with agonizing care. The Erlin Galad and the artifact hidden on Earth are magical in a way we don't fully understand. That sounds like a dodge, Amy shot back. Did you, or did you not, trigger the activation? I was present at the site, I said firmly. I witnessed the power it contains, but the blame for the climate crisis doesn't lie with the person standing next to the machine when it wakes up. It lies with the governments who have been hoarding the equivalent device on Earth for 15 years, refusing to acknowledge the connection between them. They created the pressure cooker. Eldoraeon was just the valve blowing. Amy didn't look entirely convinced, but she seemed to realize she wouldn't get a confession. She checked her notes. Okay, so let's say for now that the valve blew. Back at the Orc embassy on Earth, you were shouting that we needed to find the Earth artifact to close the gates. You said it was the only way to save us. She paused, tilting her head. How have you come to such a conclusion when you just said these artifacts are not understood either by elves or humans? I froze. She was good. What is your plan, Asha? She asked. If you find the Earth artifact tomorrow, how would you shut it down? My mind raced as I dug the nails of one hand into the palm of the other, the small, sharp pain a desperate anchor. Torald's theory, that the gates were seams, not tears, and needed to be opened to balance the flow of magic, was just that. A theory. One based on a vision I barely understood and dwarf inscriptions I couldn't read. If I told Earth we needed to open the gates now, after being so damn resolute that they needed to be closed, they'd think I was insane. Or worse, actively trying to destroy them. I needed to pivot. I am a soldier, Amy, not an arcane scholar, I said, leaning forward. Under fire, I said what I believed to be true based on the information I had, that stopping the flow was the only way to stop the pain. And today? Today, I am saying that we are operating in the dark, I said, injecting as much conviction as I could muster into the evasion. General Rind and the Earthen Alliance want to keep us in the dark. They want to make decisions about the fabric of reality behind closed doors. Whether the gates need to be locked shut or managed differently is a question for experts, human, elf, orc, and dwarf, working together in the light of day. My goal hasn't changed. We need to find the Earth artifact. We need to take control of it away from the warmongers, because as long as they hold it, we don't have a choice at all. Amy pursed her lips, clearly catching the shift in rhetoric, but recognizing it as a sound bite she could use. Transparency, she summarized. Survival, I corrected. Earth got all the evidence they need that hybrids exist when baby Cora was born. We saw an orc and a human bring a child into the world under military fire. The old rules don't apply anymore. Earth needs to stop listening to the people building the fences and start listening to the people trying to bridge them. Is that your message to the public? I looked directly into the lens. My message is simple. Don't let them bury this. They tried to bury us yesterday with missiles and they failed. Now they'll try to bury the truth with redactions and lies. Don't let them. Ask where the artifact is, because once we find it, the war ends. Cut, Jake said. I let out a breath and a long, shaky sigh as if I'd been holding it for 20 minutes and slumped back in the chair. Amy lowered the microphone, the predatory glint fading into something more human. You danced around the boyfriend question, she noted dryly. But you handled the artifact stuff better than I expected. That was a serious pivot, Lopez. I'm flattered, I muttered, dropping my head into my hands and pressing my palms hard against my eyes, as if I could physically block out the last 20 minutes. Just make sure you don't dig yourself into a hole too deep to get out of, she said, standing. Because if you tell the world one thing and do another, they won't forgive you. And neither will I. My search for Leylandir began in our shared room, where I thought he might have fled to for some space and hopefully rest. But I didn't find him there, so I decided the next best place to look was the animal pens on the south side of the orc settlement. But I didn't find him there either, and wondered whether the healer Gerda had held on to him at the infirmary. It had been a few hours since then, though, and I thought it was unlikely that any magical procedure I could dream up would take that long. I thought about reaching out to him telepathically, but worried that it would hurt him somehow. The elf had told me way back on Earth that telepathy had nothing to do with magic, which was how he could manage it while wearing snuff cuffs. But even so, I suspected it had to be at least adjacent to the part of himself that was hurting, the part of his soul that allowed him to wield magic. So I wandered further, considering where the elf might hide himself, supposing that was what he was doing. I found myself drifting toward the western perimeter of the encampment, where the red dust of the packed earth gave way to a ridge of jagged rocks. This area was usually quieter, reserved for orc guards and training, most of whom were now stationed at the gates on the chance of an attack. But today the air was thick with a rhythmic metallic ringing. I rounded a large outcrop of volcanic stone and stopped dead. Leylandir had claimed a solitary training circle, a ring of white stone set apart from the main pits. He had stripped off his tunic, leaving his chest bare, his pale skin slick with sweat and dusted with the red grit of Gashak Tor. He was facing a wooden training dummy, and he was absolutely destroying it. I watched from the shadows, my breath catching in my throat. To an untrained eye, he was a blur of motion. His blade, a borrowed, curved scimitar that looked too heavy for his style, glinted in the afternoon light as it hacked and slashed. But I wasn't untrained. I saw what he was trying to hide. There was a hitch in his recovery, a microsecond of lag between the strike and the parry where his sword hand trembled violently. He wasn't flowing through the forms. He was forcing them. He was fighting his own body, willing his muscles to override the magical exhaustion that was clearly eating him alive from the inside out. He delivered a savage overhead strike that splintered the top log of the dummy, but the impact jarred him. The sword dipped, dangerously low, his guard completely open. If the log had been a person, Leylandir would have been gutted in that second. But then again, they would have also sported a split skull before they got the chance to strike. He let out a snarl of frustration, a raw, guttural sound that I'd never heard from him before, and reset his stance, his chest heaving. He looked ready to go again, to drive himself until he collapsed. I stepped out from behind the rocks, making my way to a weapons rack nearby. The orc-forged blades were heavier than I was used to, but I selected one that felt balanced enough, giving it an experimental swing. The whisper of steel through air drew Leylandir's attention, and he turned to face me, his chest still heaving from exertion. Even exhausted, there was something magnificent about him. Sweat had darkened strands of his white blonde hair to gold, and a fine sheen covered his skin, mixing with the red dust of Gashak Tor. His eyebrows lifted at my approach, and despite his obvious fatigue, a soundless chuckle escaped him as he shook his head. "Are you here to tell me I should be resting?" he asked, his voice rough from effort. I stepped over the white stones that marked the training circle's boundary, testing the weight of the sword in my hand. My lip caught between my teeth as I considered my response, watching the way he tried to hide the tremor in his sword arm. "How about I kick your ass until you decide for yourself that you need to rest?" I offered with a challenging smile. The spark that lit in his eyes told me I'd made the right choice. "Bold words," he said, shifting his stance to something more defensive. "You believe you can best me?" "I believe I'm probably never going to get a better chance to," I said with a chuckle, beginning to circle him slowly. "I'd love to be the one to tell you to yield just once." "I will always yield to you," he said, then winced as both our minds were drawn back to that morning. "Yeah, well, this time I'm going to earn it," I said, then immediately launched into an attack before he could respond. Chapter 4. I struck first, testing both the unfamiliar weight of the orc blade and Leylandir's defenses. The sword felt like swinging a sledgehammer compared to my usual weapon, but I compensated by keeping my movements economic and precise. Leylandir met each probe with textbook blocks, though I could see the slight delay in his recoveries. "Getting slow in your old age?" I taunted, dancing back from a counterstrike that would have caught my ribs if I'd been a fraction slower. His lips quirked. "Slow? I surmised from your strikes this would be a leisurely bout." We circled each other, trading experimental blows. The ring of steel on steel echoed off the rocks, punctuated by our controlled breathing and the scuff of boots on red earth. Despite his exhaustion, Leylandir moved with fluid grace, making the heavy scimitar look weightless in his hands to the casual observer. I feinted left, then switched to a right-handed slash that he barely caught on his blade. The impact sent vibrations up my arm, but I pressed the advantage, forcing him back a step. His eyes narrowed, and suddenly his defense transformed into a blistering series of attacks that had me scrambling. "Not bad for someone who needs rest," I gasped, barely deflecting a strike that would have taken my head off if we'd been using real force. "I thought you were going to kick my ass." He flashed me a brilliant smile, sweat dripping down his temple. "I'm still waiting." I growled and launched into a combination I'd been practicing, letting the momentum of the heavier blade work for me instead of fighting it. Leylandir blocked the first two strikes, but had to jump back from the third, genuine surprise flickering across his features. "Better," he acknowledged. But then he was moving again, and I remembered why he had held me absolutely captivated in that prison yard where technically he was my prisoner. Even handicapped by magical exhaustion, his blade seemed to come from everywhere at once. I blocked what I could and dodged what I couldn't, giving ground steadily until my back was nearly to the stone circle. That's when I saw it, the tremor in his sword arm growing more pronounced with each exchange. His breathing had shifted from controlled to ragged, the space between attacks lengthening imperceptibly. He was running on pure stubbornness now, and that meant he'd be expecting me to be equally tired. I let him push me back another step, pretending to stumble slightly. His eyes lit up at the perceived weakness, and he committed to a powerful overhead strike that would have ended the match. But instead of trying to block it, I dropped and rolled, sweeping my leg out in an arc that caught him behind the ankle. Already off balance from his attack, Leylandir went down hard. I was on him before he could recover, knocking his sword from his grip with my boot and pressing my blade to his throat. The position was a mirror of our first sparring match in the prison yard, and from the flash in his eyes he remembered it too. "Yield," I demanded, unable to keep the satisfaction from my voice. He laughed, a full, genuine sound that sent a jolt through me, sharp and bright, that had nothing to do with the fight. For a second, the phantom ringing of steel in my ears faded, leaving only the warmth of that sound. "I yield, my fierce warrior. You've bested me fairly." I tossed the practiced sword aside and dropped to straddle his waist, watching his eyes go wide with surprise and something akin to alarm. Did he think I was coming on to him in the middle of an orc sparring ring? I reached down to brush the sweat-dampened hair from his forehead, letting my fingers linger against his skin. "Are you ready to rest now?" I asked softly, leaning down to press a quick kiss to his lips. He caught my wrist as I started to pull back, his thumb tracing circles on my pulse point. "Asha, this morning, He closed his eyes for a pained moment. "I asked the healer if she could provide me with something that would allow me to refrain from using magic. She said that if my current injuries weren't enough to prevent—" "Hush," I whispered, pressing my fingers gently to his lips. "Your recovery is the only thing that matters right now. We can't risk you doing permanent damage." I gave him a small, wry smile. "We've already waited this long. What's a few more weeks, especially when we're about to march off on a mission with a good chance of getting ourselves killed?" A shadow crossed his features. "But I hurt you. I broke my promise." "You didn't hurt me," I said, my voice firm but soft. I met his gaze, willing him to believe me. "And I know it was an accident. I know you would never try to. I'm okay with keeping things from going too far until you're healed. We'll figure it out. We always do." A slow smile touched his lips, though it didn't quite reach his exhausted eyes. "In that case," he murmured, his voice a low rumble, "perhaps straddling me isn't the wisest strategy." A sudden, tingling heat flooded my skin where my legs had been pressed against his waist. I scrambled off him, suddenly feeling overly bold, and offered him my hand. "Ready to call it a day and get some sleep, then?" He took my hand, letting me pull him to his feet. He swayed slightly before finding his balance. "I am," he agreed, running a hand over his scalp and through his tangled hair. "I will bathe first." He paused, his gaze turning serious. "Alone." I tilted my head, the single word landing with a bluntness that stung for a half-second. "Oh?" He let out a ragged breath, the effort visible. "Forgive me. It is not a rejection of you, Asha, but I cannot be near you in the baths, not now while my control is frayed to nothing." His gaze dropped for a half-second, a flicker of heat in his eyes as he took in my form. "To see all your soft curves. I fear it would be a temptation I am ill-equipped to handle with any semblance of dignity. I will not risk another incident." The raw honesty in his voice killed the momentary sting, replacing it with a blush that burned from my chest to my ears. He was right. After the intensity of this morning, and the feel of his body just now, my own self-control hung by a thread. I had to curl my fingers into my palms to keep from reaching for him again. I'd have just as much trouble keeping my hands to myself. I gave a small nod, unable to meet his gaze. "Okay, I understand." He gave my hand one last squeeze before letting go. I watched him collect his borrowed practice sword and trudge wearily toward the path leading to the bathing pools, every line of his body screaming exhaustion. I stood in the sparring ring for a long moment after Leylandir disappeared down the path, trying to decide what to do with myself. My muscles ached pleasantly from the workout, but I wasn't quite ready to head back to our quarters. He needed time to bathe and settle in without temptation, and I respected that. A prickle of irritation that wasn't my own brushed against my consciousness. Jurga. The familiar sensation reminded me that I hadn't checked on how things were going with her and Robbo since Cora's birth. Following that thread of thought, I headed toward the supply tents where I hoped I wouldn't find the Aussie still poring over preparations instead of with his new family. But sure enough, there he was, methodically checking through our packs, a mug of beer within reach. He looked up as I approached, giving me a quick nod before returning to his inventory. I settled onto a nearby crate, watching him work. You know we're not leaving until tomorrow, right? Can't hurt to be ready, yeah? He took a long pull from his beer. Better than sitting around with my thumb up my arse waiting for morning. Fair enough. I picked at a loose thread on my sleeve. Everything set for getting Amy and Jake back home? Yep. He pulled a coil of rope from one pack and replaced it with another. Circle's having a chinwag with the aunties now about keeping them here in Gashak Tor until we know it's safe. Nazgra's got her knickers in a twist about it, but I understand the aunties want to head home. Think they'll agree to stay? He shrugged, his weathered face creasing into familiar worry lines. The old ducks'll sort it out between them, but I'd rather not have them on my conscience if they pop up at the warehouse I've got lined up only to find a welcoming committee waiting, you know? I ran my tongue over my teeth, considering. How likely is that? Depends entirely on whether any of my people got nabbed after the climate summit. He didn't elaborate further, but I saw the weight of it in the rigid set of his shoulders. I didn't press him on it. The man had clearly turned the problem over 1,000 times in his head before settling on this as the safest option. If he thought there was a 50-50 chance of an ambush at the drop point, I was sure he would err on the side of caution. Here, he said suddenly, tossing me a water skin which I assumed was filled with beer. You look like you could use it after that sparring session. I caught it reflexively, surprised he'd noticed. You saw that? Mate, half the settlement probably heard you two carrying on. His eyes crinkled with amusement. Good to see him up and about, even if he looks like something the cat dragged in. He's pushing himself too hard, I admitted, unplugging the skin and taking a gulp. Bloke's got his reasons, I reckon. Robbo's voice was carefully neutral. I stalled, the water skin halfway to my lips. My cheeks felt suddenly tight, and I took another gulp of beer, the act of swallowing feeling deliberate and loud in the sudden silence. I wondered whether he'd spoken to my orc sister after I'd divulged what had happened that morning. So, are you going to tell me why you're creating busy work for yourself instead of making the most of your last few hours with Jurga and Cora? Robbo took a terse breath and paused, then narrowed his eyes at me. What are you implying? Only that you put your hand up awfully fast to come with us the day after your daughter was born. I don't think I've even seen you hold her yet. Course I've held her, the man scoffed. When I can get a bloody chance to anyway, with every single relative of Jurga's hovering all the time. But it's fine. Things will settle down after a bit, and we can all play happy families once this heist is done. Is that what you want? My mouth tugged up at the corner. To play happy families? The Aussie scratched the back of his neck and didn't meet my eye. Look, I don't know if you think I should be super dad or something, but when they're this small, they need their mum. Once she's up and about, I'll have plenty to show her, but she's just so little, you know? He held up his calloused hands and stared at them. Besides, I reckon I'd break her with these ham hands. My posture softened, the last of the sparring tension draining out of me. I leaned forward a bit on the crate, resting my forearms on my knees, not wanting to push the man, but hyper-aware of the moody ball that was Jurga at the back of my mind. Cora might need her mother right now, but her mother needs you, Robbo. She has a funny way of showing it, he huffed. Hasn't she always? I quirked an eyebrow. It's complicated, all right. It usually is, I said, softening my tone. Talk to me. He picked at his nails, his eyes unfocused. You know how we met? Me and Jurga? I assumed she engaged your services at some point? Nah, she was in Narendera, looking for trouble mostly. I was in a pub, minding my own business, which is a lie. I was 3 sheets to the wind. She almost started a brawl with a bikie gang. I jumped in. He chuckled darkly. Not to save her? To save the bikers. She looked like she would take them apart like Lego. Sounds like her, I said with a smile. We fell in together hard and fast, Ash. He rubbed the back of his neck. Whirlwind doesn't cover it. It was like living inside a tornado. A month later, she's pregnant. Then 2 days after that, she's packing her bags to head back to Gashaktor. I frowned. She was going to leave? Yep. Didn't even invite me, Robbo said, his voice quiet. She looked at me like I was an idiot when I asked where we were going. Said she was going home, like I was just a passing fancy, a bit of fun to get the job done. But you came anyway. Too right I did. I told her I wasn't gonna let a kid of mine grow up on another planet without knowing who their dad was. Wouldn't take no for an answer. He looked up at me, his expression vulnerable. But the thing is, Ash, I still don't think she gets it. Gets what? That we're a pair, a unit. He gestured vaguely at the settlement around us. Here, raising a kid, it isn't a 2-person job. It's a tribe job. The aunties, the cousins, the sisters, the men, they're just around. For protection. For fun. He let out a harsh laugh. I tried to explain to her that on Earth humans do this in pairs. Mum and Dad. You know what she did? She laughed. She patted my cheek and told me it was cute, like I was a puppy trying to howl at the moon. I felt a cold prickle of recognition. The cultural gap wasn't just wide, it was a canyon. And Robbo was terrified he was building a bridge to nowhere. I love this place, he continued, kicking at the red dirt. I feel like I fit in here more than I ever did back home. But every time I look at her holding Cora, I wonder if she's just waiting for me to leave, or worse, if she's waiting for me to realize I'm not needed. My mind flashed back to the funeral rites for Rushka. The firelight, the drums, the heavy scent of alcohol and smoke, and Jurga, drunk on grief and Golnock eyeing Leylandir with a hunger that had nothing to do with mourning. Her loud, sloppy proposition for a 3-way had included Robbo, sure, but she treated him as interchangeable. Is this about the night of the funeral? I asked carefully. Robbo flinched, then looked away, his jaw working. Nah, she was drunk. Grief does funny things to people. And orcs. They don't see sex like we do. It's not possessive. It bothers you, I stated. He gave a dismissive wave, reaching for his beer again. It doesn't matter. I know she loves me in her way. It's just different. I'm just being a possessive knob, right? Robbo. I stood and crossed the distance between us, clamping my hand hard on his shoulder. I waited until he stopped fidgeting and looked at me. It matters. He blinked, surprised by the steel in my voice. You aren't just a sperm donor, and you aren't just a bodyguard, I said firmly. You crossed worlds for her. You left everything you knew to live in a tent on a rock floating in space because you wanted to be a father and a partner. That isn't cute. That's commitment. And if she doesn't get that yet, it's not because she doesn't care. It's because you haven't made her understand. She's an orc, Ash. She's stubborn as a mule. So are you, I countered. You think volunteering for this suicide mission to Eldarian proves your worth to her? He didn't answer, which was answer enough. You don't need to prove you can fight, Robbo. She knows you can fight. She needs to know you're staying, that you're not just another mercenary passing through. I gave his shoulder a shake. Go talk to her. Really talk to her. Tell her that runty humans parent in pairs and she's stuck with you. Because if you leave on this mission without clearing the air and things go south, you don't want the last thing she remembers to be you giving them the cold shoulder. He stared at me for a long moment, the conflict warring on his weathered face. Finally, he let out a long, ragged breath and set his mug down with a thunk. Yeah, he croaked. Yeah, all right. You win. He wiped his hands on his pants and stood. I suppose the supplies are sorted. More than sorted, I assured him. Now go. He gave me a stiff nod, a silent thank you, and turned toward the main cluster of tents. I watched him go, his strides lengthening as he went, a man marching into a battle far more terrifying than any firefight. I just hoped that Jurga took the man seriously when he spilled his heart to her. Because sister or not, I'd have some choice words for her if she sent the man off on a dangerous mission with a broken heart. Chapter 5. Leylandir was already gone by the time I woke the next morning, and I took a moment to wallow in self-pity. He'd likely slipped out from beside me the moment he woke, not trusting that we could keep a morning snuggle under control. The fact that we'd probably be sleeping rough for the foreseeable future meant that snuggling was off the table entirely, but we had already agreed to that anyway. It didn't make it suck any less, though. After getting dressed and grabbing breakfast, I made my way to the elders' chambers, figuring we'd need to report in before leaving. That, and whatever negotiations they'd held with the Aboriginal aunties would likely be resolved by then, and I wanted to see the human refugees who were making the voyage back to Earth through the portal. Just in case Robbo's fear of a welcome party came to fruition, I kept erding at the ready, hoping we didn't need to scramble right back to Gashok Tor with a gaggle of refugees in tow if it came to it. I found Jurga sitting on one of the lower benches in the circular chamber, with Cora nestled in a woven bassinet beside her. Her gaze was unfocused at first glance, with dark circles under her eyes. Whether that was on account of having a newborn to take care of or relationship troubles, I couldn't say. The only sense I got from the connection between us was weariness. "Hey," I said as I approached and sat beside her, the bassinet between us. I reached in to brush Cora's plump little cheek with my thumb, but didn't dare to pick her up while she was sleeping peacefully. "Where are all the others?" "Up at the temple," Jurga said, her voice flatter than usual. "Nazgra wished for the aunties to witness a ritual blessing before they left. So they decided not to stay. They believe their families will be worried and think them dead." Jurga rolled her shoulders and stifled a yawn with the back of her hand. "Robert will instruct his friends to deliver them somewhere of relative safety. They have agreed to keep their return discreet if they can." "I guess that's fair." I paused, wondering if my orc sister would offer anything else after bringing up her human lover. But when she didn't, I guessed it was up to me to ask. "Did, you and Robbo talk last night?" "We talk every night," she answered a little too quickly, a note of warning undercutting the words. "I know it probably seems a little hasty for him to go volunteering for a mission like this, one which he might not make it back from in one piece." Jurga snorted. "He is free to make his choices, circle or no. If it weren't for this little one, I would be by your side on this venture." I frowned, wondering if the irritation I'd sensed was on account of being left out. But the love and pride pouring out of the orc mother as she glanced at her baby daughter didn't need a sister bond to decipher. She wouldn't leave her for the world. But still, the irritation remained. He should probably be here too, with you. Jurga's cheek twitched and she glared up at me. "Not you too. I suppose you put him up to his little rant last night?" If by rant you mean confessing his undying love for you and wanting to know if you feel the same way? Of course I love him, she snapped. I brought him here, didn't I? I argued for his acceptance among our people and bore a child from his loins. What else does he want from me? The corners of my mouth twisted upward. Maybe for you to tell him that? Men, she grumbled. Always such a... Cora screeched, and Jurga scrunched up one eye at the sound before scooping up the infant. It coincided with Leylandir stepping into the chamber, looking a damned sight better than yesterday, Dimrin perched on his shoulder. Elves healed faster than humans. For a microsecond, I sized up my chances of getting horizontal with him before we busted Calathil out of Eldoraon. But then I had to remind myself that it wasn't injuries that I could see getting in the way of that. Robbo has finished his preparations and is ready to escort the humans to Earth. He glanced between me and Jurga, and then down to Cora, who was only becoming more indignant in tone. I thought you may wish to see them depart. I'm going to do one better. I stood and tapped the pommel of Erding strapped at my waist. It won't take long to scout the area before sending the civilians through. I'll come with you, he offered. I went to open my mouth to tell him not to worry. That Robbo and I could handle it on our own. But the way his jaw clenched decided me against it, and I noticed for the first time that the pommel protruding from above his shoulder wasn't a Lath Maloran. My bet was that it was the same orc scimitar from the training ring. It occurred to me that he probably didn't trust himself with an enchanted blade at the moment. Besides, having Dimrin along would be useful for scouting any threats. Sure, I said slowly. Lead the way. Jurga followed us as we threaded through the settlement. Our destination was an open space where orc airships typically arrived and departed, from which I supposed was considered an airport among the alien race. I figured it made sense as a place of coming and going, and there was plenty of open ground to crack open a portal and have soldiers at the ready, just in case something, or someone, unexpected spewed through. Robbo waited beside Amy and Jake. I watched him carefully as we approached, then glanced at Jurga surreptitiously from the corner of my eye. My orc sister stopped short of sidling up right next to him, and Robbo's eyes lowered to the ground as he kicked at the red dirt absently. Just waiting on the oldies, he said. Shouldn't be long now. I half-listened as Amy explained her grand plans for releasing the interviews she'd recorded on Gashak Tor. Something about a series of articles revealing the truth about orc culture and our stories. Jake assured us that everything would be uploaded the minute they arrived home, safe on a bunch of servers all around the world. The aunties finally appeared on the horizon, flanked by the circle of elders and a contingent of orc soldiers. Their colorful dresses stood out against the red landscape, and despite everything they'd been through, they walked with dignity and purpose. The farewells unfolded with unexpected tenderness, none more moving than between Jurga and the Aboriginal aunties. The women had forged a profound bond during Jurga's diplomatic posting to Earth, a role that, judging by the lingering embraces, everyone recognized was coming to its end. One of the elder aunties cradled Jurga's face between weathered palms, whispering words too soft for me to catch. Whatever wisdom she shared made my orc sister's eyes glisten with unshed tears. Robbo cleared his throat, addressing Leylandir and me. Right, Drop Point's an old cold storage warehouse near Wollongong. Used to be a fish processing plant. Should be safe as houses, but you never know. He concentrated, and the prickle of magic flared up my arm as a familiar tear in reality appeared before us. I drew Erding as I leaped through, landing inside what appeared to be an abandoned warehouse. Its concrete walls were weathered and tagged with graffiti, which I hoped had done enough to mask our arrival. Two familiar figures emerged from the shadows, Marty and Hannah. Dimrin, Leylandir murmured, and the Sirion's head perked up from his shoulder. Scout the perimeter. With a soft chirp of acknowledgement, the small creature took flight, his scales shifting to match the dim lighting of the warehouse as he disappeared into the shadows. Leylandir stalked off in the other direction without a word. I shook hands with the two mercenaries who had kept us off-grid in Sydney just days ago, though meeting Hannah's eyes was a bit awkward. The last time I'd seen her, I'd knocked her unconscious while making my escape to rescue Hancock. She seemed to have recovered well enough, though. "They got Levi," Marty said without preamble. "After the summit." "Bloody hell," Robbo swore, running a hand through his beard. "He'll be silent as the grave about this place," Marty assured him, "and we haven't seen hide nor hair of military activity since we got here." Robbo was visibly tense, his weight shifting from foot to foot as if he couldn't find solid ground. His eyes were no longer watching Leylandir, but flicking restlessly across the open ground and darkened warehouse doors, assessing threats that weren't there. "What are you thinking?" I asked Robbo, leaving the decision firmly up to him. "Do we have any other options?" "Got a spot further up the coast," Marty offered. "More isolated." "That's probably the best we can do right now," I said, trying to sound reassuring. Robbo hesitated, then jabbed a finger at Marty. "If anything happens to those old ducks, Durga will have my balls for breakfast. Then yours, mate." "We'll get them settled in safe houses," Hannah interjected. "Quietly. No one will know they're back." Finally, Robbo nodded and disappeared back through the portal. Moments later, Amy, Jake, and the Aboriginal women filed through. As Robbo moved them away with Marty, I turned to Hannah. "Hey, sorry about, dropping you like that." She gave a humorless huff and cocked her head, her expression unreadable. "Did you at least find what you were looking for?" I thought about everything that had happened since that night. Hancock, the siege, Leylandir's arrival, Cora's birth, then Torald's theory and all the complications that had come with them. A smile tugged at my lips. Yeah, I did. Once everyone was safely through and Marty's people had begun moving them out in small groups, Leylandir approached, apparently satisfied with the surroundings. Dimran swooped down from where he'd been circling near the ceiling and settled back onto his master's shoulder, rubbing his head against the elf's cheek in a display of affection. I watched Robbo take one last look around, his expression torn between worry for the refugees and the pull to get back to Gashak Tor, so we could close the portal lighting up the space before it drew attention. Then we were moving, leaving the warehouse and its temporary role as an interdimensional way station behind. Robbo had our packs waiting for us, clearly hoping we could step from one portal right into the next without delay. But a quick departure wasn't in the cards. Torald had materialized during our Earth excursion, and now stood with his thumbs hooked into his belt, sizing us up from his position next to Nazgra. "I understand you are venturing off to Eldoraon," he said, a wry twist to his lips telling me that the Circle had shared at least some of the particulars about the mission with the dwarf. The statement caused Leylandir's eyes to go decidedly flinty, and I placed my hand on the elf's arm. "As I'm sure you'll understand, that's highly sensitive information." The dwarf chortled and rocked on his heels. "No elves will learn of it from me. I am bound for Azagrim, where I hope to see you both soon, along with any additional experts you choose to bring with you." The dwarf winked at us conspiratorially, and I rubbed the bridge of my nose, hoping that our plans wouldn't leak from Azagrim through to Earth. But the dwarf had to know that their desire to work with us on the ancient artifacts was contingent on us staying alive, which meant it was in their interests to keep their mouths shut. "How can we be sure your people will remain true to our cause, dwarf?" Leylandir took a step closer, his eyes glinting. "I will not step into an ambush." Torald hooted with laughter then, and it was Nazgra who chose to answer. "We have made agreements, elf, bound in honor. The dwarves will uphold their bargain with us, or find that trade between Orduk and Dwarangal runs dry." I squeezed Leylandir's arm and felt the tension in his muscles ease slightly. He took a step back, though his eyes remained fixed on Torald with lingering suspicion. Nazgra moved forward then, her weathered face solemn. May your journey to Eldoraon be swift and sure. Her eyes flickered meaningfully to me. But take care not to fall into the hands of the Elven Council. You carry something precious to us, child. Before I could open my mouth with a response, she pressed a calloused hand against my forehead. A tingling sensation spread from the point of contact, like static electricity but warmer. When she withdrew her hand, both Leylandir and I bowed deeply in respect. My gaze slid to where Robbo stood with Jurga. He was holding her hand, gazing down at baby Cora with an expression of pure adoration. As I watched, he bent to plant a gentle kiss on his daughter's forehead. Then Jurga, apparently done with whatever internal struggle she'd been having, grabbed his face with her free hand and kissed him hungrily. The moment stretched on uncomfortably as everyone else pretended to look elsewhere. I found myself suddenly studying the intricate leatherwork on my sword's grip, as if it were the most fascinating thing in the world, wondering how long we should wait before interrupting them. Leylandir touched my elbow, drawing me aside. Before we depart, I need to show you the location of the cave. His green eyes were serious as they met mine. Mind to mind will be quickest. I hesitated, my gaze tracing the faint lines of fatigue around his eyes, worried about the toll any mental connection might take on him in his current state. But we didn't have much choice. We needed a precise destination for the portal. Will it hurt you? I asked quietly. He shook his head, but I noticed the slight tightening around his eyes. It will be fine. May I? When I nodded, he placed his fingertips gently against my temples. Images flashed through my mind at his touch. A cave mouth, partially hidden by dense foliage, its entrance reinforced with ancient stonework. The mental picture expanded to show me its location relative to a familiar building, the dwelling where I'd first woken up on Eldoraon after leaving Earth. The one where the goblin Hanya had nursed me back to health. When he withdrew his hands, I blinked several times to clear my vision. Are you sure you trust me to create a portal to some place I've never actually been? A small smile played at the corners of his mouth. You have been there, even if the memory eludes you now. His expression grew more serious. And I trust you with my life, which is fortunate, as I suspect I will require your protection on this venture. His fingers trailed down my face, and I took his hands in mine for a moment. It occurred to me that so much had changed since I'd first ventured to Eldoraon with him. While under fire from my own people in Colorado Bend State Park, I faced the choice between being apprehended and maybe killed or following him to an alien world. Under false pretenses, sure. But I couldn't even begin to fathom the existence I would have eked out if I stayed on Earth without him. Robbo and Jurga finally broke apart. Robbo looking slightly chagrined but considerably happier than he had earlier. Jurga's eyes were bright as she adjusted Cora in her arms, and Robbo gave his head a quick shake as if to clear it, then squared his shoulders as he slung his pack on. Right then, he said. Best get this show on the road before the old boy gets shipped back to Elf HQ. I reached for my magic, visualizing the cave entrance Leylandir showed me. The familiar sensation of power coursed through me as I shaped the portal into existence inside the dark cave, hoping that I hadn't sliced through rock in the process and doomed us to a cave-in before we even got started. Leylandir stepped closer, his shoulder brushing mine as he peered through. Perfect, he murmured. Ready? I nodded, tightening my grip on Erding's hilt. As ready as I'll ever be. Dimrin trilled with excitement as Leylandir leaped through into the dark with Robbo hustling behind him. I threw one last look over my shoulder, my eyes meeting Jurga's, and reckoned with the edgy ball of emotion at the back of my mind. Smiling at her, I was sure that she was sensing the same from me. Because despite spending my first week in Gashak Tor plotting escape and cursing Leylandir for feeling so at home among the orcs, I'd come around to the place and its people. A sudden, sharp ache formed in my throat at the thought that it could be the last time I looked at the alien blue grass, lavender sky, and red rock. I took one last deep breath, holding the scent of the dry air in my lungs for a moment, before I lifted my hand in a salute and crossed the threshold, taking us into hostile territory. Chapter 6. The first thing that occurred to me was that it was cold and dark in the cave, as the light from the portal blinked out of existence behind us. Usually, this was the point where a sphere of light would materialize to illuminate our surroundings, but I had to check myself. Leylandir wouldn't be conjuring any light for us on this mission. The sudden, absolute blackness made me falter, my hand instinctively dropping to the hilt of my weapon. A warmish light blinked on from Robbo's hand instead, the Aussie having grabbed a flashlight from his pack. "Insulated, you reckon?" he said, turning the beam of light this way and that. "Does that mean we've got a ways to go before getting to the surface?" "Relatively speaking, it is not far." Leylandir tracked the beam of light and then pointed. "That way." I kept close to the rear as we made our way up through the winding cave passages. The only sounds were our footfalls against stone and the steady drip of water echoing off the walls. Robbo's flashlight beam bounced ahead of us, but Leylandir didn't appear worried that we were sending a beacon ahead for anyone who might be waiting for us. After about 30 minutes of steady climbing, Leylandir paused and turned to his familiar. "Scout ahead," he murmured to Dimrin in Elvish. The small Sirion disappeared into the darkness with barely a whisper of movement, his iridescent scales catching the flashlight's beam for just a moment before he vanished completely. We continued our ascent more cautiously now. I kept my hand near my weapon, though the cave felt empty save for us. When we finally reached the cave's mouth, Dimrin was already waiting, his golden eyes gleaming in the pre-dawn light. "No elves," he projected into our minds, the thought accompanied by an image of clear forest paths and empty skies. I stepped forward to survey our position. We were high up in the mountains, with a dense forest sprawling below us down a steep incline. The first hints of sunrise were just beginning to paint the sky in pale pinks and purples. Looking down at the treacherous descent ahead of us, I tried to orient myself based on what little I knew. Leylandir had mentioned we were a full day's journey north of the cabin where I'd first regained consciousness. My eyes drifted to him, wondering how he'd managed to carry me that far through this kind of terrain. But the thought was cut short when I noticed the sheen of sweat already forming on his brow from our relatively short cave climb. I quickly looked away before he could catch me staring, but the sight sat heavy in my chest. The Leylandir who had carried me to safety was not the same as the one standing before me now. "How long before you can summon Phalar?" I asked, hoping the direct question wouldn't tip the elf off about my train of thought. "We will not be able to reach him until we arrive at the Krimgar village," Leylandir answered, already making his way down a path that wasn't much of a path at all. "These mountains are his territory. When I last dismissed him, I told him that he shouldn't wait for me in Erin Galen." "So he could be nearby then?" I asked a little hopefully. "He could be," the elf agreed without turning around. "But without his gear and 3 riders to bear, I would not risk taking to the skies." "3? How big is this bloody bird?" Robbo asked as he picked his way down over a boulder. "Not big enough to carry 3, Leylandir said. "Phalar is large even for a male, but we will need to persuade another Volan to our cause." "Persuade?" I asked. "The goblins of the Krimgar do not keep Volan mounts for their purposes, but they have a fondness for Phalar and will have harnesses that I have left in their possession that we can use." Leylandir cast a look over his shoulder. "You and Robbo will travel on Phalar. I will find another." I swallowed and half skidded down a stretch of gravel. If by find he meant train a wild Volan while we were supposed to be traveling as discreetly as possible on a world where we would be turned over to the Elven Council by the first elf we encountered. I guessed Leylandir was right when he said this mission was going to be a lot harder than the last venture to Eldoran. The morning sun filtered through the dense canopy above us as we lay prone behind a fallen log, our bodies pressed into the damp earth. The Krimgar village sprawled before us, a collection of sturdy wooden structures that seemed to grow organically from the forest floor, reminiscent of the dwelling I'd stayed in with Hanya. My attention, however, was fixed on the elven soldier who stood casually against one of the buildings, his back turned to our position. I reached out with my thoughts to Leylandir, careful to include Robbo in the mental link. Why would there be a guard here? Leylandir's mental voice was calm, though I detected an undercurrent of tension. This is not wholly unexpected. My appreciation for the Krimgar is known to some at the palace, as are my occasional retreats to my dwelling nearby when life in the city becomes overwhelming. Well, that's bloody fantastic, Robbo's thoughts cut in. What's the plan, then? We wait, Leylandir replied. Dimrin will report their numbers from a safe distance, and then we can decide our course of action. I ran my thumb over my belt's worn leather, my mind racing through tactical scenarios. If we engaged these guards, we'd be announcing our presence on Eldoran loud and clear. Word would spread quickly through whatever channels the Elven Council maintained, and our already difficult mission would become nearly impossible. But I knew how far we were from Eren Galen, and further again from Eldoland. Going ahead on foot wasn't an option. Not when we needed those Volan harnesses, which meant we needed the Krimgar's help. The soldier shifted his weight, adjusting his weapon, and I found myself studying his movements. He seemed relaxed and almost bored. Not the posture of someone expecting trouble. That could work in our favor, but it also meant these weren't just random patrols. They were stationed here, waiting. Beside me, Leylandir remained perfectly still, his eyes tracking something in the distance that I couldn't see. Probably watching for Dimrin's return. Robbo, meanwhile, scanned the village with interest, though if he found the dwellings as strange as I had when I arrived, his face didn't show it. His expression was all business, his eyes methodically cataloging every alley, rooftop, and potential blind spot. I drew in a slow, careful breath, focusing on the damp, earthy scent of the forest floor, a grounding technique to slow the frantic pace of my thoughts. One wrong move here could doom our entire mission before it truly began. But then I zeroed in on a small green face which rounded a corner with a basket in hand. Hanya, the goblin healer who had seen me through a fever when I'd arrived here what now felt like months ago. Her basket was empty, which made me feel a little hopeful, and sure enough, the healer tracked directly through the buildings away from us on what I hoped was a trip to forage. Wait here, Leylandir said, moving without a sound down the slight incline and then into a crouch. I started to protest, but Leylandir cut me off with a quick mental warning. I must move quickly and silently. Dimrin will report back soon and keep you concealed. I considered the elf for a moment, noting the determined set of his jaw, then gave a tight nod. We watched Leylandir slip away like a shadow, barely disturbing the underbrush. I tried to keep track of Hanya's position, but the goblin healer had already disappeared among the village structures. The minutes crawled by until Dimrin sneaked beside us, his scales rippling with an iridescent shimmer, before he extended his stealth magic to envelope both Robbo and me. 4 elf soldiers, he projected, along with fleeting images of guards positioned around the village. Through a high window, he'd glimpsed 2 figures on cots inside one of the larger buildings. 2 sleep. 2 walk. Robbo shifted uncomfortably beside me. Any idea which building our gear might be in? He whispered. I shook my head. We'll have to wait for Leylandir. He knows the layout. We continued waiting, with Dimrin keeping watch, his scales occasionally rippling with an iridescent shimmer as he adjusted his position. I tried not to fidget at the news, my muscles tense as I reckoned with the chances of either dealing with them quietly or evading them completely. Beside me, Robbo rolled over onto his back with careful movements, closing his eyes as if settling in for a nap. Really? I sent the thought his way with a mix of disbelief and mild irritation. "You're a soldier too, mate," came his relaxed reply. "We take a kip when we get the chance. Reckon there'll be precious little of it soon enough." "Yeah, well, you better hope you don't snore," I warned and caught his answering smile. I forced myself to follow his example, consciously relaxing my muscles one by one while keeping the board guard in view. The forest floor was damp beneath me, and small rocks dug into my hip no matter how I shifted. I had almost managed to find a somewhat comfortable position when a light touch on my calf made me jump. I twisted to find Leylandir sliding up beside us on his belly, moving silently even while crawling through dirt. "I've spoken with Hanya," he reported, his mental voice tight with concern. "She says that the soldiers arrived several weeks ago and have burrowed in like Vralicht." The unfamiliar elvish word translated into my head as an image of a plump, round tick suckered into flesh. Perfect. "What do they want?" I asked, though I had a sinking feeling I already knew the answer. "They wait for me," Leylandir confirmed. "The council knows I sometimes seek refuge here. They hope I will eventually return." And now here we are, I thought with a grimace. "Yes," he agreed. "Their presence here is unfortunate, but the Krimgar will not report our presence to them. Lucky we've got your little camo fella then, huh?" Robbo cracked an eye open. "Dimrin is also known among the palace," Leylandir replied. "There are certain charms which some merchants use to alert them to a Sirion using magic nearby. We cannot be certain whether there is one being used by the guards." He did fine scouting just now, I reasoned. I instructed him not to get too close. I watched Leylandir's face carefully as he considered our options. Hanya has agreed to help, though I am reluctant to involve her in our movements. She will offer the elves on patrol a breakfast which will cause them a degree of intestinal discomfort, which will afford us enough time to reach the building where supplies are kept. I thought about the cynical goblin healer who had tended my wounds, her gruff demeanor masking what I now knew to be a deeply loyal heart. "She's taking a big risk for us," I observed. Leylandir's expression softened slightly. "The Krimgar have always been good allies to me. Perhaps better than I deserve." "So that's the plan?" Robbo asked, both eyes open now and alert, despite his relaxed posture. "Get these fellas to hightail it to the shithouse?" "Do you have an alternative to offer?" Leylandir asked wryly. "Nah, suppose not. Then we will wait until it is done." I watched as Hanya returned to the village, her previously empty basket now full of what looked like herbs and roots. She disappeared into one of the buildings, emerging minutes later with a wooden tray bearing 2 steaming bowls. The sight and accompanying whiff of something vaguely stew-like brought back memories of my own time choking down their slimy goblin fare while waiting for Leylandir to return. The guard straightened as Hanya approached, and I held my breath, wondering if he would refuse the offering. But he accepted the bowl with what appeared to be genuine gratitude, settling himself on a nearby barrel to eat. Hanya gave a small bow and vanished around the corner, presumably to deliver the second bowl to his fellow guard. "Yeah, mate." "You'll be shitting through the eye of a needle soon," Robbo snarked beside me. I shot him a sharp look but couldn't entirely suppress my smile. Still, worry gnawed at me. If the elves discovered they'd been deliberately poisoned, even mildly, Hanya would surely face serious consequences. The Krimgar might be loyal to Leylandir, but they were still subjects of Irendor. Lowly ones at that. The guard finished his meal unhurriedly, set the empty bowl aside, and resumed his watchful position. We waited in tense silence, Dimrin's stealth magic still concealing us. After about 15 minutes, I noticed the first signs. The guard shifted his weight from foot to foot, then began to pace slightly. Soon he was pressing a hand to his stomach, his previously relaxed posture growing increasingly rigid. Finally, he called out something I couldn't quite catch, probably alerting his companion that he needed to step away. Then he hurried off toward what I assumed were the village bathrooms. The moment he disappeared, Leylandir's mental voice touched our minds. Now, move quickly and stay close. We darted forward, keeping low to the ground with Leylandir in the lead. Without Dimrin's stealth magic, we were fully exposed. The Syrian had reluctantly withdrawn his protection after Leylandir reminded him about the potential for detection charms. Instead, we moved quickly from building to building, using the structures for cover as we traversed the distance. The Krimgar village was quiet, with only a few goblins visible as they went about their business. They studiously avoided looking in our direction, clearly aware of our presence but pretending otherwise. Hanya had evidently spread the word. "The supply building is that one," Leylandir whispered, indicating a structure that was slightly larger than the others, with a sloped roof and wide double doors. "The Volin harnesses are kept inside." We stood crouched behind a water barrel, waiting for the right moment to dash to the supply building, when Dimrin suddenly tensed on Leylandir's shoulder, his golden eyes widening. Sleeping elves inside. Leylandir's expression darkened. This complicates matters. At that moment, we saw the second guard emerge from one of the buildings, clutching his stomach like the first had done. His face contorted in obvious discomfort as he hurried toward what had to be the outhouses. Behind him came Hanya, her small green face pinched with concern, and 3 other goblins who were also pressing hands to their bellies. I'm guessing the guards weren't the only ones who partook of that stew? My nose wrinkled as I watched the small procession make its way urgently across the village. Clever, Leylandir replied. Hanya has distributed the same substance to avoid suspicion of poison. Great plan, until the ratio between shithouses and bums gets critical, Robbo observed dryly. We waited until the sick guard was well away before making our final dash to the supply building. Leylandir eased one of the doors open just enough for us to slip through, and we found ourselves in a dim, dusty space filled with shelves and hooks bearing all manner of equipment. The smell of leather, oil, and the musky scent of Volin permeated the air. And at the far end, 2 elves lay on simple cots, their chests rising and falling in the steady rhythm of sleep. Move silently, Leylandir warned as he stepped forward. He led us toward the right wall where several silvery leather harnesses hung from an iron hook, with a tall stack of wooden crates acting as partial cover between us and the sleeping elves. I crouched behind the crates, eyeing the harnesses with concern. The metal fittings would surely jingle as we removed them, announcing our presence to anyone with functioning ears. I paused to glance through a gap in the crates at the guards who didn't appear disturbed by our trespass yet, their chests still rising and falling in the steady rhythm of sleep. But who knew for how long? One metallic clink could undo everything. Leylandir had just passed the first harness to Robbo when the first sounds reached us. A low murmur of voices outside, growing steadily louder. My muscles tensed, ears straining to make sense of the words. My arm was extended upward, fingers wrapped around the second harness. It was heavy, the thick leather laden with iron buckles, and my arm immediately protested against holding the weight so far from my body. I didn't dare lower it, though. The threat of metal fittings brushing against each other in that moment was enough to freeze every muscle in place. Something's happening, I mouthed to Robbo, who nodded, his grip tightening on his own harness. The voices escalated rapidly from concerned to alarmed. A shout rang out in Elvish, followed by a goblin's harsh retort. More voices joined in, panicked and angry, building into a wall of noise that even the thick walls couldn't muffle. The harness in my outstretched hand suddenly felt 10 times heavier, my shoulder burning with the strain of holding it steady. I glanced at Leylandir, whose face had gone still as stone. Whatever was happening outside wasn't part of Hanya's distraction plan. On the far side of the room, the sleeping elves stirred. One mumbled something, turning over in his cot. The other's eyes fluttered open. Not a single sound, Leylandir warned, his mental voice razor-sharp. The elf swung his legs out of bed, his eyes glassy with sleep but widening as the shouting outside escalated. He stood, reaching for a sword belt that hung on a rack, the same rack we were hiding behind. He took a step forward, then another. I watched through the slat in the crates as his bare feet stopped inches from Leylandir's boot. He was so close I smelled the stale stench of his morning breath. If he reached for his belt, he would look down. If he looked down, we were dead. Then the supply door burst open, slamming against the wall. The guard who had eaten Hanya's stew stumbled in, pale and dripping with sweat. He collapsed against the doorframe, effectively blocking the only exit. "Valdir, wake up!" the sick guard gasped, clutching his gut. "The goblin witch, she poisoned the food. We're all—" He cut off with a wet retch. Valdir, the standing guard, didn't look at his sick comrade. He was staring at the crates. He frowned, head tilting slightly. He reached a hand, not for his sword, but toward the empty hook where Robbo's harness had been just seconds ago. "We're fucked," Robbo projected, his thought arriving in my mind as a jagged spike of pure panic. Coarse language aside, I agreed. In the dim light, the absence of the harness had appeared to cause the elf enough pause to frown. Valdir leaned over the crates, his face hovering just above mine. His eyes narrowed, pupils contracting as they tried to focus on the dark shape crouching in the shadows. We had nowhere to go. The sick guard blocked the door. Valdir blocked the room. "Dimrin, now," Leylandir commanded. The air distorted with magic around us as Dimrin's cloaking magic slipped around us. Valdir's mouth opened to shout, his eyes locking onto mine, and then slid away as if searching for where I'd disappeared to. The elf shook his head, reaching to sweep his hand through the empty space where I crouched, but Leylandir had tugged at my arm to release the harness, affording me the opportunity to lean back. But before the elf's probing fingers could pass through the spot I'd just been, a high-pitched, crystalline shriek pierced the air. It was a sound like shattering glass, coming from goodness knows where in the village, the Kyrian detection ward. It had to be. Valdir spun toward the noise, shouting something that was lost beneath the wail of the alarm. "Run!" Leylandir's voice thundered in my mind. Chapter 7. The command wasn't necessary. The alarm's wailing screech was motivation enough, drilling into my skull like an ice pick. Leylandir barreled forward, his invisibility shimmering and distorting as he moved too fast for Dimrin's magic to perfectly track. The sick guard blocking the doorway didn't have time to look up before Leylandir's shoulder slammed into him. The elf went down with a breathless grunt, sprawling into the dirt outside and clearing the path. I surged through the gap, Robbo right on my heels, the heavy harness hanging over his shoulder. We burst out into the village square, the sunlight harsh after the dim supply shed. Goblins scattered, confused by the noise, while shouts in Elvish erupted from the makeshift barracks behind us. "Into the trees!" Robbo yelled, shoving me toward the tree line. "Leg it!" We sprinted past the supply shed, aiming for the dense undergrowth that marked the village's edge. We made enough noise for an elf a mile away to follow, but we were almost into the cover of the forest when the footsteps ahead of me stopped. I skidded to a halt, nearly colliding with Leylandir's back. The elf stood rigid at the clearing's edge, his chest heaving, but he wasn't looking at the safety of the trees. He was looking back. "Mate, are you mad?" Robbo hissed, grabbing Leylandir's arm. Leylandir shrugged him off, his green eyes wide and haunted as they swept over the village. "The Krimgar," he said with a slight shake of his head. "The guards will know they assisted us." I followed his gaze. The alarm was still shrieking, and now the village looked like an anthill that had just been kicked over. Goblins who hadn't partaken of Hanya's stew emerged from their huts, confused. But from the storage building, the two healthy guards we had just escaped stumbled out, swords drawn but chests bare, clad only in breeches. A sudden, sickening lurch went through me, as if I'd missed a step in the dark. The immediate assumption would be that the goblins had helped us, and would be punished for it. "Hanya," I breathed. Leylandir's jaw set, the anguish hardening into a terrifying resolve. "I cannot leave her." "We can't take everyone," Robbo clenched his teeth. "But we can take one." Leylandir unsheathed his orc scimitar and dropped the tangle of leather over his shoulder onto the ground. "Take the harnesses. I must go back." He didn't wait for an answer. He turned and sprinted toward the heart of the village. "Of course," I muttered as I huffed, then turned to point at the heavy harness at Robbo's feet. "Get these into the brush." "Asha!" Robbo's protest was lost as I pivoted and took off after the elf. I caught up to Leylandir as he wove through a panicked crowd of goblins. They were shrieking, scattering like leaves in a storm. Through the melee, I saw what Leylandir had spotted. Near the central well, Valdir, the sharp-eyed guard who had nearly caught us, had a fistful of rough fabric in his hand. He looked disheveled, his long blonde hair messy and nothing on his feet, but his grip was iron. Dangling from his hand, feet kicking uselessly at his shins, was Hanya. The healer was snarling, trying to bite him, but the guard raised the pommel of his sword, ready to strike her head. "Put her down!" Leylandir roared. The guard turned, shock registering on his face as Dimrin's cloaking magic fell away, and he saw the fugitive prisoner charging him. He barely had time to shift his stance as the Sirion threw his wings wide with a startling hiss. Leylandir didn't bother with his blade. He closed the distance in 2 strides, putting his entire momentum into swinging the pommel of his sword into the guard's jaw with a sickening crunch. The guard's head snapped back, his grip loosening as he crumpled to the ground, unconscious before he hit the dirt. Hanya dropped, landing in a heap. She looked up, eyes wide. "Why are you still here? You—" "Later," Leylandir growled as he scooped up the goblin healer, throwing her over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Dimrin scrambled to cling to Leylandir's other shoulder as the elf shot me a glare. "Move!" We bolted. There was no stealth now, only speed. Leylandir, despite the extra weight of the goblin on his shoulder, moved with terrifying swiftness. I brought up the rear, scanning for threats. A shout echoed behind us. "Stop! Halt!" I risked a glance back. The last remaining guard, the one who had slept on the cot closest to us, sprinted after us. He tugged at the waistband of his unlaced breeches to keep them from slipping over his hips, but he was fast. We hit the tree line, crashing through the ferns. Ahead, I saw Robbo waving frantically from behind a massive oak, the harnesses slung over his shoulder like oversized bandoliers. "This way!" the Aussie yelled. We merged into a single unit, tearing through the forest. Branches whipped at my face and briars snagged my uniform, but I didn't slow down. The sounds of pursuit were close, too close. "Left!" Leylandir barked, veering down a game trail. I threw a look over my shoulder and bit back a curse at the elf on our heels. His face contorted in a snarl of effort, his sword raised to strike at my exposed back. I didn't have time to draw a weapon. I didn't have time to think. I slammed my heel into the earth, pivoting hard. As the elf lunged, expecting a retreating target, I dropped low and swept my leg in a tight arc. His shin connected with my boot. Momentum did the rest. He went airborne, flailing, and crashed face first into the exposed roots of a massive tree. There was a wet, ugly crack, the sound of bone meeting wood, and he went still. I didn't check for a pulse. I scrambled up and sprinted to catch the others. We ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like lead. The sounds of pursuit faded, replaced by rushing water. We burst out of the dense brush onto the bank of a fast-moving stream, the water churning white over gray stones. "Downstream!" Hanya yelled from Leylandir's shoulder, hammering her small fists against his back. South! Follow the water, you lanky fool! Leylandir adjusted his grip on her and turned south, splashing through the shallows to hide our tracks. We scrambled over slick rocks and fallen logs for another mile, the terrain getting rockier and steeper. Dimrin circled overhead now, his scales shifting to match the overcast sky, keeping watch. Here! Here! Hanya barked, pointing toward a tangle of exposed roots beneath a muddy overhang. Put me down! Leylandir swung her down, though he kept a steadying hand on her arm. Hanya shook him off, muttering curses in Gobduk, and scrambled toward the overhang. She pulled aside a surprising shroud of dried vines and moss, a camouflage net so perfect I would have walked right past it. Inside, she hissed. Quickly. It was a tight squeeze. Robbo went first, groaning as he shimmied down the earthen chute, yanking a harness behind him. I followed, sliding into the cool dark, and then Leylandir dropped down, pulling the camouflage cover back into place above him. A second later, there was a soft thump and a scuffling sound as Dimrin squeezed through the gap in the vines Leylandir had left for him. The Sirion landed on Robbo's head, his claws scrabbling for purchase before he fluttered to land on the ground, his scales rapidly shifting from sky blue to a muddy brown to match the earthen walls. We landed in a small, round burrow. The smell of damp earth and dried herbs filled the air. It was cramped, barely high enough for Leylandir to stand if he hunched, lit only by the faint bioluminescence fungi growing on a shelf cut in the wall. The moment we were all inside, Hanya exploded. You imbecile! She seethed in Elvish, her small frame vibrating with rage as she bunched her hands into fists. What point was there in sneaking if you were going to come back with all the fury of a wyvern? Dimrin hissed at her, his clubbed tail standing alert and wings out wide. Leylandir bent to soothe the creature with a thumb along his spine. They had you, Leylandir said, his voice calm despite his heavy breathing. He leaned against the earthen wall, wiping sweat from his face. Valdir saw us. The alarm was raised. They would have executed you for aiding us. So you kidnapped me? Hanya threw her hands up, pacing the 3 feet of available space. I have lived in that village my entire life. My friends, my family, Your life there was over the moment those guards saw us, Leylandir said softly. He placed a hand on her shoulder. She flinched but didn't pull away. You know this, Hanya, and you have my deepest regrets that this is so. Hanya stared at him, her large ears drooping slightly. The anger seemed to drain out of her, leaving her looking small and very old. She looked down at her dirt-stained robes. I have nowhere to go, she whispered. How am I supposed to live as a fugitive? I am not a warrior. You are not a fugitive to me, Leylandir said firmly as he crouched to eye level with her. We will take you as far as we can. Do you have kin in any nearby villages? Hanya didn't answer immediately. Her large yellow eyes narrowed, not in anger this time, but with a sudden clinical sharpness. Her rough fingers snatched his wrist before he could pull away. Do you have enough strength to carry me even to a nearby village? She snapped, though her voice lacked its earlier heat. She pressed her fingers into his pulse point. Your heart is thrumming like a trapped bird, and you are sweating cold damp. You are gray as ash, elf. Leylandir gently extricated his wrist from her grip, straightening his tunic with a stiff, deliberate motion. I just sprinted a mile uphill carrying you over my shoulder. Which is a feat that means nothing to the elf I once knew, Hanya tutted, reaching for his forehead. Leylandir brushed her hand aside and pressed his lips together. It is merely exertion. I am well. Hanya didn't argue. She just held his gaze, her eyes traveling from his pale forehead to the slight, betraying tremor in the hand resting on his knee. It was a long, heavy look that stripped away his stoicism, seeing the bone-deep exhaustion beneath it. She clearly knew he was lying, and she let the silence stretch just long enough to make sure he knew it. Finally, she made a skeptical humph noise and turned her attention to Robbo, who had successfully untangled himself from the Volan harnesses. Running a goblin taxi service doesn't really sound like a flash idea at this point. Robbo ran a hand over his beard. Exertion aside and all that. I'd confirmed ahead of the trip that the Aussie possessed a similar device to my own, which allowed him to understand other languages, except his was a metal band on his wrist. Leylandir shot him a dark look as Hanya asked what the Aussie had said. I pressed the heels of my hands against my eyes for a moment, before cutting in ahead of whatever sharp remark Leylandir had on the tip of his tongue. "There's no way we're going to leave you behind after all you've done for me, Hanya," I said in trade Elvish. My nose twitched as dust drifted down from the ceiling. "We'll find you someplace safe." Robbo only grunted and slid down the wall to sit. Leylandir met my eye before likewise sinking back with his legs crossed, looking almost childlike in the small burrow. Dimrin immediately hopped into his lap and curled into a tight ball, tucking his nose under his tail. Hanya had enough overhead room to settle on top of a small barrel, her head in her hands. It left me standing a little uselessly near the chute, with overhead roots tickling my scalp. The distance between here and Aaron Galen will be too risky to cross now. Leylandir drew a deep breath through his nose. We must travel toward Eldeland. Across the mountains? I frowned, trying to picture the holographic map. Yes, he confirmed. They are mostly uninhabited, which means that guards would need to move to intercept us instead of lying in wait. We could get ahead of them, but they will now likely anticipate our arrival in Eldeland when we do not arrive at the capital. "Which they'll have pegged soon enough," Robbo chipped in, "and we still need to go nab those birds of yours first." "What is the hairy one saying?" Hanya asked. I had to swallow a snort as Robbo's face twisted into a scowl at the stout little healer. It wasn't exactly fair that he could understand her while she couldn't understand him, but Hanya's narrowed eyes at the Aussie's expression told me she'd figured out as much already. "We need to get to Phalar so we can get out of here," I explained. "There's no sense bunkering down long enough for more soldiers to arrive." "They will not find this place." Hanya shook her head. "It is glamoured." "We cannot stay, Hanya," Leylandir said, his voice laced with weariness. "And you expect me to go flying around on a Volan instead?" she hissed. "It is not proper for a goblin of my age to—" "Do not despair, Hanya." Leylandir winced as he made to get up. "I will not let you fall." "Is that our cue, then?" Robbo quirked an eyebrow at the elf. "I have summoned Phalar. He will not be far from us now. Asha is right. The longer we linger, the more likely it is that we will need to fight our way out of this forest." I squeezed back up the earthen chute first, my boots scrabbling for purchase on the damp walls. The camouflage net scratched against my face as I pushed through it, emerging into the gray afternoon light. One by one, the others followed, with Hanya grumbling the entire way about her aching joints. Dimrin shot out last, taking to the air with surprising speed given the lack of space to launch from. His scales shifted through various patterns of gray and brown as he circled overhead, scanning for threats. I turned to Leylandir to ask where we were headed, but stopped mid-stride, the question dissolving on my tongue. The elf had his eyes closed, his face drawn and pale as he leaned heavily against a tree. I stepped forward, ready to catch him if necessary. But before I could reach for him, his eyes fluttered open. He gestured vaguely uphill, then rubbed the back of his neck. Phalar approaches from that direction. I clasped my hands behind my back and tried to choose my words carefully, but sometimes direct was best. "Is everything okay?" Leylandir's cheek twitched and he cleared his throat. "It seems he is otherwise engaged at the moment, with a female." "Oh, brilliant," Hanya muttered in Gobduk, which my amulet helpfully translated. I tried my best to filter out the rest of her utterances. Volans in mating season? Was that going to be a problem? As I understood it, most animals got a little edgy while in heat. Heck, I suppose the same could be said for humans making dumb decisions with their genitals. But I had no idea to what extent horniness bothered birds. Banging one out, is he? Robbo's face split into a grin beneath his beard. Does that mean your boy's gonna bring along a bevy of babes to choose from? Volans are notoriously territorial during mating season, Leylandir said stiffly. And they form a singular pair for each season. The female will not take kindly to our presence. Wonderful, I muttered, the single word devoid of any actual wonder as I reflexively checked that my weapons were loose in their holsters. How can you say that you have saved me? Hanya grouched, jabbing a finger at Leylandir. Only to have us all be torn from limb to limb by sharp talons. At least my execution would have been swift. Above us, Dimrin let out a warning chirp and dove for Leylandir's shoulder. In the distance, I heard a piercing shriek approaching from the direction Leylandir had indicated. Crap, I grunted. What do you think the odds are that everybody in the Krimgar village didn't hear that? Virtually none, Leylandir said mildly before picking up a Volan harness and stomping off uphill. I met Robbo's eye for a moment as he wrangled the other harness over his shoulder. His pallor reminded me of his initial reaction to riding on the back of a giant bird, and I lifted the corner of my mouth in what I hoped was a reassuring smile. The Aussie broke eye contact first before trudging along behind the elf, with Hanya riding almost on his heels. Dimrin came to land on my shoulder unexpectedly, punching a breath of air from my lungs. The sudden weight made me grunt, but I lifted a hand without thinking to give the creature a scratch under the chin, wishing for a moment that we could simply magic him into the size of a proper dragon and be away from this place already. Chapter 8. The slope's incline increased until my boots were slipping on loose shale more often than they were finding purchase. The forest floor was a chaotic mess of exposed roots and decomposing vegetation that smelled of damp rot and something that would have passed for pine needles on Earth. Behind us, there was no sign of pursuit, which meant that the busted jaw Leylandir delivered and whatever injury I'd inflicted on the second guard I'd tripped as we escaped had done the job. Supposing that the other elves were still afflicted by Hanya's stew, that was all 4 of them off the board. Unless there were others near enough to have already been deployed to find us. I paused, digging the toe of my boot into the soil to anchor myself, watching the trek uphill with growing concern. My own load was manageable, just my pack and weapons, but Robbo was slowing with the harness slung over his shoulder, and Hanya had somehow managed to grab a bag on the way out of the burrow which she lugged along as she followed behind him. But it was the figure directly ahead of me that made a sharp, cold lurch go through me. Leylandir stumbled. His boot caught on a root, and for a second that seemed to stretch into an eternity, he pitched forward. He didn't cry out or anything, but his hand shot out to a sapling to arrest his fall, and for a moment he sagged against it, his head bowed. The heavy Volan harness slipped down his shoulder, and he went to catch it with the hand that was bracing him. The momentum dragged him down, pulling dangerously at his already compromised balance. Choking on a breath, I surged up the slope, hoping it wasn't only to catch him from behind. "Give it to me," I said, coming up alongside him and effectively blocking his path. Leylandir straightened slowly, his chest heaving. Sweat tracked through grime on his cheek, and his jaw clenched as he pushed upward to get his footing on a more level stretch of ground. "I am fine, Asha," he wheezed, the denial automatic even as his legs trembled. "You're about to faceplant into the dirt, and we don't have time to patch you up if you take a tumble down this slope." I took hold of the leather straps on his shoulder. "Give me the harness, Barney. That's an order." He hesitated, his green eyes flickering to mine. There was frustration there, the bitter pill of pride being swallowed, but beneath it was the barest glimmer of amusement at the moniker. He let the straps slide from his shoulder. "Thank you," he murmured. I swung the second harness onto my other shoulder, adjusting the weight until I looked and felt like a particularly overburdened pack mule. Just keep moving. Robbo, you keeping up? Still here, mate, Robbo grunted from below us. The Aussie was red-faced, sweat dripping from his nose into his beard as he wrestled his bulk up the incline. He shifted the harness on his shoulder, grimacing as the leather strap dug into his neck. "Do not step on me, you lumbering oaf!" Hanya snapped from somewhere near his knees. I looked down to see the healer scrambling up the shale behind him, clutching at exposed roots to haul herself up. She was dirt-streaked and furious, her oversized ears twitching with every panting breath. "How much further?" I asked, looking up through the dense canopy. The light had dimmed with heavy gray clouds pressing down on the treetops. Great. Rain was just what we needed to make everything slippery. That, and being in the air where we'd be up among the clouds themselves. Leylandir wiped his forehead with the back of his hand, pointing a trembling finger toward a ridge of gray stone jutting out from the tree line above us. "The clearing is just past that rise. Phalar will be there." "Great," I muttered, gritting my teeth against the bite of the leather straps into my arms. We pressed on. The terrain grew rockier, the soil thinning until we were scrambling over granite slabs slick with moss. The silent forest began to change. A strange, heavy quiet replaced the ambient bird calls punctuated only by the snap of twigs under our boots. And then a sound tore through the air that made my blood freeze. It was a terrifyingly loud, high-pitched, discordant screech. I dropped to a crouch instinctively, the harnesses clanking softly. Robbo followed suit, ducking behind a boulder with Hanya already pressed against it. "Tell me that wasn't our ride?" Robbo hissed, his eyes wide. "It was a Volan," Leylandir said, though his brow was furrowed. "But not Phalar." "Not Phalar?" I whispered, my hand drifting to the weapon at my hip. "Are there patrols? Or is this the female of his?" "Not a patrol." Leylandir shook his head, listening intently. That was not a cry of war, nor a command. Another screech ripped through the air, followed by a series of sharp, clicking sounds and the heavy thrum-thrum-thrum of massive wings beating against the air. "It sounds angry," I noted. "Or passionate," Leylandir corrected, a grim expression settling on his features. "Come, carefully." We cleared the final rise, creeping through a thicket of ferns so as not accidentally present ourselves as a meal to Phalar's new mate. When the trees broke, it revealed a wide, rocky plateau that sheared off on 3 sides into the valley below. I slowly stood, and for the second time in 10 minutes, I froze. "Oh, you have got to be kidding me." Phalar was there. The massive silver Volan was perched atop a jagged spire of rock, silhouetted against the stormy sky. But he didn't look like the disciplined, majestic mount I had ridden before. His wings were spread wide, spanning nearly 25 feet, the silver feathers shivering and catching the dull light. His chest was puffed out to ridiculous proportions, and his head was bobbing up and down in a rhythmic, jerky dance that would have been funny if he wasn't a predator the size of a minivan. There was a wild, glazed look in his eye that suggested his blood flow had abandoned his brain for other parts of his body. But he wasn't the problem. The problem was the object of his affection. Perched on a fallen log across the clearing was another Volan. She was smaller than Phalar, sleeker, with a narrower beak and a crest of feathers that stood straight up on her head. Her plumage was silver but heavily streaked with a vibrant metallic copper color that looked like rust and dried blood. She was currently screeching her head off, wings half unfurled, snapping her beak at Phalar with the ferocity of a raptor. "By my bones," Hanya whispered, peeking around Robbo's shoulder. "She's a beauty," Robbo muttered darkly, in a please-don't-eat-my-face sort of way. "She is displeased that he has abandoned her eyrie to come here," Leylandir said quietly, stepping out from the tree line. "And Phalar is courting." "Courting?" I stared at the male bird. Phalar let out a low, thrumming boom from his chest and did a little hop, landing with a heavy ground-shaking thud. He looks like he's drunk. Ardor is a powerful intoxicant, Leylandir murmured. As if sensing us, the female's head whipped around. Her eyes were a piercing, burning orange, devoid of the intelligence I usually saw in Phalar. She let out a shriek that vibrated in my teeth, her feathers bristling until she looked twice her size. She doesn't like us. I stated the obvious, stepping back as she lunged a few feet in our direction, talons scraping sparks against the stone. She sees us as rivals, Leylandir explained, not taking his eyes off the birds. Or threats, or food. Volans are usually dismissed to their eyries during mating season. Phalar's training is fighting a losing battle against his instincts right now. Dimrin, who had been riding on my shoulder, gave a fearful hiss and scrambled down my uniform, diving into the ferns at our feet. Smart cat dragon. So, what's the plan? Robbo asked, edging back toward the safety of the trees. Because I don't fancy trying to saddle up a towy eagle the size of a bus while his missus is trying to gut me. We need to fly, Leylandir said, his voice hardening. We cannot stay here. If we remain on foot, we will be hunted down. The mission will be over before it begins, I said, dropping the pile of leather from my shoulders onto the moss with a heavy clump. So we saddle Phalar and hope he can at least fly us far enough away to get out of the immediate area. He cannot carry all of us. Leylandir walked slowly toward the birds. And Phalar will not leave her. Not now. If we try to force him, he will turn on us. You're not suggesting that this bird can be tamed, I argued, watching the female snap at the air. She'll shred a harness before you can get anywhere near her. Most likely. Leylandir paused, looking back at us. Phalar will carry you, Robbo, and Hanya. I will ride the female. The silence that followed was absolute, broken only by the female Volan clicking her beak. You're joking, I said flatly. Mate, Robbo said, shaking his head. Look at her. She's feral. She'll toss you off before you get 10 feet off the deck. He wants to die, Hanya concluded, tapping her forehead. The elf has lost his mind. What have you done to him, girl? While the last was directed at me, Leylandir didn't give me an opportunity to answer the goblin's question. I do not have a choice, Leylandir said, turning back to the birds. Phalar cannot carry 4. Even if he could, she would attack us the moment we take to the air. I must bind her focus to me. But without a harness? I stepped forward, panic fluttering in my chest. Leylandir, look at yourself. You can barely walk without tripping. How are you going to hold on to a wild animal? He didn't answer me. He had already moved into the clearing, his hands spread wide, palms up. Stay back, he commanded us, his voice dropping low. Do not approach until I have Phalar secured. I watched with my knuckles pressed to my mouth as he approached his mount. Phalar hissed, his head swiveling between Leylandir and the female, torn between his bond to his rider and the biological needs screaming in his blood. Leylandir spoke then, a stream of fluid, melodic words that sounded like water flowing over stones. The words oddly didn't translate into my head, but I felt no prickle of magic to indicate it was an incantation of sorts, and yet it had a cadence that seemed to cut through the tension. Phalar, Melanin, Havodad. The great bird shuddered. The wild gleam in his eye dimmed, flickering as the familiar voice anchored him. He took a step toward Leylandir, lowering his head. Leylandir didn't hesitate. He closed the distance, pressing his forehead against the bird's beak. Phalar let out a soft, warbling sigh, the feathers on his chest smoothing down. Quickly, Leylandir said, gesturing for the harness Robbo held. Bring it. Robbo scuttled forward, keeping a wary eye on the female, and handed the leather gear to the elf. Leylandir's hands shook, but he made short work of securing the harness around Phalar's body. The female was not impressed. Seeing her mate being constrained, she let out a screech that made my ears ring. She launched herself into the air, hovering just 10 feet up, her wings beating up a storm of dirt and leaves that blasted us. "She's attacking!" Robbo yelled, ducking. "No, do not move!" Leylandir shouted over the wind. He finished the last buckle on Phalar and slapped the bird's flank. "Stay!" He turned then, facing the hovering female. A lump the size of a golf ball constricted my throat. Phalar was trained. Phalar knew him. This copper-streaked banshee didn't know him from a hole in the ground, and she looked ready to take his head off. She landed hard, her talons gouging deep grooves into the stone just 5 yards from Leylandir. She lowered her head, beak open, displaying a terrifyingly pink gullet and a tongue that looked like a rasp. Leylandir walked toward her. "Please don't," I whispered, my hand gripping the hilt of my sword so hard my knuckles popped. If he heard my words, he ignored them. He ignored the open beak. He ignored the fact that one swipe of those wings could sweep him right over the edge. He kept his eyes locked on hers, his posture tall, radiating an arrogance and authority he absolutely did not possess the physical strength to back up. He switched to the odd language from earlier, the sounds becoming harsher, more guttural. The female hissed, snapping at him. He didn't flinch. He stepped into the snap, invading her space. It was a gamble of insane proportions. He was demanding that she submit to a dominant presence, despite looking pathetically small in front of her. She reared up, looming over him, wings spreading to blot out the sky. And then, Leylandir moved. It wasn't magic. It was pure, desperate athleticism. As she brought her head down to strike, he lunged, grabbing a handful of the thick, coarse feathers at the base of her neck. She shrieked, twisting, but he hauled himself up, swinging a leg over her back. "Now!" he screamed at us, his voice raw. "Mount Phalar! Go!" The female exploded upward. There was no run-up, no graceful takeoff. She simply sprang into the air with the force of a coiled spring. Leylandir was thrown violently backward. I saw him slip, his body sliding dangerously to the side, nothing but smooth feathers beneath him. "No!" I shouted, taking a step forward. He scrambled, his fingers digging into her plumage, and managed to right himself, locking his legs around her ribcage and burying his face in her neck to minimize the drag. She twisted in the air, banking hard, trying to buck the unexpected weight. "Asha, get on the bloody bird!" Robbo yelled, shoving me toward Phalar. I snapped my head back to the present. Phalar was agitated, pacing, his wings half open, desperate to follow his mate. "Hanya, up!" I grabbed the goblin by the back of her robes and pushed her forward. She scrabbled at the leather, shrieking in gobduck, but found a handhold and hoisted herself up. Robbo didn't wait for her to get comfortable, instead vaulting up behind her, swinging his leg over Phalar's broad back. "Get on!" Robbo extended a hand down to me. Phalar let out a piercing cry and crouched, his muscles bunching. He was going to launch, with or without me. I sprinted the last 2 steps, grabbed Robbo's forearm and jumped, but I didn't make the looped foothold, and Phalar sprang. My feet left the ground, my body dangling in empty air as the world fell away from us. My hand slipped on Robbo's sweaty arm. "Come on!" Robbo roared, his other hand reaching over to grab my pack's handle. I swung wildly, my boots scraping against Phalar's side feathers. We rose fast, the stomach-churning sensation of lift hitting me instantly. I grunted, kicking my legs, trying to find the loop which had to be somewhere near my feet but failed abysmally. "I can't!" I shrieked, instead searching with my free hand for a strap to get better purchase. With a heave, Robbo hauled me up before I could locate a likely foothold. I scrambled behind him and Hanya, ungraceful as hell, and collapsed against his back, wrapping my arms around his waist and locking my hands together. Thank you, I panted, pressing my forehead against Robbo's broad back. That was close. Close? It's still bloody close. How the fuck are you supposed to drive one of these? Robbo yelled over the roar of the wind. We leveled out, the rapid ascent slowing as Phalar caught a thermal. I dared to open my eyes and look up. Ahead of us, and slightly higher, the female flew erratically. She dipped and dove, banking hard to the left, then swooping right. Leylandir was a small, pale burr stuck to her back. It must have been like a damn rodeo as he pressed flat against her back, melding his center of gravity with hers. Is he controlling her? I shouted. Define controlling, Robbo called back. Looks more like he's barely hanging on. I'm surprised he hasn't gone ass over breakfast yet. Suddenly, the female banked hard, wheeling around in a tight arc. She dove straight for us. Incoming! I screamed, ducking my head instinctively behind Robbo's. Phalar let out a warning screech and rolled left, his wings tilting vertical to evade. The world spun. Hanya screamed, a sound that pierced the wind. We are going to die! The female shot past us, passing so close I felt the wash of air from her wings buffet my face. I caught a glimpse of her copper-streaked eye, wild and furious, along with Leylandir's face, which was so pale that the tracks of sweat and grime on his skin stood out like stark, dark scars. She pulled up, looping over us, and then, miraculously, she didn't attack again. She settled into a glide path parallel to us, though she stayed dangerously close. Close enough that if she extended a wing, she could slap us out of the sky. Phalar pumped his wings, surging forward to take the lead. As he passed her, he let out a shriek of his own. She chattered back, a sharp clacking sound, but she dipped her wing and fell into formation off his right flank. She was still twitchy, making sudden jerks toward us that made my heart stop every time, seemingly testing the boundaries, or maybe just contemplating plucking one of us off like a flea on a dog. But it was Leylandir that I was more concerned about. The elf wasn't using reins. Not that I suppose he needed to with Phalar in the lead. He had his hands buried in her feathers, his legs wrapped around her shoulders. It was an incredible display of horsemanship, or birdsmanship, but it terrified me. One wrong move, one moment of weakness where his grip failed, and he would plummet thousands of feet to the forest floor. You guys okay up there? I asked Robbo. Okay, Robbo shouted over his shoulder. We're here. That's about as good as it gets. I looked down. The world was already a patchwork quilt of greens and grays below us. To the south, a river emerged from the forest like a silver snake. Ahead, the jagged teeth of the mountains stood between us and Eldaland. Technically, we had escaped. We had the Volans, and we were en route. But as the copper-streaked female drifted closer, snapping her beak, I didn't feel like we were in any less danger. How long could Leylandir really manage gripping onto her before we needed to stop? Would she oblige in getting to the ground when we arrived at a likely spot to make camp? Robbo, I said, leaning close to his ear. If that bird gets any closer, kick it. You kick it! He yelled back. I'm driving! I rested my cheek against Robbo's back, exhaustion finally seeping through the adrenaline. I kept my eyes fixed on Leylandir, willing his strength to hold, willing his hands not to slip. Then something shimmered in my peripheral vision. A streak of iridescent blue flashed against the gray sky. Dimrin. The little Sirion flapped his wings furiously, his small body battling the crosswinds to catch up to Phalar's powerful draft. With a final desperate burst of speed, he folded his wings and dropped like a stone, landing with a heavy thump right on my shoulder. He dug his claws into the tactical nylon of my vest for purchase, letting out a high-pitched, indignant squawk that was lost to the wind but vibrated against my neck. He wrapped his tail securely around my throat like a scaly scarf and buried his nose under my ear, shivering slightly. I brought a hand up to cup his small, warm body, pressing him closer. At least we hadn't left anyone behind. We soared toward the mountains, a chaotic, terrified little formation suspended between the gray clouds and the hard earth, carried on the wings of lust and desperation. And then it began to rain. Chapter 9. Time became a fluid, miserable concept, measured only by the numbness creeping up my extremities and the relentless rain beating over us. We had been in the air for hours. What had started as a frantic escape had turned into an endurance test against the elements. The storm front we had seen brewing over the mountains swallowed us whole, wrapping the world in a shroud of bruising purple clouds and driving sleet. Visibility was non-existent. I spent the journey with my face pressed against the wet fabric of Robbo's jacket, my arms locked around his waist, eyes squeezed shut against the stinging wind. Occasionally, a flash of lightning illuminated the terrifying drop below us before plunging us back into the gray. Dimrin was a shivering lump of warmth against my vest's collar, his claws occasionally kneading my shoulder in a silent protest against the weather. I didn't blame him. My legs were cramping from the awkward position over Phalar's broad back, and my hands were so cold I wasn't sure I could unclasp them from Robbo's belt if I tried. Then, a voice cut through the static of the wind, echoing directly in my skull. "Phalar has spotted a shelf. We are descending. Leylandir." His mental voice was thin, and they were the first words he'd projected to me on the trip. I peeled my face away from Robbo's back, squinting into the deluge. Ahead, the dark shape of the female Volan banked sharply, her wings slicing through the rain. She was descending toward a massive overhang of the elf equivalent of granite that jutted from the mountainside. Phalar dipped his wing, and the sharp drop felt like it was trying to separate my stomach from my spine. We dropped fast, the wind screaming as we plummeted toward the gray stone. "Hold on!" Robbo bellowed, and I wasn't sure if the words were meant for us or a reminder to himself. Phalar flared his wings at the last second, his talons scrabbling against wet slate as he touched down. The impact jarred my teeth. The bird skidded a few feet, his wings buffeting the air to kill his momentum before coming to a halt near the edge of the precipice. But it wasn't our landing that concerned me. My limbs were stiff, but adrenaline greased the gears. I fumbled backward, my fingers numb and clumsy. "Move! Move!" I urged, practically shoving Robbo as I unhooked my leg. Whipping my head up, I zeroed in on the female Volan above us. She was coming in hot. I slid down Phalar's flank, my boots splashing into a puddle of icy slush. My knees buckled, but I forced my body upright, grabbing the harness straps to steady myself. Robbo was hauling Hanya off, swinging the goblin down with a grunt of exertion. "Get back!" I yelled, pulling them toward the overhang's darker, drier shadows. We scrambled back just as a massive shadow blotted out the gray light. The female hit the ledge with a violence that shook the ground beneath my feet. She didn't skid forward like Phalar, instead crashing with her talons scraping against rock, her wings bunching at her side, and Leylandir just let go. The moment her talons touched rock, the elf's grip seemed to fail. Or maybe now that he knew there was tangible ground to get to, his body just gave up. Either way, as she shook herself like a wet dog, Leylandir lurched sideways, sliding down her slick feathers with zero control. I was already moving. He hit the ground on his feet, but his legs gave out from under him. He pitched forward, momentum carrying him toward the wet stone. I caught him around the waist, my boots skidding in the slush as I braced myself to take his weight. He was heavy, dead weight mixed with soaked clothing. He slammed into me, his head knocking against my shoulder, and for a second we both teetered precariously on the slick rock. "I've got you!" I gasped, locking my arms around him. "I've got you!" He didn't answer. He just sagged against me, his breath coming in jagged, shivering gasps against my neck. He was freezing, cold radiating off him through his sodden tunic. His hands, which had been buried in the Volan's feathers for hours, were curled into rigid claws, the knuckles blue. The female Volan let out a screech that made my ears ring. She spun, snapping her beak at us, her copper-streaked eyes wild. She flapped her wings furiously, sending a spray of icy water into our faces. "Go!" I shouted at her like she would listen to me. "Just get out of here!" As if understanding, or perhaps just bored of us, she turned and launched herself upward again. Beating her wings hard, she created a vortex of air that nearly knocked me over and flew up and over the overhang's lip, presumably to find a roost on the rocks above us where she could glare down at her lover boy until he deigned to join her. Phalar let out a mournful cry. He looked at us, then at the cave's roof. "The harness," I blurted, tightening my grip on Leylandir. "He's still wearing the gear." Leylandir lifted his head, his movement sluggish. "Leave it," he rasped. "He will return." With a powerful thrust of his legs, Phalar leaped into the air, following his mate up and over the ledge. The sound of their talons scraping on the rock above echoed through the stone. Then there was only the sound of the rain and our ragged breathing. "Right," Robbo said, his voice shaking slightly. "Let's get out of this soup." I half-carried, half-dragged Leylandir toward the back of the overhang. The shallow space was barely a cave, but it cut the wind, and the floor was dry rock rather than slush. I lowered Leylandir onto a flat rock, and he slumped forward, elbows on his knees, head hanging low. Water dripped from the ends of his long, white blonde hair, pooling on the stone between his boots. He looked utterly wrecked. "Robbo, get something set up," I ordered, my voice sounding steadier than I felt. "We need to get warm." Hanya sat huddled near the wall, her arms wrapped around her knees, shivering so violently her teeth chattered. Her green skin looked gray in the dim light. "My bones," she whimpered. "Everything is like ice." I shook off my pack, dropping it on the ground. I felt heavy and waterlogged, my uniform clinging to me like a second freezing skin. I stepped in front of Leylandir. He didn't look up. I placed my hands on his shoulders. "Come on," I murmured. "Let's get you dry." He lifted his head slowly. His face was gaunt, exhaustion carving deep hollows beneath his eyes, but the green irises were sharp, watching me. I centered myself, pushing aside the cold that was gnawing at my own extremities. I drew on the ambient magic. It was thin, but maybe not so thin as the last time I'd visited, and did my best to will the water from his clothes. It pooled at his feet in a rush, splashing over my boots. Wincing, I figured I'd never get the hang of that domestic form of magic. But Leylandir let out a long, shuddering exhale, leaning back as the freezing water left his skin. "Better?" I asked softly. "Much," he whispered. He reached up, his hand trembling as he caught my wrist. His fingers were still ice-cold, but his grip was firm. "Will you assist Hanya?" I turned to the goblin who eyed me warily as I approached, but she didn't protest when I held my hands toward her sodden clothes. I recalled from spending time with her before that goblins didn't tend to rely on magic all that much, but it wasn't like there was a dryer nearby. I repeated the process, stripping the water from her heavy robes. She let out a contented groan as the fabric lightened, then shook herself like a cat. "You have my thanks," she muttered, rubbing her arms. Finally, I turned the magic on myself. It was harder to focus on my own body. The shivering was distracting, but I forced the water out of my tactical gear. The relief was immediate, but superficial. My clothes were dry, but the cold had settled deep into my bones. I turned to see Robbo kneeling by his pack, rooting around among the supplies. He pulled out a small spherical device made of brass and iron, what I assumed was orcish tech. It looked like a grenade, but I suspected it wasn't anything so explosive. "Right." Robbo rubbed his hands together. "Let's get some heat going." I can't feel my toes, and I'm pretty sure I've got icicles hanging from my nuts. He twisted the top of the device. A small blue flame hissed to life at the tip. No. Robbo froze, the flame illuminating the confusion on his face. He looked at Leylandir. The elf had straightened on his rock, his posture rigid. Mate, we're freezing, Robbo argued, gesturing to Hanya, who was nodding vigorously. We need warmth. Hypothermia isn't a joke. Put it out, Leylandir commanded. He stood, swaying slightly but catching himself. He pointed a finger toward the open mouth of the overhang. We are exposed here. We cannot risk being seen. Visibility is virtually nil out there, mate, Robbo countered, though he lowered the device slightly. Or it might as well be anyway, raining cats and dogs. Who's going to see? Patrols, Leylandir said, his eyes hard. Scouts. A hunter who reports our presence here. The cold is miserable, but it will not kill us. I cut in before the argument could escalate. It's fine. We can manage without fire. I dug into my pack, pulling out one of the blankets I'd packed. The fabric was lightweight but designed for heat retention, perfect for a little magical enhancement. Drawing on the ambient magic again, I focused on threading warmth through the fibers. It wasn't quite the same as drying something, but the principle was similar. The blanket began to radiate a gentle heat, like it had been hanging in front of a space heater. I draped it around Hanya's shoulders first, and her eyes widened in appreciation. Oh, she breathed, clutching the edges. My joints, thank you. Working quickly, I prepared blankets for everyone, including myself. The warmth seeped into my muscles, easing some of the tension from the long flight. Robbo, I called. Think you can handle heating up some food with magic? He threw his hands up in a gesture of theatrical surrender. Yeah. Magically nuked dinner coming right up. Though I warn you, my culinary spell work makes military rations taste even worse, if that's even bloody possible. As we settled into our makeshift camp, Hanya approached Leylandir with her healer's bag. She was muttering under her breath in Gobduk, something that sounded distinctly disapproving as she assessed his condition. The elf looked like he wanted to protest, but one sharp look from the goblin silenced whatever objection he'd been about to voice. I couldn't help a weary smile as I watched her pull various packets and vials from her bag. Having a healer along might prove more valuable than I'd initially thought, especially one who seemed unimpressed by Leylandir's stubborn streak. When I'd first seen the two together, I thought there was a deference there, similar to the caste system I'd witnessed in Azagrim with the gnomes and dwarves. But perhaps her sense of social status paled to her vocational persona in this instance. And from the way she was mixing what looked like some kind of herbal tea, I had a feeling she'd find ways to keep him from pushing himself too hard, whether he liked it or not. Dimrin, who had been unusually quiet since landing, poked his head out from under the blanket wrapped around Leylandir and sniffed hopefully in the direction of Robbo's food preparation. I figured the Sirion at least wouldn't have any complaints about dinner. Reckoning with our position as I turned my attention to the rain, I leaned my head back against the overhang's cold, damp rock, closing my eyes for a moment against the miserable thought of the night ahead. But I doubted that was going to mean much once we'd eaten and found a stretch of ground to collapse on. I woke with a groan against the sharp pain that started in my lower back and radiated outward to every extremity. Sleeping on granite was bad enough. Sleeping on granite while huddled in a spoon train with a dwarf-sized goblin, a burly Australian mercenary, and a magically depleted elf was an exercise in localized misery. Every muscle felt stiff, like old rubber bands left out in the sun too long. I sat up, peeling my cheek off the rough wool blanket I'd balled up as a pillow, and immediately shivered as the cold mountain air rushed in to fill the gap where body heat had been. At least the rain had let up at some point, leaving the area beyond our makeshift camp clear, albeit littered with puddles. Morning sunshine, Robbo grunted from somewhere to my left. There was a click hiss sound, followed by the smell of burning fuel and brewing herbs. My back is absolutely buggered. I think I've got a permanent imprint of a rock in my kidneys. I rubbed my face with my hands, trying to scrub the grit from my eyes. Morning to you too, Robbo. Just another day in paradise, eh? He muttered, shifting his position with a grimace that buried itself in his beard. He crouched over his small camping stove, having evidently decided the daylight offered enough cover to risk the flame now. He poured the steaming water into 3 battered metal mugs and a small wooden bowl which I imagined had come from Hanya's sack. The scent of herbal tea, probably also from the goblin's supplies, wafted through the overhang. Here, he said, shoving a mug into my hand. It's not Earl Grey, but it's hot and brown. I wrapped my hands around the metal, grateful for the sting of heat against my palms. Thanks. Hanya was already awake, sitting cross-legged on her blanket, looking remarkably dignified for someone who had just spent the night sleeping squashed between us. She accepted her bowl with a curt nod, blowing ripples across the surface of the dark liquid. "Where is he?" I asked, my voice raspy. Robbo jerked his chin toward the opening of the overhang. Scouting, or brooding. Hard to tell with him sometimes. He was up before the sun. I took a sip of the tea, which was both bitter and earthy, but spread a welcome fire through my chest. After getting to my feet, I tracked out beyond our meager cover and glanced down the slope over the precipice. Leylandir stood about 100 yards away by a stream, silhouetted against the mist that filled the valley below. He had his back to us, his posture rigid, the wind whipping his long blonde hair around his face. He wasn't wearing his outer cloak, and in just his tunic and breeches he looked thin, the sharp angles of his shoulders prominent. But he was standing. And as he picked his way along the edge with relative ease, I figured the night's rest had done some good, along with whatever Hanya had given him before he slept. "He looks better," I said as I glanced back over my shoulder. Hanya made a sound in her throat, a sharp, skeptical click. She lowered her wooden bowl, her large yellow eyes narrowing like I was a half-wit. "He is a fraction of himself," she said in Gobduk, the translation whispering in my mind. "A ghost." I frowned, stepping back into our shelter. "He's tough, Hanya. Elves heal quickly, remember?" "I have healed elves, humans, orcs, and things you do not have names for," she retorted, her brow furrowing into a roadmap of wrinkles. "Flesh is flesh, and energy is energy. He is running on fumes, girl." I took a sip of tea to cover my trepidation and sat next to the goblin. Hanya scooted closer to me, dragging her blanket with her and draping it over my knees. "What happened to him?" she asked, her tone shifting from critical to clinical. "Before you came to my village?" I licked my lips, tasting the bitterness of the tea. My gaze dropped to the swirling dark liquid in my mug. Leylandir was a private person, especially about his weaknesses. But Hanya was a healer. And she was with us now, whether she liked it or not. If anyone could keep him upright long enough to finish this mission, it was her. "He overextended," I said carefully, choosing my words. Hanya raised a hairless eyebrow. "Overextended is lifting a heavy rock. What I see is a dry well." I sighed, staring into the dark, swirling liquid in my mug. "A few days ago," I began, lowering my voice and sifting through the appropriate words in Trade Elvish. "When we were escaping, when we were trying to save everyone, he did something, using a massive amount of magic. He had to hold a shield against an onslaught that should have turned us all to ash. He held it for too long. He almost burned himself out. Completely." Hanya's mouth formed a perfect, silent O. She looked out to the rocky shelf, even though we couldn't see him from our position. Her expression softened from annoyance to a sort of professional horror. "Burnout," she whispered. "He interfered with his very life force." "Yeah," I said, the guilt twisting in my gut. He hasn't had time to recover. It is a wonder his heart did not stop, Hanya muttered, shaking her head. No wonder he is grouchy as a shedding snake. His body is screaming for rest, and he refuses. She took a long sip of her tea, her eyes contemplative. I wish we could rest, but what we're doing here is important. It's bigger than any of us, really. Can you help him? I asked, the desperation leaking into my voice. Do you have, I don't know, herbs, potions, a spell? Hanya looked at me, and for the first time I saw genuine pity in her features. Child, she said gently, the cure for burnout is not a leaf or a root. It is time. It is silence. It is lying in a bed for a moon cycle, letting the magical core refill drop by drop, like water seeping back into a dried spring. He should not be scaling mountains on the back of a lust-crazed giant bird. I closed my eyes for a moment, letting the reality of her diagnosis settle over me like another wet blanket. A moon cycle. A month. We didn't have a month. We didn't even have a day. Eldeland was waiting. Calathil was waiting. The war wasn't pausing for Leylandir's magical core to recharge. We don't have that option, I said, my voice heavy. I opened my eyes and looked at Hanya. Rest isn't in our immediate future. We have to keep moving. If we stop, we're dead. If we go back, others are dead. Our only way is forward. Hanya sighed, a sound that rattled in her small chest. She reached into the folds of her robe and pulled out a small pouch. Then we must patch the cracks as we go, she grumbled, though there was no malice in it now. I have a stimulant, a root from the deep forests. It will trick his body into thinking it has energy. It will stop the tremors for a time. But it is a loan, Asha Lopez, and the debt must always be paid eventually. I know, I said quietly, watching Leylandir turn and start walking back toward us. But right now, we just need to survive the day. Chapter 10. We must eat something with proper sustenance. The rations taste like despair. Leylandir's features flashed with revulsion, but his eyes were on the water's surface as he stood shin-deep in the icy lake fed by a mountain stream. It had been 4 days since we'd fled the Krimgar village. 4 days of endless, jagged peaks that scraped the sky, of cold winds that never ceased, and of flights that left my body vibrating with exhaustion. But here, in a small, sheltered valley nestled between 2 towering ridges, the sun had finally broken through. The sky was a startling, bright blue, the air crisp and thin. We hadn't seen a patrol, a scout, or even a wayward goat since we'd entered the deep mountains. It felt like we were the only living things on the planet. And Leylandir was happy. That was the strangest part. Since Hanya had started supplying the stimulant tea each morning, the pallor had faded from his skin, replaced by a flush of color. He moved with a restless energy, his laugh coming easier, his eyes brighter. Too bright, maybe. I wondered, looking at the reckless joy in his eyes, if he truly understood the debt he was accruing. I suspected he didn't. Despair is a bit dramatic, I countered, sitting on a sun-warmed boulder on the bank, watching him. They taste like cardboard and salt, perfectly adequate for survival. Survival is not living, Asha, he said, turning to flash me a smile that was sharp enough to make my breath catch in my throat. He looked younger like this, standing in the sunlight with his sleeves rolled up, the wind tossing his hair. And today, we shall live. We shall feast on fish. A reluctant smile bloomed on my face before I could stop it. It was infectious, this sudden buoyancy. Even if I knew deep down it was artificial, it was a relief to see him not looking like he was about to collapse. You're going to catch something with your bare hands? I teased. Better, he said, wading deeper until the water swirled around his knees. The lake was crystal clear in the shallows, but he was a few scant feet from the inky blue which I figured would be too deep to stand in. I am going to teach you to fish. The civilized way. I thought the civilized way involved a rod and a beer, I noted. Beer? Barbaric, he scoffed. Come here. I slid off the rock, my boots crunching on the gravel, and stopped at the water's edge. I'm not getting wet for the sake of breakfast. Stay on the bank then, he conceded. He pointed a finger at the surface of the pool. Look there, near the shadow of the overhang. Do you see the ripple? I squinted. The water was so clear I could see every pebble on the bottom. I see water. Look further, deeper, past the reflection. He stepped out of the water and came to stand behind me. The heat of him against my back was tempting, making me want to lean into him instead of focusing on this little lesson. He reached around, his fingers gently turning my chin, then one hand moved up to press lightly against my temple. Focus your intent here, he murmured, his breath warm against my ear. Don't look with your eyes. Feel the disturbance in the current. Life has a hum, a vibration. I closed my eyes for a second, then opened them, trying to tune out the sound of the wind and the rush of the water. I reached with my senses, that strange new muscle I was still learning to flex. There. It was faint, like a plucked string, a sense of movement that wasn't just the flow of water. I think I feel it, I whispered. Good, Leylandir said, his voice low and approving. Now, capture it. Don't grab the fish. Grab the water around the fish. Make it your net. He guided my mind, a subtle pressure against my thoughts. It was intimate, this shared perception. Not magical exactly. It was safe. I pushed my will outward, visualizing the water wrapping around that flickering spark of life. Now, he commanded. Pull! I yanked. I didn't expect the resistance. It felt heavier than water should. With a wet slap, a silver shape erupted from the pool, encased in a globule of water. It soared through the air, flailing wildly. Whoa! I yelped, stepping back as the missile landed at our feet with a splash that sent icy droplets spraying over my pants. The pink oval-shaped fish flopped on the gravel, glistening and indignant. Leylandir threw his head back and laughed. It was a genuine, full-throated sound that echoed off the canyon walls. A bit enthusiastic, perhaps. He knelt smoothly, drawing the small knife from his belt. With a quick, merciful strike, he dispatched the fish and set it on a flat rock beside us. See? Beer and these rods of yours are ineffective. Magic is faster. And wetter, I muttered, shaking water off my pant leg, but I couldn't suppress the wide, foolish grin spreading across my face. We repeated the process twice more. Each time, his guidance became less about instruction and more about the simple pleasure of shared action. By the third fish, a large, speckled beauty, my worry began to creep back in, swimming beneath the surface of the moment. I watched him clean the fish, his hands steady and fast. This energy, this vitality. It was welcome, necessary even, given our situation. Worry aside, if I brought up the true nature of Hanya's stimulant now, I would only force a confrontation neither of us had the bandwidth for. He was consumed by the urgency of reaching Eldeland. He didn't need the added burden of worrying about his own physical stability. I could shoulder that for us both right now. We have enough for everyone, I said as he cleaned the last fish, his hands efficient and sure. Even Dimrin. Indeed. He wiped his knife on a patch of moss and stood, looking pleased with himself. How much longer? I asked, the question sobering the air between us. To Eldeland. He looked toward the east, where the peaks seemed endless. 2 days' flight, if the weather holds. Maybe 3. He turned back to me. But there is a village, the mountain goblins of Krasnal. We will reach their territory this evening. Krasnal? I tested the harsh syllables. It is remote, isolated. They rarely interact with the outside world. He stepped closer, his expression growing serious. We will stop there. We can leave Hanya in safe hands. They are her kin of a sort. She will be cared for. My stomach tightened. Leave her? Yes, he said simply. We cannot take her with us, Asha. Every mile toward Eldalan becomes more dangerous. But she's part of the team, I argued, crossing my arms. She's helped us. She's healing you. He raised an eyebrow, that familiar, slightly arrogant arch. She is a liability. Word will spread that a goblin has aided us. And frankly, she will hinder our party. I'm serious, Leylandir. I took a step toward him. Think about it. We need to get a message to Calathil somehow. You said Kesthril is probably compromised. Who do people ignore? Who walks through the streets unseen? Servants, laborers, goblins. He tilted his head, considering. She could move freely where we can't, I pressed. She could take a message for us. Maybe not to Calathil himself, but she can at least pass a note along. No one will look twice at a goblin hauling a basket of laundry. He huffed a small, exasperated breath through his nose, shaking his head slightly, but the amusement was back in his eyes. You are being stubborn, Asha Lopez. You want to protect her, but you will only drag her into danger. It's practical, I insisted. And I don't want to just dump her in some random village. She lost her home because of us. Leylandir stepped closer, closing the remaining distance between us. He cupped my face in his hands. His palms were cool, his hands calloused from holding onto a bird for days, but his touch was gentle. You have a kind heart, he murmured, his thumb brushing my cheekbone. It is one of the things. One of the many things. He leaned down and kissed me. It started soft, sweet. But then his mouth opened and the kiss deepened. His tongue swept against mine, tasting of the cold mountain air and something darker, hungrier. His hands slid from my face down to my waist, pulling me flush against him. Hard planes of muscle pressing into my softer curves, igniting sparks that flared at every point where our bodies connected. I melted into him, my body betraying me completely as I kissed him back with a desperation that surprised even me. My hands fisted in his shirt, tugging him closer, the heat and proximity drowning out everything for a blissful stretch of heartbeats. God, it felt like it had been so long since we'd had a moment like this. Just us, without fear or flight, or the world crashing down. But then I realized. This was the stimulant. He wasn't healed. He was high. This energy, this hunger. It was the root Hanya had given him, burning through his reserves, masking the exhaustion that was still lurking underneath. Panic fluttered in my chest. If we went further, if he lost control again, like... I pulled back, breaking the kiss. My breath hitched, cheeks burning with embarrassment. I was acutely aware that my mixed signals probably sang of mistrust in his abilities to handle himself with me. I swallowed, trying to mask my anxiety with a coy smile. We should get back. Breakfast waits for no one. We told Robbo we wouldn't be long. Leylandir looked at me, his eyes dark, the pupils blown wide. Instead of hurt, there was a hunger in them that had nothing to do with fish at our feet. He smirked, a slow, predatory curving of his lips. Robert can wait, he murmured, leaning in again. His hand drifted lower, fingers grazing the sides of my waist before splaying wide over my hips. He squeezed, thumbs digging into the full curve of them with a possessive grip that made my back arch involuntarily, pressing me harder against him as heat pooled low in my belly. I batted his chest, stepping out of his reach with a nervous giggle that sounded forced even to me. I'm serious. No distractions. We've got a big day ahead of us. He froze mid-lean, blinking hard as if shaking off a fog. His pupils contracted sharply, green irises sharpening into focus, and a faint wince crossed his features, shoulders dropping as the manic edge drained away. He watched me for a moment longer, the smirk fading into a look of amused resignation. He dropped his chin to his chest for a moment before running a hand through his hair. "Very well," he said. "Breakfast it is." He bent to gather the mismatch of fish, threading a reed through their gills like some weird fish handbag. When he straightened, he didn't move away. Instead, he took my hand, lacing his fingers through mine. "Come," he said, giving my hand a squeeze. "Let us feed the troops." We walked back toward the camp together, hand in hand under the bright morning sun. I squeezed back, trying to enjoy the warmth of his skin, and trying to ignore the nagging voice in my head that whispered about debts coming due. Someday, when the stimulant's fire had burned clean and he was healed enough to trust his own touch, we'd finish what we'd started, with no magic, no drugs, and hopefully without the threat of death lurking just around every mountain. We were airborne again within the hour, leaving the idyllic stream behind as Phalar caught a rising thermal that carried us high above the tree line. The sun climbed its slow arc across the sky, turning the cobalt blue into a blinding white glare that reflected off the snow-capped peaks surrounding us. Hours bled into one another, marked only by the shifting ache in my muscles and the changing landscape below. We crossed ridges into valleys so deep the shadows in them seemed permanent. I rested my forehead against Robbo's back, my arms wrapped securely around his waist, and tried to distract myself. My mind, traitorously, kept drifting back to the stream. To my borrowed moment with Leylandir, to the taste of him, sharp and eager. It was awkward, daydreaming about my elf lover while clinging to a burly Australian mercenary for dear life on the back of a giant bird. It should have been a tangible anchor to reality, but the memory of Leylandir's hands on my waist felt more real. The guilt was a bitter aftertaste. I had pulled away. I had rejected him, essentially, because I was afraid he was... what? Too happy? Too energized? It felt patronizing. He was a grown male. If he wanted to kiss me, who was I to evaluate his serotonin levels first? "Stop twitching," Robbo grunted over his shoulder, his voice vibrating through his back into my cheek. "You're wiggling like a worm on a hook." "Sorry," I muttered, shifting my weight to a more neutral position. "Just thinking." "Think stiller," he grunted. Ahead of us, Leylandir and the female were a study in chaotic grace. She was flying better today, less erratic, though she still had moments where she'd suddenly drop 20 feet just for the hell of it, forcing Leylandir to adjust his grip instantly. But generally, she was staying in formation. "Look!" Hanya called from the front, her voice thin in the wind. She pointed a green finger downward. "There! Krasnal!" I squinted. Far below, nestled in a deep bowl of a valley that looked like a meteor impact crater, was a smudge of civilization. It wasn't much, a cluster of stone structures built directly into the cliff walls, connected by rope bridges that looked like spiderwebs from this height. Smoke curled lazily from vents in the rock, and I could just make out the terraced gardens cut into the slopes. "A town," Robbo sighed. "Or near enough. Reckon they have beer?" "Let's hope," I said. Just then, the rhythm of the flight changed. The female Volin let out a shriek, not of anger, but something sharper, playfulness, irritation. She banked hard, wheeling away from Leylandir's intended path, and cut directly across Phalar's flight line. "Whoa!" Robbo yelled, leaning hard to the left as Phalar instinctively swerved to avoid a collision. But Phalar wasn't fast enough. Or maybe he didn't want to move away from her. The female dropped, her wingtips slashing through the airspace just above us. It wasn't an attack. It was a flirtatious swipe, a catch-me-if-you-can maneuver. But she misjudged the distance. Her massive primary feathers slammed into Phalar's side with the force of a falling tree branch. The impact shuddered through the bird's frame. Phalar grunted, dipping sharply. And then came a sound that was so sharp and final it seemed to silence the wind itself. Snap. The sound of leather failing under stress. "The strap!" I screamed as the harness lurched sickeningly to the right. "Lean left, Robbo roared, throwing his entire body weight against the slide. I scrambled, trying to lift my leg enough to let the harness slide from underneath my leg, throwing my upper body toward the high side. Hanya shrieked, Robbo's arm wrapped around her midsection as she dangled precariously over open air. Phalar panicked. Feeling the load shift, he beat his wings frantically, trying to right himself, which only made the harness slide further. Land. Leylandir's voice exploded in my head, a command of pure terror. "He will take you down. Now." We dropped fast. The valley floor rushed up to meet us, a blur of gray rock and scrub brush. "Brace!" Robbo yelled. There wasn't a whole lot to brace with, and instead of holding on to Robbo, I thrust my hands into the silvery feathers and held on. Phalar didn't flare his wings gracefully. He hit the ground running, his momentum carrying him forward in a chaotic, stumbling sprint. The harness, no longer secured, swung wildly. I tucked and rolled, instinct taking over. The world was a blur of sky, dirt, and pain. I slammed into a patch of bushy undergrowth, the breath knocked out of me and tumbled to a stop. "Everyone okay?" Robbo's voice was hoarse. I groaned, pushing myself up. "I'm functional." Robbo was untangling himself from the wreckage of the harness a few yards away. He looked battered, but whole. Hanya sat in a bush, looking stunned, leaves sticking out of her hair. There was a rush of movement, and suddenly hands were on me, pulling me upright. "Asha, are you hurt?" It was Leylandir. He had landed the female, or jumped off her mid-flight, I wasn't sure, and sprinted to us. His hands gripped my arms, his eyes wide and frantic as he scanned me for injuries. "I'm fine," I gasped, wincing as I tested my left shoulder. "Just bruised. Robbo? Hanya?" "Alive," Robbo groaned, dusting himself off. "Though I reckon I have a good chance of finding skid marks in my undies." "I will never ride a Volin again," Hanya grumbled as she stood to dust herself off. Leylandir let out a breath that was half sob, half laugh, and pulled me into a hug that crushed my ribs. He buried his face in my hair, his body trembling. "I thought when the strap broke," he whispered. "We're okay," I said, patting his back, the adrenaline slowly draining to leave me shaking. A screech drew our attention upward. Phalar, freed from his burden, was already airborne. The female was circling above, calling to him. He pumped his wings, rising to meet her. They spiraled around each other, talons locking briefly in a mid-air dance, nipping at each other's flanks. Then, together, they turned south and flew toward the higher peaks, ignoring us completely. "Well," Robbo said, watching them. "There goes our ride." "And the harness," I added, looking at the pile of broken leather on the ground. Leylandir released me, though he kept one hand on my arm. He looked up at the birds, his jaw tight with irritation, but his shoulders slumped in resignation. "They have done their part," he said quietly. "Now, we walk." He turned toward the village uphill from us, the stone structures peeking through the canopy above our position. "Krasnul awaits," he said, offering me a hand. "Shall we?" I took it. We shall. Chapter 11. The hike from the valley floor to the gates of the Krasnul village had been a silent trudge, with my legs burning and lungs protesting the thin air. But as we passed under the massive stone archway that marked the entrance, the physical exhaustion took a back seat to a prickly sense of unease. The village was a marvel of vertical engineering. Stone dwellings were carved directly into the crater's curved, sheer walls, stacked atop one another like a frantic game of Tetris. Rope bridges swayed in the wind, connecting the tiers in a dizzying spiderweb of hemp and wood, while narrow staircases spiraled up the rock face. But it wasn't just goblins that called this place home. The air above the village was alive with flashes of iridescent color. Darting between the rope bridges and spiraling around the chimney smoke were dozens of Sirions. They were everywhere, shimmering shapes of emerald, sunset orange, and deep violet, chasing each other in complex aerial games of tag. Dimrin, who had been riding tensely on Leylandir's shoulder since we landed, stood on his hind legs. He let out a sharp, joyful trill that echoed off the crater walls. "Easy, friend," Leylandir murmured, reaching up to stroke the creature's scales. But the sight of so many of his kind was too much. He vibrated with excitement, his clubbed tail whipping back and forth against Leylandir's neck. I thought he might ignore his master and spring up into the air at any moment. As we walked down a packed dirt road thoroughfare that wound its way into the center of the bowl, the sense of hundreds of eyes on us nipped at my awareness. Little green faces peered from circular windows and shadowed doorways. Pointed ears twitched in unison. They weren't armed, but the silence was heavy. "Friendly lot, aren't they?" Robbo muttered out of the side of his mouth. "I feel like I'm walking into a pub that's just run out of beer." Hanya, who was walking between us with a renewed puff of importance, glanced up at the mercenary. She couldn't understand his English, but she frowned at his tone, her yellow eyes narrowing. "The Krasnal are cautious of outsiders," she said, the translation filtering through my amulet. "They do not see visitors often. They are not hostile, merely careful. I have distant cousins here who will vouch for us, but do not show your teeth when you smile. It is seen as aggression." I translated the last part to Robbo, wondering absently if I'd unintentionally bared my teeth in a hostile gesture to her back when she'd healed me. "Sounds bloody cordial, doesn't it?" Robbo whispered to me. As we moved deeper into the bowl, the dwellings thinned, opening into a large, circular plaza paved with smooth river stones. In the center sat a massive, ancient-looking fountain carved from darker rock. A delegation stood ready to meet us. 6 goblins stood in a line. The one in the center, an elderly male with ears drooping under the weight of copper rings, leaned on a staff. But his eyes weren't on us, and instead fixing on Leylandir's shoulder as he wore a curious smirk. Dimrin couldn't take it anymore. He let out another squeak, looking at Leylandir with wide, pleading golden eyes. Leylandir smiled softly. "Go." Dimrin launched himself into the air. He shot upward like a blue firework, joining a group of 3 other Sirions who were diving near the fountain. They immediately swarmed him, chirping and bumping noses before the whole group went cartwheeling into the sky in a chaotic tumble of joy. The elder watched the display, his craggy face softening. He murmured something to the female goblin beside him as he nodded slowly. "He likes the lizard," Robbo whispered. "Shh," I hissed. We stopped 10 feet away. Leylandir stepped forward. He swept his right leg back to bow and splayed his hand wide across his chest, over his heart. "Greetings, elders of the Krasnal," he said. He didn't speak Elvish. The words that came out of his mouth were guttural, rhythmic gobduk. It sounded like stones grinding together in a dry riverbed, a series of clicks and harsh consonants that seemed impossible for an elf tongue to master. I saw the elder's eyes widen slightly. A ripple of murmurs went through the delegation. Robbo nudged my elbow, leaning in close. "Ash," he hissed, barely moving his lips. "Should we be doing that? Bowing?" "Hold still," I whispered back, keeping my eyes on the delegation. "Let him handle the protocol. If you bow now, you might accidentally declare war or propose marriage." "Righto. Standing still. I'm good at that." Leylandir straightened, his expression respectful but authoritative. He gestured to Hanya. The healer stepped forward, puffing out her chest. She began to speak rapidly in Gobduk, her voice rising and falling in a cadence that sounded almost like a chant. She pointed to herself, then to the mountains we had come from, and finally to us. I caught snatches of the translation in my head, though she spoke so fast it was hard to keep track. Healer, betrayal, Krimgar, travelers, debt. The elder listened, his gaze shifting from Hanya to Leylandir, and then settling heavily on me and Robbo. He tapped his staff on the stones, a sharp clack-clack. Behind the delegation, the village came to life. Now that the initial standoff hadn't resulted in immediate violence, the locals creeped out of their homes. A crowd of all ages formed at the edge of the plaza, clutching baskets and tools, staring at the strange procession. I noticed a particular fascination directed at Robbo. The goblins were pointing at him, or more specifically, at his face. They whispered to each other behind their hands, eyes wide. Several of the younger ones mimicked a stroking motion on their own chins. "Why are they looking at me like I'm a circus freak?" Robbo muttered, shifting uncomfortably under the scrutiny. "It's the beard," I realized, suppressing a nervous smile. "Goblins and elves don't have facial hair. They probably think you have a furry animal attached to your face." "What's wrong with it?" he grumbled, subconsciously smoothing the red bristles. "Keeps the chin warm, mops up the mess from dinner and all that." The elder spoke then, his voice raspy. He asked a question, gesturing to Leylandir. The elf nodded, answering smoothly in their tongue. Hanya turned back to us, her face flushed with success. "It is done," she said, reverting to the trade tongue for our benefit. "They acknowledge the debt of hospitality owed to a healer of the clans. We are granted sanctuary for the night, and—" She paused, looking smug. "They are impressed that the elf lord speaks their tongue with a proper accent." "Winning hearts and minds," I murmured. The elder gestured for us to follow. As we walked forward, the crowd parted, though they didn't retreat far. The whispering intensified, a low buzz of curiosity. As we passed a group of goblin children, one bold toddler darted out and poked Robbo's leg before scurrying back behind its mother's skirts. Robbo let out a low groan, looking down at his dusty boots. "I feel like I should be handing out balloons." "Just keep walking," I said, my eyes scanning the rooftops, the windows, the shadows. I worried as we reached the edge of the crater that we would be led up what I decided were rickety bridges connecting the dwellings. But the elder led us toward a door set into the base of the rocky wall itself. It ground open with a heavy rumble of stone on stone, revealing a spiraling staircase descending into the cool dark. "Huh," Robbo murmured as we followed them down. "Into the dungeon we go." Dimrin was still high above, screeching happily, so we descended without him. The stairs opened into a subterranean chamber that smelled of damp earth and crushed minerals. It was circular, lit by glowing moss that grew in patterned troughs along the walls. The ceiling was oppressively low, at least for us. Robbo had to hunch significantly, his shoulders brushing the stone, and even I felt the urge to duck. Leylandir, who was the tallest of us, moved with a tilted head, his pack scraping on the stone above us. There was no furniture. We were gestured to sit on the floor, which was covered in woven mats. The delegation of 6 settled opposite us, arranging their heavy robes. The elder in the center was introduced by Hanya as foreign, and while age had clouded his eyes, they remained sharp with intelligence. To his right was a female introduced as Zayla, the clan's voice. The others were silent, but I noted their names as Milo, Tyne, Nola, and a particularly grumpy-looking goblin named Zeph, who kept eyeing Robbo with a decided frown. Elder Foreign leaned forward and thrummed his green bony fingers on his knee. He spoke a few words in Gobduk, which appeared to be for his companion's sake, then switched to Elvish. From the frowns across the room, my guess was that he was the only one who possessed the tongue among them. Why have you come, son of House Tulkasil? His Elvish was heavily accented, soft and lisping compared to the crisp diction of the High Elves, but understandable. He looked directly at Leylandir, ignoring the rest of us. Leylandir sat cross-legged, his posture effortlessly upright as he met the elder's gaze squarely. "We bring danger, Elder Foreign," Leylandir said, his voice quiet but carrying in the small space. "Our party is hunted. It is my deepest regret that I bring these problems to the doorstep of the Krasnul. This danger has rendered healer Hanya of the Krimgar an enemy of the Elven Council. She has lost her home because she aided us. We have come to beg sanctuary for her among your people. She is of the clans, and has kin here." Foreign's gaze flicked to Hanya, who sat a little straighter under his gaze, then back to Leylandir. He didn't speak, waiting. I shifted uncomfortably on the woven mat, my legs already protesting the cross-legged position after taking a tumble from the back of a giant bird. That, and feeling like a bull in a china shop in front of these little people who I figured I'd offend as soon as I opened my mouth. My fingers instinctively reached for the amulet at my throat, tracing its contours as I listened. "Furthermore," Leylandir continued, splaying his hand on his chest again, "I beg you, on behalf of House Tulkasiel, to keep our presence here a secret. Not only for our sake, but for yours. The eyes of the Council are blind to this valley for now. Let them remain so. We ask only for a few hours of rest, and then we will depart your lands, taking our danger with us." The elder hummed, a low, vibrating sound in his chest. Zayla, the voice, leaned in and whispered something in his oversized ear. Foreign nodded slowly. "Where do you go, son of Tulkasil?" Foreign asked, his eyes narrowing. "Even here, deep in the mountains, the whispers reach us. We hear that a son of your house has caused grievous offense to the Council." "This is true," Leylandir said with a solemn nod, but didn't go as far as answering his question. "We hear the Council wishes to supplant the head of House Tulkasil," the elder began, then paused, tapping the tip of his staff on the stone floor between us. I caught Robbo shifting his weight beside me, clearly uncomfortable with the prolonged sitting position, and I figured he was nursing just as many sore spots as I was. The low ceiling seemed to press down more heavily by the minute. "To remove the Green Lord from his seat," Foreign continued, his voice dropping an octave. "These are dark tidings." "The Council overreaches," Leylandir said softly, his jaw tight. Foreign nodded gravely. "We of the Krasnul have no quarrel with your house. The Tulkasiels leave us in peace. They do not tax our peoples for our existence here, or take our people to work within your cities." Zayla, the clan's voice, leaned forward, whispering something to Foreign. He considered her words, then gestured vaguely at the ceiling. "But now, the earth shakes. The Alith Melarin rage in the passes." He fixed his cloudy eyes on each of us in turn. "Some of my people call this the end of times. They say magic itself is rotting." I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the damp cave. It felt like it had been an age since Leylandir explained the meaning of his sword's name, which characterized storms in the mountains and gales through narrow passes. The earthquakes, the instability we had created by opening the Erlin Galad. It was affecting everything. "It is safest for you not to know our destination," Leylandir said gently. Foreign snorted. "Safety is a myth when the mountain trembles, elf. Do not insult me with riddles." I caught Leylandir's eye, a silent question passing between us. "These people could be valuable allies," I projected, the thought carefully measured. "Or dangerous liabilities." "Your call." "We need their goodwill for Hanya's sake," Leylandir replied, his mental voice tight as if he expected me to argue. "And we can't afford enemies at our backs." I gave him the slightest nod, acknowledging his decision before he turned back to Foreign. Leylandir let his shoulders slump for a fraction of a second before he caught himself. The lines of exhaustion around his eyes, usually masked by the stimulant, deepened in the dim light. "Very well," he conceded. "We intend to reach Calithil Tulkasiel, to get him to a place of safety while we work to stop the earthquakes and remedy the magical disturbance that has plagued the realms for 15 years. We go to Eldeland." Silence fell over the room. Foran blinked, his large ears twitching forward. He looked genuinely confused. "Eldeland," he repeated, pronouncing the name of the ancient, ruined capital carefully. "Yes," Leylandir said. The other goblins exchanged glances, murmuring in their gravelly tongue. I caught the one I'd decided was grumpy, Zeph, making some kind of warding gesture with his fingers. My guess was from a place of superstition, given that their voices were pitched too low for my amulet to pick up their words. "What are they saying?" Robbo whispered, leaning toward me slightly. "Nothing good," I muttered back, keeping my voice low. "Eldeland doesn't seem to be a popular vacation spot." Foran frowned, exchanging a bewildered look with Zayla. "Why does a son of House Tulkasiel expect to find his elder in Eldeland?" "Because his work requires it," Leylandir said, though a frown formed on his own face. "He seeks to understand the source of these magical disturbances." "If I had not laid eyes on your mother many years ago," the elder said with a snort, "I would say that you must be an imposter." This caught my attention. This goblin had known Leylandir's mom? I glanced between them, noting the slight widening of the elf's eyes. "You have her eyes, boy," Foran continued, "but you should know that the Festival of New Seasons is almost upon us." "The festival?" Leylandir repeated, his voice unusually hesitant. Blinking, I looked between Leylandir and the elder, trying to keep my face neutral. What just happened? I'd never seen him caught off guard like this. Whatever this festival was, it clearly held significance beyond a simple celebration. Foran looked puzzled. "The head of House Tulkasiel will not be in Eldeland when he is required by his people to welcome the sun back to these lands." "Of course," Leylandir muttered, his teeth clenched thoughtfully. "Aye, the turning of a new year." Foran waved a hand irritably. "Where have you been, boy, to forget such a thing?" "Away," Leylandir said simply. "I've been away." I studied his profile, noting the muscle working in his jaw. Something wasn't adding up. There was something significant about this festival that had caught him off guard, and there wasn't much in my experience that he didn't account for. Foran snorted. "My people are making preparations as we speak. The barges are being loaded. We leave on the morrow to make the river journey to Erin Galen to deliver Glathzara for the feast." I blinked as the word, Glathzara, translated in my head, and I figured the amulet must have gotten it wrong. Spider eggs delicacy. I had to bite the inside of my cheek to keep my face from showing equal measure of confusion and revulsion. "It is the only time of year we make this venture," Foran continued, scratching his chin. "And as with every cycle, Calithil Tulkasiel will be there. This is the only occasion that the Krasnal sets eyes on the Green Lord." I watched the blood drain from Leylandir's face. The wheels turned behind his eyes, recalibrating everything. Hanya suddenly straightened and cleared her throat. "Then it is decided," she declared, her voice ringing with authority that seemed outsized for her small frame. "The Krasnal will be the saviors of Eldoraon." All eyes turned to her, including Leylandir's startled green ones. But before he could protest, she pressed on, speaking rapidly in Gobduk. I focused my mind on the translation filtering through my amulet in passionate bursts. "Your river barges can deliver the Elf Lord to Erin Galen, where he can spirit the Great Green Lord away from the Council's grasp." She gestured wildly with her hands. "Even now, my village, the Krimgar, is occupied by Council soldiers, and now our Volan mounts are lost to us. Without aid, They would be forced to travel on foot toward the capital with every council soldier in the realm hunting for them. Zeph's mouth opened and his green skin mottled red, but when he went to stand, Foreign caught his eye with a warning look that said he better keep quiet. The goblin's lips pursed into a sour scowl and he folded his arms. Her voice softened then, taking on an almost maternal tone as she looked at Leylandir. I have known this one since he was a child, stumbling through our forests with skinned knees and endless questions. If there is anyone who can rescue these lands, it is he. The chamber fell silent. Leylandir's mouth hung open, apparently struck speechless by this unexpected endorsement. The other goblins looked between them, their large ears twitching with interest. I couldn't help myself. I spoke telepathically to Leylandir, trying to keep the amusement from my mental voice. That's quite a compliment from someone who's been calling you foolish elf for the past few days. Quite, he replied almost absently. It's not a bad plan, I added carefully. As far as bad plans go. He shot me a look that clearly said, not helping, but the wheels behind his eyes were clearly turning. After all, what choice did we really have? Chapter 12. We were summarily shooed out of the room shortly after Hanya announced her harebrained plan. I was surprised that Foreign asked her to remain, leaving us to ascend the stairs to the village alone. Without being pointed to any particular quarters, we loitered in the plaza where the Krasnal goblins didn't attempt to hide their staring. The village was a hive of activity under the clear mountain sky. Goblin children darted between the stone structures, their laughter echoing off the sun-warmed rocks. The scent of pungent spices and herbs hung in the air, which were drying on racks outside several dwellings. Around us, the mountain encircled the settlement protectively, the peaks sharp and defined against the blue sky. So some river trip, huh? Robbo ventured, dropping his pack to the ground and stretching his arms overhead with a grunt. This lot has a delivery to make to some elf party. Have I got the gist? Yes, Leylandir said, running his tongue over his teeth. I did not even think. We lost 3 months, remember? I placed a hand on the elf's arm. It's not like we have smartphones with a calendar on them here. Leylandir quirked an eyebrow, but I didn't bother explaining the technological human marvel to him. He scratched the back of his neck and allowed his pack to slide to the ground from his shoulders. Look, we know where he's going to be now, yeah? That's half the battle done. I don't fancy trying to get back on that bird without a saddle, and Hanya's right. Going on foot will be a bloody disaster. Robbo placed his hands on his hips and leaned back with a wince. Besides, laying low in a boat for a few days means we're fresh when we get there. Or at least the bruises will fade a bit by then anyway. He's right. I nudged Leylandir's boot with the tip of my own. And you could use the rest, too. It would be dangerous to harbor us like that. For the Krasnal and for us. One inspection through a checkpoint and we would be slain before we reach the walls. The walls? I frowned, imagining my previous arrival to Erin Galen on the back of Phalar. It had been open green for miles surrounding the capital, and I didn't remember a river. There was a bog, sure, but that didn't reach the walls either. Apparently catching my drift, Leylandir drew a deep breath and responded. The river Sai is above ground here, but becomes subterranean before approaching Erin Galen. A great feat of engineering cut canals under the city itself from this river to deliver fresh water and goods from the east. I glanced toward the eastern edge of the village where the plaza stones gave way to a steep path down the mountainside. In the distance, I made out the glint of sunlight on water through the trees. No shit. Robbo ran a hand over his beard. So all's we gotta do is find a spot among the cargo for a nice long kip, and we'll be inside this city before we know it. You're forgetting what the cargo is, I said, my nose wrinkling involuntarily. Elves really eat spider eggs? From a nearby dwelling, I watched a pair of goblin women pack leaf-wrapped bundles into large baskets, which I guessed were the cargo in question. It made me wonder just how close these mama spiders were, the thought sending a crawling tingle up my back. "It is considered a delicacy." Leylandir's lip quirked as he lowered himself to sit on the cobbles with his pack behind him for support. "A pleasure one indulges in at this time of year specifically." My stomach squirmed at that, and I sincerely hoped Leylandir wouldn't be indulging in this so-called delicacy on this trip. Not if he planned on kissing me afterward anyway. "Oh, come on," Robbo snorted at me. "It's not like we're much better. Fish eggs on itty-bitty toasts and all that." A cluster of younger-looking goblin women had gathered near the fountain, pointing and giggling behind their hands as they watched Robbo. His red beard and burly frame seemed to be a subject of particular fascination as they whispered to each other and made no effort to hide their appreciative stares. Robbo, to his credit, pretended not to notice, though a slight reddening of his ears suggested that it took a good amount of concentration to pull it off. I shrugged in vague agreement at his remark, having not partaken of caviar myself, but my eyes were fixed on Leylandir, who for once appeared a little lost with his gaze unfocused before him. "What are you thinking?" I asked. Behind us, the group of goblins I'd been watching hauled their massive woven baskets across to the east side of the plaza. They paused their labors occasionally to cast curious glances our way, wiping sweat from their brows and whispering among themselves. "Emerging in the city itself will be a risk, but I cannot conceive of another path that will be less dangerous." "I suppose the tunnel into the palace will be out of the question?" I hooked my thumbs into my belt, looking at him expectantly. "Almost certainly," the elf agreed, "especially now that they know we are here." "Then this is the plan, right?" I said, the words coming out quieter than I intended as I hugged my arms to my chest. The elf took a long, ragged breath and looked up at Robbo. "It appears the best one so far, but traveling to the palace from the city itself with you both will prove challenging." "What?" Robbo made a face. "I don't look elfy enough for you?" Leylandir arched an eyebrow as if the question didn't dignify a response, but my attention was diverted elsewhere as I spotted Hanya emerging into the plaza with an excited grin. The goblin healer bounded to us, rubbing her hands together with a wide grin. "The Krasnal have agreed to let us travel with them downriver. We'll need to help load the cargo, of course, but we should be ready to leave by morning." "We?" Leylandir's voice held a sharp edge. "Hanya, you are not coming with us." Her excited expression faltered for a moment before hardening into determination. "Of course I am. You need a healer, and I know the city better than—" "Absolutely not," Leylandir cut her off. "It is far too dangerous. I promised to deliver you to safety, and I have done so. I will not have your life on my conscience after all that has happened." I caught movement by the doorway Hanya had emerged from and spotted Zeph, his lip curled as he watched our group. He made for the east side of the plaza, and I did my best to quell the sinking feeling inside. About this trip," I interrupted their brewing argument, nodding toward the doorway. "I'm guessing our friend over there will be coming along?" Hanya paused her brewing tirade to follow my gaze. "Oh yes, Zeph will be leading the fleet of barges to Aaron Galen." "Of course he will," I groaned. Just what we needed. A surly goblin captain who would, for all puns intended, sell us down the river at the first opportunity. Hanya planted her hands on her hips. "I am not suggesting I storm the palace with you, but I can help you reach Lord Calathil once we arrive in Aaron Galen. I know the city better than these folks, and you will need somebody with connections to city goblins to gather the resources you will need to travel unseen." She pursed her lips for a moment, trying to stare down Leylandir, who appeared unconvinced. "After that, I'll return with the Krasnal to the mountains." Robbo scratched his beard thoughtfully. "She's got a point about the connections, mate. Dimrin's stealth magic isn't going to do us much good in a crowd if we're bumping into people in the middle of a festival. We'll need disguises, at least. Hanya turned to Leylandir, her voice softening but gaining intensity. You promised me you would succeed, that you would root out the Elven Council and make this world safe again. Her eyes blazed. I deserve to return home one day. I need to see this through to know that you'll keep that promise. I watched Leylandir's throat work as he swallowed, meeting Hanya's fierce gaze. Her words appeared to cut somewhere particularly tender. After a long moment, he let out a slow breath. Very well, he said quietly. But you must swear to return with the Krasnal once we reach the city and depart for the palace. Of course, Hanya said with a nonchalant shrug, which suggested she had no intention of complying. Do not worry, the goblins in the city will embrace our cause. Assuming Zeph doesn't throw us overboard first, I muttered. Do not concern yourself with him, Hanya waved dismissively. Zeph has given his word, and he will hold true, even if he looks like he's chewing on bitter root about it. Robbo barked out a laugh. Reminds me of someone else I know, he said, waggling his eyebrows at Leylandir. The elf shot him an affronted look that only proved Robbo's point, making me bite back a smile despite our precarious situation. Around us, the plaza had grown busier as more goblins emerged with baskets and supplies for the journey. I watched Leylandir's face as he observed the activity, noting the subtle tension in his jaw. He'd agreed to Hanya's participation, but I could tell he was already calculating all the ways this could go wrong. I stepped over to put a hand on his shoulder, drawing his attention. One step at a time, I reminded him softly. He covered my hand with his own, his thumb brushing across my knuckles. Indeed, he agreed, then pushed himself back on his feet. But if our passage is conditional on loading cargo, we best get to work. The amusement on Robbo's face faltered as he looked around at the baskets littered around the plaza waiting to be loaded, and he puffed out his cheeks dramatically. I guess there's no rest for the wicked, huh? My fear of being halfway down the river with a barge full of hatching spider eggs was apparently for nothing, after Hanya explained that the Glathzara were pickled in a brine for months before consumption. That also meant that the harvest was long since over, though I still caught myself brushing my arms at the imagined crawling sensation across my skin from time to time. I stood at the riverbank, taking in the impressive sight of the 6 goblin barges tethered to the rocks. They were larger than I'd expected, though a quick inspection below deck revealed we'd need to crawl or crouch with the ceiling too low to stand upright. Not that it mattered much if we were planning to spend most of the journey resting. From my position near the water's edge, I kept stealing glances at Hanya and Leylandir. The healer had already confided in me that she wouldn't provide any more of her stimulant tea until we reached the city. She'd also warned me that Leylandir wouldn't take kindly to learning his recovery wasn't entirely natural. I fidgeted with my hands, looking around for any remaining cargo that needed loading, but the work was done. Most of the Krasnal goblins had already made their way to their homes for the evening, leaving the riverside eerily quiet except for the gentle lapping of water against wood. Hanya must have gotten straight to the point, I surmised, as she held her hands on her hips as Leylandir pointed an accusing finger at her. Their voices were too low for me to make out the words, but it ended with Hanya throwing up her hands and stalking away, tutting and shaking her head. As she passed me, she muttered, "Good luck," in a tone that made my stomach clench. Guilt gnawed at me. I should have told him about the tea's true nature back at the lake, but I took a sharp, steadying breath and forced the thought away. He needed energy then, and being holed up in the barge for the next few days meant he had the opportunity to rest. Besides, being unconscious in the hold of a barge was safer than keeping him still under the stimulant's effects in a confined space. And we needed him at his best when we reached Aaron Galen. I snuck another look at Leylandir, who remained on the deck of the nearest barge looking like he was trying to crack walnuts with his jaw. Taking a deep breath, I made my way over to join him. "You knew," he accused before I spoke, his voice tight with betrayal. About the stimulant. I nodded, reaching to rub his back soothingly. If Hanya hadn't given it to you, there's a good chance Phalar's mate would have thrown you from the sky days ago. You were barely staying conscious. He shook his head, refusing to acknowledge the point. We need to do whatever it takes to reach Calathil in one piece. I cut in. That means taking care of ourselves along the way. The dark circles under his eyes were more pronounced than ever, and I couldn't stop myself from brushing my fingers across his cheek. For the next few days, you sleep, I said softly but firmly. We can worry about everything else when we get to Erengalen. I do not appreciate being deceived, he said, though some of the edge had left his voice. By either of you. I know, I admitted. Neither did I when the tables were turned not that long ago. The water lapped against the sides of the barge, creating a gentle rocking motion. Above us, the mountain peaks were taking on the orange glow of sunset, and a cool breeze carried the promise of night. I thought... Leylandir took a shaky breath. That you were getting better, I finished. And you are. Or you will be soon anyway. You said back in Gashaktor that it could take weeks or months to get back to normal. We may not survive weeks or months, he said with a soft snort, his eyes fixed across the riverbank at nowhere in particular. I couldn't quite tell which part of our imminent death affronted him the most. The fact that his body might betray us in battle on account of the exhaustion, that he might never touch magic again, or that we may never have each other in the way we wanted to before fate caught up to us. Or perhaps the latter was more about me, and what he was really concerned about was the likely success of the mission and the fate of his family. I don't think either of us really expects to, do we? I said gently. Perhaps not, he conceded, though his voice still held an irritated note to it. Then don't waste your time being angry about what's out of our control, and with people who are only trying to help. He gave me a sidelong look with an eyebrow quirked, but the corners of his mouth twitched upward. Since when have you become so sage? Oh, I don't know. I chuckled. Maybe after the first dozen times we should have been killed, except we weren't. Don't get me wrong. I don't think we're invincible, but... Leylandir turned and wrapped his arms around me, fitting his chin over the top of my head snugly. I smiled and returned the hug, allowing myself to lean into him with a small sigh. Maybe he didn't want me to finish the notion, because deep down we were still up against terrible odds, and the dice could only fall in our favor for so long. Chapter 13. The barges cut through the River Sai, their flat hulls skimming the surface as the current pulled us along. It was a peculiar flotilla with 6 barges strapped nose to tail with thick hemp-like ropes, creating a floating serpent that wound its way down from the mountains. The arrangement allowed the goblin crew to scurry back and forth along the length of the convoy, hopping between decks with casual agility as the current did most of the work. I sat on the deck of the 3rd barge, knees drawn up to my chest, watching the banks glide by. The landscape was changing. The harsh gray rock of the mountains gradually gave way to slopes reminiscent of hardy pine and scrubby oak. The tail barge will be cut loose long before we reach Erengalen, Hanya explained, settling down beside me with a grunt. She adjusted her robes, which fluttered in the river breeze. There will be several stops at towns along the way, with the first expected tomorrow. Zeph will insist we remain below long before then, though he does not mind if we enjoy the sun today, as long as we do not get in the way of his crew. Very kind of him, I said blandly. The Krasnal are nothing if not prudent, she said with a sniff. How do they get them back? I asked, looking at the heavy timber construction of the boats. The barges, I mean. Hanya chuckled. I asked the same question. After concluding their business, the Krasnal tether the Fjellenrail on the riverbank to journey back upriver. I blinked, the elvish word triggering a memory. The deer? The ones with the spirals and weird antlers? I remembered seeing a herd of them stampeding through the forest on the road between Erin Galen and Eldaland. They had been terrifyingly fast creatures that moved like a force of nature. Hanya gave a grunt of assent. They are tame? I asked incredulously. Tame is a strong word, Hanya corrected. They are persuaded. They pull the barges back upriver along the towpaths. It takes a skilled handler to manage a team of them without getting trampled, but the Krasnal have been doing it for centuries. Huh. I nodded appreciatively. My eyes drifted to the hold's hatch cover. Leylandir was down there, wrapped in blankets on a pile of grain sacks. I didn't expect him to stir for hours. The stimulant had worn off, and the crash had been hard. He'd barely made it onto the boat under his own power before sleep claimed him. He rests well? Hanya asked, following my gaze. Like the dead, I said, then winced. Poor choice of words. He's out cold. Beside me, the air shivered. Dimrin was perched on a crate of supplies, or rather he was supposed to be. In reality, he was fading in and out of visibility as he tracked the movements of another Sirion, a sleek, lavender-colored creature that I'd noticed him gravitating toward. The lavender Sirion swooped down, chittering playfully, and Dimrin abandoned his post as my personal cloaking device to execute a clumsy barrel roll in pursuit. Hey, I whispered mentally. Focus, Casanova. I'm sitting in the open here. Dimrin let out an apologetic squeak in my mind, and the air around me warped again. To anyone looking from the riverbank, I would appear as nothing more than a distortion, a heat haze on a cool day. Or at least that's how I thought it would appear anyway. A hatch banged open on the barge ahead of ours. Robbo's head emerged, his red hair a beacon in the morning sun. He blinked against the light, scratching his beard with a yawn that threatened to unhinge his jaw. He climbed out, stretching his arms overhead. A goblin woman walking past him with a coil of rope stopped dead in her tracks, her eyes fixing immediately on his beard with unabashed fascination. Dimrin, I projected. Cover the big guy. Big man hide, Dimrin agreed. The shimmer extended. The goblin woman yelped and dropped her rope as Robbo suddenly vanished from her sight, replaced by a patch of wobbly air. Her cheeks colored before she scurried away, muttering in Gobdug. Robbo, oblivious to his sudden disappearance, hopped across the gap between the barges and joined us. Morning, he grunted, collapsing onto a sack opposite me. Or is it afternoon? My internal clock is shot. Have we eaten? Not yet, I said, and I'd call it mid-morning. Robbo gave a sleepy nod and held the back of his hand over his mouth as he yawned. As if somehow getting the gist of our conversation, Hanya stood and pointed toward the lead barge where a cooking station was set up. I will fetch sustenance. Robbo gave the goblin a nod of thanks before blinking at the hatch beside us. How's his royal elfiness? Sleeping, I said, relaxing my posture as I settled back against a barrel. Hasn't moved since we pushed off. Smart man, Robbo muttered with a weary groan, rubbing his lower back. Wish I could do the same. I feel like I went 10 rounds with a kangaroo. Black and blue all over from that tumble yesterday. I gave him a wry smile. I'm sure if you asked nicely, half the female population of this flotilla would volunteer to rub a poultice on those bruises. You're quite the celebrity, you know. Robbo snorted, shaking his head. Pass. I've got enough trouble with one green chick. Don't need a fan club complicating things. The mention of Jurga hung in the air for a second, heavy and unresolved. So, I ventured tentatively. I'm guessing things are figured out? Between you two? Robbo's face fell. The bravado melted away, leaving him looking tired and genuinely confused. He let his shoulders slump in a gesture of defeat, his gaze fixed on the churning river. I have honestly no bloody idea, mate, he confessed. She says one thing, does another, says she doesn't need a partner, that she's a warrior of the Cragvash, all independent-like. Then he trailed off, and I knew exactly what moment he was replaying. The kiss at the portal. It had been searing, desperate, and borderline improper for a public departure. Then she lays one on me that curls my toes, he finished quietly. Women. Can't live with them, and, yeah. Can't live with them. I thumped his arm. Hey, watch it. Present company accepted. He grinned. You're all right. For a yank. So glad you think so. I snickered. Hanya returned then, carrying 2 wooden bowls filled with a grayish stew that smelled strongly of turnips and something gamey. Eat, she commanded, thrusting a bowl at Robbo. Just as he took it, Dimrin's cloaking magic fell away, causing a shiver across my skin. I squinted around the barges for the little deserter but couldn't spot him. With a frustrated huff, I figured that we were still remote enough to avoid onlookers from land. Even so, I figured Zeph wouldn't see it my way if he happened on us. Ta, love, he muttered, sniffing the contents suspiciously. The goblin's eyes narrowed at Robbo's apparent apprehension. It is root stew, she said. After partaking of the so-called sustenance you carry in your packs, I would think you would be glad to eat real food. Robbo held up his hands in supplication before digging his spoon in and taking a bite. He rubbed his stomach with an exaggerated smile and made a noise, lacking the ability to reply in Elvish. I wrinkled my nose at my own bowl. Robbo was just saying his back is sore, Hanya. Maybe he needs a healer's touch, just to make sure nothing is broken? Robbo choked on his first spoonful. What? No, I'm fine. Right as rain. Hanya narrowed her eyes at him, looking him up and down with critical assessment. He does move stiffly, like a tree that has forgotten how to bend. I'm fine, Robbo insisted. He is being insolent. Hanya sniffed. I will fetch my supplies. She bustled off again before he could protest further. Robbo glared at me over his spoon. What did you do that for? Now she's going to poke me with sharp sticks or make me drink something that tastes like my socks. I laughed, digging into my stew. Consider it payback for your can't live with him comment. Besides, she's right. We need you in fighting shape when we hit the city. Remind me to keep my own bloody counsel next time, he grumbled, but he took another bite of the stew. What? You're telling me that's all I had to do to keep you from whining all the time? The Aussie snorted and held a hand over his mouth to keep from spraying his breakfast over the deck. I chuckled along with him and shook my head, glad that the mercenary had volunteered to come along for the mission. While I'd initially sized him up as crass, I'd come to appreciate that with him, what you saw was what you got. The sun had shifted from a blinding white glare to a warmer, lazier gold by the time I finally unfolded my legs and stood. My backside was numb, and the stew had settled into a heavy lump in my stomach. I'm going to check on him, I told Robbo, who was currently staring out over the water with his hands folded around his middle. I ducked down the hatch, the air immediately turning cooler and smelling of grain dust and old wood. After squeezing past crates and baskets, I found Leylandir curled on his side atop the sacks, one arm thrown over his eyes to block out the thin shafts of light leaking through the deck planks. He looked peaceful. I smiled as I tilted my head to watch him, glad that he had a chance to recover from exhaustion with a deep, drugless sleep. The tension that usually held his jaw tight was gone, his lips slightly parted, and for the first time in weeks, the fine lines of worry around his eyes had smoothed away. I knelt beside him, resisting the urge to snuggle in beside him and accidentally wake him. Instead, I gently brushed a stray lock of white blonde hair away from his face. His skin was cool to the touch, but not clammy. Sleep well, Barney, I whispered. I tucked the rough wool blanket tighter around his shoulders, lingering for a second to watch him breathe, then turned and climbed back into the light. Up on deck, I found Robbo sitting shirtless on a crate, wincing as Hanya slapped a glob of dark green paste onto his shoulder blade. The smell of mud and something akin to rotting seaweed assaulted my nose. I glanced around to spot goblins nearby who had stopped whatever they were doing to watch with interest. "Bloody hell, woman!" Robbo yelped. "Are you healing me or marinating me?" "Does he always complain this much?" Hanya met my eye over his shoulder, her hands digging in with what looked like a good amount of force. "Pretty much," I agreed. "Oi!" Robbo snapped. "Who rattled your cage?" I flashed my teeth in a grin at the Aussie, then met Hanya's eye, who jerked her chin toward the hatch. "He sleeps?" "Yep," I confirmed. Robbo grunted as she hit a tender spot. "Lucky bastard. I'd kill for a nap right now. Instead, I'm getting tortured by Yoda's angry sister." Although Hanya couldn't understand his words, nor would she have gotten the reference, she opened her mouth to reply when Zeph dropped down from the barge ahead of us. The goblin captain landed with a soft thud, moving with a casual, boneless agility. But if looks were anything to go by, he was anything but relaxed. His dark eyes swept over the deck, as if searching for something, and I figured it was Dimran's absence that had gotten into the guy's craw. He spoke directly to Hanya as if Robbo and I weren't even there, his voice a low rumble of gobduck that I had to strain to listen to. "We approach the Narrows," he said. "The River Sai is eager this year, which means we will arrive at Mirenglad before nightfall." I watched him closely. His body language was guarded, arms crossed, weight on his back foot, eyes darting between us like he was counting heads for an execution. Hanya listened, her own expression tightening as she nodded. "We will make the first of our trades there," the goblin continued. "There will be soldiers to inspect our goods so that tariffs can be calculated. Captain Malthir will likely be the inspector we will meet, and he is particularly thorough." A cold prickle of anxiety tightened in my shoulders. "How thorough?" Hanya relayed the question. Zeph shook his head, but his eyes narrowed as he studied my face, as if weighing me like the commodities he was carrying below deck. He began to gesture, pointing to the barges ahead. "You will hide in the hold," he instructed. "But not together. The cargo holds are full, but there are pockets, voids in the stacking pattern intentionally left to balance the loads. You," he pointed at me, "in the lead barge. The red one," he pointed at Robbo, "in the second, and the elf must remain here. Hanya, you will serve on the cooking crew in the kitchen while the inspection takes place." "Split up? No, that's a bad idea. Dimran can't cloak 3 barges at once." I shook my head at Hanya. "Tell him no. We stay together. Dimran will hide us all in one place." Zeph listened impassively as Hanya relayed my refusal, then shook his head once, sharply. He spoke a few rapid sentences, too quickly for my amulet to catch beyond a jumble of nonsensical words, his tone dismissive. "He says Malthir knows the displacement of these barges down to the inch," Hanya explained, her brow knitting with concern. "A mass of 4 people in one spot will alter the waterline. It will be noticed. And he says that Sirion magic can be discerned by those looking for it. Distributed weight is safer." His logic was sound. Dangerously sound. It was the kind of detail a smuggler would know, but delivered with an edge that made me wonder if he was trying to isolate us to make us easier to sell out. Zeph took a step closer to Robbo, looking up at the mercenary with cold, unblinking eyes. He spoke one final sentence in Trade Elvish, which took me entirely by surprise, his accent thick but the words perfectly clear. "You are found. We are dead. All of us. The Krasnal risks much for your necks." The threat hung in the air, heavy and wet. Robbo met Zeph's gaze, his jaw tightening, but he didn't rise to the bait, even if he could reply in the trade tongue. He just shrugged, a slow roll of his heavy shoulders, and gave me a sideline look. "Doesn't look like we've got much choice, Ash." I wasn't so easily convinced. I looked at Zeph, searching for a tell, a flicker of deceit. Suddenly, a low, vibrating growl emanated from the empty air above the crates behind us. Dimrin? Zeph's head snapped toward the sound. His eyes tracked the invisible source with unnerving accuracy, locking onto the exact spot where Dimrin must have been hovering. He didn't flinch. He just stared at the empty space, a look of pure challenge on his face. Then, without another word, he turned and vaulted back onto the lead barge. "Stay quiet," he called back over his shoulder, not looking at us. "Stay hidden, and perhaps we all live to see another sunrise." He disappeared down the line of barges ahead of us. I folded my arms over my chest before Dimrin landed on my shoulder and blinked into visibility. Robbo looked at me, rubbing his beard nervously. "Well," he said. "He's a ray of sunshine, isn't he?" "Can we trust him, though?" I asked, voicing the question that was screaming in my head. "Is he setting us up? Splitting us up makes it a hell of a lot easier for the elves to pick us off one by one." Hanya worried her lower lip between her teeth as she glanced between us both, and she must have followed our line of thinking as she frowned. "Zeph is hard," she said. "He cares only for the clan, but his people have agreed to assist us. He will not hand us over." "Unless he reckons the elves are close to sniffing us out," Robbo muttered. I looked at the water rushing past, dark and fast. We were committed now. There was no getting off, though I did wonder if it would be better at this point to take a swim to the shore and meet up with the goblins after they'd successfully passed the checkpoint. I quickly dismissed the idea, though, figuring that it would be too difficult to manage with Leylandir in his current state out in the open. "We do what he says," I decided, my voice finding its command cadence. "But we prepare for the worst. Dimrin, I expect you to be here with Leylandir ready to cloak him the second the inspector smells something off. I'll take the lead barge. I want to be close to Zeph if things go sideways. And Robbo? We're not going down without a fight, yeah?" "Not on your Nelly, mate." Robbo gripped the handle of the knife at his belt. "Dimrin hides Leylandir," the Sirion agreed. "Zeph will not—" Hanya threw her hands up, but I cut her off. "Maybe. But maybe not." I stood, squaring my shoulders. "Like you said, his concern is his people, which means at the first sign of discovery he'll do what he can to salvage a bad situation." Chapter 14. Regret sat cold in my stomach, heavier than the wheel of cheese pressing into my spine, and sharper than the splinters of the crate digging into my knee. I remained wedged into a void in the cargo hold of the lead barge, oscillating between thoughts of certain betrayal and a more generous outlook where we all continued down the river in one piece. The air was thick with the smell of damp, brine, and dust. But the regret had little to do with the claustrophobia. It was the memory of leaving Leylandir slumbering under Dimrin's watch, hoping that things would work out okay when the inspection happened. I had stood over him in the hold of the third barge, watching the slow, rhythmic rise and fall of his chest. I'd poked him a little so I could tell him what was ahead of us, but he hadn't so much as stirred. When I reached to shake him, it had been Hanya who stopped me. "Don't," Hanya had whispered, her hand clamping onto my wrist with surprising strength. "His body screams for this rest, Asha. To wake him now, before the sleep cycle completes, is to shatter the healing we have begun." "We're hitting a checkpoint, Hanya," I'd argued, though I'd kept my voice to a hush. "If they find him asleep—" "Then we hide him well," the goblin healer had insisted. "Trust Dimrin. Trust me." So I had trusted her. I had left him defenseless, buried under grain sacks, guarded only by a gluttonous telepathic cat dragon and a prayer. Now, as the motion of the barge began to change, that trust felt like a noose tightening around my neck. The rhythmic, rushing shh of the hull cutting through the current slowed. The water sounded different, choppier, slapping harder against the wood until a bump from what I assumed was a dock hit us. Above, The timber deck creaked as the goblin crew scurried about, their footsteps quick and light. I shifted my weight, trying to ease the cramp in my left calf, and peered through a hollow knot in the hull planks. The world outside was a smear of twilight and torchlight. We were drifting toward a stone quay that jutted out into the River Sigh like a jagged tooth. The first elven town I'd seen outside of the capital was marked by sleek, high-arched and imposing stone buildings, which loomed over the water, illuminated by the harsh, flickering orange of braziers. I noted silhouettes moving on the dock, tall, angular, helmets gleaming in the firelight. Soldiers. "Ropes!" a voice shouted in Gobduk from above. The heavy thwack of wet snaking ropes hitting the dock echoed through the hull. The barge shuddered as it was snubbed tight, the momentum dying with a groan of stressed timber. Silence fell. Then came the boots. They hit the deck above me with a heaviness that was distinctly not goblin. "Captain Melthier," Zeph's voice floated down through the open hatch. I flinched. The tone was wrong. Gone was the gravelly arrogance of the goblin who had done nothing but scowl at us since we arrived among the Krasnal. Zeph sounded oily, servile. "The river has been kind to us, High One," Zeph continued, his trade elvish thick and accent heavy, and I was still annoyed that Zeph, for all intents and purposes, had played dumb about his mastery of the language, though I supposed I should have figured that someone on the crew had to make the deals. "We arrive ahead of schedule." "The river is indifferent to schedules, Goblin." A new voice cut through the air. It was smooth, cultured, and cold as a winter snap. "You are fortunate you have arrived before I retired for the day, so you may make use of your speed overnight." Captain Melthier. I couldn't see him, but I could picture him. High cheekbones, disdainful eyes, hand resting on the pommel of a sword that cost more than this entire flotilla. "Manifest," Melthier commanded. There was the rustle of parchment. Of course. 80 sacks of grain for the bakeries, 40 crates of ulnar mushrooms, 12 barrels of salted river trout, and, naturally, 50 baskets of glath zara for the festival. "Naturally," Melthier drawled. The word dripped with boredom. "Open the holds and I will see for myself." "Yes, Captain," Zeph said. "Of course." Light flooded my cramped prison as torchlight pooled at the hatch. I shrank deeper into the shadows, pressing my face against the rough wood of a crate, praying that my dark hair merged with the gloom. "Take account," Melthier ordered, presumably to whoever was with him. "I want every entry in this manifest accounted for." Boots hit the floor of the hold. 2 pairs. They moved methodically, the beam of a magical light sweeping across the cargo. It sliced through the dust motes, dancing over barrels and sacks. Every muscle in my body locked. I held on to Erding's hilt, not to draw it, but to ground myself. If I had to fight my way out of a barge hold, waist deep in mushrooms against an elven squad waiting on the docks, well, the odds weren't great. The light beam swept over the crates, hiding me. It paused. The guard was close. I smelled the polish on his boots and the faint scent of what I assumed was an elven cologne. "This stack is loose," the guard called. His voice was right in front of me. He grabbed the crate that formed the roof of my little cave. Wood scraped against wood above me. "Dimrin," I projected, my mental voice screaming into the ether. "Status." "He sleeps," came the immediate reply. The Sirion sounded agitated, his mental tone jagged. "Soldiers discover Asha?" "Not yet, but cloak him," I ordered, a trickle of sweat stinging my eye. "Don't get distracted. If they see him, we're dead. Do you understand?" "Dead." "Naza watching for Dimrin," the Sirion replied with a hint of pride, and I caught a mental image of the lavender-colored Sirion. "Dimrin, hide Leylandir good." In the hold, the guard grunted, shifting the crate. A sliver of light hit my tactical boot, and the snap of splintering wood from the crate above me caused me to stop breathing. "Careful!" Zeph's voice shrieked from above. The guard froze. "That is the ulnar fungus," Zeph yelled, leaning over the hatch. "Only for the high tables. If you bruise them, they release spores. They will be ruined." The guard hesitated. He looked at the crate, then up at the hatch, then down at his own pristine uniform. Slowly, he released the box. "Secure your cargo better next time," the guard muttered, wiping his hands on his trousers as he stepped back. Yes, much apologies," Zeph babbled. The guard continued his inspection, and I caught him counting under his breath as he moved through the hold. "All accounted for," the guard shouted, climbing back up the ladder. I let out a breath that shook my entire frame. Zeph! The magnificent lying bastard. Or was he? I made a note to ask Leylandir about this ulnar mushroom, supposing we made it out of here alive. "Next barge," Malthier ordered. They were moving to Robbo. I closed my eyes and pictured the Aussie in my mind's eye. Robbo. Incoming. Freeze. There was a beat of silence, then the Aussie's voice in my head, sounding tight. "Copy that. I'm cozied up next to the spider eggs. Here's hoping they don't all hatch, hey?" I didn't deign to respond to that, instead straining my ears to listen as the heavy boots moved along to the second barge. The inspection there seemed faster. Zeph's story about the spores must have made them wary of poking too deep into the goblin's messy cargo. Ah, hell. Robbo's voice cut back in. "Dust. Need to sneeze." "Don't you dare," I hissed back telepathically. "Swallow it. Pinch your nose. You sneeze and we're dead." "Easier said than done, mate," he replied instantly. And gone. Crisis averted. I think. "The tally is correct," a voice shouted from the second barge. My relief lived for exactly 3 seconds, because now they were moving to the third barge where Leylandir wasn't awake, wasn't hiding himself, and was essentially a sitting duck wrapped in a blanket. I sent a warning to Dimrin, who projected an image of himself huddled on Leylandir's chest, already shrouding the elf in his stealth magic. I strained my ears, but the wind had picked up, whistling through the moored barges and drowning out the footsteps. But then came a shout, followed by a loud crash. The sickening sound of wood splintering sounded at the same time as Malthier's voice roared. "What is this?" I uncoiled from my hiding spot, ignoring the cramp in my leg, and scrambled toward the ladder. My hand ripped Erding free of its sheath, the blade humming with the promise of blue lightning beneath my fingertips. If they had him. If they touched him. "Hanya," I projected. "What the hell is happening up there?" "Wait!" Her voice slammed into my mind, breathless and shrill. "Stay down. I am already—" My pulse pounded at my temple as I crouched ready with Erding at the base of the ladder. As the seconds dragged by, the voice at the back of my mind screamed at me to move. "What, Hanya?" "A crate of sunmelons on the deck," she explained rapidly, the images flashing in my mind alongside her words. Rolling orange orbs, sliding boots, cursing guards. One of the crew stumbled. The crate broke. They are rolling everywhere. A guard slipped, and the crew are busy grabbing them up before they tumble into the water. I slumped against the ladder, the adrenaline crash making my knees weak. Fruit. It was just fruit. "Dimrin," I checked in, my mental voice trembling. "Bad men here," Dimrin whispered back. The playfulness was gone from his tone. "Bad man counting the grain." "The grain Leylandir is sleeping beside?" "Yes, almost stepping on talons." But he not see? A wave of sick dread washed over me, and I gripped the ladder and lowered my forehead down onto a rung. "Elf groans," Dimrin reported. "Bad man looks down." My head whipped up. "Dimrin, show me what's happening." A dizzying series of images flashed in my mind, with an elf soldier frowning as his eyes darted around the hold, gesturing his magical torch around as if searching for a stowaway. Then he turned, leaving Leylandir behind as his search led him deeper into the cargo hold. I waited as the images continued to whir through my head, but the soldier didn't return, and eventually I coaxed my lungs back into gear and sucked in a deep breath. "Bad man leaving," Dimrin reported triumphantly. Dimrin should get treats. "You'll get a whole cow, I promised." What is cow? I didn't have the mental bandwidth to share an image with the Sirion, and instead focused on the footsteps returning to my barge. Zeph and Maelthir were walking back along the gangplanks. "You seem anxious, Goblin," Maelthir observed. His voice was right above me again. "You are sweating, and it is freezing tonight." I held my breath. Zeph hadn't betrayed us yet, but everyone had a breaking point, and Maelthir was clearly pushing for one. There was a long silence. I heard the calculation in it. Zeph was weighing the lives of 3 strangers and a debt of honor against the very real possibility of being executed on his own deck. "It is the Count, High One," Zeph said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial, trembling whisper. "We may have miscalculated the manifest." "Is that so?" Maelthir's tone sharpened like a blade. "Perhaps by 10 baskets?" Zeph suggested. "In my private quarters, of the Glath Zara. Sometimes the quill slips, sometimes the crate falls behind another crate." I let out a silent exhale. He was playing the smuggler. He was admitting to a minor crime of tax evasion to cover the capital crime of harboring fugitives. Maelthir hummed. It was a greedy sound. 10 baskets is a significant slip of the quill, and Glath Zara fetches a high price. "Indeed," Zeph agreed quickly. "A terrible error, one for which the Krasnal would happily pay the tariff here and now, plus a penalty for the inconvenience to your noble self." "Very well," Maelthir said briskly. "The tariff will be collected, and the penalty. See that your clerk learns to count before you pass Mirenglad again." "He will be punished," Zeph promised gravely. "Severely." "You have my permission to cast off after unloading," Maelthir ordered. "Rimwer, collect the coin." Boots retreated up the gangplank, but the barge didn't move. Maelthir's departure was just the prelude to the transaction, and for the next hour, I remained a statue in the dark, my muscles cramping in protest as the hustle of commerce thundered overhead. I caught snatches of Zeph's voice, no longer oily but sharp and businesslike, haggling with a nasally clerk I assumed was Rimwer. "That is the 40 count on the grain," Zeph insisted. 38, a reed-thin voice countered, "and the sacks look light." 2 were taken as samples by the guard, Zeph retorted, his tone daring the clerk to argue. "If you wish to dispute the count with Captain Maelthir, be my guest. He is still on the quay." I ground my teeth at the squabbling, screwing my eyes shut lest this turn into another count. There was a pause, followed by the frantic scratching of a quill. 38 it is, Zeph said. "Good choice." I blinked my eyes open, ears straining to discern whether we were any closer to disembarking. Every footstep that paused near the hatch sent a fresh spike of adrenaline through my veins, making my hand twitch toward Erding. Finally, the activity died down, and I heard Zeph call for the ropes to be brought in. "Pleasure doing business, Zeph," Rimwer muttered. "May your ledger always balance," Zeph replied dryly. "Cast off." The splash of ropes thudding back on deck was the sweetest sound I'd heard all night. The barge shuddered as the current caught it, pulling us away from the dock. The lights of the checkpoint, along with the terrifying proximity of Captain Maelthir, slid past the cracks in the hull, fading into the distance. I stayed in the hold for a long time, listening as the voices on the shore faded into the rush of the river. The tension slowly uncoiled from my muscles, leaving behind a deep, throbbing ache and a cramp in my left leg that felt permanent. We had made it. Only when the silence of the river had fully returned and the rocking of the barge settled into a steady rhythm did I holster Erding and climb the ladder. When I pushed open the hatch, the night air hit me, cold and clean, washing away the smell of fear and fungus. I crossed the barges, my legs wobbly. I found Robbo and Hanya gathered around the hatch of the third barge. Robbo looked pale even in the moonlight. "Everyone intact?" I whispered, sidestepping a crushed melon on the deck. "Just about," Robbo said, wiping sweat from his forehead. "Were the melons even an accident?" I griped. The goblin healer sniffed, though she looked pleased. "I am unsure. It was clumsy, but perhaps effective in ensuring the inspection would be swift." We descended into the third barge's hold together. Leylandir was still where we left him, but he was shifting now, murmuring in his sleep. As I knelt beside him, his eyes fluttered open. He blinked groggily in the dim light, looking like a confused child. "Asha!" he rasped, his voice thick with sleep. He tried to sit up, but I put a hand on his chest. "How long have I been sleeping?" I looked at him, oblivious, safe, and utterly beautiful in his confusion. A hysterical giggle bubbled up in my throat. "A while," I said, my voice cracking slightly. I sank beside him, lifting his head into my lap. "We just had a little pit stop at Mirenglad." He frowned as he peered among the three of us, and then to Dimrin, who was curled up beside him. "What happened? You are trembling." "It's cold," I lied. The hatch opened above us and Zeph dropped down. He looked at us, his expression twisted into his perpetual scowl. He looked tired. He had to have been at least as terrified as us of discovery. "You now owe the Krasnal the tariff fee for 10 baskets of Glathzara which do not exist, along with a hefty bribe," he said. "I'm sure it can be arranged," I said. "Thank you for not turning us over." Zeph held my gaze for a moment. It was close. Malthir smells fear like a Nimloth smells blood. "You handled him," I said. "Thank you." Zeph grunted, his gaze flicking away to stare at a coil of rope as if it were more important than us. "I protected my ship and my people." The goblin disappeared up the ladder, and Robbo followed him with a jaw-cracking yawn, muttering something about finding something to eat. Hanya pressed her hand to Leylandir's forehead, and apparently satisfied, nodded to me and trailed after the Aussie. The hatch clicked shut, leaving us in the quiet dark. I settled in next to Leylandir, pulling a rough wool blanket over both of us. He shifted, turning instinctively toward my warmth, his arm draping heavily over my waist. His breathing was already deepening, the pull of sleep dragging him under. "What happened?" He slurred into my neck. "Nothing," I whispered, kissing his forehead and inhaling the scent of him with a contented sigh. "Absolutely nothing. Just a boring boat ride." I watched the dust motes dance in the shaft of moonlight above us, listening to the river rush by, carrying us closer to the capital, closer to danger, closer to discovery. But for tonight, we were free. And if I'd learned anything since leaving my old life behind, it was to relish the moments of relief when you could. Chapter 15. We survived another 3 stops along the river as the Krasnul traded their wares to river towns, though none of the officials came close to rivaling Captain Malthir's meticulous inspection. The last one didn't even check the holds as far as I could tell from my hiding spot. And with Leylandir awake for the later stops, I could breathe a lot easier as we waited for the goblins to conclude their business each time. The convoy of barges had gone from 6 to 2 as they offloaded their wares, and the crew had likewise shrunk as some of the goblins had peeled off to begin the return trip against the current. I would have liked to have witnessed the race of folks the size of preschoolers coax wild deer into doing the towing, but we were well on our way by the time that happened, and eventually, Zeph reported that the convoy would soon arrive at the juncture which would lead us into the underground section of the river. I continued to watch as the scenery drifted by, the gentle rocking of the barge almost hypnotic after so many days on the water. Leylandir stood beside me on deck, pointing ahead. "It is just around the bend." I smiled as I looked at him, noting how much better he appeared. He looked as good as I'd seen him since the siege where he'd nearly burned himself out with magic. Only this time it wasn't due to Hanya's stimulant, but rather good old-fashioned rest. Though he was still sleeping most of the day and eating enough to make up for the time he'd spent practically unconscious, I thought he'd be well enough to move through the city once we arrived, even if magic remained beyond his reach for now. "Isn't it dangerous navigating in the dark?" I asked, eyeing the looming rock face ahead where the river seemed to disappear. He only smiled mysteriously. "You will see." As we approached what appeared to be a solid rock wall, the river bent sharply and revealed the entrance to its subterranean section. The goblins used long poles to guide our convoy toward the center of the current. As we drew closer, I noticed the cave mouth wasn't dark at all. It was lit from within by countless twinkling purple lights. I gasped, turning to Leylandir. "Is that—" "Yes," he confirmed. "Ethereum." I grinned as I peered ahead at what I knew to be crystal formations which concentrated magic in the Irendor realms, much like lodestones back home. Except I decided that Ethereum was a lot prettier than the new metallic substance on Earth. I was about to say as much to the elf when I noted a small frown which creased his brow as we slipped into the cave mouth. I studied his expression, noting the concern there. "It's different, isn't it?" "Yes," he said softly. "The Ethereum in these caves was never this bright, even before the war." I trailed my fingers along the cool, damp wood of the barge's railing, considering the implications. I guess it's just more proof that the Erlin Galad activation really did alter magic here. It feels different, using it here now. I wasn't going to say anything, but... "You don't have to spare my feelings," he said with a lopsided smile. "I can sense it too, even if I can't yet grasp it for myself. It'll come." I stepped closer to lean into his chest and turned my gaze to the front of the convoy where the goblins were likewise gawking at the crystals which dotted the cave's rocky walls and ceiling. Despite the changes being of concern, I couldn't help admiring them. "It's beautiful all the same." "It is," Leylandir agreed. But when I glanced up, he wasn't looking at the lights at all. His eyes were fixed on me, and with gentle fingers, he tucked a loose strand of hair behind my ear. The purple glow from the Ethereum cast tiny rainbows across his face, highlighting those sharp elven features I'd grown so familiar with. I grinned, about to tell him as much, but the look in his eyes made my breath catch, and for a moment the rest of the world seemed to fade away. It occurred to me that this would have been pretty romantic if we weren't being hunted by almost everyone on Eldarian, and the thought made my shoulders sag for just a moment before he brushed his lips against my forehead and wrapped his arms around my shoulders. I wondered if there would ever be a time where we could actually go on a regular date, or whatever passed for a regular date with an elf. The air grew cooler as we ventured deeper into the underground passage, carrying with it the mineral smell of wet stone. It reminded me of the way the air felt just before a thunderstorm, charged with potential. I found myself leaning slightly closer to Leylandir, drawn to his warmth in the cave's chill. "How long does this underground section last?" I asked, my voice soft, as if speaking too loudly might shatter the atmosphere. "Several days," he replied, his voice matching mine in its soft timbre. "But we will not journey to its end where the water falls into a deep underground chasm. There are tunnels we will divert into within a day." "A day, huh?" I pushed down a twinge of sadness, having come to appreciate the relative feeling of safety among the Krasnal goblins. "I'm guessing that the last checkpoint is going to be the most difficult?" "It would be, if we intended to be there when it occurs." I raised an eyebrow and stared up at the elf. "If?" "Don't tell me you're afraid of swimming, Asha Lopez," he teased, and brushed his thumb along my jaw. "I can swim." I swatted him on the chest. But I don't remember you saying that these tunnels are anywhere near the palace. They are not, he agreed. But even in your Earth cities, there is a need for sanitation, is there not? The tunnels underneath Aaron Galen served two purposes: to bring in fresh water and goods by river, and also to carry refuse away. My lip curled and I stepped back and out of his grasp, placing my fists on my hips with a groan. Way to kill the mood. Sewers? Really? Leylandir chuckled and held his hands up. If you would prefer to slip past guards stationed at the subterranean harbor who likely have instructions to watch for us. I dragged my hand over my face, having figured that we would be doing exactly that, which somehow felt less offensive than traversing an elf sewer to get above ground. But I guessed even elf royalty needed to poop, so if there was a chance we could bypass the city altogether? Fine, I muttered. But I'm making you tell Robbo about this plan. The elf only shook his head with a grin and grabbed my shoulders to bring me in closer again so he could wrap his arms around me, this time tucking my head firmly under his chin, like he could keep me from getting away. A shout from the front of our barge broke the moment, as Zeph barked orders to the crew. The goblins scurried across the deck, adjusting ropes and calling to each other while pulling out the long poles they used to navigate tight spaces. One of them nearly collided with us, muttering an apology as he raced past. The river narrows ahead, Leylandir said, his breath warm against my hair. They will need the deck clear for navigation. So much for the scenic tour, I huffed. We should go below, he suggested. Don't tell me you're sleepy again, I snorted. He took my hand, leading me toward the hatch. He glanced back, a hint of mischief in his eyes that I hadn't seen for a while. Why? Do you have other plans for me? The innuendo caught me off guard, and I almost stumbled over a coil of rope. Leylandir caught me under the armpits and set me right again, making a clucking sound with his tongue. I had almost forgotten your predilection for falling, he teased. I straightened my shirt and gave the elf a flat look. Aside from the time I really fell and almost died as I unwittingly activated the Airlin Galad, there had only been a few close calls as we rappelled down sheer drops in the dark from what was the back entrance to the Airlin Galad network of caves. Which was a feat of my agility and endurance, if you asked me. To Leylandir, it underscored how clumsy humans were. Ha ha. Maybe I preferred it when you were sleeping. He flashed me a wide grin in answer as he slipped down the ladder into the hold. Taking care not to make an ass of myself as I followed, I dropped down and followed the elf through the maze of cargo to his accommodations of grain sacks, which looked much more like a burrow than a bed. I didn't complain, though, as I settled in beside him and stretched my legs against his. When he closed his eyes and folded his hands over his chest, I poked him in the ribs and he snickered. I was joking, you know. He turned on his side to face me and pressed his nose to mine. I cannot help it. You are rather endearing when you're surly. And you really know how to make a gal feel surly. I rubbed my nose against his, my body racked with a silent laugh. He cupped my cheek in his hand and pressed his lips to mine, apparently done with our verbal sparring. It was still a complete marvel how every brush of his mouth against mine felt like it should have been the first time. Soft at first, then deepening with that quiet hunger that always made my toes curl. I kissed him back, tentative despite the spark igniting low in my belly, my hand resting lightly on his chest. God, he felt good, solid, mine. But our little bedroom disaster on Gashok Tor replayed in my head like a bad training reel. I didn't want to be the one who wrecked his recovery again. Not here, not now. Still, I couldn't pull away. His fingers threaded into my hair, tilting my head for better access, and I let out a soft noise against his lips, my body arching instinctively into the warmth of him. The grain sacks shifted under us with the barge's gentle rock, cocooning us in this dim, purple-tinged burrow. His free hand skimmed down my side, slipping under my shirt to trace the curve of my waist. Careful, controlled, no hint of magic humming beneath his skin. I shivered at the contact, my own hand sliding up to grip his shoulder, feeling the flex of muscle there. Heat pooled between my legs, frustration from weeks of restraint bubbling up, but I held back from tugging at his tunic. Slow, I told myself. Let him lead. Don't push. His mouth trailed to my jaw, then my neck, lips hot and teasing along the pulse point that made the blood rush in my ears. I tilted my head to give him room, fingers digging into his hair as his hand splayed wider over my hip, thumb brushing the edge of my waistband. The ache built, sweet and insistent, and for a heartbeat, I let myself grind against him. Just a little, drawing a low groan from his throat that vibrated straight through me. But then he went rigid. His hand stilled, pressing flat against my hip like an anchor before he eased back, putting a careful handspan of space between us. His chest rose and fell in ragged bursts, green eyes shadowed with that familiar conflict as he raked fingers through his hair. "We should stop," he murmured, voice rough. I swallowed the wine threatening at my throat, nodding even as frustration coiled tight in my core. He was right. Of course he was. His recovery was still fragile, and using magic right now would hurt him as much as it would hurt me. I forced a small smile, cupping his jaw to ground us both. "It's okay. No need to rush things." He raised an eyebrow, clearly sensing the disconnect between my words and my irritation. "Even if we stand a good chance of death or capture once we slip inside the city?" I huffed a laugh, sharp and sarcastic, waving it off. "Please. Capture or death? That's our default setting these days. We wouldn't know what to do with ourselves without it." His gaze held mine, searching, the tension easing a fraction from his shoulders. But the barge's creak and the distant goblin shouts intruded, turning the air thick. I shifted closer anyway, not pressing, just needing his warmth, and a question which I'd considered on and off in the quiet moments of our mission slipped right out of my mouth. "Leylandir, have you ever had sex without magic? Like, ever?" Color flooded his cheeks, that sharp elven pride cracking under a flush of embarrassment. He looked away, jaw working, and I knew what the answer would be before he opened his mouth. "No," he admitted, the word soft but blunt. "Never." It felt almost completely obvious, but at the same time, the confirmation was a sharp betrayal. Never. Of course, he'd never had sex without magic. Why would he? "Is it?" I hesitated, feeling like I was prying into something obscenely personal, yet unable to stop myself. "Is it even possible?" "Of course it's possible," Leylandir said, his green eyes penetrating mine with small lines creasing his brow. "Just because I said that I have not does not mean that I cannot. It's just..." "Just what?" I ran my tongue over my teeth, the sour, jealous tang in my mouth making my cheeks heat. Magical restraint in the bedroom certainly wasn't a kink that made any kind of sense to the race that practically breathed magic before the war started. "It has never been required of me," he finished a little dumbly, then winced, like he hadn't expected the words to sound as rough as they did. My mind spiraled, the familiar ugly doubts clawing up about whether, even if we could manage the act, he would find it satisfying. That as we lay tangled together in sweaty sheets, he would be left feeling cheated of a full experience or something, like he'd ordered a burger and gotten a salad instead. "Is it that hard?" I asked, my voice quieter than I intended. "To separate the two?" He hesitated, and that pause was worse than any answer. "It is not a matter of difficulty, Asha. It is a matter of presence. Magic is not a cloak we take on and off. It is intrinsic, like the heat of the skin." He looked at his hands, frustration etching a line between his brows. "To touch without it? It does not come naturally." Naturally? I flinched, his words conjuring the imagined face of Lady Cylindra, the elf noble Nerianthus wanted to chain him to. I'd bet she shared none of my bedroom compunctions. She'd weave magical pleasure like silk, no flinches or hard lines. Just pure, elven perfection that I'd never match. Leylandir must have read the traitorous thoughts on my mind as he considered me, his expression softening into one of raw, pleading vulnerability. Asha, I apologize. I did not mean— You don't have to apologize, I cut in sharply. I do, he insisted. It is not that I do not so desperately want this. It has never been required in the past because I have never been in this situation. Exactly. I gave a shaky laugh. If I weren't so fucked up, this wouldn't be a problem. Asha, Leylandir's voice grew stern. This is not your deficit. Isn't it? My lip trembled and I bit it to give myself a second's pause. If I were normal and into the full magical experience, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now. Leylandir closed his eyes and took a terse breath through his nose before shaking his head. No. Instead, we would be discussing my magical shortcomings preventing what we both want. I pressed my lips together at the retort, cursing myself for making this all about me. He might never be able to touch magic safely again, which was ironically the thing that would make our sexual relationship a damn sight easier. It occurred to me that it might have been a blessing if he had burned out his magic completely, but that sent a wave of guilt right through my middle. I would never wish that on him. I'm sorry. I blinked to banish the glassiness of my eyes, but the words felt hollow even in my own ears. I flashed a brave face smile that felt like glass. We'll work something out once you can use magic safely again. Promise. He nodded, drawing me into a loose embrace, his chin atop my head. But as the barge rocked on toward the tunnels, it felt like my own center of gravity had been thrown off, leaving me feeling unsteady and adrift. Sewers and spies ahead, a city baying for our blood, and this fragile thread between us, thinner than ever. How were we supposed to rewrite the world when our own story kept stalling out? Chapter 16. The canal leads to a series of tunnels which carry refuse away from the city. Leylandir gestured with his hand as if he could picture it in his head, even if we couldn't. But there are also maintenance routes to allow for teams to deal with blockages and periodic cleaning. Elf plumbers, Robbo chuckled, shaking his head. Who knew? So I'm guessing these tunnels won't get us into the palace? I said in Trade Elvish, mostly for Hanya's benefit, who was party to our planning session. Biting the inside of my cheek, I had hoped we would bypass the city altogether. No. There are magical valves installed in the tunnels leading from the palace which prevent anybody attempting to infiltrate, Leylandir confirmed. Can't have an elf king find a nasty surprise coming to bite him on the bum when he's sitting on the throne, I guess. Robbo grinned. I rubbed my hand across my face. I get the feeling this is just the first of many bathroom jokes we're going to hear from you. Yep, Robbo chuckled. What? It's better than lingering on what we're going to be swimming through to arrive at our destination. I mean, the guards will sniff us out before we take 2 steps above ground. The Aussie waved his hand in front of his nose with an infuriating grin, and I gave him a long, pointedly unimpressed look. Hanya only narrowed her eyes from her seat on a crate which put her eye to eye with our party, and I figured she was fortunate not to have to listen to the drivel coming out of Robbo's mouth. We will not allow the refuse to soil us, Leylandir said with a frown. We can employ magic safely enough once we pass the tunnels where the goblins will depart for the harbor. Hanya will meet us in the pump house to deliver festival attire for us to wear so we may blend into the crowds. Robert, you must rid yourself of your facial hair before we depart. I watched as Robbo's jovial expression froze, his mouth falling slightly open. What? He sputtered, one hand instinctively going to stroke his bushy red beard. Leylandir's nose wrinkled slightly as he regarded the facial hair with obvious distaste. That growth on your chin will make you far too recognizable. We cannot pass you off as a dwarf, and orcs who do sprout facial hair never do so in that hue. I couldn't help the laugh which bubbled up in my throat, which I quickly tried to disguise as a cough at Robbo's wounded expression. He looked like someone had just suggested he give up a limb. Now hang on a minute, mate, Robbo protested, both hands now protectively cradling his beard. This here's been with me through thick and thin. You can't just expect me to— I will procure festival costumes, Hanya interrupted, her voice cutting through Robbo's complaints. You two will dress as Thalarin and Alawan. The disguise will be perfect. No one will suspect that two humans walk among them. Who are Thalorin and Alawan? I asked, grateful for any distraction from Robbo's continuing mutters about the fate of his facial hair. Hanya's eyes lit with an almost childish gleam. Ah, the Silverith, known widely as the Forest-Bonded Ones. During the Age of First Light, when the Great Frost threatened to destroy all of Eldoraon, they were our salvation. She leaned forward on her crate, her small green hands gesturing expressively. Thalarin was but a simple gardener of noble houses, while Elowen was a princess with a wandering spirit blessed with earth magic. They fell in love, meeting in secret within the sacred groves. When the frost and blight began consuming our lands, they performed the forbidden arbor essence ritual, binding their spirits to the eldest trees of the verdant heart. The transformation made them neither fully elven nor fully tree, she continued, her voice taking on a rhythmic quality that suggested this was a tale told many times. Their limbs became like branches, their skin like bark. Together they walked the frozen lands, the heat of their love melting ice and awakening dormant seeds wherever they went. Robbo had temporarily forgotten his beard crisis, drawn in despite himself. Tree people? Really? After restoring life to Eldoraon for one full cycle of seasons, they reached what would become Erin Galen. There, they planted themselves at the city's heart, becoming the first Sylvamere tree. It is a wonder with two intertwined trunks and silver-green leaves that change with the moon's phases. What a crock of shit, Robbo mumbled, throwing up his hands and turning to stare out into the water. And people dress as them during festivals? I asked, beginning to see why this might make an effective disguise. Hanya nodded. It is traditional. Many couples seek the blessing of the Silverith during the festival. The costumes are elaborately constructed with branch crowns, bulky robes to resemble bark. None would look too closely at those portraying such sacred figures. What about hanging moss? Surely that exists here too, yeah? I don't care if we dye the damn thing green so long as I don't have to shave it off. Robbo held his hands on his hips as he regarded us with what looked dangerously close to a pout. Oh, come on. It didn't occur to you that you might have to make some difficult choices here? I cocked my head at the Aussie. And here I thought the threat of death would be the problematic part. Christ, going to my grave without me beard. Robbo dropped his head back and threw his hands up in a gesture of utter defeat, addressing the Ethereum-studded ceiling. Fine. But I want it noted that I'm doing this under sufferance, and if Jurga asks why I shaved it off, I'm telling her it was all your idea, mate. He jabbed a finger at Leylandir, who merely raised an elegant eyebrow in response. I will bring the costumes to the pump house, Hanya said, pushing herself off the crate, along with something sharp enough to remove that growth. She gave Robbo's beard the same look of distaste Leylandir had shown. I'll do just fine on my bloody own, thanks. Robbo flashed his teeth at the goblin, seemingly on purpose after being warned it was considered a hostile expression. I couldn't contain my amusement any longer and let out a snort of laughter. It could be worse. If I had a phone with me, I'd be taking pictures for sure. I'm sure Jurga would have loved to witness you play dress-up. Yeah, laugh it up, Robbo grumbled, but I saw the corner of his mouth twitching. Just remember you'll be looking like a dingbat right next to me, Lopez. The costumes are quite beautiful, Hanya assured me, though something in her tone suggested beautiful might be a relative term. And the branch crown will disguise your human features. I nodded, trying to imagine myself dressed as a mythical tree person. It wasn't the strangest thing I'd done since the worlds merged, but it was definitely making the top 10 list. The awkwardness between Leylandir and me stretched on as we waited for the subterranean river to reach the Elven-constructed tunnel. It had been hours since we'd emerged from the cargo hold, and I was certain that our conversation was replaying in his mind as much as it was in mine. It felt like the wall was back up between us as his face had frozen into a detached mask. Any eye contact was quickly broken, and we stood apart as the goblins navigated the winding underground waterways. "We are close," Zeph's voice cut through the silence, mercifully interrupting my spiral of doubt. "My people will begin steering the barges soon." Leylandir had clued the goblin in on our plan, and I thought I'd never witnessed Zeph looking so relieved at the news that we would be leaving. I supposed that was only fair, given that this was the last stop, and there would be no more cargo to hide behind once the Krasnal had concluded their business. Ahead, to the right, a brightly lit archway loomed in the rock face. We'd arrived at the elf-made tributary that fed the clear waters of the River Sai into the city. "The diversion," Leylandir said, appearing at my elbow. He didn't look at me, his gaze fixed on the dark tunnel mouth. "We must swim from here." "So this is where the water goes in," Robbo said, staring at the archway. "How far until we get to the tunnel where the crap comes out?" "Perhaps one of your Earth miles," Leylandir said. "Delightful," the Aussie grumbled, checking the straps on his pack, no doubt wishing we could use magic before jumping into the water to keep everything dry. Unfortunately, with goblins having a relatively low aptitude for magic, Leylandir had argued that we should wait until we reached the next tunnel, which would be unhelpful for our supplies. Zeph barked for his people to start steering the convoy with poles. The water here was choppy, the tunnel sucking water in from the river's natural flow. I swallowed, imagining the current would be a bitch to swim through. "Go!" the goblin captain ordered, not looking up from his tiller. "Before you are swept up alongside us." There was no time for long goodbyes. I nodded to Zeph in a silent acknowledgement of the strange, tense alliance that had kept us alive this far. Then I vaulted over the side after Leylandir and Robbo. The freezing water punched the breath out of me. The shock of glacial meltwater that had been flowing underground for days instantly numbed my skin. I surfaced, gasping, and saw Robbo splash down beside me, sputtering curses. Leylandir entered the water with barely a splash, slicing through the surface like a knife. "This way," Leylandir projected, his mental voice clear and devoid of any emotional inflection. He struck toward the continuing river, swimming against the tunnel's inflow current. I followed, my strokes strong and steady, fighting the push of the water. Soon we passed the archway and began moving with the current itself. Robbo brought up the rear, his swimming style more thrashing retriever than elven grace, but he kept up. We swam for the better part of a mile, movement helping to keep the numbness in check, before the tunnel widened into a massive junction chamber. The current slowed, swirling in a confused eddy. The dark archway to our immediate right was our target, and we moved closer to the wall to keep from being spat out by the river in the wrong direction. And that was when the smell hit us. It wasn't just damp earth anymore, it was the stench of civilization. The water temperature warmed, and the clear river water we'd followed for days was replaced by a churning, murky soup ahead. Leylandir treaded water just shy of the refuse tunnel mouth, waiting for us to catch up. Dimrin fluttered above him near the ceiling, his scales turning a muddy brown to match the environment. "Hold!" Leylandir ordered as we reached him. "Bloody hell!" Robbo gasped, treading water and wiping his face. "It smells like a goblin's undies." "It is time to create barriers," Leylandir said, his voice a little too carefully even. "Asha, I would be grateful if you could." "I've got it," I said, my voice echoing slightly off the wet stones. "Robbo, I'm guessing you can manage a magical bubble?" "Can do," he confirmed. A tingle of magic climbed up my arms at the proximity of Robbo using magic. Then the Aussie gave me a muffled thumbs up and breast-stroked toward the tunnel entrance, sending a magical blob of yellow light ahead of him. I turned to Leylandir. "Our turn. Hold still." Hours ago, he had flinched away from my touch in the bedroom because he couldn't control his own magic. Now I had to cover him in mine. The irony wasn't lost on either of us. "Do it," he said. I closed my eyes, centering myself. I pulled on the thrum of power in my blood, weaving the threads of a simple deflection barrier. I cast it over myself first, feeling the familiar static charge ripple over my skin like a second wetsuit. Then, I paddled closer to him and placed my wet palm flat against the center of his chest. The contact was electric. Even through the cold water and the barrier on my own skin, I felt the thump of his heart beneath my hand. It was beating fast. Too fast. I pushed the magic over him. He didn't flinch, but he closed his eyes, his breath hitching as the magic settled over his skin. "All done," I said, pulling my hand back quickly, the loss of contact leaving my palm tingling. He opened his eyes. The green of his irises was dark, unreadable. "Thank you." "Stay close," I said, my voice tight. "My range isn't infinite." He turned and swam into the dark. We passed under the stone archway, and the natural beauty of the Ethereum caves vanished instantly. We were in a constructed tunnel now, a perfect cylinder of ancient, slime-slicked stonework. The ceiling arched high above us, lost in shadows, while the water we swam through was thick and sluggish. But thanks to the barrier, the worst of the muck seemed to slide around us. Debris floated in the water, and a hot, sour bile rose in the back of my throat. I swallowed hard, desperately trying not to identify the chunks parting around my shoulders as if I were coated in oil. We swam in silence for what felt like an eternity. The only light accompanying Robbo's gelatinous-looking sphere came from the occasional maintenance hatch far above, letting in thin beams of light that illuminated buzzing insects above the water. The sound of our strokes echoed wetly against the stone walls, amplified by the tunnel's acoustics. My arms began to burn. Keeping the dual shields active while swimming pulled at my energy levels. I kept my eyes on the back of Leylandir's head, watching the way my magic shimmered faintly around him. Eventually, the tunnel narrowed. The water level dropped, revealing a stone shelf or footpath running along either side of the channel, raised about 2 feet above the sludge. Leylandir hauled himself up onto the ledge first, the muck sliding off his magical coating. He reached down to pull me up. His grip was firm, his hand warm through the barrier, but he released me the second my boots hit the stone. Robbo clambered up after us a moment later. He shook himself like a wet dog, with a grimace. "Oh, that is foul," the Aussie gagged, wiping his face with his sleeve once he had dropped his shield. "I can taste it. I reckon that smell is going to be stuck up my nostrils for a week. I'll be tasting elf crap with my morning coffee." His voice boomed in the enclosed space, bouncing off the walls and multiplying into a cacophony of complaints. "Quiet." Leylandir's mental voice cut in, sharp as a whip crack. "Sound carries here." Robbo made a great show of physically miming zipping his lips and throwing away the key. He looked chagrined, but spent a moment brushing frantically at his clothes, flicking away imaginary grime. "Do you think there's anyone down here?" I projected, looking down the long, curving tunnel. It stretched into darkness, punctuated by the occasional drip of condensation. "During the festival?" Leylandir replied as he adjusted his tunic. "It depends. If a blockage occurs, maintenance crews are dispatched immediately. The populace would not tolerate the aroma intruding on their celebrations. "Reckon it's gonna smell worse in the morning," Robbo sent. "Whole city partying? Eating those spider egg things? The plumbing is gonna take a beating tomorrow, mate." I snorted, clapping a hand over my mouth to stifle the sound. Even Leylandir's lip twitched, though he quickly smoothed it back into a frown. "We move," the elf ordered. "Dimrin, scout ahead." The little Sirion, who had been hovering near the ceiling to avoid the smell, zipped forward, his body flickering into invisibility as he merged with the shadows. We walked single file along the maintenance ledge. It was slippery, coated in grime and filth, and I had to focus on every step to keep from sliding back into the sludge channel. Every 100 yards or so, we passed smaller feeder pipes pouring effluent into the main channel. I held my breath each time, wishing I'd held onto the barrier for the above-water journey, but figuring I needed to conserve my strength. We walked for another 20 minutes before the scenery changed again. The tunnel widened into a junction chamber. Ahead, a stone staircase spiraled up into the gloom, leading to a heavy metal hatch set into the ceiling. Leylandir stopped at the base of the stairs, raising a hand. "The pump house access." I looked up at the door. It looked solid. Locked. "Do we go up?" I asked. "Will Hanya be there yet?" Leylandir hesitated. His gaze flickered from the dark spiral stairs leading above to the filth-choked tunnel we had come from, then back again. "It is unlikely," he admitted, his mental voice tight with unwelcome calculation. "If we enter the pump house too early, we risk exposure. If we remain here..." "We smell like turds, but we're hidden," Robbo offered. "Yes," Leylandir said. "It may be safest to remain here for a time to give Hanya the chance to complete her tasks. It will be easier to deal with a lone maintenance worker in the tunnels than to breach the pump house where they may alert others." I wrinkled my nose, looking at a particularly grim patch of slime on the wall. Waiting in a sewer. Glamorous. Better than a cell, Leylandir reminded me. Debatable, I projected. At this point, I'd almost risk the pump house guard just for a breath of fresh clank. The sound was loud and mechanical. It came from above. We all froze. The heavy iron door at the top of the spiral stairs shuddered. The wheel mechanism in the center turned with a screech of rusted metal. "Someone comes!" Dimrin's warning shrieked in my mind. He materialized on the railing halfway up the stairs, his golden eyes wide. Boots. Heavy boots. "Cover!" Leylandir hissed into our minds. Chapter 17. We scrambled. There was no cover on the ledge itself, but beneath the spiral staircase the shadows were deep. We squeezed into the recess, pressing our backs against the slimy, wet stone of the junction wall. "Dimrin, shade us," I projected frantically. "Now." The little Sirion swooped downward and flattened himself against Leylandir's chest, and the air around us rippled like a heat haze. The wheel above spun to a halt, the door groaned open, swinging outward. Yellow light spilled down the stairwell, cutting through the gloom. "I am telling you, the flow monitors are reading an obstruction to Sector 4. An annoyed voice echoed down the shaft. "Likely just grease buildup from the kitchens," a second voice replied. Heavy boots clanged onto the metal stairs. Clang, clang, clang. I held my breath until my lungs burned. Through the shimmering veil of Dimrin's magic, I watched the boots descend. Leylandir pressed against me, his body rigid, his hand resting on the pommel of his sword but not drawing it. An elf in oil-stained gray coveralls came into view. He stopped on the path beside us, shining a glowing rod down the tunnel. The beam swept right over us, but the light slid off Dimrin's camouflage. "Smells worse than usual," the worker muttered. "You always say that," the second grumbled, clomping down behind him. "Check the gauge." "Gauge is clear," the first sighed. "Must be further down. Come on." "You said it yourself. The gauge is clear. which means it is likely a faulty alert. I suppose you wish to be the one who tells the supervisor we ignored a blockage alarm on the day of the festival? I hate this job, the second spat. The second worker stepped off the last stair, their boots hitting the stone ledge inches from where we stood frozen. They turned their backs to us and trudged down the tunnel, their lights bobbing in the darkness. As soon as their voices faded into an echo, Leylandir nudged me and pointed up. The heavy iron door at the top of the stairs stood wide open. We moved as silently as ghosts while we crept up the spiral staircase. We emerged into a cavernous room filled with the roar of brass machinery and the smell of grease. It occurred to me that I never would have pictured elves lowering themselves to common machinery. But I supposed a lack of magic had forced them to innovate, and that magic was fueling at least some of the contraptions. Dimrin fluttered from Leylandir's shoulder, his scales shifting to match the brass and copper tones of the machinery around us. The little Sirion seemed fascinated by the spinning gears, his head tilting this way and that as he hovered dangerously close to the moving parts. Leylandir plucked the Sirion from the air with a warning look, and the creature reluctantly returned to perch on his shoulder. "Hide," Leylandir projected, pointing toward our right where the machinery was poorly lit and further away from the door. We ducked behind a massive, thrumming turbine housing just as the voices echoed back up the shaft. Dimrin remained perched on Leylandir's shoulder, and I stared into the creature's beady eyes as I strained to hear the outcome of the workers' inspection. "I told you!" the second worker shouted over the machinery, his voice closer now. "Sensor glitch. Waste of time." The breath I hadn't realized I still held escaped me in a long, silent whoosh, and my entire body went limp against the stone wall. For a hot minute, I thought maybe we'd left a trail of sorts through the muck which would be noticed, but the workers climbed out of the shaft, grumbling, and slammed the heavy floor hatch shut, spinning the wheel to lock it. "Come on," the second said. "My shift is over. I need a drink." The main door to the street opened and closed, leaving us alone in the pump house. The room itself was a haven of noise and warmth after the silent chill of the tunnels. Massive brass pipes hummed with a vibration that I felt in my teeth. We huddled in the shadow of a generator housing, listening for any sign that the workers might return. 10 minutes passed. Then 15. The heavy iron door remained shut. I turned to Robbo. He leaned against a copper pipe, looking like a drowned rat with a very hairy face. "Robbo," I said, gesturing to his chin. "It's time." He froze. Then his hand went instinctively to the bushy red beard that had been his trademark since I'd met him. "You're a cruel woman, Lopez," he muttered. "A heart of stone." "Hanya said the disguise won't work with it," I reminded him. "Unless you want to go to the festival as a tree with a fungus problem." Robbo grunted, his mouth twisted into a surly scowl. He reached into his belt and withdrew his knife. It was a wicked piece of steel, certainly sharp enough to shave with, but also large enough to take a head off. He stepped up to the polished copper casing of the nearest turbine, squinting at his distorted reflection in the metal. "This feels like a betrayal," he grumbled, angling the blade against his cheek. "Do you want some help?" I offered. "I could use magic. Clean, smooth, no risk of you accidentally slitting your jugular." "And risk it never growing back again?" Robbo snorted, scraping the blade down his cheek with a rasping sound that made my skin crawl. "No thanks, sunshine. I know what I'm doing. I've shaved in the back of a Humvee doing 60 over a dirt road. I can handle a stationary pump house." "Suit yourself," I said, holding up my hands in surrender. "Just don't bleed on the costumes when Hanya gets here. Red isn't your color." I turned away as he took another aggressive swipe at his jawline, then walked to where Leylandir crouched by the main door. He was studying the lock mechanism, his head cocked to listen to the street outside. "No windows," he murmured as I approached. "Good for concealment, bad for reconnaissance. Is the door unlocked?" "The latch is disengaged." he confirmed. Hanya will be able to slip in. The street outside sounds quiet. The festival draws the crowds toward the palace square. He stood, brushing dust from his knees, and looked back at our packs near the generator. We will need to lighten our load, he said, his gaze scanning the room as he tapped a thoughtful rhythm against the hilt of his sword. The costumes Hanya described. They are bulky, yes, but they cannot conceal all of our gear. We may need to leave it here. I stopped him with a sharp look, my gaze dropping to the bundle that contained Erding. Food and spare socks, sure, but we're not leaving the weapons. My sword is too long to hide beneath a tunic, Leylandir countered, and if Erding is discovered... If we leave them here, I argued, planting my hands on my hips, my stance widening almost unconsciously. We're not getting them back. Once we grab Calathil, we run. We're not going to circle back to a sewer pump house to pick up my luggage. Dimrin chittered softly from atop a nearby pipe, his golden eyes fixed on me as if in agreement. The Sirion had been scurrying around the pump house, exploring every nook and cranny with unbridled curiosity. He'd already managed to find what looked like stale breadcrumbs from a bench, and I figured it wouldn't be long before he began pestering us for food. Leylandir looked at me, then his gaze swept to the lightning-infused sword. He let his head drop for a moment, rubbing the bridge of his nose as if staving off a headache. Then we must hope Hanya's Silverith costume has deep pockets. Robbo brought along some spare blasters. You're going to have to make that work with your getup. I paused and frowned. She didn't say what kind of outfit she was bringing for you. I will depict Thandaris the Silver Arrow, Leylandir said. A legendary hunter who tracked and slew a shadow drake in the Age of Shadows. He is characterized by the hunter's veil to shroud his face and hair, which will allow me to move freely through the festival crowds. I let out a short, humorless huff. So the hunted becomes the hunter? The saying goes the other way around where I'm from. Leylandir's mouth twitched, and he gave a slight shrug. The silver arrows I'll carry won't be much use if we need to fight our way out of a corner. I was about to point out that at least he'd be able to smuggle a blaster under his tunic when movement caught my eye. Robbo emerged from behind the turbine, still rubbing his freshly shaved chin, and both Leylandir and I stopped to stare. I never would have imagined that beneath that bushy red beard lay such a baby face. His cheeks were surprisingly round, giving him an almost cherubic appearance that made him look decades younger. The contrast between his weathered mercenary demeanor and those soft features was jarring enough that I had to turn away sharply, pressing a fist to my mouth as my shoulders shook with silent laughter. Even Dimrin did a double take, the Sirion's head tilting curiously as he stared at Robbo's transformed face. "What?" Robbo snapped, his hand self-consciously touching his bare chin. "Never mind," I said quickly, looking away and trying to maintain my composure. I couldn't help imagining what Jurga would say if she saw her fierce human warrior looking like he'd just graduated high school. The mental image of her reaction only made it harder to keep a straight face. From the corner of my eye, I saw him turn to examine his reflection again in the copper plating. His jaw went slack for a second before he grimaced, his shoulders slumping in defeat. Even Leylandir seemed to be fighting back amusement, though he had the grace to pretend to be very interested in the ceiling fixtures. It took another hour before Hanya arrived, and in that time we had no more visitors to the pump house. Besides Erding, I was happy to leave what remained in my pack behind, though Robbo grumbled about losing his equipment more than once as we waited. A soft knock at the door made us all freeze. Leylandir moved silently to the entrance, blade ready, but relaxed when he heard Hanya's distinctive whisper through the metal. He cracked the door open, and my eyebrows shot up as not one but 3 goblins slipped inside. Dimrin perked up immediately, snuffling hopefully at the bundles they carried as if expecting treats to be hidden among the costume supplies. "I brought help," Hanya announced, gesturing to her companions. Both were female, one dressed in the earthen colors of the mountain clans, the other in the more refined garments of a city dweller. Leylandir's expression darkened. This wasn't the plan. "This is Fassi," Hanya continued, ignoring his displeasure, "who traveled with us from the Krimgar clan, and her cousin Wylin, who lives here in Erin Galen now. She is quite the artisan." "And very discreet," the city goblin added with a slight bow. Her accent was more refined than her cousin's, and she spoke in Elvish, which I guessed made sense. "It is too risky?" Hanya's eyes narrowed. "Wylin has been longing to visit her kin in the mountains. After this task, she will return on the barges to the Krimgar clan for a season. And once you are victorious, you will provide her with ample compensation for assisting House Tulkasil." I watched Leylandir's jaw work as he processed this change in plans, but there wasn't much he could say. The goblins were already unpacking their bundles, laying out an array of materials that made me realize we weren't dealing with pre-made costumes. "You're making them here?" I asked, eyeing the branches, fabric, and various pots of paint and dye. "Of course," Hanya said, already mixing something in a bowl that gave off a pungent herbal smell. "Leylandir first. Sit." He complied with obvious reluctance, and Hanya began working the dark mixture through his pale hair, while Fachi and Wylin descended on Robbo and me. I found myself wrapped in layers of flowing fabric while Fachi wove branches into an intricate crown. Beside me, Robbo was enduring similar treatment, his newly bare face becoming a canvas for Wylin's brush and paints. The goblins worked cheerfully as they transformed us piece by piece. I watched as Hanya finished with Leylandir's hair, the white blonde strands now a deep midnight black that made his skin seem even paler. The dark paint she applied to his face in sweeping patterns should have been enough of a disguise, but those distinctive green eyes remained unchanged. Anyone who knew him and was looking for him would see past the paint in an instant. As if reading my thoughts, Wylin stepped forward with a small brush that glowed at the very tip. "Lean back," she instructed Leylandir. I couldn't help the sharp hiss that escaped through my teeth as I watched the goblin paint directly onto his irises with whatever magical pigment coated her brush. How the heck Leylandir could just sit there without so much as blinking was frankly a little horrifying. When she finished and Leylandir finally blinked, his eyes were a stormy gray, unremarkable and ordinary. "Sharp sticks to the eyes now? Bloody great that is." Robbo's face had twisted with disgust, but Fassi grabbed the Aussie's chin to continue dabbing it with a sponge, turning his round cheeks into a blend of browns and greens. The nest of tree branches, moss, and twigs on his head should have looked like a bird's nest, but I had to admit that the goblins had more talent than what I'd initially given them credit for. Not only were the Aussie's ears covered completely, but the crown also drew all the attention upward. Leylandir grabbed a bundle of clothes to go and change, and I sat as still as I could while enduring the attention of Wylin, who had resumed her work on my face. When the elf emerged, I looked him up and down in his dark hunting outfit and was reminded of his half-brother Malornith for a second. Thankfully, the goblins didn't need to create the bow and arrows which he slung over his shoulder before selecting 2 blasters from Robbo's stash to tuck under his waistband. "Be careful you've got the safety engaged there, pal," Robbo remarked. "Can't have you blasting off the crown jewels if you get what I'm saying." "I am aware of how the weapons work," Leylandir said dryly. "I will be back once I have scouted the city." "Wait," I protested, trying to turn toward him despite Fassi's grip on my hair as she wove more decorations into my crown. "You're not seriously going out there on your own, are you?" "The longer you and Robbo are visible, the more chance someone notices something amiss," he countered. "Calathil will make several appearances throughout the city today. I need to get close enough to communicate with him telepathically and arrange a moment when his guards are distracted." "And then what?" I demanded. "Then we create our opportunity," he said simply. His new gray eyes met mine, and despite their altered color, I still read the stubbornness in them. You must be ready when I return. What about Dimrin? I demanded, noticing the Sirion had curled up among the goblin's supplies, his scales shifting to match the Silverith decorations. You'll need him with you. Leylandir's expression hardened just slightly. He stays with you. If anybody arrives, it is critical that he hides all of you. Before I could argue further, he slipped out the door. Clenching my teeth, I cursed the elf silently for his propensity to clue me in on his plans at the very last minute. Sure, it made sense to reach out to Calathil before we took any drastic action, but if he was discovered in the process without the magic, he needed to bug the hell out of there. He'll be right, Robbo said. Don't you worry your pretty little head. I arched a tart eyebrow at the Aussie. Want to try that again? Oh, come on. Don't get your knickers in a twist. This is his stomping ground, and he's right. These outfits might pass us off as festival goers to people who are too busy going about their own business. But everyone on duty is going to be on the lookout for us. We're the magical muscle on this trip. The magical muscle won't be much help if we're sitting in here like idiots while he's captured with no way to defend himself. The Aussie gave a rough, dismissive scoff and leaned his head forward at Fashi's not-so-gentle prodding so she could work on his neck. He's got 2 blasters and a bow and arrow. I reckon he survived worse odds. I couldn't argue with the last part, but my mouth twitched in irritation anyway. When Hanya barked for me to stand so they could move to work on the robes, it took all my self-control not to bark right back at her. Chapter 18. The goblins had long since left as I paced the pump house, despite the damn tree costume making it difficult to do more than shuffle. It took a bit of persuading, but eventually Hanya agreed to help me strap Erding to my back under the robes so I didn't have to leave my sword behind. Not that it would do me any good if I needed the sword during the festival, given that it essentially was serving as a literal rod for my back and poking me in all the wrong places. How Robbo was dozing so peacefully in his own costume at the back of the pump house was beyond my comprehension. I froze mid-pace as Leylandir slipped back into the pump house, his movements unnaturally stiff even for an elf. The festival robes he wore did little to hide the tension in his shoulders, and something in his expression made the hairs on my arms stand on end. What happened? I asked. Did you find Calathil? Leylandir gave a sharp nod but kept stalking further into the shadows of the building. I made contact, he said, his tone clipped and controlled in a way that set off every warning bell in my head. I'm guessing there's a but somewhere in this? He met my gaze then, and the whites of his eyes against his shadowy face painted emotion all over his features. Nerionthas is with him. If I wasn't wearing what felt like an inch of paint all over my face, I would have clasped my hand over my mouth. Instead, my hand froze halfway to my face and I clenched my fingers into a fist. He's what? The elf who was hardly better than a sperm donor to Leylandir was here to enjoy the festival? Unlikely. Surely he had more important Elven Council business to attend to. But if he was there, then there could only be one reason why. How did you even manage to communicate? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady despite the growing tension. It was not difficult to get close enough, Leylandir explained, running a hand through what was now midnight black hair. Blending in among the crowd is simple enough with the disguises. But Calathil? He's under guard, I ventured. Leylandir drew a deep breath before answering, seemingly struggling to find the words. Calathil looks wrong. He's lost weight, considerably so. His face is drawn, strained in a way I've never seen before. I shifted uncomfortably, Erding's hilt digging into my back. It can't have been easy thinking you were dead for months while having the threat of outright arrest looming over his head. Certainly not, Leylandir agreed. But our arrival has already been communicated out to the populace. Nerionthas arrived soon after. I swallowed and tried to fold my arms across my bulky costume, the stiff fabric making the gesture awkward and ineffectual. Leylandir didn't have to say it out loud. As far as his father was concerned, he'd reneged on his agreement to return to Viridia and agree to be named an illegitimate heir of House Shadarian. In return for being married off to their allies to secure enough political support to evade all-round death sentences for House Tulcassiel, of course, and all for a human who, for all he knew, might never be sexually compatible with him. I was still searching for words to break the silence hanging in the air when Robbo emerged from the shadows at the back of the pump house. He stretched his arms overhead and yawned, which looked more than a little ridiculous in his entish outfit. "How'd you get on, then?" he asked, completely oblivious to the tension crackling between Leylandir and me. Leylandir's jaw worked for a moment before he spoke. "Calathil has agreed to excuse himself during the ceremonial dances tonight, ostensibly to relieve himself. We will need to be positioned near the cordoned section where the guards are stationed, ready to move when he does." "And then what?" I asked. "Dimrin will follow him into the bathroom and shroud him with magic on the way out. We simply need to ensure no one notices the door opening and closing of its own accord." "Simply, you reckon?" Robbo went to scratch the beard no longer on his chin, and instead looked a little dumbly at his hand as if remembering it was gone. "How do you propose we do that?" "I'm still considering our options," Leylandir admitted. "Anything too obvious will draw exactly the kind of attention we're trying to avoid." My body straightened as a thought struck me. "Hold on," I interrupted. "We can't just leave Leora behind, not with Nerianthus there." If I wasn't watching the elf carefully, I wouldn't have noticed the flinch of his features at the mention of his cousin. But he wrestled his composure into place so quickly it made me wonder for a second if I had imagined it. Squaring his shoulders, he cleared his throat before replying. "I see no way to separate both Calathil and Leora from their entourage without raising immediate alarm." I instantly regretted making him say those words out loud. My hand started to lift, an instinctive gesture of comfort, but I checked the motion and let it fall uselessly to my side. Nobody should be forced to make that kind of choice. "Leora will be safe enough." The words sounded hollow, as if he was trying to convince himself more than us. "Philindale will protect her daughter with her life." A sour, acidic taste rose in the back of my throat as I thought about how quickly Philindale would likely agree to marry Leora off to Malornith if the opportunity presented itself. But as my eyes lifted to Leylandir's face, drawn with worry and guilt, I couldn't bring myself to voice that particular fear. Instead, I touched his arm gently. "Calathil probably has contingency plans we don't know about," I said softly. "And if we need to, we can always try to go back for her later." In the background, Robbo had started muttering to himself, throwing out increasingly outlandish ideas for distractions. "What if we set something on fire? Nah, too obvious. Maybe we could start a fight? Get some of the locals riled up." I tuned him out and focused on Leylandir. "It's not too late to back down," I sent. "Whatever you decide to do to keep your family safe, I'll support you." The look that crossed his face sliced right through my ribs. He thought I was suggesting he reconsider Nerianthus's offer to return to Viridia and accept his place in House Shadarian. Before I could clarify, he shook his head. "There are no other paths left to us," he said aloud, his voice firm despite the pain in his eyes. "We must proceed as planned." His words hung heavy in the air between us, and I found myself wondering if we were about to make everything so much worse. But looking at his face, seeing the fierce need there despite his obvious torment, I knew we had no choice but to see this through. Robbo's voice cut through my thoughts. "What about a breakdancing competition? I reckon I could still do the worm in my old age." I pinched the bridge of my nose, closing my eyes for a brief second before turning to him. "Let's stick to something a little less conspicuous, shall we? What's at our disposal here?" Leylandir shook his head, expression grim. "Very little. The entire cordoned section is surrounded by dampening wards which are standard security measures for any noble gathering. But with Nereanthus present, it is very likely the entire square will be dampened. We cannot rely on magic within 100 yards of the high table. So Dimrin's magic, I started, is different to our own, Leylandir confirmed. He will be able to use his stealth magic, but we must hope there are no sensors similar to those we encountered at the Krimgar settlement employed in the bathrooms, which would alert the guards of our ploy immediately. That's a lot of hoping, I muttered under my breath. And what's everybody going to be doing while Calathil sneaks off? Watching the ceremonial dances. Leylandir's expression became distant, his eyes unfocused for a moment as he rummaged at a nearby bench. He returned with a stick of chalk and crouched to scrawl on the stone floor. The Square of Seasons, he explained, drawing a large rectangle. Here at the north end is the elevated platform where the noble houses will be seated. His chalk marked an oblong shape at one end, and he drew a square in the middle of the large rectangle. This central area is where the dancers perform the renewal cycle. There will be 8 dancers representing the elements and seasons moving through the traditional forms. His chalk moved to mark several small circles around the perimeter. Guards will be stationed here, here, and here, with a heavier presence near the noble seating. He tapped the chalk where he'd drawn the washrooms, off to one side of the noble platform. Calathil will excuse himself approximately halfway through the third movement, just before the pivotal exchange of the Crown of Seasons. In your Earth terms, it would be like winter yielding to spring, he continued, his voice taking on a lecturer's tone. Everyone's attention will be fixed on this moment. It's considered both spiritually significant and a portent for the coming year. Even the guards tend to glance at it, though they won't be so lax that they forget their duties altogether. Robbo let out a low whistle and tapped his foot on the floor at the central stage. What if I rig something to blow near the stage? Nothing lethal, mind you, just enough smoke and noise to... Were you not listening to a word I said? Leylandir snapped, whirling on him. Every guard not watching the ceremonial dance will be scrutinizing the crowd for exactly that kind of threat. You would be seized before you could strap whatever caustic concoction you could dream up onto the stage. Okay. I held up my hands in entreaty. There's no bad ideas while we're just spitballing, yeah? It's not like we can grab Calathil and crack a portal open in the middle of a dampening field. This needs to be sophisticated enough for us to get him outside of this square before we escape. Well, shame we don't have 2 of you little buggers then, Robbo grumbled, gesturing toward Dimrin, who had come to snuffle at the chalk lines on the ground. 1 for the rescue, 1 for the chaos. Chaos? Dimrin echoed, his scales brightening with interest as if the word itself were a tantalizing offer. I glanced at the Kyrion, then back at the chalk map. Chaos. Distraction. The words circled in my mind like a key looking for its lock. We needed something to draw attention away from Calathil's exit, something unexpected that would make even disciplined guards turn their heads for a crucial moment. What kind of chaos were you thinking? I asked Robbo, the gears in my mind beginning to turn. He shrugged. Dunno. Fire, explosion, bit of the old razzle-dazzle? He made jazz hands that looked ridiculous coming from his tree-costumed arms. Too destructive, Leylandir countered immediately. And anything too threatening would cause the guards to close ranks around the nobles, not look away. I stared at Dimrin, who was now batting playfully at the chalk outlines with his paw, and something clicked. Dimrin couldn't be in 2 places at once. He needed to be with Calathil to shroud him. But what if we had another Sirion, one who could create a spectacle without seeming dangerous? Naza, I breathed, the abstract solutions circling in my mind finally clicking into place. Dimrin? Is Naza still in the city? The little Kyrion's scales brightened to an electric blue as he projected a clear affirmative, colored by an overwhelming sense of affection and longing. Who's Naza? Robbo asked, looking between Dimrin and me with confusion. The female Sirion from the barges, I explained, my mind racing with possibilities. The purple one he spent days flirting with, remember? You're suggesting we employ a Xerion we barely know for a critical distraction? Leylandir asked, skepticism evident in his voice. Naza helps, Dimrin projected, his tail swishing in interest. I'm not suggesting that we get her to hide Calathil, I clarified. But flying smack into the middle of the dance at precisely the right moment? That should draw every eye we need away from our escape. Leylandir's jaw tightened, but the way his eyes lingered on the chalk lines on the floor suggested that he was seriously considering my idea. Dimrin finds Naza. The little Kyrion chirped and ruffled his wings. Naza comes with Dimrin. It's as good a plan as any. Robbo smirked at the Cyrion. You better be on your game, Romeo. Leylandir closed his eyes for a moment and drew a breath through his nose. Fine. We will seek out Naza, and I will communicate our intentions with her. But if she becomes distracted at a food vendor's cart, then we abort and think of something else, I finished. Let's go and get a proper look out there. You're not leaving us behind again. The elf went to open his mouth to argue, but I held up a finger. If Dimrin needs to find Naza, we're sitting ducks in here if somebody comes looking. We'll look less conspicuous mingling in the crowds than hiding here. We stashed our gear at the very back of the storehouse, and I ignored Robbo's grumbling as he thrust what he could beneath his bulky costume. I wasn't about to reprimand him about it so long as he could grab a blaster at short notice from underneath his robes. I had 2 blasters holstered at my hip and hoped fervently that we wouldn't need to use them before the night was done. We emerged into the streets of Erin Galen, with Leylandir taking point several yards ahead, while Robbo and I followed at a casual distance. The cobblestone streets were surprisingly quiet, though I supposed most of the festivities wouldn't be in proximity of sewer maintenance. I kept my eyes forward, fighting the urge to stare at the graceful architecture and elaborate decorations that adorned every building. As we moved northward through the city, the crowd thickened. The mix of elaborate costumes worked in our favor, making it harder to pick out individuals among the sea of festival attire. Above us, I caught occasional glimpses of Dimrin's blue scales as he darted among rooftops, keeping pace. When Leylandir suddenly veered down a side street, I almost broke formation to follow him. But his voice echoed in my head, telling us to continue straight ahead. He and Dimrin needed to head to the subterranean docks to find Naza. Apparently, Dimrin was already reaching out to her telepathically. Well, I hope the little fella's a good-looking rooster among his sort, Robbo projected back, his mental voice carrying that characteristic Australian drawl even in our heads. We don't have a lot of room for unrequited love in this plan. I fought back a smile as we passed the street where Leylandir had disappeared, and I was seriously hoping the same. The crowd was denser now, mostly elves in varying degrees of festival dress. Keep your eyes down, I projected to Robbo. We're not here to chat with anybody. Roger that, he sent back, adjusting his tree costume and then threading his fingers with mine. We're lovers, remember? Gotta look the part. As we pushed through the throng toward the main plaza, my thoughts kept circling to Nerianthus's presence. It wasn't just that he was Leylandir's father, though that alone made this whole situation more volatile. He was a member of the Elven Council, which meant that security had to be at least twofold from what it normally was. And it wasn't like he would be expecting Leylandir to front up to him given that he hadn't returned to Viridia as agreed. If Nerianthus was here personally, it meant he had to suspect something might happen during the festival. Did it also mean that Iolanthe was here somewhere as well? I cursed silently that I hadn't thought to ask, but figured Leylandir would have said something if he had spotted his mother. In fact, I doubted Calathil would have agreed to come with us if he'd been recently reunited with the sister he'd presumed was dead for decades. The crowd pressed in around us as we neared the square, and I found myself grateful for Robbo's solid presence at my side. The Australian might look ridiculous in his tree costume, but I was glad for his company anyway. The last time I was in this city, I'd spent most of my time alone, shut up in Leora's rooms. Standing here in a damn throng of elves after spending most of my life on the front line, trading shots with their kind? My face prickled with heat, and I silently prayed that I wouldn't sweat right through my makeup. Was there something we hadn't considered with this plan? Was the telepathic communication intercepted somehow when Leylandir had hatched this plan with Calathil, leaving us to unwittingly walk into a trap? I dismissed the thought, figuring that Leylandir wouldn't have risked the communication unless he was sure they wouldn't be discovered. Heck, if it had, he would never have returned to the pump house. We emerged into the open space, and I had to stop myself from gasping at the sheer scale of it. The Square of Seasons was massive, easily as large as a football stadium. The raised platform for the nobles loomed at the far end, currently empty but imposing nonetheless. Guards were already in position around the perimeter where the partygoers kept a respectable distance from them. "Quite the shindig they've got planned," Robbo remarked into my head as we found a spot to stand that gave us a decent view of both the platform in the center and the one where the VIPs would be seated. "You reckon Naza will come through?" "She'd better," I replied, "because if she doesn't, I don't see how we're getting Calathil out of here without starting a riot." The crowd continued to build around us as we waited, and I couldn't help wondering what would happen if we failed. If we were captured, would Nerianthus's offer to Leylandir and House Telcassiel still stand? Would Robbo make it back to Zurga and Cora? Would I be executed outright or kept on a council leash until they'd decided their next move in this four-dimensional game of chess? I just hoped Dimrin was as charming to female Sirians as he was with people, and that his little girlfriend was agreeable to working with us. Chapter 19. An hour of waiting in a crowd was torture for any introvert, but for a supposed interdimensional terrorist trying to blend in with a different race as twilight descended, it was a special kind of hell. Robbo and I had been circling the perimeter of the Square of Seasons, our shadows lengthening across the cobblestones as the sun dipped behind the western buildings, trying to look like we belonged to the festivities rather than casing the joint for a high-risk extraction. My Silverith costume was itching in places I couldn't scratch in polite company, and Erding had somehow twisted against my spine, causing a flare of pain in my lower back with every step. "Stop checking your six," Robbo projected, his arm linked through mine. Even with his face painted in greens and browns and that ridiculous nest of twigs on his head, his firm grip grounded me. "We're just a couple of nature-loving hippie types here for a good time, yeah? Smile, love. You've got a face like a wet weekend." "Do I look like the hippie type to you?" I projected but forced the tension out of my shoulders. "And I'm not checking my six. I'm scanning the sightlines." Same diff to a guard watching the crowd. He was right, of course. We stopped near a vendor selling skewers of something that smelled like caramelized onion and spiced meat. The crowd had swelled significantly since we'd arrived. The plaza was a sea of elves in masks of silver and gold, their features taking on a mystical quality in the deepening blue twilight. Lanterns were being lit throughout the square, their warm, amber glow, they creating pools of light against the gathering dusk, catching on robes of drifting silk and elaborate structural costumes representing everything from queens and kings to what might have been mythical beasts. I counted no fewer than 5 other couples depicting the Silverith in our travels, which I supposed could be classified as a grove if we all stood together for a picture. Beneath the noise of lute strings and laughter, my nerves were fraying steadily with each passing minute. Every time a guard's gaze swept over us, my skin crackled with tension. There were too many of them. The standard city watch had clearly been bolstered by House Shadarian's soldiers, identifiable by the subtle dark blue sashes worn over their breastplates. "Look at the stage." Robbo jerked his head toward the platform in the middle of the crowd. I followed his gaze to where the dancers were assembling, stretching limbs that looked too long to be entirely real. They were dressed in bodysuits that differed in color to depict their respective parts. Silvery whites for winter, pale greens for spring, vibrant golds for summer, and deep russets for autumn, Each was stunning, and in another situation I would have warred with guilt over our impending disruption to their performance. "We are here." Leylandir's voice resonated in my mind, clear and sudden, cutting through the ambient noise of the square. When I twisted to look into the crowd, Erding's hilt poked painfully into my shoulder blade, and I clenched my teeth with a hiss. "Naza?" I projected back, keeping my face neutral as I pretended to admire what appeared to be an empty palanquin heaped with crystal flowers pass by. "She is with us," Leylandir replied. She was enthusiastic. It appears Dimrin left quite the impression on her, though she is not as domesticated in demeanor nor language. I winced at that. Does she understand what we're asking her to do? I believe so, though it was Dimrin who relayed most of it. He will signal her when he is ready to escort Calathil into the open. She is currently perched on the eaves of the Archives building, overlooking the square. I chewed on my lip, wondering now whether placing all of our faith in Tu Kyrian was the wisest idea in retrospect. But I'd been the one to suggest the idea, and I reminded myself of the time Dimrin saved our asses in Melornith's camp entirely of his own volition. He could do this. "Where are you?" I asked. "We should spread out between the bathroom and the east exit from the square." No, the command was sharp. "Keep Robbo close. As a pair, you both blend in. A singular Silverith will appear as odd to those in the crowd. Do not separate." My instinct was to argue because tactically, bunching up was a bad idea. But looking at the crush of the crowd, I realized he was right. If chaos broke out, finding each other in this sea of silk and velvet would be impossible, and we needed to get out together. "Look to the western colonnade," he projected, "by the statue of the Weeping Maiden." I casually turned my head, scanning the periphery. It took me a moment to spot the marble statue where a figure straight out of a storybook leaned against the base. He wore the dark, fitted tunic of a hunter, a veil of shadow over his face, and a longbow slung over one shoulder. His posture was one of relaxed lethality, and I figured his problem would be batting away admirers as he waited. I'd already seen a few others dressed as Thendaris the Silver Arrow in similar get-ups, and despite knowing almost nothing about the folklore, I was certain Leylandir would have taken the best-dressed prize home. "I see you," I sent. "Nice tights, Robin Hood." I felt a flicker of confusion through the bond, quickly smothered by focus. "The procession approaches. Hold your position. We move on the signal." A low, resonant horn blast shook the air, vibrating off the buildings which framed the plaza. The crowd's chatter died down instantly, replaced by a rustle of fabric as thousands of elves turned toward the northern archway. "Here we go," Robbo projected as he moved to stand behind me. "Showtime." The procession was a display of wealth and power straight out of a fairy tale. First came the standard bearers, flags of deep green and silver snapping in the wind. Then came various members of House Tulkasil walking in pairs, their expressions varying from bored to haughty. But my eyes, and the eyes of everyone in the square, were fixed on the central group. Calathil Tulkasil walked with a cane. The sight of it hit me harder than I expected. The last time I had seen him, he'd been old for sure, but he certainly hadn't needed assistance to walk. Now he looked fragile. His robes hung loosely on his frame, and his skin had a translucent, papery quality. He walked with his head high, but every step appeared precarious. "He looks crook," Robbo projected. Not the sort I'd say was up for an escape in a crowd like this. Walking a pace behind him, like a shark trailing a wounded seal, was Narionthas Shadarian. It was my first time seeing Leylandir's father in the flesh. I hadn't even so much as seen a picture of the guy, but there was no mistaking who he was, even if Leylandir hadn't already told me he would be there. He was striking. Tall, broad-shouldered, with hair the color of spilling ink and eyes that seemed to absorb the light around them. He wore robes of midnight blue, heavily embroidered with silver thread that looked like constellations. But it wasn't his attire that sent a wave of deep, visceral wrongness through me, as if I were looking at a corrupted reflection. It was his face. He had Leylandir's nose. He had the same sharp cheekbones, the same curve of the mouth. If you stripped away the color and the years, Narionthas was a mirror image of the elf I loved. It was a jarring, uncomfortable realization. I looked from the imposing figure on the platform to the disguised hunter in the shadows of the colonnade. "Do not compare us," Leylandir's voice whispered in my mind, tight and defensive. "I wasn't," I lied, feeling a sharp, uncomfortable heat prickle across my own cheeks. "I'm just assessing the target. Focus on the entourage." I shifted my gaze. Walking beside Narionthas was Falindale. She was immaculate, her face a mask of icy composure, her hand resting lightly on the shoulder of her daughter. Leora looked like she was marching to the gallows. The young elf's face was pale, her eyes darting nervously around the crowd. She wore a gown of spring green that should have made her look fresh and vibrant. Instead, it washed her out, making her look sickly. I wondered whether she was aware of what would happen before the dancing ended. "Where's the other bloke?" Robbo whispered, leaning close to my ear. "The brother? Milornith?" My focus sharpened, my gaze snapping from face to face on the VIP platform as the group ascended the stairs. I checked the rear guard and glanced around at each point of the cordoned-off area, but didn't see him anywhere. "He's not here," I whispered back. A cold prickle of unease creeped up my throat. Milornith, the ambitious, legitimate son who was desperate to prove himself, should have been front and center. He should have been basking in his father's triumph and escorting Leora to the table. His absence was a glaring hole in the procession. "Why isn't he here?" I murmured. "Is he running security?" "Maybe he's been sent home," Robbo suggested, though he didn't sound convinced. "Or maybe he's off securing the perimeter because Daddy doesn't trust the hired help." "Leylandir," I projected. "Milornith isn't there. Did you see him earlier?" "No," Leylandir replied, his mental tone grim, "though I feel he must be here somewhere. But it changes nothing. We cannot delay." The nobles took their seats. Narionthas sat at the center, a subtle power play that displaced the ceremonial chair which had to be Calathil's to his right. Falindale took the seat on the other side of the ceremonial chair, placing herself between her father-in-law and her daughter. Others, whom I presumed were other members of House Tokasil, sat further down the table. I did a quick head count of the guards on the platform. 6 visible. But as I watched, 2 more drifted from the shadows of the rear drapery. And the perimeter guards I had counted earlier had shifted. The spacing was tighter near the eastern exit, our intended escape route. "They've tightened the net," I projected. "Someone knows something might happen. Or they're just paranoid authoritarians," Robbo countered, shifting his weight. "Comes with the territory." On the platform, Calathil shuffled toward the front with his walking stick. A hush fell over the square, absolute and heavy. He moved to the podium, his hands gripping the wood for support. When he spoke, his voice was amplified by what had to be magic built into the architecture of the square, but it couldn't hide the tremor in his tone. "People of Erin Galen," Calathil began. "We gather under the gaze of the stars to mark the turning of the great wheel. As the moon yields to the sun, so must the old yield to the new." I winced at the words which felt like a concession speech masked as a holiday greeting. "Cycles are the heartbeat of our world," he continued, his eyes seeming to search the crowd, though I knew he couldn't see us. "Whatever darkness the night brings, the dawn is inevitable. We endure. We remember. Let the renewal begin." It was short. It was sad. And it felt like a goodbye to the city he had taken care of for Lord knows how long. I refrained from glancing again at Leylandir, who surely would have recognized the same. Calathil sank back into his chair, looking exhausted by the mere effort of speaking. Nerianthus didn't look at him and had the audacity to wave a hand languidly to signal the musicians like this ceremony was his to command. The drums started first, a deep, rhythmic thrumming that vibrated in the chest. Then the flutes, high and piercing. "Move up," I told Robbo. "We need to be closer to the barrier." We shuffled forward, smiling our apologies to a pair of elves dressed as mushrooms who glared at us. We positioned ourselves about 20 yards from the bathroom structure, which was clearly temporary, but a far cry from plastic cubicles on Earth, which sat off to the side of the main platform. It was close enough to cover the distance in seconds, but far enough back not to draw the immediate attention of the guards stationed at the ropes. The dancers exploded into motion, and I tore my eyes toward the stage before anyone could notice my inattention. It was mesmerizing. The sheer athleticism and grace of elven movement was always impressive, but this was on another level. Ribbons of magic trailed from their fingertips, painting the air with streaks of neon light. The dance began with the deep gold of summer dancers who leaped and spun, battling the encroaching browns of fall. "Movement 1, I counted under my breath. The crowd was enraptured. Even Robbo's mouth fell open at the sight of a female elf doing a gravity-defying backflip. "Focus." I nudged him. "Right. Sorry. Nice gymnastics, though." The tempo increased. The drums beat faster. The summer dancers receded against the autumn ones. Symbolic conflict played out through choreography. "Movement 2, I whispered. My hand drifted to my side, finding the slit in my robe where the blaster grip waited. "Dimrin," Leylandir projected. "Status? Naza is ready. Naza is hungry. Hold." The drumming vibrated through the cobblestones, a frantic rhythm that seemed to sync with the pulse in my own veins. I watched the platform from the corner of my eye. Nerianthus was leaning over, whispering something to Falindale. She smiled greasily, and I swallowed against the urge to curl my lip. "Winter's coming," Robbo murmured. "Get ready." The music shifted into a minor key, swelling toward something more intricate and powerful. On stage, the winter dancers had completed their triumph over autumn, their crystalline costumes catching the light as they executed precise, synchronized movements that mimicked the fall of snow. Their arms extended in sweeping patterns, fingers trailing wisps of blue magical light that settled across the stage like frost. The lead winter dancer, a male elf with impossibly long limbs, held court at the center of the formation, his silver crown catching the light. But then the spring dancers began their entrance, first tentatively, then with growing confidence. Their movements were more fluid, organic, contrasting with winter's sharp precision. Where winter moved as one unit, spring flowed like water finding its path through ice. Their green and gold costumes shimmered with embedded light crystals that pulsed with each drumbeat, and their approach toward the central pedestal created visible tension in the audience. The pedestal itself held a shining wreath of crystal, the crown of seasons, which would pass from winter to spring in the ceremony's climactic moment. On the platform, Calathil turned to Nerianthus. He gestured vaguely to his stomach, then to the side of the stage. Even from this distance, I read the discomfort on his face, whether genuine or masterfully feigned. Nerianthus barely glanced at him. His expression showed clear annoyance at the interruption, and he said something brief, dismissive, with a flick of his fingers toward the washroom. The message was clear. "Make it quick." Calathil nodded, grabbed his cane, and slowly, painfully, began to rise. This was it. The timing had to be perfect. "He's moving," I sent, every muscle in my body coiling tight as a spring. 2 guards on the platform immediately detached themselves from the wall to follow. They moved with practiced efficiency, their expressions professionally blank. Calathil hobbled down the short flight of stairs toward the washrooms, his every step appearing labored and uncertain. He looked pathetic, harmless, an old man with a weak bladder who couldn't even wait for the sacred moment of crowning. Perfect cover. Be ready at the mouth of the east exit, Leylandir sent. Dimrin, be ready by the door. I watched Calathil disappear into the whitewashed timber building. The two guards took up positions outside the door, crossing their spears with military precision. Damn it. How was Calathil supposed to push the door open without knocking the spears aside? They were watching the dancers, just as Leylandir had predicted, their heads turning slightly toward the stage, but their positioning was impeccable. There was no way anybody was getting past them unnoticed. On stage, the winter dancers formed a defensive circle around their leader, their blue magical light seeming to glow more intensely against the darkening sky. The frost effect they created settled across the stage, becoming more luminous as the last natural light faded. Spring dancers began to encircle them, their movements fluid against winter's precision. The music built toward the inevitable confrontation, the moment when winter would finally yield to spring's renewal. The crowd seemed to hold its collective breath as the lead dancers approached the pedestal from opposite sides, their shadows stretching dramatically in the lantern light. The music swelled. The lead spring dancer leaped high, reaching for the crown. It was the moment of maximum distraction. Every eye in the square was glued to that suspended crystal wreath, now glowing with internal light against the nearly dark sky. Now, Leylandir commanded. Naza, now. I braced my feet, my muscles coiling. The plan relied on chaos. We were about to get a hell of a lot of it. I just prayed that a lovesick flying reptile and a handful of luck were enough to serve our purpose. Robbo's hand tightened on my arm. Here she comes, he muttered, his eyes fixed on the sky above the square. And then the screaming started. Chapter 20. I snapped my head toward the stage, just in time to see the aftermath of Naza's dive bomb. The spring dancer was already teetering on one leg, her arms windmilling desperately as a lavender blur shot upward from the formation, banking violently toward the dark sky like a guilty lightning bolt. The dancer's heel slipped. She tipped backward, and the crystal crown of seasons flew from her grasp. Time seemed to suspend. The artifact sailed through the torchlit air in a glittering, doomed arc. It rotated once, twice, catching the light, before colliding dead center with the white marble pillar supporting the southern arch. Crack! The sound was sickeningly loud, a discordant crunch that amplified through the square's acoustics like a gunshot. Shards of crystal exploded outward, showering the stage in glittering dust. Total, suffocating silence gripped the square for the space of a single, ragged intake of breath. The music died. The dancers froze, staring at the wreckage of their sacred ceremony. Then came the gasp. It was a collective intake of breath from thousands of throats, a sound of superstitious horror. At the high table, the reaction was violent. Elven nobles rose to their feet in shock, overturning goblets and chairs. I saw Nerianthus Shadarian stand, his face shifting from bored detachment to a thunderous, darkening rage. He gripped the platform's railing, his knuckles white, his gaze snapping from the ruined crown to the sky where the lavender blur had vanished. "Assassin!" someone screamed from the crowd, mistaking the diving Sirion for an arrow or a thrown weapon. "Protect House Tulcasiel." The perimeter guards abandoned their rigid stances, their heads snapping toward the stage, spears lowering as they scanned the sky for the threat. "Now!" I hissed to Robbo. The distraction was perfect. It was loud, chaotic, and had pulled every eye to the center of the plaza. Every eye, that is, except the two that mattered most. At the washroom entrance, the door cracked open. I held my breath. This was it. Calathil just needed to slip out while Dimrin shrouded him. The door swung outward just inches and stopped with a dull clunk after hitting the crossed shafts of the guards' spears. The two sentries stationed there hadn't moved. Despite the chaos on the stage, The shattering and the screaming, their discipline held. They merely tightened their grip, blocking the exit. The door bumped their spears again, harder this time, a frantic shove from what I knew were the invisible figures behind it. The guard on the left frowned, looking down. To him, it looked like a ghost was rattling the door. He turned to his partner, confusion warring with suspicion on his face. "Shit," Robbo breathed beside me. A sickening lurch went through me, as if the solid cobblestones had turned to mud beneath my feet. The shrouding magic only worked if they could slip past unnoticed. Calathil couldn't phase through solid wood or steel spear shafts. They were trapped. This was all going to be for nothing. "Guards, cannot pass." Dimrin's telepathic shout was so loud it made me wince. I saw Leylandir move. He was 20 yards away. He had been blending into the shadows of the colonnade, but he had clearly come to the same conclusion that I had as he approached the washroom. Except he wasn't calling for us to abort the mission. His hand dropped to the blaster concealed at his hip. He took a step forward, abandoning his cover. He was going to attack them. "No," I projected. "Leylandir, don't." He was physically exhausted, his magical reserves still empty despite days of rest. He was an expert swordsman, yes, but Elaith Maloran was back on Gashak-Tor, and the blasters only had so many shots in the barrel, and a squad of 10 more soldiers were already pushing through the crowd toward the VIP sector, just seconds away from spotting him. I saw the calculation in his eyes across the square. He had to know the odds weren't in our favor. But he wouldn't leave the man he counted as his father. "We need a bigger distraction," I said, the words tasting like ash. I grabbed Robbo's arm. The fake bark of his costume crumbled under my grip. "The plan is dead. We're improvising." "What? Asha? We stick to the—" "Look at him!" I snapped, jerking my head toward Leylandir. "He's about to get himself killed. The guards aren't moving." Robbo squinted, seeing the standoff at the bathroom door. Bloody hell. I made the assessment in a fraction of a second. It was the kind of tactical suicide calculation I hadn't had to make since being on the front line. We had no extraction team. We had no backup. We only had the assets on hand. The sword strapped to my back was heavy, a solid bar of cold metal and potential energy against my spine. "Robbo," I said, my voice dropping to that flat, commanding tone that brokered no argument. "Get to Leylandir, now." "And do what?" "Grab Calathil and get out of the dampening zone. Open a damn portal and get them all back to Gashak-Tor. You hear me?" "What?" Robbo argued, looking at me with wide eyes. "We won't make it to the edge of the square before they spot us." "You've got Dimrin, and they won't be looking at you," I said grimly. "They're going to be looking at me." "Asha, no, you can't. Go." I shoved him hard, putting all my strength into it. He stumbled back, caught his balance, and looked at me. He saw it then. The resolve. The soldier who knew his comrade was taking the rearguard action. He gave me a sharp nod, a silent good luck, mate, and then turned, barreling through the confused crowd like a linebacker hitting a defensive line. I didn't watch him go. I was already moving. I stepped into the throng of panicked elves, right into the path of the retreating dancers. I reached behind my neck, finding the hidden clasp of the elaborate Silverith robe. It was stuck. "Come on!" I snarled. I grabbed the thick, moss-colored velvet at the collar and yanked. The fabric tore with a loud rip. A woman near me shrieked as pieces of my costume flew off. I shredded the disguising robes, the fake branches, and the delicate silk meant to mimic trailing vines. I stripped it all away, tossing the twig wreath into the air. Underneath, I wore my tactical fatigues. No elegance, no grace, just utilitarian cargo pants, combat boots, and a black tank top. And the sword. I stood there in the middle of the chaos, a human soldier in a sea of silks and panic. "What is that?" An elf nearby gasped, pointing. "A human?" She has a weapon! The cry went up, rippling outward faster than the shock of the broken crown. The elves nearest to me recoiled, creating a widening circle of empty space around me like I was contagious. In seconds, I stood alone in a clearing of cobblestones, exposed and isolated, exactly as I needed to be. The guards near the stage turned. The squad heading for the high table paused, their helmeted heads pivoting toward me. Good. Look at me. Don't look at the bathroom door. Don't look at the large Aussie sprinting toward the shadows. I reached over my shoulder, my fingers closed around Erding's hilt. The sensation was immediate and profoundly wrong. Even through the dampening wards that blanketed the square, I felt the sword's magic, but it was distant, muted, like trying to hear a whisper through a thick wall. The magic that usually surged at my touch now felt sluggish, resistant, like wading through deep water. I hesitated, just for the barest fraction of a second. This wasn't going to be easy. The dampening felt like it would smother any spark before it could even catch. But across the square, I caught a glimpse of Leylandir's face as he prepared to sacrifice himself. If I failed now, he would die trying to save Calathil. I set my jaw. Not today. I drew the blade. The sound of dwarven steel leaving leather cut through the noise of the crowd. "Hey!" I roared, the sound tearing from my throat raw and defiant. I spun in a slow circle, making sure everyone saw me. "Over here, you pointy-eared assholes!" It worked. Oh God, it worked. 50 guards changed direction instantly. The protection detail around Narionthas, the sentries at the gates, the soldiers by the stage, they all zeroed in on the armed human standing in the wreckage of their ceremony. Narionthas was still on the platform. He leaned over the railing, his face contorted. He pointed a shaking finger at me. Take her alive." The magic of the dampening field pressed down on me, trying to smother the spark. It was a suffocating weight, like a heavy wool blanket thrown over a fire. But Erding wasn't a fire. It was a lightning rod. I gripped the hilt with both hands. I didn't need a spell. I didn't need complex words in a language I barely spoke. I just needed intent. "Wake up," I demanded silently. I poured everything into the blade. My fear for Leylandir, my anger at the council. The dampening field fought me, a suffocating pressure trying to keep the magic inside me. I gritted my teeth, forcing the energy down my arms and into the metal like a battering ram. The runes on the blade flickered. Once. Twice. Then they blazed a blinding electric blue. A collective gasp went up from the crowd as the air pressure in the square plummeted. My ears popped painfully. The temperature dropped so suddenly my breath clouded in front of me. The hair on my arms lifted, each follicle straining as static electricity crawled across my skin like thousands of tiny ants. "Get back!" a guard shouted, stumbling as he tried to pull up short. I raised the sword high above my head, pointing the tip at the dark, moonless void between the castle spires. "Light it up," I whispered. Crack boom. It wasn't a bolt from the sky. It was an eruption from the sword. A jagged pillar of lightning exploded from the tip of Erding. It tore upward, searing the air, blindingly bright. It struck the stone arm of the Weeping Maiden statue 30 feet above me. Stone exploded. Shrapnel rained down on the square. The thunderclap was physical, a shockwave that rattled teeth and knocked the nearest elves off their feet. My ears rang painfully, the world momentarily muted as if I'd been dunked underwater. The lighting bolt's afterimage burned purple-white across my vision, leaving me half-blind as I staggered to keep my footing. The square descended into absolute bedlam. Reflex took over. The crowd didn't just panic. They stampeded. Thousands of elves screamed and shoved, terrified by the thunder, by the exploding statue, by the human wielding magic where she shouldn't. I stood in the eye of the maelstrom, chest heaving. the sword still crackling with residual arcs of electricity. I glanced toward the eastern colonnade. Through the gaps in the rushing mob, I saw them. Robbo hunched forward in an awkward stance, his arms positioned as if carrying something on his back. Something invisible. A shimmer flitted around them, which I assumed was Dimrin, distorted by the chaos. And Leylandir. He had stopped. He was looking back at me. Even at this distance, even through the smoke and dust, I saw the horror on his face. He had his sword drawn, and for a terrifying second, I saw his body sway toward me. He was going to come back. "What have you done?" His voice exploded in my mind, distinct and agonizingly clear, bypassing the crowd's noise. It was filled with such raw fear for me, that it nearly buckled my knees. "Getting you an exit," I projected back, slamming my mental shields down to keep my own terror from leaking through. "Take him and go." "No. Asha, I cannot leave you. Not here. Not with him." The guards were recovering. They were shouting orders, forming a wedge to cut through the stampede. They were coming for me. "You have to," I shouted mentally. "If you come back, we both get captured. Then who saves Eldorayan? Who saves Calathil?" He hesitated. A sharp pang of sympathetic agony lanced through my own chest, an echo of the agonizing split between his duty to his blood and his bond to me. I looked at him, raising my hand, the one not holding the lightning sword, and making a shooing motion. "I'll find my own way. Trust me, Leylandir. Asha, go." I severed the connection. It felt like slamming a door on my own fingers, a sharp, sudden pain of isolation. Leylandir stared at me for 1 second longer. Then his handsome features twisted into a mask of raw anguish, his mouth slightly open as if to call out a denial. He turned. He grabbed Robbo's shoulder and shoved him toward the shadows of the exit archway. They vanished into the dark, swallowed by the night. They were clear. Now I just had to survive the next 5 minutes. The squad of elite guards had breached the wall of panicked civilians. They were 20 feet away. 15. Their armor was heavy, their spears tipped with glowing magical energy. I backed up, putting a stone pillar between me and the closest soldier. The ringing in my ears from the blast muted the world, leaving only the frantic, muffled thud of my own pulse, a desperate drumbeat against the silence. I had the sword, but I wasn't a match for 10 of them. Not in a brawl. I looked up, scanning the smoke-filled air above the square. "Naza!" I threw the thought out like a flare. "Hide me!" I didn't know if she would listen. She was wild compared to Dimrin and had no reason to risk herself for me. A lavender blur plummeted from the rafters of the archives building. Naza didn't land. She swooped like a hawk, claiming a field mouse. She banked hard right over my head, her wingspan disrupting the air, kicking up a whirlwind of dust and pulverized stone. The guards flinched, shielding their eyes from the debris. In that millisecond of confusion, I felt her cloaking magic wash over me, prickling my skin. Still, the alien thought whispered in my mind. It was sharper than Dimrin's voice, less like words and more like the instinct to freeze. Be stone. Be smoke. I pressed my back against the rough stone of the pillar. I held my breath. I held Erding tight against my chest as if the guards could see the blue glowing runes through Naza's magic. The guards charged through the dust cloud, their spears thrusting. One tip passed inches from my nose. Another burly guard brushed my shoulder as he ran past, his armor clanking. He didn't see me. They ran right past the pillar, shouting, looking wildly for the woman with the lightning sword who had been standing right there a second ago. "Spread out!" the captain roared. "She couldn't have gone far. Seal the exits." A violent shudder ran through me as I finally allowed my lungs to release their stale, painful air. I was invisible. Or at least I was close enough. I peeled myself away from the pillar, moving sideways. I grimaced as Naza's claws suddenly dug into my shoulders but kept from crying out. The magic wasn't foolproof. If they heard me, I was done for, and the throng of elves had since fallen back, meaning that I was still very much out in the open. Making for the mass still trying to push toward the exits which guards were now moving to block, I entered the crowd, heading not for the exit Leylandir had taken, but for the western path. As I moved, the crowd parted around the high table. The area was a disaster zone of overturned chairs and spilled wine. The guards were hustling Nerianthus away, a phalanx of shields surrounding him. But near the edge of the platform, amidst the confusion, I saw her. Leora. She was stumbling. Felindel had a grip on her upper arm that looked painful, dragging the girl along in her wake. The mother looked terrified, her eyes darting wildly, practically hauling her daughter like luggage. Leora wasn't looking at the path back to the safety of the palace. She was scanning the crowd, her eyes wide and her cheeks streaked with tears. Her grandfather had vanished, and she was being dragged back into the snake pit of the Shadarian court. We had saved the king and left the pawn. It was the pragmatic choice. It was the only choice. We couldn't have extracted them both. But seeing the terror in her eyes, the sheer helplessness, I felt a surge of nausea. I paused. The guards were shouting behind me. I should run. Every second I delayed was a roll of the dice with my life. I couldn't leave her. Not completely. Not without giving her a choice. Leora. I projected the name across the square, wrapping it in the memory of the kindness she had shown me when we'd first met. Leora stumbled. Her head snapped up. Felindel jerked her arm, shouting something at her, but Leora ignored her. Her eyes frantically scanned the shadowy, chaotic square. Asha? Her mental voice was trembling, small as a bird. Yes, I replied, stepping toward a cart by the wall long since abandoned by its vendor. Don't try and look for me. Just listen. She stopped fighting her mother's grip, but she slowed her pace, digging her heels in slightly. You've taken him. We did, I sent back. Leylandir is getting him out right now. He's safe. I felt a wave of relief from her so potent it made me dizzy. Truly? Yes. But you aren't. I watched as Felindel pulled her toward the iron gates leading to the palace. How the heck I'd get past them was anybody's guess, but I couldn't just leave her behind. Do you want to go back in there? I asked. Do you want to go with Nerianthus? Leora looked at the citadel doors like they were the mouth of a monster. No, she whispered in my mind. Please, I cannot marry Maelornith. I cannot stay. Then pull away, I urged. Leora twisted violently, screaming no, as she yanked her arm free. For a heartbeat, she was loose, hiking up her skirts to bolt toward the shadows. Guards! Felindel shrieked. 2 armored sentries lunged, intercepting her instantly. She thrashed against them, but they were soldiers, and she was merely desperate. Asha. Her mental scream cut right to the bone as they hauled her backward. The heavy iron gates slammed shut, the sound vibrating through the flagstones. I stood there, invisible and alone. I scanned the plaza, which teemed with people trying to get out as guards tried desperately to keep them in. Then I looked up at the looming fortress walls. I refused to sacrifice the pawn. Gripping Erding's hilt tighter, I touched the little Kyrian still perched on my shoulder. Change of plans, Naza, I projected, turning my back on freedom. I was going in. Chapter 21. I didn't have much time. The adrenaline that had fueled my lightning strike was beginning to curdle into a cold, sharp clarity. The square was still a riot of noise between screams of citizens, shouting guards, the thunder of boots on stone. But the initial shockwave of panic was settling into organized repression. The guards were already efficiently blocking each of the exits and pushing the hysterical crowd toward the south while tightening the net around the palace gates. I was invisible, thanks to the Sirion wired to my shoulder, but I wasn't intangible. A guard strode past me, his shoulder pauldron almost clipping my arm. I flinched, shrinking back against the stone facade of a building. Move, Naza's thought whispered in my mind. It was less a word and more a sharp compulsion, like a beak pecking at my skull. Fading. She was tired. Holding a cloak over a moving target while navigating a chaotic airspace was draining her. I needed to get out of the square, and I needed to do it now. I scanned the perimeter of buildings lining the plaza. The streets were off the table. I couldn't slip past the crowds or the guards without a collision that would give me away. My eyes landed on a building to my left, some kind of high-end shop. The shockwave from Erding's blast, or perhaps the crush of the stampede, had shattered the large display window. Shelves heaped with silk lay toppled among jagged shards of glass. Perfect, I breathed. I moved sideways, timing my steps with the surges of the crowd. I reached the window frame, checking for guards. They were occupied with beating back a group of elves trying to retrieve a fallen friend. I vaulted over the sill, measuring my clearance carefully to avoid slicing my hands on the remaining teeth of glass. I dropped into the shop, my boots crunching softly on the debris. Inside, it was dark and smelled of expensive perfume and dust. I crouched behind a display counter, waiting for a shout or an alarm. Nothing. Go, Naza projected. Mountain's home. Not yet, I told her, moving toward the back of the shop. Stick with me, Naza. I wound my way through to the back exit barred from the inside. I lifted the bar, wincing at the scrape of wood on iron, and slipped out. The alleyway was a different world. The roar of the square was muffled here, replaced by the damp, earthy smell of wet stone and refuse. In the rapidly growing darkness, it was narrow and black as pitch, shadowed by the looming backs of the plaza buildings on one side and the high retaining wall of the palace grounds on the other. I let out a shaky breath, leaning against the rough brickwork. Above me, the air shimmered, and Naza materialized. She landed on a protruding drainpipe, her lavender scales dull in the gloom, her chest heaving slightly. She looked at me with oversized golden eyes that held a mixture of curiosity and impatience. Thanks, I whispered, reaching up to scratch the spot under her chin that Dimrin loved. She snapped her teeth at my finger but leaned into the touch a second later. Take a minute. We're not done. I turned my attention to the objective. From the alley, the palace of Aaron Galen looked less like a home and more like the prison it had just become. The walls were sheer, constructed of the green living crystal I'd once admired from Phaler's back, and rose impossibly high into spires and cathedral shapes. I swallowed as I recalled scaling the crystal once before, except then I'd had the advantage of a rope secured overhead. I needed a weakness. I engaged my tactical brain, pushing aside the fear for Leylandir and the worry for Leora. I was a soldier. I had to keep my shit together. The iron gate I'd just left behind was a non-starter, so I craned my neck, scanning upward. The architecture was breathtaking. Seamless, organic curves of iridescent green crystal that shimmered even in the low light. It was beautiful, but it was also an infiltrator's nightmare. The surface was smoother than glass, offering zero purchase for boots or fingers. Damn it, I hissed. I scanned higher. About 30 feet up, a service balcony jutted from the main keep. It was likely used for raising banners or maintaining the exterior lighting. But 30 feet might as well have been 30 miles on a surface this slick. I looked at the crystal wall again. It wasn't stone. Leylandir had told me about this stuff. It was living crystal. Living, I muttered, staring at the green surface. If it was alive, maybe it reacted to stimuli. Maybe it could grow. It sounded stupid even as I thought it. I wasn't an elf architect. I was a human with a lightning sword and a bad attitude, but I was also out of options. I approached the 20-foot retaining wall which separated the alley from the castle grounds. I placed my palm flat against the cool, slick surface. "Okay," I whispered. "Give me something." I closed my eyes and reached for the same well of energy I'd used to wake Erding. I pushed a pulse of intent into the wall. Grow. I braced myself for a flash of light or a hum or for the magic to bounce off. Instead, I felt nothing. Or not nothing. It was more like a vacuum. The moment the magic left my palm, it vanished. The wall didn't resist, instead seeming to drink the energy. It felt like pouring water into dry sand. It disappeared instantly, leaving no trace, no glow, no sound. My skin didn't even prickle with the sense of magic in the air. My eyes snapped open. The spot under my hand was unchanged. Smooth. Green. Mocking. "Thirsty, aren't you?" I realized. This was why the palace was secure. It wasn't just a wall, it was a sponge. Anybody trying to blast through would just have their magic eaten. It was brilliant, really, but surely even a sponge has a limit. I set my jaw, a familiar combative stubbornness settling deep in my bones. I didn't need finesse. I had raw capacity. I had the reserves capable of powering the Ireland Galad. I placed my hand back on the wall. "Fine. You want it? Take it all." I stopped trying to shape it. I just opened the floodgates. I shoved a massive, crude flood of energy into the crystal, force-feeding it faster than it could swallow. The sucking sensation intensified, becoming almost painful, pulling at my core. It was exhausting, like sprinting uphill. But I didn't let up. For 5 seconds, nothing happened. Then, the spot under my palm began to shudder. It wasn't glowing, the wall was still eating the light, but the material itself was warping. It couldn't process the mass I was dumping into it. Pop. A protrusion erupted from the sleek surface. It wasn't a graceful branch or a step. It was a gnarly, blistered lump of green glass, the size of a fist, extruded from the wall like a tumor. I pulled my hand back, breathing hard. It was ugly. It was jagged. But because the wall absorbed the magical discharge, it had happened in total silence. No flash. No alarm. Just a silent, exhausted victory. I grabbed the lump. It was solid. "Okay," I panted, wiping sweat from my forehead. This was going to suck. I was going to have to brute force every single step, feeding the wall until it choked. I looked up at Naza, who watched me with her head cocked to the side. "Can you fly up to that balcony?" I asked, pointing. "Check for guards?" Naza let out a soft chitter, then launched herself from the pipe. She circled the balcony once, then landed on the railing, flicking her tail. She didn't reply so much as project an image of an empty nest into my head. "Well, it's not like we have any other options at our disposal," I muttered under my breath. I grasped the blistered knob of crystal I'd just made and reached up to create the next one. The last step nearly killed me. I hauled myself over the balcony's crystal railing and collapsed onto the cold floor, gasping for air like a fish thrown onto a dock. My arms trembled so violently I couldn't unclench my fingers. It wasn't just physical fatigue. The deep, hollow ache in my chest was reminiscent of a battery drained. Providing enough magical calorie intake to satiate the wall for 30 vertical feet had taken almost everything I had. "Okay," I wheezed, rolling onto my back to stare up at the sky. Never doing that again. Naza landed softly on my chest. Her scales were dull, their iridescent sheen faded to a matte gray. She let out a pitiful little chirp and nudged my chin. The little Sirion had given me cover as I climbed the wall, and I could tell from her drooping ears she was feeling it as much as I was. "I know," I whispered, stroking her head with a shaking hand. "I'm empty too, but we've got one more push. In 10 minutes. I couldn't stumble around the palace blind. It was too big and I was too tired to check every door. I needed a compass. I closed my eyes and focused on my breathing for a while, and my mind drifted to whether Robbo and Leylandir had made it out with Calathil. They had to. Although I couldn't recall feeling a magical spike in the city as I made my escape, I told myself my mind had simply been too focused on survival to notice. At least Hanya had left the pump house hours earlier, heading for the barges with the other Krimgar goblins. She should have been well clear of the palace district when everything went to hell. I pictured her grumbling her way downriver, completely unaware of the chaos she'd narrowly avoided. That stubborn healer deserved a clean escape after everything she'd done for us. After a while, I reached with my mind. I didn't try to push or project, wary of any devices capable of picking up long-distance telepathy. Instead, I focused on the image of Leora's face in my mind, and the frantic, jagged frequency that I had felt from her in the square. Leora? Asha, where are you? On my way. I opened my eyes to share my viewpoint with the elf princess. But I'm gonna need some help figuring out how to get to you. Leora didn't answer straight away, and I hoped there weren't 10 other identical balconies littered around the palace to confuse matters. But eventually she responded. I am not far. You are located near grandfather's study. I will guide you. I sat up, fighting the wave of dizziness, and projected the next thought to the Sirion curled next to me. Naza. Hide me one last time, please. The Sirion chittered a protest, but complied. The familiar, icy wash of her camouflage settled over me, and I hoped she could hold it for long enough to navigate the palace. I slipped through the doors into what I hoped was an empty hallway. The silence was instant. The thick crystal panes cut off the wind and the sounds of the city as if a switch had been flipped. Warm air enveloped me along with the smell of beeswax and dried lavender. I looked down at the runner of thick woven carpet. My boots left dusty prints on the pile. I winced. So much for being a ghost. I moved fast, following the mental breadcrumbs of Leora's projected images inside my head. We ascended a spiral staircase, past a solarium where 2 guards stood staring out at the chaotic square, and turned east. The opulence of the aesthetic was everywhere. Gold leaf molding, ethereum sconces casting a soft, heatless glow, and statues of elf lords looking down with imperious sneers. While I hadn't gotten the tour of the Tulkasil Palace last time I'd visited, I quickly decided that the decorations didn't stack up with the members of the household. Perhaps the interior design was inherited. We reached the end of the corridor and I pulled up short, pressing myself behind a marble column. 50 feet ahead, 2 guards stood like statues before a set of ornate double doors. They were alert, scanning the hallway, their hands resting on their hilts. I couldn't risk walking right up to them. If they sensed a shimmer in the air, or if Naza's energy finally gave out, I'd be visible before I reached the threshold. Besides, those doors were going to be a problem. I needed them to clear the path. I closed my eyes, reaching out across the short distance to the mind pacing inside the room. Leora? Where are you? Outside your door. But I can't get in. The guards are blocking it. I need you to get them to open that door. Make a scene. Now. There was a pause, a moment of hesitation, and then I felt her resolve harden. Stand ready. A second later, a fist pounded on the other side of the heavy wood. Open this door! Leora's voice was muffled but shrill, echoing down the hallway. I demand to see my mother! I require water immediately! Open it! The guards exchanged a weary glance. The one on the left puffed out his cheeks and released the breath in a long, silent stream of exasperation. He pulled a heavy iron key from his belt with a slow, deliberate movement and inserted it into the lock. The lock clicked, and the heavy door swung outward. My lady, the guard started, stepping into the doorway to block the exit with his bulk. You have been ordered to remain. I do not care about orders, Leora shouted, stomping her foot and pointing imperiously back into the room. "I am thirsty, and I am a Tulcassiel. Fetch me a pitcher, you oaf." Perfect. While the guard was distracted by the shouting princess, his partner turned his head to watch the drama. Neither looked my way as I moved. I stayed low, slipping through the gap between the guard's hip and the doorframe. I held my breath, shrinking my presence as much as possible, praying Naza held the cloak for 2 more seconds. I stepped onto the plush carpet inside the room and scrambled sideways, putting a velvet sofa between me and the door. "Fine," the guard snapped. "I'll send a servant. Now stay inside." He slammed the door. The lock clicked home again. The room went quiet. Leora stood in the center of the rug, her chest heaving from the fake tantrum, staring wide-eyed at the empty air. "Clear," I whispered. Naza immediately slumped on my shoulder as the camouflage dropped, her little body going slack around my neck. "Asha," Leora breathed, grabbing the back of a chair to steady herself. "You came. You actually came." "I told you I would," I said, crossing the room, glancing out the window, which unfortunately didn't afford a view of the plaza in front of the palace. "We need to move." Leora nodded frantically, wiping at the genuine tears of fear that had fueled her performance. Where? Where do we go?" "Out," I said, wiping my mouth. "I'll open a portal and we step through to Gashak Tor." Leora stopped. The hope drained out of her face, replaced by a cold, hard look of despair. "We cannot." "What do you mean? I know I'm tired, but I can manage." "No, Asha," she cut in, her voice shaking. "We cannot open a portal inside the palace, not even on the balconies." "Why not?" I dragged a hand over my face, already suspecting the answer. "The containment wards," she said, gesturing vaguely at the ceiling. "They prevent enemies from teleporting assassins directly into the palace. If you attempt to tear open a portal, the feedback will kill us instantly." My shoulders sagged as I stared at her. "Of course it will." I cursed in English. It meant we had to walk out. We had to cross the grounds, get past the walls I had barely managed to climb in, and get far enough away to open a door to safety. And I had to do it with a depleted battery and unreliable stealth cover. "Okay," I said, forcing my brain to pivot. "Plan B. We go out the way I came in and climb down the wall. Once we're in the streets..." I trailed off. Leora wasn't listening. She was staring past me, her eyes widening, her skin turning the color of milk. "Leora?" I heard the click of the lock on the main double doors. It wasn't a frantic, hurried sound. It was distinct, deliberate. The heavy, oiled mechanism turned with a sound like a pistol hammer being cocked. I spun, reaching for Irding. My hand closed on the hilt, but my arm felt like lead. The double doors swung inward, and a solitary figure stood in the threshold. He wasn't wearing armor. He wasn't wearing the festive robes of the court. He was dressed in a simple, tailored tunic of black velvet, high-collared and severe. His hands were clasped loosely behind his back. Maelornith Shadarian stepped into the room. He didn't look surprised. He didn't look angry. He looked like a cat who had just sunk its teeth into the canary. His blue eyes swept over Leora, dismissing her entirely, and landed on me. A slow, chilling smile uncoiled across his face, not reaching his eyes. "I told my father the guards here were incompetent," he said, his voice smooth and terrible. He took a step forward, and I instinctively took a step back. He had that way about him. He swallowed the air in the room, standing just a little too close even from across the carpet. "Maelornith," Leora whispered, the sound strangled. He ignored her. He looked at my dusty boots, then at the exhausted Sirion on my shoulder, and finally at the hand I had frozen on my sword hilt. "You have my brother's stench on you, human," he said softly, closing the heavy doors behind him with a casual push of his heel. At least you saved me the trouble of hunting you down. Chapter 22. Glad I could be of service. I ran my tongue over my teeth and couldn't help my shoulders from slumping at Melornith's shit-eating grin. Naza shifted weakly on my shoulders, her tiny claws digging slightly into my collar for stability. The poor Kyrian was completely spent, and I doubted she could have hidden us both again even if I'd had the presence of mind to ask her before the doors swung open. The elf stalked forward and gave a soft chuckle. You have, once again, Asha Lopez, performed your part beautifully. If every elf across Arendor did not already count you as the largest threat to our kind, they certainly do now. The lightning in the plaza? He held up pinched fingers, his eyes gleaming. Magnificent. His gaze flicked to Naza draped limply around my neck. I see you've found yourself another flying rat to replace the last one. This one looks even more pathetic. I gripped the pommel of Erding harder, my jaw aching with the effort as I tried to force strength back into my trembling limbs. But I'd faced off against Melornith before, and it had taken Leylandir intercepting a strike which would have cleaved my head in two to make it out alive. I wasn't stupid enough to think I could put him down. Certainly not in my current condition, even if Naza wasn't too exhausted to lift her head, let alone provide any distraction. Even if it cost you Calathil? I swallowed, hoping he wouldn't recognize it for what it was. A question. Of whether Leylandir and Robbo got the old elf out or were likewise apprehended. Calathil Tolcasiel is inconsequential. Melornith threw an apologetic smile at Leora. Forgive me, my love. I speak only of politics. The corner of Leora's lip quivered uncontrollably for a second, but she firmed her jaw and held her chin up. I wondered just how much had transpired between them since I'd last seen them both. It didn't feel like all that long ago the elf princess was doing a poor job of hiding her blushes over his advances. It would suit you to supplant my grandfather, she said icily. You have made that abundantly clear. He isn't supplanted, I countered, wanting to steer the conversation back to whether they'd made it out. I wanted to hear him say it out loud. I needed to know that my capture had been for something. Not yet, anyway. While your fiancé here is too lazy to actually come looking for us, we're already moving the pieces on the board that will end the war. End the war, he scoffed as he made a dismissive wave of his hand and stepped closer. Speak to any of your peoples on Earth and you will find you are achieving the exact opposite. You left quite the mess behind on your venture to your homeworld, Asha Lopez. It has required the full might of the Elven Council to rectify our standing. Is that why your daddy's here, then? I tilted my head, letting my gaze drift over his shoulder with deliberate disinterest as I stepped backward to keep some relative distance between us. Because Calathil's so inconsequential? Or is it Leylandir he wants? I've got to tell you, it came as quite a surprise that Nerianthus was willing to welcome your older brother into the family, because I seem to recall you giving the orders to kill us both last time we met. Is someone a little jealous? Melornith's teeth flashed, and this time there was no humor about it. He flowed forward, his movements suddenly fluid, and it was all I could do to keep him coming within reaching distance. I'd hit a nerve. Good. We still didn't have a viable exit plan other than running through those doors and hoping for the best, which I suspected would fail before we got to the end of the hallway. You presume to understand political machinations which are beyond your feeble human comprehension, he snarled. He advanced with predatory grace, closing the distance between us in 3 swift strides. I backed up instinctively but found myself trapped against an ornate table. Oh, so there's more to this story, huh? I sidestepped closer to Leora, keeping my body between his and hers. Let me try and work this out with this simple mind of mine. You can't get Leora to agree to marriage willingly, and Eldorain is quite the catch with all the new magic here. So Daddy agrees to pull some strings with the council to keep the noose from Calathil's neck, on the proviso that your older brothers step into the fold and become the consolation prize for your previous intended bride's house. That keeps your father's old flame happy, but I'm wondering if Iolanthe is really an old flame now. Your mother must be pissed about that. How am I doing? Am I close? What? Leora gasped. I didn't want to risk glancing over my shoulder and give Maelornith the opening he needed to disarm me and get me on the ground. Honestly, it wouldn't have taken a whole lot of effort on his part, and I was surprised he hadn't done it already. My best guess was that there were guards waiting on the other side of that door to come in and handle the dirty work. Besides, this asshole was the gloaty type. Iolanthe and my father are not involved, Maelornith said, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous monotone, ignoring Leora's question. And Leylandir would serve as a tool to my father's will. Nothing more. If not for your gambit today, my father may have even allowed him to keep you. As his anger rose, the room's atmosphere changed. The ambient light dimmed perceptibly, shadows stretching from corners toward us as if drawn to him. The temperature plummeted, my breath suddenly visible in small, frightened clouds. Leora shivered beside me, whether from the cold or fear I couldn't tell. Magic. He wasn't even trying to hide it. He was letting it leak, a casual demonstration of power, a reminder that his composure was a choice, not a limitation. Charming, I spat, eyeing the window behind him longingly. If I hadn't just spent most of my magical energy climbing up those damn walls and then more stairs to get up to this room, I would have flung myself out of them willingly. But let me guess, you have better plans for me now? Your deliverance back to your people will solve many of our problems. Maelornith's eyes crinkled back into amusement. As a gesture of peace. Which means you can't kill me. I offered a lopsided smile with a lot more gumption than I actually felt. Or Leora. Unless you've already done a catalog of all the Tulkasiels on this world and chosen your backup plan. You think me cruel, he said with a shake of his head. Have you even considered that all we have sought to do is to remedy a situation that you and Leylandir continue to inflame? We would see order returned, while you both are so intent on seeding chaos wherever you go. I flinched, my breath catching in my throat. But before I could come up with a worthy reply, he was speaking again. Do you know how close your world teeters to the brink of civil war as they debate the words you left them with? Or how many elves have been killed here on Eldoraon in the quakes since you recklessly activated an ancient artifact we know precious little about? Every action you take has dire consequences, yet you persist in this crusade as if you alone understand what's best for our worlds. The idea that our actions at the Erlin Galad had caused fatalities was a shard of ice lodging itself under my ribs, cold and sharp. It fed the insidious whisper that had lived in the back of my mind for weeks, the one that asked whether we had only ever made things worse. The doubt spread from that cold point, numbing my limbs, despite my efforts to dismiss it as manipulation. Oh, I scoffed. I suppose that's for blue bloods like you to decide for us, huh? If it weren't for your precious council doing everything they could to suppress Calathil's research— What? Maelornith snapped. We would have arrived in this situation sooner? Humor me, if you will, for just a moment. Imagine a set of circumstances where Leylandir had not interfered with our careful plans and peace was struck with Earth. Imagine, then, that we arrived at a time where Calathil's research could have been conducted alongside your people's. And then— A hot, prickling shame washed over me at Maelornith's drawl. The scenario he painted felt disturbingly plausible, a world where cooperation might have yielded answers without bloodshed. What if we were the chaos agents Maelornith claimed? My certainty faltered for a heartbeat. Bullshit, I shrieked. You don't understand it. Any of it. Humans were never going to share their part in this with elves. They held all the cards, and your council would have spent the next few centuries scheming over how to inflate its own importance to your people. You've already got a chokehold on the price of magic on Arendor, and— Stop! Both of you! Leora stepped forward, and it was all I could do not to reef her backward and out of Malornith's reach. You speak of order and chaos as if they were opposites, Malornith, when they are merely different faces of the same coin. She straightened her spine, pulling her shoulders back and lifting her chin, her gaze suddenly clear and steady despite her disheveled appearance. My grandfather sought to understand the balance between worlds, not disrupt it. And while you lecture about consequences, you conveniently omit the Council's role in suppressing his research for decades. How many died in this conflict because that knowledge was kept from its fruition? Malornith's face softened as he addressed her. Leora, you cannot possibly understand the complexities. Do not patronize me, she cut in, her voice sharp as crystal. I may be young, but I am not stupid. The Shadarian House has always presented itself as the protectors of our people, but in this you have become our jailers instead. If Earth truly stands on the brink of war, then we must accelerate our efforts to understand the nature of the Erlin Galad. My grandfather understood this. So does Asha. And what do you think the team of researchers are doing at this very moment at Eldeland? Malornith threw his finger up to point out the window. Not enough. Leora planted her hands firmly on the back of a nearby chair, her knuckles white. I do not understand what has brought my cousin and Asha here where they must have known they would be hunted like animals, but to risk their lives like this must point to a much bigger cause. Let her go, Malornith. Do this one thing for me, and I'll accept your offer of marriage willingly. No! I couldn't help my arm reaching for her, but Malornith moved faster. The elf stepped between us to leer down at me. His proximity made my skin crawl, and Naza whimpered on my shoulder, her claws digging deeper into my collar. You will not touch her, he said, his voice a low, vibrating growl. Leora's hand settled on his shoulder. Listen to me, she pleaded, and something in her voice made him step back, though reluctantly. She reached up to cup his cheek, and he looked down at her with an expression I couldn't quite read. You don't have to do this, I projected to Leora. I will do what is necessary, she responded firmly, to ensure I can assist my grandfather in reaching his goals, and to keep Leylandir out of Nerianthus' schemes. I dragged a hand over my face, my eyes settling on the window as Malornith reached for Leora's shoulders. He still hadn't given her his answer, and a new, desperate calculation began to form amidst the chaos in my mind. We couldn't open a portal inside the palace, but outside, just beyond that damn window, I couldn't let Leora sacrifice herself to this creep just so I could escape. A bone-deep sense of dread warred with the sliver of an idea forming in my mind. I remembered the sensation of falling toward the Aerlin Galad, certain death awaiting me, except it hadn't come. If I could cushion myself from that fall— I'm going to get us out of here, I projected to Leora quickly. Malornith's fingers suddenly wrapped around Leora's wrist, wrenching her hand away from his face. She winced at the force of his grip. He leaned in close, his eyes narrowing to dangerous slits. A private conversation in my presence? He hissed, gaze flicking between us. The shadows in the room surged forward, darkening the floor around our feet. How disrespectful. I took a step forward, but Malornith moved with the lethal speed of a sprung trap, his free hand shooting out to grab a fistful of my jacket. Guards, he called, voice cutting through the room. Seize them both. Shit, it was now or never. Trust me, I projected to Leora. Naza hissed and launched from my shoulder, darting straight for Malornith's eyes. He snarled, momentarily distracted as he swatted at the Sirion. I drew Erding and sent a bolt of lightning through the window. Glass exploded outward in a shower of crystalline shards. I barreled into Malornith, using his momentary distraction to grab Leora around the waist. We stumbled toward the gaping hole where the window had been, and I didn't let myself think. I jumped into the darkness, pulling Leora with me. The wind whipped past us as we plummeted. I tried to focus on my magic, but the fall made it nearly impossible to concentrate. Instead, I focused on need, the burning, desperate need to keep going. To reach Azagrim and discover if opening all the gates was truly our salvation. But Maelornith's accusations echoed in my mind even as we fell. What if we were wrong? What if our actions had only accelerated the destruction? The doubt nearly paralyzed me, threatening to make this leap our last. No. I refused to believe it. Even if we were creating chaos, at least we were trying. Inaction and centuries of political maneuvering would doom us all. Torald's device flashed in my mind, the image of the Yarnleader crystal clear despite our freefall. I opened my eyes and for a moment thought I saw Rushka's weathered face staring back at me. This was it. I was about to die, and my mind was playing tricks on me. But then a familiar flash of light burst beneath us, the brightness forcing my eyes closed. The sensation of falling changed and became something else entirely as Leora and I plunged through the portal together. The world twisted and lurched around us. I kept my grip tight on Leora, praying I hadn't just killed us both in a desperate play. The portal's light engulfed us completely, the brightness stark against the darkness of night, and for a moment that stretched into eternity. We existed somewhere between here and there, between what was and what could be. I had no idea where we would emerge or if this was even real. It could have been the afterlife, for all I knew. But there was no sickening crunch. And Leora was still clawing my arm. Or was that Naza? But then the impact finally arrived, and though it stole the wind from my lungs, I didn't feel anything break. For several moments, I could only roll painfully on what felt like cold stone, desperately trying to suck in a breath. My vision swam as I blinked, struggling to make sense of my surroundings through the spots dancing in my eyes. Voices echoed around me, their words filtering through my amulet even as I recognized the harsh consonants of spoken Dwaran. The translation came automatically now, but my addled brain took longer to process their meaning. Appeared out of nowhere. Impossible. The Yarnleader hasn't... I tried to push myself up and immediately regretted it, groaning as pain lanced through my shoulder. Beside me, Leora lay unconscious, her blonde hair fanned across the stone floor. Naza was already at her side, making concerned little chirping sounds as she nosed at the elf's face. Heavy boots approached, and I looked up to find myself surrounded by a group of dwarves, their expressions ranging from suspicious to outright hostile. Their armor marked them as guards, though I didn't recognize the particular insignia they wore. Fighting down another wave of dizziness, I tried to get my bearings. We appeared to be in some kind of vast underground chamber, its ceiling lost in shadows far above. As I turned my head, my breath caught in my throat. Behind us loomed an enormous structure that I recognized instantly from Torald's device, the Yarnleader. Azagrim's equivalent artifact connected to the others across the multiverse. Its archway was empty as it sat dormant, but the runes around the edges pulsed with an inner light, which I figured was more about my eyesight than anything. The sight was so immense, so impossible, that for a moment the world tilted on its axis, and all I could do was stare. I must have managed to open a portal in front of the damn thing during our fall, but... She commanded the Yarnleader itself, one of the dwarves muttered in awe. Opened a path through its very heart. The realization hit me like another fall. I hadn't just opened a normal portal. Instead, I'd somehow created one through the ancient gate. Before the guards could decide what to do with us, I forced my voice to work. Torald Burgraf, I managed to croak. I need to speak to Torald Burgraf. Chapter 23. The aftershock of the jump felt less like magic and more like blunt force trauma. My head throbbed with a rhythmic, grinding pressure behind my temples, as if two tectonic plates were shifting at the base of my skull. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to ride out the wave of nausea, but my body wasn't going to let me off that easily. The air tasted metallic, thick with the scent of sulfur. It sat heavy in my lungs, devoid of any freshness or flow. There was no wind here, just the crushing, claustrophobic silence of a billion tons of rock hanging directly overhead. I groaned, the sound echoing too loudly in the cavernous space, and pressed the heels of my hands into my eye sockets until spots danced in the darkness. "Drink," a gruff voice commanded. Something heavy slid across the stone table, the friction sounding like a scream against the surface. It sloshed, and I peeled one eye open to see a dark, viscous liquid spilling over the rim. Torald Bergraf sat opposite me, looking exactly as he had on Gashak Tor, though perhaps a little more serious than usual. His fingers fiddled with his beard, streaked with silver and braided with metal rings. He was wearing simpler attire to when I'd last spoken with him, and his eyes kept darting between me and the colossal structure looming at the far end of the hall. "If this is more of your so-called medicine, Torald, I'm going to riot," I croaked. My throat felt as if it were lined with coarse sand, each word scraping it raw, and my tongue was a dry, swollen thing in my mouth. "It is Dermalth," he grunted, folding his thick arms over his chest. The metal of his bracers clinked. "It will dull the ache of the crossing." I lifted the tankard, it had to weigh 5 pounds empty, and stared into the black, oily depths of the liquor. It smelled like licorice and rocket fuel. I'd taken a cautious sip of the stuff last time I'd visited Azagrim and vowed never to touch it again. But desperate times and all that. "Cheers to being alive," I whispered, and took a gulp. The burn was instantaneous. It seared down my esophagus, hit my stomach with a force that threatened to send it right back up, and radiated outward. It was vile, but Torald was right. As the heat spread, the jackhammer behind my eyes dialed down. I set the tankard down with a heavy thud and finally forced myself to take in the room. The hall rivaled the Erlin Galad in sheer scale, but without a trace of nature left in it. Where the elven cavern was wild gray rock and waterfalls, this place had been disciplined. The walls were smoothed and etched with scripts, and the floor was polished to a mirror shine. Massive pillars held up the darkness above, lit by floating spheres of warm, magical light that made the whole place feel like a cathedral built inside the earth. It was impressive. It was imposing. And right now, it felt like a tomb. Across the chamber, Leora lay on a slab that looked more like a sacrificial altar. She looked impossibly small lying there, and while I'd refused to get off the ground until I was assured the elf princess was still alive, her groans had done little to assuage my guilt over tearing her out of that window. A female dwarf medic was running a glowing gemstone over Leora's spine. Having been attended to by the Dwarren medical system the last time I'd visited, I had faith that they had the means to patch her up. But the way her eyes had remained glassy even after she'd opened them concerned me. Leora wasn't even moving. She just lay there, shivering. Not from cold, though the air down here was crisp, but from a shock so profound I wondered if she'd ever come back from it. "Is she broken?" I asked in Dwarren, the words scraping my throat. "The fall. And the landing was rough. I tried to cushion us, but—" "She is an elf," Torald said, his voice dropping to a rumble that vibrated through the table. "They are lighter than us, frail to look at, yet they bend where we break. The healer says her bones are whole. But to open a gate from the sky? To force the Yarnhleader awake when it has slept for an age? You are lucky you didn't unmake her entirely." I flinched, staring hard at the Dermouth to avoid his gaze. I knew that. God, I knew that. I had grabbed an innocent girl, my lover's cousin, and flung her out of a window into the void. I had banked 2 lives on a magical hunch I barely understood and a desperate prayer that the universe wouldn't let me go splat. "I didn't have a choice," I whispered, the guilt sitting heavier in my gut than the alcohol. "So you say." Torald pulled his stool closer, the screech of rock making me wince. The board ring is disturbed. The gatekeepers felt the surge 3 levels down. They thought the core of the world had cracked. When the runners told us a human and an elf had fallen out of the dormant archway, he shook his head, looking at the massive dark artifact behind us. It is unheard of. The Boardring are here? I quirked an eyebrow, recalling the dwarven governance system where the High King Jarn Krona represented the respective kings and queens of other worlds across Dwaringal. He supposedly had final say when it came to interdimensional affairs, but I knew from experience that he still had to appease them somewhat. All of them? Torald gave a shrug, like it was obvious. We knew you would arrive with your party soon enough. The decision to seek you out was not made in isolation. My party. We need to send a message, I said, abruptly shifting gears. I couldn't dwell on the impossibility of what I'd done, or I'd start screaming. I needed logistics. I needed a plan. We need to contact Gashaktor. I was separated from the others on Eldareon. They need to know we're alive. I will report back to King Jarn Krona himself with your tidings, Torald said. And your requests. What is your message, and who, exactly, is it for? My hand froze on the handle of the tankard. The question hit me harder than the fall. Who is it for? My mind flashed back to the festival, the chaos, the smell of fear. The last impression I'd had of Leylandir was of him hesitating, torn between his duty to protect Calathil and his instinct to save me. I had mentally shoved him away. I hadn't even noticed a magical disturbance large enough to get them off-world through a portal. And then, Malorneth. The thought was so sickening that my head swam violently, and I had to brace a hand on the cold stone table to keep from swaying. I had been in a room with the one person who knew exactly how the extraction had ended, and the bastard still hadn't told me how it had played out. If Leylandir had been captured, surely Malorneth would have thrown it in my face, wouldn't he? He would have used it to break me. Why didn't I ask him? The thought sliced right through me, tearing a great gash of fresh guilt. I had been so focused on getting Leora away from him, so focused on the immediate threat of his proximity, that I hadn't asked the most important question in the universe. I had spent 10 minutes trading barbs with him, and I hadn't asked if Leylandir was alive. Asha. Torald's voice was gentle, probing. I took a shaky breath. Send the message to Elder Nazgra. Tell her Asha and Leora Tulkasiel are safe in Azagrim. Tell her we have no information about Leylandir and Robbo's escape. Only that they fled with Calathil. And if the rest of your party did not escape as you did? I looked up at him, and I felt my eyes stretched wide, stark and desperate in my face. Then promise Nazgra I'm going back to find them. Torald held my gaze for a long moment, assessing me with a shrewd gleam in his eye. He saw the desperation, the fatigue, the terror I was desperately trying not to drown in. Then he nodded once, solemn and final. I will convey this to my king. I wanted to tell the dwarf to go. Heck, it took all of my willpower not to push him off the stool he sat on as panic bubbled inside me. I sucked in a deep breath and pushed the heel of my hand into my forehead to stave off the throbbing. A distinct, chirping crunch echoed through the silence. I looked over to the table beside Leora's medical slab. Naza perched on top of a tray of surgical tools, looking incredibly pleased with herself. She held a large chunk of dried, salted meat she had clearly pilfered, shredding it with enthusiastic efficiency. The Sirion looked entirely unbothered by our interdimensional plummet. If anything, she seemed to find the change in scenery invigorating. She paused mid-chew to blink her large golden eyes at me, transmitting a vague, telepathic sense of salty, chewy good into my mind. A dry, noiseless chuckle escaped my lips as I shook my head at the Sirion. Torald followed my gaze to the lizard, then back to the elf princess. He sighed, the sound like a bellows emptying air. Rest, Asha. Once the board ring has finished debating, there will be no more rest for any of us. He stood, his stool scraping again, and marched toward the heavy iron door. It opened with a groan of metal and slammed shut behind him, the boom echoing for seconds afterward. I was alone. Well, alone with a traumatized princess and a gluttonous flying reptile. I took another pull of the door mouth, letting the fire settle my nerves. Leylandir had once told me the substance was poisonous, but I figured that might only be true for elves. If what Calathil theorized was true, I might have a dwarf ancestor in my family tree somewhere who might have been looking out for my liver all these years. I stood, my legs feeling like jelly, and managed to navigate the distance to Leora without falling. I leaned against the stone table, grateful for the support. The medic had stepped back to clean her instruments, giving us a moment of privacy. Leora? The young elf looked up slowly. Her eyes were wide, the pupils blown so large the green irises were just thin rings of emerald. She looked at me, then past me, her gaze unfocused. We are under the ground? Her voice was a whisper, thin and brittle. Deep under, I confirmed in trade Elvish. This is Azagrim. It's the dwarven homeworld. You're safe. Safe. She repeated the word as if testing its flavor, finding it bitter. She looked toward the gate's dark arch, her brow furrowing. Maelornith. Inside the palace. She swallowed hard, her knuckles whitening where she gripped the edge of the slab. I wasn't going to let you marry him so I could escape, I said. It came out harsher than I intended, and I softened my tone. But you gave me the distraction I needed to get us out. I'm sorry it was so... I swallowed, searching for the right word. Reckless. She flinched at what must have been the memory of the fall, and looked down at her dress, the spring green silk now torn from all the glass and the explosive landing. She touched a rip in the fabric with a trembling finger. Why did you come, Asha? She asked, her voice gaining a sudden, surprising edge. She looked up, and for a second, I saw a flash of Felindale in her face, that aristocratic, elven defiance. What was your purpose in Eldorain? Why have you brought me here of all places? I brought you here because the alternative was leaving you in a room with a man who looked at you like you were a meal, I said, my voice flat. But you didn't come for me, she pressed, her green eyes sharp. You came for my grandfather. I opened my mouth to argue, but the denial, so ready a moment before, evaporated before it could reach my lips, leaving only a dry click in my throat. I had to give Leora credit. She wasn't stupid, not by a long shot. We did, I said quietly, running my tongue over my teeth. We needed Calathil. You weren't part of the plan, Leora. I scrubbed a hand over my face, my fingers coming away smeared with a mix of grime and dried costume paint. I felt dirty. I felt tired. I see. Leora sat up, her mouth carefully neutral. Look, I'm sorry. It ate Leylandir from the inside out that we couldn't scoop you up along with your grandfather. Hell, our plan didn't even work to get him out without improvising. But you're alive, I said simply. Let's start there. Leora stared at me, her expression unreadable. Then she slowly wrapped her arms around herself and turned her head away, staring at the blank stone wall. My mother, she whispered. When the guards took me, she didn't fight them. I didn't have an answer for that. I know. She thinks she is protecting us, Leora said, her voice hollow. She thinks that if we submit, we survive. But Melornith... He won't touch you, I promised, reaching out to put a hand on her shoulder. She recoiled away from my touch as if I burned her. I am not a doll, she hissed. Nor am I stupid. Are you going to tell me why we are here or continue to treat me like Melornith does? as if I am incapable of understanding. I pulled my hand back, her words stinging. I don't think you're stupid, Leora. My mind feels like it's in shreds right now. I climbed up onto the slab beside her and met the eye of the medic, who gave me a subtle nod before retreating with her instruments. I took that as an all clear for Leora, and I'd rather not be in between you two right now kinda gesture. Once she departed, it left only the two guards by the door, who alternated between glaring at us and then at the Jarnlitter suspiciously. We came because the dwarves brought us an offer on Gashak Tor to collaborate with their researchers, except, instead of closing the gates, they think we should open all of them. I scratched the back of my neck. A lot has happened since we opened the Erlin Galad, on Gashak Tor, on Earth, and now here. It feels like it's been a very long time since I spoke to Calathil, and we need him to weigh in on what to do next. Leora gave me a sidelong look, the stubborn set to her mouth still firmly in place. He wasn't wrong, you know? When Maelornith said you are a reaper of chaos, it makes it difficult to defend your actions. I know, I said with a snort. Maybe having Calathil with us will steady the ship. It can't have been easy while we were away, for either of you. Leora licked her lips, and I sensed that my words had struck true. I thought Grandfather would die of a broken heart before the Council could ever get their hands on him. He loves Leylandir like a son, you know. I'm sure he does, I said with a sad smile. You spoke of marriages and alliances, about Nerianthus. It wasn't quite a question, but I recalled Leora's surprise while I'd been goading Maelornith about his father's series of proposals. It made sense that she didn't know the half of what was on the table, given how much it seemed to incense Maelornith. It also answered my other question about whether Iolanthe had returned to Eldoraon. Leylandir went to see him on Viridia, and your aunt. I dragged a hand over my face and frowned at the muck on my hand from the costume paint. Between the two of them, they'd hatched a plan to save your grandfather and Leylandir from the Council, so long as he agreed to their terms. Your marriage was one stipulation, Leylandir's was another. I reached to grab what appeared to be a sponge left on the table the medic had used earlier and began cleaning my face. Leora sat in silence for a good long while, and I wondered if she was internally debating which would have been the better choice. Becoming a fugitive like us, or having Nerianthus restore the status quo on Eldarion so long as she became his son's bride. It occurred to me that either way, none of us had given her a choice in the matter. And Leylandir refused? He considered it, I said carefully. He didn't outright say no, from what I understand. You've got to understand that when he got the message that his mother was alive— I understand, she cut in sharply. I licked my lips and drew in a long, slow breath, holding it for a moment to steady my frayed nerves. I reminded myself that I'd be just as pissed if people were pulling the strings around me without bothering to tell me about it. I'd seen the two cousins go toe-to-toe before, and if Leylandir got his ass here, I suppose there was another bout on the horizon. If. I walked back to the bench and grabbed the waiting tankard to take another long pull of the door-mouth, letting the fire scour my throat. Naza chirped at me from across the room, offering a distraction I didn't deserve. I watched the Sirion lick grease off her claws with a pang of envy of her simplicity. Eat, fly, sleep. No politics, no wars. And from all appearances, she didn't seem anywhere near as cut up about Dimrin's fate. Dimrin. My mind kept circling back to the festival, to Leylandir. What if he waited? What if he saw Robbo and Calathil out and then turned back? What if he ran straight into Maelornith's blade trying to find me, while I was sitting here in a hole in the ground drinking mushroom moonshine? I dug my fingernails into the palm of my free hand, the sharp, grounding pain a welcome distraction from the spiral of my thoughts as I stared at the dormant, dead archway of the Jarnlider. Please, I begged the universe, or the stone, or whatever god was listening. Please let him be at Gashak Tor, Please let Robbo have dragged his stubborn, noble ass to safety. But the stone remained cold and silent, and I guessed I deserved the torture of waiting after tearing off on my own course. Chapter 24. When Torald appeared again what felt like hours later, it was only to tell us that the board ring had discussed our arrival and had concluded that we were to be welcomed as guests. When I'd asked if a message had been sent to Gashak Tor, the dwarf had given me a sheepish look and reported that they were now discussing the wording of the message and to whom it should be properly addressed. "You're kidding me," I seethed, my fists bunched at my side. "It is a matter of diplomacy," the dwarf offered with his hands held up. "Your message will be sent in due course." I swore in English as I paced toward the yarn leader, and the movement caused the guards to step forward from their position as if I'd bring their ancient artifact to the ground if I got within spitting distance of it. Torald held up a hand to bark at them, and I paused to arch a questioning eyebrow at him. "Come, I will see you both personally to more fitting accommodations," he said, "and have something delivered from the kitchens. You must be starved." My lip curled as I recalled dwarven cuisine from my time stationed on Azagrim, which made me regret leaving our packs behind at the pump house. The MREs were practically gourmet compared to the creepy crawlies they called food here. But that was entirely beside the point. If we're guests, then I guess I'm free to leave and take the message myself then. The dwarf tilted his head with a level look at me. "You have the look of iron that's been hammered cold. You are brittle. Try to bend the world to your will now, and you won't shape it. You will snap." "We would be honored to accept the hospitality of the boardring," Leora said. The words were Dwaran, but the accent was pure Elven, crisp, over-enunciated, and entirely lacking the guttural rumble that gave the language its weight. It sounded like someone reading a pronunciation guide from a very expensive tutor. Torald blinked, his eyebrows shooting up toward his hairline. He recovered quickly, bowing his head deep enough that his beard brushed his knees. "The honor is ours, Lady Tolkasiel." I stared at her, my mouth slightly open. Leora refused to meet my gaze, but her voice echoed sharply in my mind, clear as a bell. "He is right, you know. You look like a corpse that has not yet realized it is dead. You cannot help them if you crumble." I gritted my teeth, suppressing the urge to snap back that I didn't need a princess giving me tactical advice, mostly because she was right. "Fine," I muttered aloud. "Lead on." Torald gestured for the guards to stand down and led us toward a bank of heavy iron grates at the far end of the hall. The journey up was a study in vertigo. The elevators in Azagrim weren't the smooth, silent type from home. They operated on massive chain mechanisms and steam pressure, causing the floor to shudder rhythmically as we ascended. We passed level after level of industrial foundries, the heat pressing against the grate and smelling of smelting metal, before the air finally cooled and sweetened with the scent of recycled filtration. When the cage clattered open, I recognized the hallway immediately. The walls here were lined with polished slate rather than raw rock, and the sconces held actual flames. We weren't far from where Ambassador Benson had kept her suite during trade talks with Dwarangal. I'd walked these halls a year ago, back when my biggest problem was being thrust into the 3 trials of the Berghald to appease the boardring, who were still unconvinced that humans were worth bartering with. Before proceeding further, Torald paused in the corridor, stroking his beard as he lowered his voice. "There is something else you should know," he said, glancing down the hallway. "Earth maintains a permanent military outpost on the surface. Humans occasionally journey to the lower levels for trade and diplomatic purposes." My head snapped up at that. Of course, that explained the extra precautions and why we'd been kept in that chamber for so long. The boardring couldn't risk word spreading that they were harboring fugitives from Earth. "We have taken measures to ensure you remain unnoticed," Torald continued. "But I must insist you stay close to these quarters. Under no circumstances are you to venture to the surface levels. The consequences would be unfortunate for all of us. I nodded quickly, recognizing the gravity in his tone. One sighting by an Earth soldier would trigger an immediate security alert, or worse, an all-out assault on the Dwarren people to capture me. "We understand," I assured him. "We'll stay put." Leora, though clearly confused by the exchange, nodded in agreement. Seemingly satisfied, Torald keyed a heavy rune lock on a door to our left and ushered us inside. "These quarters are prepared for mid-sized species," he explained, ushering us into a living area. Not quite elven comforts, I admit, but functional. Functional was one word for it. The furniture in Azagrim was grown rather than built, with clusters of dense, firm, fungal foam that acted as chairs and sofas. I'd reckoned with the substance while laid up in their hospital wing once before. Useful, sturdy, but weirdly organic against the polished stone. There was a dining table set against the wall, laden with silver platters. My stomach gave a treacherous, loud growl at the sight, betraying the fact that I hadn't eaten since being on the goblin barge. I walked over and lifted a heavy lid. Underneath lay a pile of steamed grubs, garnished with what looked like lichen. Beside it sat a loaf of bread that looked dense enough to be used as artillery ammunition. My stomach immediately shut up. "Delightful," I deadpanned, dropping the lid with a clang. Torald looked pleased, mistaking my sarcasm for appreciation. "Rest. Eat. I will return the moment we hear from our messenger." He bowed again to Leora, ignoring me now that there was clearly a more important person in his presence, and backed out of the room, the heavy stone door sliding shut with a hydraulic hiss. Leora went to the sponge sofa and sat delicately, her back ramrod straight despite the exhaustion etched into every line of her face. Naza, who had followed us, immediately climbed onto the table to nudge the covered platters with her lavender nose. "You should not antagonize him," Leora said softly. "The dwarves pride themselves on hospitality, but they are quick to take offense at ingratitude." I scoffed, going to the sideboard where a carafe of Durmalt sat waiting. I poured a full goblet and downed half of it in one go. I winced as the raw spirit, which wasn't so much a drink as a controlled burn, seared a clean, hot line from my throat straight to my gut to burn away the hunger in my stomach. "Since when do you speak Dwarren?" I asked, wiping my mouth. "Since I was 6 cycles old," she replied, smoothing the torn fabric of her skirt. "And Ordukun. My grandfather insisted that a ruler must speak the tongues of all Arendor's neighbors, not just our own." She looked at me, her green eyes piercing, reminding me devastatingly of her cousins, but her next words in English came as a surprise. "I have been practicing your tongue also, not I am fluent yet." "A few months ago, I would have told you not to bother learning it," I huffed, setting the goblet down. The alcohol was hitting my empty stomach fast, making the room spin lazily. A small notch formed between Leora's eyebrows, and I thought perhaps it might be too soon to be conversing in English just yet. "News will come," Leora said in trade Elvish, her voice softer now, lacking the edge of lecture. "Whatever has happened, has happened. Standing vigil until you collapse will change nothing. Sleep, Asha." I wanted to argue. I wanted to stand by the door and pace until holes wore into the stone floor. But my eyelids fought a losing battle against a weight that felt less like sleepiness and more like a physical anchor dragging them down, and it could take hours before the stupid dwarf council finally sent the messenger. "Fine," I said, waving a hand at her. "Take the room on the left. I'll take the right. If that door opens, you wake me. Instantly." "I will." I couldn't stop the small, weary shake of my head at her perfect composure and trudged into the adjoining bedroom. It was sparse, just another slab of stone topped with a thick layer of the fungal memory foam and a heavy blanket. I didn't bother taking off my boots. I didn't bother unbuckling Erding. I just collapsed face first onto the sponge mattress. It smelled faintly of yeast and old stone. My head swam, the Durmouth dragging me down into a dark, spinning void. My last conscious thought was a desperate plea for Leylandir to be okay before the blackness swallowed me whole. I was yanked from the depths of unconsciousness, both literally and figuratively. My hand went flailing for Irding's hilt before my brain even processed what was happening. Someone gripped me so tightly I could barely breathe, and for a second I thought the dwarves must have reconsidered our status as guests before I realized my face was pressed against a familiar chest, and... "Leylandir?" I gasped, my voice muffled against his tunic. His arms tightened impossibly further, and I felt him shudder against me. "I thought..." His voice broke. "They said you were here, but I couldn't. Not until I saw you for myself." He pulled back just enough to cup my face with trembling hands. "They told me you fell through the yarn leader. You fell through a dormant gate, with Leora and a scaled beast." I didn't know who was trembling more as I wriggled my arm up enough to press my fingers against his mouth, as if his crushing grip wasn't enough to assure me that he was alive and right here in front of me. "I didn't know if you made it out." My voice cracked, and tears spilled over. It happened so fast, and after, I didn't remember feeling enough magic being drawn to account for a portal. "I thought maybe you wouldn't leave anyway, and..." "I wasn't going to." Leylandir rested his forehead against mine. His voice dropped to a whisper, raw with remembered anguish. "When I saw you draw Erding, when I felt the lightning gathering, I tried to turn back. I watched you standing there, alone against all of them, and I..." His breath caught. "I have never felt such terror, such helplessness. Every instinct screamed to run to you but Robert and Calathil." He shuddered against me, and I realized his chest was rumbling with something between a laugh and a sob. "You have your Australian friend to thank that I'm not imprisoned or dead in Erin Galen. He made the choice I couldn't." I blinked through misty eyes and pulled back as I realized there was a dark circle under his right eye, and a puffiness to his eyebrow. I touched his cheek gently and sucked in a sharp breath through my teeth. "Did he smack my face with the handle of his blaster?" "Yes." His lips twisted into a pained smile. "He told me, quite colorfully, that your sacrifice would be meaningless if I threw myself back into the fray. That I dishonored your choice." Leylandir's gaze unfocused, losing the present moment to the horror of the memory. "He physically dragged me through that portal while I fought him. I was not myself. When we arrived at Gashaktor with no word from you, I thought my heart had been torn in two." "I'm sorry." I caught my head shaking as if all on its own and sniffed. "When I saw that Calathil wasn't going to get through that door, I knew I needed to do something. I thought you'd be captured for sure, and with Erding poking into me the whole damn time, it felt like the obvious choice. I didn't think." "And then Leora?" Leylandir brushed the tears from my cheeks with his thumbs, his touch reverent, as if reassuring himself I was real. "I cannot tell you how relieved I was to see her, but an incursion into the palace itself. I couldn't leave her behind." I shrugged, as if that were reason enough for what was in retrospect an absolute suicide mission. "It was stupid, I know, but..." "You brought her here safely, at great risk to your life." Leylandir held his finger against my mouth, his eyes boring into mine with fierce intensity. "Don't ever apologize to me for that. Though I thought I might die from the waiting, from not knowing if you lived or suffered." His words hung between us, heavy and final, but all I could focus on was the heat of him, solid and alive under my hands. The fear that had gnawed at me since the festival tore us apart, splintered and fell away, its power over me utterly broken. I surged up, crashing my mouth against his in a kiss that was all teeth and desperation. My fingers dug into his hair, yanking him closer, our tongues tangling in a frantic rhythm that tasted like salt and relief and the sharp tang of Durmouth. He groaned into my mouth, the sound vibrating straight through me, and hauled me tighter against his chest. His hands roamed my back, urgent, like he was mapping me to make sure I was real. I was still half sprawled on the fungal mattress, boots heavy on my feet, and Erding digging into my hip. With a muffled curse against his lips, I kicked off one boot, then the other, sending them thudding to the stone floor. My free hand fumbled at my belt, unbuckling the sword's sheath in one jerky motion. Erding slid free, clanging heavily against the ground as I shoved it aside. Leylandir shifted, pulling me fully into his lap as he sat on the edge of the bed. My knees bracketed his hips, the hard line of him pressing up against me through our clothes, igniting that familiar ache low in my belly. His mouth moved to my jaw, my neck, nipping sharp enough to draw a gasp from my throat. I shoved at his chest, just enough to break the kiss and tug his tunic open. Buttons popped under my fingers, revealing the pale plains of his chest, marked with faint bruises from whatever hell Robbo had dragged him through. My hands were everywhere, tracing every line, nails scraping lightly over his nipples until he arched into my touch with a ragged hiss. "You're here," I murmured, more breath than words, as I shoved the tunic off his shoulders. His skin was fever-hot under my palms, muscles flexing as he yanked at the hem of my shirt, peeling it up and over my head in one rough pull. Cool air hit my skin, but his mouth was like fire as he kissed the curve of my shoulder, down to the swell of my breast, tongue flicking out to tease through my bra. Longing swelled between my legs, sharp and insistent. I ground down against him, friction sparking white-hot, and his hands gripped my hips hard enough to bruise. We tumbled over together, him following me down onto the mattress, his weight pinning me in the best way. My legs hooked around his waist, pulling him closer as his fingers worked at my bra clasp, freeing my breasts to his hungry mouth. But then his hands froze. All of him froze. Asha. He panted against my neck, and I hated how I knew exactly what he was thinking in that moment. He lifted his head, green eyes dark and fractured, pupils blown wide. He moved his hands to brace his body away from mine, his long blonde hair falling in a curtain around our faces. I couldn't allow this to stop. Not after all the shit we'd been through. "I don't care," I panted, dragging him back down for another kiss, slower this time but no less demanding. My hand slid between us, palming him through his pants, feeling him throb under my touch. "I need this. Don't you need this?" He shuddered, kissing me back fiercely for a heartbeat, too, then wrenched himself away, propping up on his elbows. His chest heaved, but the hunger in his eyes warred with something sharper. Fear. For me. "Asha," he rasped vocally, voice scraped raw, as if the words themselves were painful to form. "I don't want to hurt you. You won't." I reached for him, insistent, curling my fingers into his open tunic. "You won't hurt me." He searched my face, jaw clenched, then slowly lifted a hand to my cheek. His touch was gentle at first, fingertips brushing my jawline. Then a sizzle raced across my skin, magic crackling like static fire, warm and electric and wrong. It danced up my neck, buzzing under my ear, twisting that old terror in my gut. I flinched, hard. I couldn't stop it. Instinct overriding everything, my body jerking back like I'd been burned. His hand dropped like I'd slapped it away. Then his face hardened, eyes shuddering as he pushed himself upright, off the bed entirely. He stood there, tunic hanging open, chest still heaving, but the heat between us snuffed out like a doused flame. "Leylandir!" He shook his head, raking fingers through his hair. It took all I had not to sit up and curl into a ball. "I can't." His voice was flat, edged with defeat. I can't be what you need me to be right now. Not like this. He turned toward the door, shoulders rigid. Calathil will be waiting for us. The door hissed open before I could scrape together a response, leaving me sprawled half-naked on the bed, silently cursing myself to hell and back for that goddamn flinch. Chapter 25. The inner sanctum of Azagrim was the one door I never got to cross while Ambassador Benson discussed trade negotiations on behalf of the U.S. with the Dwarangal people. I'd been assigned to night duty on that detail, mostly because our team were the interlopers from Fort Hood while Georgia was running point on the talks. Now, seated inside, I could appreciate just how sturdy Benson's disposition really was. The place was an imposing command center carved from the living bone of the planet. The chamber was a long, rectangular gallery hewn from black rock that swallowed the light of the suspended glow spheres. Dominated by a single, impossible slab of polished granite that stretched the length of a bowling alley, the table was enchanted with acoustic wards so powerful that a whisper at one end sounded as clear as a shout at the other. That, and translate every word in the room, which meant I had to take my amulet off to save myself from harsh feedback reverberating inside my skull. In the center of the table, a squat mechanical device hummed, spitting light into the air. It projected a rotating, three-dimensional image of the Jarnleader that hovered at eye level. Runes floated around the stone ring like satellites, glowing in angry red and calm blue, while the gathered leaders watched in silence. I tried to focus on the holographic ring. I tried to focus on the dwarven researcher, a frantic little man named Hunding with frizzy, thinning hair, who was currently jabbing a pointer into the projection and speaking at a mile a minute. But my eyes kept sliding sideways. To my left sat Leylandir. He stared straight ahead, his posture rigid, his hands resting on his knees with unnatural stillness. He looked like a statue carved from ice. He was beautiful, remote, and utterly unbreakable. A sharp pang of guilt twisted in my gut, hot and sour. Stupid, I cursed myself for the 100th time since waking up. Stupid, traitorous body. I had insisted. I had practically begged him to touch me, arrogant enough to think my need for him could override 15 years of conditioned fear and magical trauma. And what had I done? I'd flinched like he was wielding a cattle prod instead of pleasure. I had confirmed his worst fear, my worst fear, that his very nature was a weapon against me. Now he wouldn't even look at me. Not out of anger, but out of a protective distance that felt like a canyon opening between our chairs. Uncrossable. "If you direct your attention to the concentric rings," Hunding squeaked, excitement pitching his voice higher. "The script here predates the first age of delving. It speaks of arrival, not emergence. The notation suggests we did not crawl from the stone as our myths suggest, but that we landed." A murmur of dark, guttural discontent rippled through the seated members of the board ring. It made me wonder for a moment if suggesting such a thing was considered heresy in these parts. Beside me, Calathil leaned forward, his frail hands clasped under his chin. He nodded slowly, ignoring the grumbling monarchs. "Go on, Master Hunding. This aligns with some of the writings we have discovered in the Eldeland ruins." I forced myself to look away from Leylandir's profile and concentrate. This was why we were here. This was why we had dragged Leora through a portal and nearly killed ourselves in the process. We needed to know if Ruzhka's memories, the ones currently dormant in my own skull, had anything to say about Hunding's radical theory. "Our ancestors were travelers," Hunding declared, puffing out his chest. "Refugees, perhaps, or explorers. The Jarnleader was not a monument they built upon arrival. It was the door they stepped through, and once the door closed..." He trailed off, gesturing to the solid stone walls around us. "We forgot the key." "A convenient theory," King Svarthak of Barakar scoffed, his beard laden with emeralds that clicked as he shook his head. "It absolves us of the responsibility of unlocking it. Or it explains why we never have," Calathil interjected smoothly. His voice was quiet but carried effortlessly. If the races of Arendor, Dwarangal, and Orduk were all travelers from elsewhere, it solidifies my theory that we are not as distinct as we believe. He turned his gaze to the floating projection. You know what happened beneath Eldarion. Asha Lopez was able to activate the Erlin Galad not through magical mastery, but through resonance. I believe Earth, the human realm, is unique. A melting pot, if you will. Its people are notably fecund, and I suspect many who wield magic there possess genetic markers from all of our peoples, diluted by time but present nonetheless. They are closer to the Builders than any of us. You speak of mongrels, Queen Hildryn of Gromdal said sharply, narrowing her eyes. You suggest the humans are the pure bloodline and we are the divergent branches? That is an insult. I suggest, Calathil said with a serene, infuriating smile, that the tree is older than the branch, Your Majesty. And if we wish to open the door, we need a hand that fits the handle. As he spoke, the room seemed to tilt. The black walls blurred, shifting into the warm, dusty brown of a tent flap. The smell of stale air faded, replaced by the scent of dry earth and burning sage. I am standing in a tent on Gashak Tor. The air is thick with incense. Jurga stands before me, her hands resting protectively over the slight swell of her belly. She looks younger somehow, devoid of the hardened warrior's swagger she wears now, replaced by a raw, terrifying vulnerability. It will be a monster to them, Jurga whispers, her voice trembling. She refuses to meet my eyes. Half human, half orc, the clan will see it as a pollution of the blood. I reach out. My hands, Rushka's hands, old and gnarled, and cup her face. Her skin is warm, her fear palpable against my palms. There are no monsters born of love, granddaughter. My voice rumbles, deep and certain. Only monsters born of hate. I will love this child, Jurga insists, a tear escaping over the rim of her eye. But the blood, they say the humans are alien, that they are separate. I smile, recalling a new mother's fear as we bear the next generation to fruition. We are not as different as some would believe. Look at the humans. They bleed red. They love fierce. They protect their own. It is only pride and ill-considered superiority that separates us. We build walls of tradition and call them truth. I move one hand to cover hers on her stomach. This child is not a division, Jurga. It is a bridge. The vision snapped shut. I blinked, the room rushing back into focus. My ears were ringing faintly, the echo of another voice still resonating in my skull, and I did my best to keep my face neutral, hoping no one had noticed the momentary glassy-eyed stare. Queen Hildryn was still scoffing, pointing an accusing finger at Calathil. And has this human's genetics been discerned? She demanded, turning the finger toward me. Or are we to take an elf's fancy as fact? Calathil looked at me, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. I regret that there was no time to undertake the necessary tests when we last met. Events overtook us. It is inconsequential. Nazgra's voice cut through the room like a serrated blade. The orc elder sat on the far side of the table, flanked by Jurga and Robbo. Robbo was looking worse for wear. His lip was split and swollen, which I assumed was the price he paid for clobbering Leylandir. But he held baby Cora against his chest, his round, bare cheeks with just the barest hint of stubble pressed against the infant's head. Nazgra leaned forward, the bone charms in her white hair clattering. Asha Lopez has already demonstrated the artifacts respond to her touch. We waste breath debating the why when we should be debating the if. She gestured largely toward the projections as if to dismiss them. Look at what happened on Eldarion. Earthquakes. Upheaval. The awakening of the Ireland Galad nearly shook the capital apart. Do the Orduk people welcome such calamity on Gashak Tor? And you, dwarves. You live beneath the weight of the mountain. If the Jarn leader wakes and the earth shakes, you will not stumble. You will be crushed. A heavy silence fell over the room. The monarchs of the boardring exchanged uneasy glances. It was a valid point. Nobody wanted to be buried alive in their own living room. "It is a risk," Hunding squeaked, wringing his hands. "But the realms require balance. This instability, it is because the magic has nowhere to go. It sits stagnant, building toward an end we cannot know. It is no coincidence that Eldarion used to be the seat of power on Arendor before their magic waned, or that Earth is the likely host of the fourth artifact, and was until recently almost entirely devoid of magic. We must restore the flow. Restore the flow or drain us dry," King Yarncrona rumbled from the head of the table. He turned his gaze to Calathil. Eldarion fell from grace because its Ethereum was consumed at an unsustainable rate. How this is connected to the Ireland Galad is unclear. Would you have us share that fate? Calathil stood then, clasping his hands behind his back. He circled the projected display, the blue light washing over his pale features. He looked frail, the sickness still clinging to him, but his steps were steady. "Each of our races adapted," he said softly. "The people we call orcs did not overly rely on magic as their civilization took root. They turned to the strength of their bodies and the spirits of their ancestors. The dwarves turned to craft and stone. It is my people who drained an entire world dry from greed, and if not for that lesson learned, I suspect we may have done the same in the wake of our current crisis." He stopped, looking at the spinning runes. "I have studied the Erlin Galad all my life. I would consider my work fulfilled if we ever discerned the true nature of the paths. But Nazgra is right. It comes with great risk. However," he turned to face the room, "the reaction of Earth to Asha's plea suggests that closing the gates may prove more difficult and more dangerous than opening them. We have declared our intentions, and Earth's people have dug themselves into the promise of further conflict. We cannot simply tiptoe away now." He shared a long, meaningful look with Nazgra. "I understand that the Ordic worlds are now at odds with Earth. If the humans learn of this meeting, Dwarangal may find its new trade agreement severed. We are gambling with more than just magic." King Yarncrona stood. He was a burly figure, his beard reaching his belt buckle, his crown catching the light of the holoprojector. "You speak for the elves, Calathil. Nazgra speaks for the orcs. But there is one here who has touched more of these artifacts than any of us." He turned his heavy dark eyes directly onto me. "Asha Lopez, you have yet to speak." The room went quiet. Every eye turned to me. Leora, sitting beside Calathil, looked at me with wide, expectant eyes. Robbo gave me a small, encouraging smile over Cora's head. I swallowed hard, my tongue feeling thick and clumsy in my mouth. I looked at Leylandir. He turned his head slowly. His expression was still guarded, but he gave an almost imperceptible nod. "Speak." I stood, forcing my hands to my sides to keep from crossing them defensively over my chest. "I don't know why they work for me," I started, my voice sounding too loud in the silence. "I don't think I'm special. I mean, I have reason to believe my grandfather might have been from, well, somewhere else. My grandmère always said he was different." I gave a small, helpless lift of one shoulder, feeling foolish about bringing up family anecdotes in a council of interdimensional elites. "And I'm considered strong among the AFOs in my unit, but honestly, I'm just a soldier." I looked around the table. If you asked me a few weeks ago, I would have said closing the gates was the only answer. Shut them down, lock the doors, keep the monsters out. I glanced at Leora, then at Jurga. But I've learned that not everything on the other side is a monster. I drew myself up a little straighter, forcing my shoulders back. "We don't know where the Earth Gate is. Finding it could take decades. In that time, the Elven Council will keep squeezing, and the human governments will keep escalating. People will die. A lot of people. And with the council holding Eldarion hostage, using the Arlin Galad as a means to find the Earthgate is off the table. I looked Calathil in the eye. Even if the goal is to close them, we can't do it from the outside. We probably need at least one more artifact activated to reach the others. We need a bridge to cross the river. As I said the word bridge, the room tilted again. I stumble, my knee buckling as a wave of warmth washes over me. It isn't a memory this time. It isn't a scene. It is a feeling. A deep, resonant hum of approval. A sensation of a heavy hand resting on my shoulder, steadying me. Rushka. She isn't speaking, but the sentiment is clear. A picture of a bridge stretches out ahead of me, with 2 words passing through my mind. Build it. I staggered, and strong hands caught my arms before I could hit the floor. Asha? Leylandir's voice was right at my ear, sharp with concern. I blinked, the room stabilizing through dancing lights receding from my eyesight. Leylandir was holding me, his grip firm. For a second, the distance between us vanished, replaced by pure instinct. The room erupted into noise. The bordering took the opportunity to all start talking at once, pointing at me. Nazgra rattled the bangles on her arms as she gestured animatedly. Calathil only stood quietly to the side, one eyebrow arched as he considered me closely. King Yarncrona held up a hand, silencing the chaos instantly. There is much to consider, he rumbled, but Calathil's theory requires proof. Words are wind, and promises are smoke. He looked at me, his gaze unyielding. Asha Lopez, will you agree to undergo genetic testing? If your blood carries the map, we must see it. I hesitated. For 15 years, I had wondered what I was. Why the magic didn't kill me that night it tore a hole into our world. Why I could use so much of it, even if it was unreliable. I had spent my life desperate for that answer. I looked up at Leylandir. He was still holding me, his hands warm on my arms. I stared into the depths of his green eyes and wondered if knowing the truth would change anything. Could that knowledge give me what I needed to overcome my fear of magic? I nodded. I'll do it. Then it is decided, Yarncrona declared. I will dismiss this party. We will reconvene once the testing is complete and the representatives have had time to grapple with the choice ahead. Until then, may the stone keep you. The council dispersed, the sound of scraping chairs and arguing voices filling the air, but I barely heard them. I just stood there, anchored by Leylandir's grip, waiting for the floor to stop spinning. Chapter 26. I woke to the sensation of drowning in honey, thick, soupy pressure against my eyelids and a syrupy weight in my limbs that made even breathing feel like swimming upstream. Sound, like a rhythmic hum that pulsed in time with my heartbeat, came first, then voices murmuring at a distance, their words stretched and warped like they were traveling through water. Unprecedented markers across all 5 baseline genotypes. Impossible concentrations in the telomeric regions. Need to inform the bordering immediately. Light filtered through my closed eyelids, shifting from dull red to vibrant gold as something above me slid open with a hiss. Cool air rushed over my skin, raising goosebumps along my arms and legs. I tried to lift a hand to shield my eyes, but my muscles responded with a sluggish reluctance. Easy now, a voice said, closer this time. The stasis crystals take time to release their hold. I forced my eyes open and immediately regretted it. The chamber around me was a riot of strobing lights like I was in a club with no music. The domed crystal ceiling above now retracted in segments like the petals of a mechanical flower. I lay in what looked like a shallow basin carved from a single piece of stone, its inner surface etched with thousands of microscopic runes that glowed with residual energy. Did I die? The words came out as a croak, my throat dry as sandpaper. A chuckle answered me, warm, resonant, and familiar. If this were the afterlife, I imagine they would offer more comfortable accommodations. Calathil's face swam into focus as he leaned over the basin's edge. He looked better than the last time I'd seen him. Some color had returned to his gaunt features, and the haunted look had faded from his eyes. He offered me a hand, and I took it, letting him help me into a sitting position. The world tilted alarmingly, and I gripped the stone basin's edge to steady myself. My skin tingled all over, as if I'd been scrubbed with static electricity. "Where am I?" I managed, blinking as the room slowly stopped spinning. "The Glitnir chamber," Calathil explained, gesturing to the domed crystal above. "The dwarves developed it centuries ago to map genetic structures for healing purposes. Master Hunding insisted it was the only instrument precise enough for our needs." He helped me swing my legs over the basin's side. "He said you may be disoriented for a time." I had a foggy memory of Hunding skipping around the chamber earlier, lovingly patting the stone basin like it was a favorite pet while I'd eyed the ominous crystal dome with the enthusiasm of someone facing a dentist's chair. His assurances before I'd lost consciousness that it won't hurt a bit hadn't filled me with confidence. But if it had been painful, I didn't remember it. A shorter figure stepped forward, and I frowned before recognizing the excitable dwarven researcher from the council meeting. He was grinning from ear to ear, his wild hair standing in tufts as if he'd been repeatedly running his hands through it. "It is a regrettable side effect," Hunding said, and it took a moment to register that he was speaking in English like Calathil. "But without the proper sedation, the mental interference disrupts the readings." My bare feet touched cold stone, and I realized with a jolt that I was wearing only my underwear and tank top without a bra. A shiver ran through me, though whether from the chill or the after effects of whatever they'd done to me I couldn't tell. Calathil noticed and called something in Dwarven. A young dwarf hurried forward with a thick blanket, and I wrapped it gratefully around my shoulders as Hunding fussed with a brass device that looked like a cross between an astrolabe and a music box. Come," he urged, beckoning us over. "You must see this immediately." I took a tentative step, then another, finding my balance. Calathil stayed close, one hand hovering near my elbow but not quite touching. "How long was I out?" I asked. "Nearly 14 Earth hours," Calathil replied. "The process was more involved than anticipated." The brass device whirred to life as we approached, gears spinning and tiny crystal lenses aligning themselves. A beam of blue-white light shot upward, blossoming into a three-dimensional projection that hovered at eye level. At first, it looked like a constellation of stars, but as it rotated, I made out a double helix structure with branching pathways of light connecting different clusters. "Your genetic tapestry," Hunding announced proudly, as if unveiling a masterpiece. "It is the most remarkable thing I've seen in 87 years of research." "I'm glad," I said, my gaze flicking between the floating helix and the expectant faces of the two men, wondering if I was supposed to interpret what was in front of me, or if they would clue me in. "What I theorized is correct," Calathil said with a small smile as if he could read my thoughts. "Your composition includes genetic markers of all the races." Huh. I ran a hand through my still tangled hair, a restless energy buzzing under my skin. This was it? The answer? I expected something. More. Like this information would wash away years of grappling with the why of things, why my magic came in floods instead of streams, why it had overtaken me on the night that... "I suppose this is abstract at best." Calathil gave a wry chuckle. "We cannot discern from these readings who your genetics are connected to per se, but we may be able to shed at least some light on the maternal grandfather you spoke of. He was an elf, it seems." That at least did something. A shiver went right through me, and I sucked in a sharp breath through my teeth. My grandmère had shacked up with an elf in some weird and wonderful hippie commune back in the day. I wondered if she had any idea about who he really was. I don't suppose you can find out, I ventured, all of a sudden a little concerned about who I might or might not be related to. Not with this information alone. But it is possible. Calathil reached for the constellation projection and made a gesture which forced the image to rearrange itself. The second greatest portion of your chemistry is Elven, with the primary genetics being human, of course. Then the Fae, which is unsurprising given their proximity to Earth. After that comes Orduk and Dwaran, though the latter is likely the furthest descendant. Hunding grumbled something under his breath at that, as if he had hoped for a different result, but it washed past me as I considered my orc sister Zhurga and whether we were in any way actually related. The Kragvash people said I belonged to them now. Perhaps I always had in a way. So this is why I can interact with the Erlin Galad. I drew the blanket around my shoulders tighter. And the yarn leader, Hunding piped in. You are from all of us. All of us. I crossed my arms, hooking a thumb under the edge of the blanket as if to anchor it in place, not exactly sure what to say to that. The feeling of being special wasn't exactly affirming. Not as the type of person who preferred to blend in with a crowd, but I supposed I hadn't done that in quite a while. There have to be others, though, I said, shaking my head. I didn't activate whatever artifact exists on Earth. But somebody did. Of course, Calathil said as he patted my shoulder. Nobody is accusing you. There are likely many humans on Earth who share similar traits. Your strength, though, may be more unique with respect to such a recent mixing of races. With billions of people on Earth, I was sure there had to be at least a few people out there with magical grandparents. Hell, there were probably plenty raised by a single mom who'd been visited by an interdimensional being out there. If Amelia Hancock could get pregnant with an elf's child inside a maximum security magical containment facility, then hybrids had to be more common than anyone realized, especially since the gates opened. So what's next? I cleared my throat to hide the anxious note in my voice. The words felt redundant. I knew what both of the men in this room wanted from me, and the thought of standing in front of the Jarnhlider and trying to activate it on purpose sent a cold, unwelcome prickle of dread right through my middle. Now we reconvene, Calathil said with a kind smile, to discuss what comes next. Perhaps King Jarnkrona had a flair for the dramatic, I figured as I sat on a chair in the Jarnleader chamber itself, while the members of our previous council stood arguing about the results of my genetic testing. I'd thought we would head back to the meeting room we'd been in before, but with the Jarnleader looming over us while we decided what to do about the artifact, there was a certain edge to the debate which hadn't been there before. I'd mostly stayed out of it, still reckoning with the implications of who I really was, and wondering where the hell Leylandir had gotten to. I'd been told he had finally gone to get some rest after I'd been ushered into Hunding's lab, but as Leora joined us, I'd only frowned at her as I realized Leylandir wasn't following hot on her heels. I pressed my palms against my eyes, trying to block the pressure building behind them. The arguments surrounding me sounded like buzzing insects, and I tried to tune them out. Every time I caught a phrase about attempting activation or the Lopez hybrid, it felt as if the air in the chamber was getting thinner, the walls pressing in on me. You look like you're about to throw up, came a familiar voice in my head. I dropped my hands to see Zhurga walking toward me, baby Cora bundled against her chest in a sling. The infant was asleep, one tiny fist curled against her mother's collarbone. That obvious? I replied, attempting a smile that felt more like a grimace. Zhurga settled beside me on the bench, adjusting Cora against her. I suspect I could sense your fear from another world. It's like a storm cloud hovering over you. Sorry, I offered, having forgotten the need to maintain mental barriers after being separated from my orc sister for so long. I'll try to dial it back. Don't apologize for what you feel. Zhurga's mental voice was gentler than her usual gruff tone. Fear is the body's wisdom. It tells us when danger approaches. I glanced at her, surprised by the philosophical turn. Since when did you become Nazgra? She snorted aloud, then gestured to the sleeping baby. Since this one. Nothing makes you contemplate mortality like creating new life. I smiled at that. Motherhood suited her. Have you seen him? Leylandir? Jurga's eyes glinted with amusement. He's been sleeping. Robbo informed him that if he didn't rest, he would gift him a second black eye. And he listened? I raised my eyebrows. Jurga shifted Cora slightly, her expression sobering. You should have seen him when Robbo brought him back to Gashak Tor. He was like a wild animal. When the Circle refused to facilitate his return to Aaron Galen, he tried to create a portal in the Circle's chambers then and there. I winced. That's not... smart? No. He flew into such a rage that I had to threaten to lock him in a cell. Her mental voice softened slightly. He didn't sit still until we had word from Azagrim that you were alive. A hot flush of shame crept up my neck, my own comfortable unconsciousness suddenly feeling like a gross indulgence. While I'd been unconscious from dwarven liquor, Leylandir had been tearing himself apart with worry. Don't, Jurga interrupted my thoughts. That guilt serves no one. You survived. That's what matters. I nodded, though I couldn't quite force the tension from my shoulders, the thick blanket around me feeling less like a comfort and more like a heavy weight. From the council chamber, a particularly loud shout in Dwaran penetrated the stone walls. Something about responsibility and consequences. They're afraid, Jurga observed, not just of what might happen if you try, but of what might happen if you don't. That's not reassuring. It wasn't meant to be. She shifted to face me directly. Courage isn't the absence of fear, Asha. It's feeling the fear and choosing to act anyway. Is that more Orduk wisdom? She laughed softly. Orcs are wise. Despite everything, I found myself smiling. Then Jurga's posture changed, her head lifting slightly. See, here he is. I turned to see Leylandir rushing into the chamber, his expression thunderous as he glanced toward the council members. His hair was loose around his shoulders, and he wore a simple shirt as if he'd rolled out of bed and headed straight here. The black eye Robbo had given him was already fading, though a yellowish bruise still shadowed his cheekbone. When his gaze found mine, everything else seemed to fade away. He stalked toward me with single-minded purpose, and Jurga quietly stood, giving us space with a mental good luck. Leylandir stopped a careful distance away, not quite close enough to touch. Are you all right? I nodded, studying his face. You tried to create a portal from Gashak Tor, I said. Not a question. A muscle ticked in his jaw. I would have done more. Your magic is fine. He cut me off, his tone making it clear he didn't want to discuss it. What did they discover? I ran a weary hand over my face. Apparently, I'm some kind of genetic unicorn. Hunding says I have markers from all the major races. My hand dropped away in a gesture that was half shrug, half dismissal, as I tried to make light of it. Guess I'm a proper mutt. His expression remained serious. Then Calathil's theory was correct. Looks that way. I glanced toward the cluster of council members where the debates continued. They haven't decided anything yet. What do you want? He asked quietly. I snorted. To be anywhere but here. A ghost of a smile touched his lips. That can be arranged. Say the word, and we'll leave. Before I could respond, Hunding's voice rose above the others, commanding attention. The only way to discern whether the theory is true. The Jarn leader has stood in this place for longer than any of our races, and it will endure long after us. King Yarnkrona nodded gravely. I agree. The time for debate has ended. His heavy gaze settled on me. Asha Lopez, will you attempt to activate the Jarnglider? Every cell in my body revolted at the idea, a deep, primal instinct screaming no, warning me against tampering with forces I barely understood. But looking around at the gathered faces, Calathil's hopeful expression, Nazgra's stoic acceptance, Rabo's worried frown, I knew there was only one answer. I gave a shaky nod and stood. I'll try. You don't have to do this, Leylandir's voice whispered in my mind. I haven't come all this way to chicken out now, I replied, squaring my shoulders as King Jarnkrona gestured for us to follow. Then it is settled, the king announced, his voice echoing off the chamber's stone walls. The gathered officials shifted, forming a wide semicircle around the ancient gate, their faces cast in eerie shadows by the glowing orbs suspended from the ceiling. In the harsh light, the yarn leader looked both more mundane and more terrifying than when I'd stumbled through it the day before. Perhaps because when I arrived I had no idea that I'd actually used it. Calathil approached me, the usual warmth in his eyes replaced by a heavy sobriety. We suspect these markers are the most likely to respond, based on our observations at the Ireland Galad, he explained, projecting a series of runes in my head and pointing to their locations around the arch. We do not yet seek to open a path to any of the other locations. Go slowly this time. Feel out each of the runes before committing your full force. Full force. I felt my forehead become clammy. How would I even begin to know which runes felt better? Perhaps. Calathil hesitated, studying me with those intelligent eyes. I understand you share in Rushka's memories, that you now keep this knowledge tucked into your head. I stiffened. I wouldn't call it knowledge, more like fragments, impressions. Even so, she holds knowledge I could spend years teaching you. His voice dropped lower so only I could hear. Consult with her. She may offer more immediate insight than we can. Easier said than done, I muttered. It's not like I can just ring her up and ask for advice. The memories come when they want to, not when I need them. Calathil's lips curved slightly. Perhaps that is because you have been waiting for her to speak, rather than asking the questions. I opened my mouth to argue that it was nowhere near as simple as that, but Leylandir stepped up behind me. I should be beside her, he said, addressing Calathil but looking at me. If something goes wrong... No, Hunding interrupted. The activation must be attempted without interference. Any additional magical signatures could disrupt the process. Leylandir's jaw tightened and his eyes flashed with challenge, but his uncle caught his elbow and muttered words pitched too low for me to catch. His eyes met mine, conveying what words couldn't. Be careful. I took a deep breath and stepped toward the yarn leader. The stone seemed to hum as I approached, a vibration so low it was more felt than heard. Or maybe that was just nerves. Whenever you're ready, Calathil said softly from behind me. I reached up, my hand hovering inches from the frame. For a moment, I hesitated, then closed my eyes without touching the stone yet. Rushka, I called mentally into the void of my own consciousness. I need you now. Show me how this works. Silence. Not even an echo. I tried to clear my head the way Thrala had taught me at the Temple of Gashaktor, focusing on my breath, emptying my thoughts, but the weight of all those eyes on my back made it impossible to reach that meditative state. The pressure of the moment was crushing, every breath shallow and quick. Fine. If meditation wouldn't work, I'd try magic instead. I shifted tactics, reaching for that well of power I knew lived inside me. Without the adrenaline of a fight-or-die situation, it was harder to grasp, like trying to catch smoke with my bare hands. I faltered, concentration wavering, as a trickle of cold sweat ran down my temple. Come on, I urged myself. This isn't even the hard part yet. The power began to build slowly, a warmth in my core that spread outward through my limbs. I felt it gathering in my fingertips, ready to channel into the ancient stone. With a deep breath, I finally pressed my palm against the Yarnleader. The instant my skin touched the cold surface, the smell of smoke filled my nostrils, acrid, choking, and behind it, the metallic tang of blood. My mind flashed back to that night 15 years ago when magic tore a hole in my world. When screams filled the air and bodies lay charred beyond recognition on the ground. I tried to shove the memory back into the dark corners of my subconscious, but it clung stubbornly, wrapping around my throat. I realized I was shaking. My whole body trembled as I fought against the instinct to pull away. "Focus," I commanded myself. "Not then. Now." I pushed my magic into the artifact, but instead of flowing from me into the stone, it felt like the gate was pulling, sucking the power straight from my veins. There was no control, no finesse, no chance to interact with individual runes as Calathil had suggested. The Yarnleader was drinking me dry in greedy gulps. The drain intensified into a violation. This wasn't how it was supposed to feel. The magic ripped through me now, tearing along pathways never meant to channel such force. I tried to pull back, to regulate the flow, but it was like trying to stop a flash flood with my bare hands. My knees buckled. I was vaguely aware of voices behind me, alarmed shouts, Leylandir calling my name. But they seemed to come from miles away, drowned by the roaring in my ears. The runes around the arch began to glow, pulsing with blue-white light that grew brighter with each beat of my heart. At the center of the arch, the solid stone shimmered, rippling like water disturbed by a stone. A mirrored surface formed, warping and bending as if struggling to take shape. Then Rushka's weathered face flashed before me. It wasn't a memory so much as a vision so vivid it obliterated everything else. Her amber eyes flared wide with alarm, her wide mouth set in a grim line. I felt phantom hands gripping my shoulders, hauling me backward with impossible strength, as if trying to physically wrench me away from the artifact. A crack like thunder split the air. The magic that had been draining from me suddenly reversed course, slamming back into my body with the force of a battering ram. Pain exploded through every nerve, white-hot and blinding. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think, couldn't move. The world tilted sideways, colors inverting, sound stretching into meaningless noise. I was falling, though whether physically or through some tear in reality, I couldn't tell. Then, abruptly, everything stopped. Chapter 27. Waking up this time felt less like drowning in honey and more like being scraped out of a jar. I was lying on the fungal mattress in the dwarven apartment, a heavy blanket tucked up to my chin. The room was dim, or maybe that was just the sense that my head had been hollowed out, as if someone had taken an ice cream scoop to my frontal lobe. "She's awake," a voice whispered. "Leora." "Give her space," another voice rumbled. "Zurga." I forced my eyes open, and my first impression was that the room was crowded. Jurga stood at the end of the bed, rocking Cora. Leora sat on the edge of the other bed, her posture perfect but her eyes red-rimmed. Calathil and Hunding huddled in the corner, speaking in hushed, urgent tones, while Robbo snored softly in the armchair. And Leylandir. He stood by the door, arms crossed, staring at the floor. He didn't look up when I stirred. "Water," I croaked. Leora was there instantly, pressing a cup to my lips. I drank greedily, the cool liquid soothing the sandpaper grit of my throat. "Easy," Calathil said, moving swiftly to the bedside to intercept me. "Your magical reserves are critically low. We have been forcing energy back into your system just to keep your heart beating." I followed his gaze to the bedside table. A large, dark lodestone sat in a heavy cradle. Strange silvery cables ran from the stone, snake-like, disappearing past my peripheral vision toward my face. I raised a heavy hand to touch my head, my fingers brushing against cold metal discs adhered to my temples with some kind of paste. Was it some kind of magical IV drip, feeding power directly into my skull? The Jarn leader attempted to draw a catastrophic amount of energy from you, Calathil explained, checking the cable's connections. In the years I have performed tests on the Erlin Galad, I have never seen such a thing. Any ideas on why? I asked, wiping my mouth. Perhaps. Calathil tapped his finger to his mouth. It is the significant amount of testing I performed on the Erlin Galad which primed it prior to your arrival. I understand direct attempts to interact with the Yarn leader have not been conducted on Azagrim for many centuries. I let my head fall back against the pillow, tugging at the tubes attached to the metal discs to keep them from twisting around my neck. Great. Well, go big or go home, right? Nobody laughed. What happened? I asked, looking between them. I remember the drain, the pulling, and then the backlash. You fell, Leylandir said. His voice was rough, like stones grinding together. He finally looked up, his green eyes dark and unreadable. You collapsed. The gate rejected the connection and threw you back. It didn't reject me, I mumbled, trying to articulate the sensation while my brain felt like fuzzy felt. It was hungry. It was trying to take everything. Then I searched through scattered memories like it was a lifetime ago. I think it was Rushka who pulled me back. Calathil frowned, tapping his chin. Interesting, he murmured. So I guess our plan failed, I said flatly. You survived, Leylandir countered sharply. He pushed off the wall, his agitation filling the room. You should be dead. If we hadn't gotten you... He cut himself off, jaw clenching. We have asked too much. I'd be dead, I finished for him. I offered a weak, self-deprecating smile. Guess I'm not the battery everyone thought I was. Do not say that, Leylandir snapped. The harshness of his tone made Leora flinch. You cannot expect to replicate what happened on Eldoraon, not when the circumstances are entirely different. But that's the point, isn't it? I asked, pushing myself up to a sitting position despite the vertigo that tilted the room. We don't have time for second attempts. We dragged Calathil out of Aaron Galen. We pulled Leora through a hole in the sky. We set fire to relationships between worlds. And for what? For a theory we can't prove and a door we can't open? The silence that followed was heavy. Hunding looked at his feet. Calathil looked older all of a sudden. We are at a stalemate, yes, Calathil admitted softly. I looked at Leylandir. He stared at me with a mixture of fury and despair which made me want to flinch away from the sheer force of it. I knew that look. It was the look of a man who realized he couldn't deal with the problem in front of him with a sword. There's gotta be another way, I said, the words heavy with double meaning. I wasn't just talking about the gate. I was talking about us, about the flinching, about the magic that burned us every time we tried to be what we wanted to be. And we're going to figure it out. Leylandir held my gaze for a long, agonizing moment. Then he crossed the room in 3 strides, taking my hand in his. He didn't use magic. He just held my fingers, his skin calloused and warm. I will find a way, he whispered, pressing a kiss to my knuckles. Rest now, Asha. Regather your strength. He squeezed my hand, once, hard, and then let go. I need air, he announced to the room. He turned and left before anyone could stop him. The stone door hissed shut, leaving a vacuum in his wake. He is... Calathil started, rubbed a hand over his tired face, looking at the stone slab Leylandir had just vanished behind. He blames himself. He always does, I said. But a prickle of unease started at the base of my neck. Leylandir wasn't the type to walk away when I was hurt. He was the type to hover until forced to leave. I have considered the situation at length. Hunding stepped forward with his hands clasped, breaking the tension. Your genetic qualities are remarkable, yes, but perhaps it takes a number to achieve what one cannot. We should test others. He looked pointedly at Robbo. There are other humans stationed on the surface here in Azagrim, of course, but I'm in, Robbo grunted, rubbing his face. Better than sleeping in a chair. He stood, stretching his back until it cracked. Hook me up, mate. As if on cue, Cora let out a sharp, piercing wail. Jurga winced, rocking the sling. Apologies, she said with a tired, apologetic smile. I will take her to our quarters to sleep. Go, I told her. They filed out, Hunding eager, Robbo resigned, and Jurga bouncing Cora on her shoulder. Calathil squeezed my shoulder briefly before following them, presumably to oversee the testing. Leora lingered by the door. I should fetch food, she said slowly in English. The healers say you need strength. Thanks, Leora, I murmured, closing my eyes. The door hissed shut, and finally the room was silent. I tried to let my body relax into the mattress, tried to let the humming lodestone do its work. But sleep didn't come. Instead, the silence amplified the feeling in my gut. Dread. Cold and slippery. He blames himself. I replayed the conversation in my head. His parting words echoed like a familiar song played out of tune. I will find a way. The intensity in his eyes when he'd whispered it. That look of tragic determination. And then claiming he needed air? It just didn't sit right. We were expressly forbidden from going to the surface with human soldiers stationed above. We'd been explicitly warned that discovery would mean disaster for everyone. The prickle at the base of my neck became a burn. Something Calathil had said about the Yarn Leader was echoing in my mind. It is the testing itself which primed the Aerlin Galad prior to your arrival. If the elven artifact had been primed by Calathil's experiments, what about this one? And hadn't Leylandir mentioned spending years attempting to activate the Aerlin Galad? Years of pouring his magic into it, just as his mother presumably had done before him? Then, a phantom smell hit me. Not physically, the air in the room was scrubbed clean by the filters, but inside my head, a memory so sharp it tasted like copper. The smell of burning. The heavy, metallic taste of overcharged magic. It wasn't a vision. It was instinct. It was 15 years of surviving in a war zone telling me that the quiet wasn't peaceful. It was the breath before the bomb went off. He wasn't going to get some air. The Yarn Leader. A slick, cold dread coiled in my stomach, and the air seemed to turn to ice in my lungs. I sat up, ripping the metal pads from my temples. The lodestone 4 clattered to the floor, the silver cables hissing as they disconnected. I swung my legs over the edge of the bed. My knees wobbled, threatening to buckle, but adrenaline was a hell of a drug. I grabbed Erding from where it leaned against the wall. I didn't bother with the sheath. I used the scabbard as a cane to steady myself, my knuckles white on the hilt. The door sensed my approach and slid open. Torald and Leora stood in the living quarters, a tray of steaming bowls in the dwarf's hands. Asha? Leora started, eyes widening. You need to... I didn't stop. I didn't explain. I shouldered past them, ignoring Torald's startled shout, and limped for the elevator as fast as my traitorous legs would carry me. The corridors blurred. I ran, stumbling, using the walls for support when my balance failed. My head pounded a frantic, primal rhythm urging me faster. Don't do it, I begged silently. Don't you dare do it. When the lift cage clattered open on the sublevel, the air was already vibrating. The guards outside the heavy doors were slumped on the ground, unconscious, not dead. Leylandir hadn't hurt them, just removed them. I slammed my shoulder into the heavy doors, forcing them open, and blinked against the cavernous room bathed in blinding white light. Leylandir stood before the Yarn Leader. He had stripped off his tunic, his back bare and slick with sweat. His hands were pressed against the stone, but this wasn't the gentle exploration Calathil had suggested, or even the desperate pull I had attempted. This was an assault. He was pouring magic into the stone. My mouth twisted into a grimace as the dancing static of magic engulfed my skin. Then I realized he was screaming, a sound of pure agony that was drowned out by the roar of the artifact responding. "Leylandir!" I screamed. He didn't hear me. He was burning. Literal smoke rose where his hands touched the rock. He was pushing every ounce of his power, everything that made him an elf, into the bottomless hunger of the gate. I didn't think. I ran. My legs felt like lead and my lungs burned, but I sprinted across the polished black floor. The air grew hot, static electricity snapping at my skin, trying to push me back. "Stop!" I threw myself at him. I hit him with every ounce of momentum I had, wrapping my arms around his waist and tackling him away from the stone. The connection severed with a sound like a cracking whip. We flew backward, landing hard on the unforgiving stone floor. I took the brunt of the impact, my shoulder cracking against the floor, but I didn't let go. I scrambled up, pinning him down, straddling his chest. He was thrashing, his eyes wild, glowing with a terrifying inner light that slowly faded. His skin scorched hot against my thighs. "Let me go," he roared, thrashing beneath me, trying to buck me off. I had it. I almost had it. "You were killing yourself," I screamed back, grabbing his grime-streaked face with both hands and forcing him to look at me. "You idiot! You absolute stubborn, suicidal idiot!" He stopped fighting, his chest heaving beneath my thighs. The terrifying inner light dimmed, revealing the man beneath, broken, terrified, and exhausted. His hands bore red and angry blisters where they had touched the stone. "It's the only way," he rasped, tears cutting bright tracks through the grime on his face. "It's the magic, Asha. It stands between us. If I burn it out, if I give it to the gate, then the path might open for you. And I—" His voice broke, shattering into 1,000 pieces. "I wouldn't hurt you anymore." Every sound in the universe ceased to exist. The roar of the gate, the thrum of my own pulse, the very air itself, all went utterly silent. The silence that followed was louder than the screaming had been. I looked down, really seeing him. I saw the desperation etched into the corners of his eyes, the self-loathing that had festered since the moment I flinched away from his touch back on Gashak Tor. He hated the part of himself that he couldn't control. He was willing to hollow himself out, to become a magical eunuch, just to be safe for me to hold. "You think that's what I want?" I cried, tears dripping off my chin onto his face. "You think I want a husk? You think I want you to destroy yourself just to make things easy?" "I want to touch you without you recoiling in terror," he yelled, the confession tearing out of him raw and bloody. "I saw your face, Asha. I saw the fear. I cannot, I will not, be the thing that burrows into your deepest wounds." "Then we work on it," I shouted back, my fingers digging into his jaw, holding him firm. "We fix it. We don't cut it out." "There is no fixing it." He tried to turn his face away, but I held him fast. "It is poison to you. It is my nature, and it hurts you." "Then let it hurt," I shrieked, the words ripping deep into my vocal cords. The words hung between us, shocking us both. I leaned down until our noses brushed, my breathing jagged. "You are the magic, Leylandir. It's in every part of you. If you burn it out, you burn you out. I fell in love with all of it. Even the parts that scare me. Even the parts that make me remember shit I should have dealt with years ago." He opened his mouth as if to argue, and I pressed my finger against his mouth and lowered my voice to a fierce whisper. "Don't you dare try to give me a safe version of yourself. I don't want safe. I want you." He shuddered, a sob ripping through his chest that seemed to take the last of his fight with it. His arms came up, wrapping around my waist, pulling me down until my forehead rested against his chest. He held on like I was the only solid thing in a dissolving universe. "When you fell before the Yarnlitter, I thought you were dead," he said. "They just saw you collapse, but I know what magic costs you. I felt it. I never would have dragged you from Earth to serve Calathil's cause had I known how magic was so entwined with pain for you. It tears my soul apart to watch you revisit your family's ghosts time and again for others' goals. For my people's goals. They're my goals, too." I wound my arms around his and squeezed. If we'd never met, I would have continued living with this hole inside me. You've given me a chance to make amends, to make my life count for something. I swallowed hard. I can't imagine never having met you, or having met you and letting you go. I closed my eyes, listening to the beat of his heart against my ear. I knew we couldn't just lie here. Leylandir needed to be seen to by a medic after what he just did. But I couldn't find the strength to unwind myself from him in that moment. Not yet, anyway. "I would shoulder this burden for you, but I can't open it," he whispered into my hair, his voice ragged with defeat. "I tried for years with the Ireland Galad, and now this. I have failed you. I have failed everyone." "So have I whispered back. I pulled away just enough to look him in the eye, wiping the dirt and tears from his cheek with my thumb. I couldn't open it either. We both failed. We stayed there on the cold stone floor, tangled together in the wreckage of our own expectations. The Yarnleader loomed silent and dark above us, indifferent to our pain. "We keep trying to be the heroes," I said softly. "We keep trying to bear the weight of 4 worlds on 2 sets of shoulders. No wonder we're crushing each other." Leylandir let out a long, shaky breath. "If we cannot carry it, who can?" "I don't know," I admitted, resting my forehead against his again. "But we have to stop thinking we're the only ones across 4 realms who can do it." I shifted my weight, wincing as the movement pulled at my shoulder, but I didn't get up. I didn't want to break the contact. Not yet. "We aren't enough," I said, and for the first time the words didn't feel like a condemnation. They felt like a release. For the world, I mean, not each other. We aren't enough to solve this. Leylandir's hand stroked up my spine, resting at the nape of my neck. "Then we are lost." "No," I said, lifting my head. "Just incomplete." I looked up at the Yarnleader. "We've been arrogant, both of us. You thinking you can force it open with sacrifice, me thinking I can force it open just because some tests told me I could." Leylandir let out a shaky breath, his eyes searching mine. "Who else, then?" "A team," I said, shifting so I could lay beside him with my head in the crook of his shoulder. "Hunding is testing Robbo now, but we might need a whole host of hybrids to make this work." Chapter 28. The seat beside me in the Dwarven Council chamber was empty, and it felt like a black hole trying to suck me in as the talk around me went in circles. After finding Leylandir and me completely spent in the Yarnleader chamber, Torald and Leora had practically dragged us back to the apartment, where another lodestone ivy had been assembled to regenerate Leylandir's magical reserves as he slipped into unconsciousness. When Leora woke me a few hours later to say the board ring was reconvening and demanding my presence, I'd made the captain's call to leave him. He needed sleep more than he needed to be yelled at by a committee of angry dwarves. Besides, I had a feeling the yelling was going to be directed at me. "The testing indicates that carrying the markers is not enough," Hunding said, pacing in front of the holographic projector. He looked more disheveled than usual, his hair standing on end. "The human male, Robert Cooper, shares bloodlines with orcs and faint remnants with dwarves. It confirms the theory of hybridization, certainly, but without the other races. He waved a hand, and Robbo's genetic profile replaced mine in the air, showing dimmer, less complex web of light. It is no surprise he is part of us. Jurga's voice drifted into my mind, wry and warm. She sat across the table, her face impassive as she rocked a sleeping Cora, but her mental tone was amused. He eats like an orc. He fights like an orc and ruts like one too. It pleases me. I suppressed a small smile, grateful for the anchor of her presence in my head. I'm sure he'll be happy with your assessment, I projected back. This is a waste of time. Queen Hildren slammed her hand onto the polished granite table, the sound echoing like a gunshot. Her emerald-laden crown trembled with indignation. We are chasing ghosts. We have exhausted our resources. We have alienated the Elven Council by harboring fugitives. And for what? To watch this child nearly kill herself trying to start a machine that refuses to turn on? It has not refused, Calathil interjected smoothly, though the strain around his eyes betrayed his exhaustion. He sat straight-backed, refusing to show weakness. It merely requires more support than we anticipated. Support? King Svarthak scoffed, leaning back in his chair. You speak of magic as if it is masonry, elf. You think you can just stack more bricks until the arch holds? The only place where these gates function with any regularity is Earth. Perhaps that is because the humans there have learned to use them, while we flounder with speculation. Flounder? I cut in, my voice sharp. The table turned to look at me. Svartak raised an eyebrow, challenging me to speak. You think what happened on Earth was purposeful? I asked, leaning forward. You think we have some secret manual on how to operate these things? Your government certainly acts as though they control the flow, Svartak countered. The activation on Earth 15 years ago wasn't a calculated action, I said, shaking my head. It was chaos. It was an accident in a world that had been starved of magic for millennia. The blowback was so strong it practically tore the doors off their hinges. I looked around the table, meeting their gazes one by one. I was there when it happened. Trust me when I say it was worse than any nightmare you can dream up. No human did that on purpose. A heavy silence followed my outburst, and I wrapped my arms over my chest, my fingers digging into my biceps as if to physically hold back the frustration still simmering there. Nazgra nodded slowly from her seat, her bone charms rattling. Then what do you suggest, Asha Lopez? King Jarnkrona rumbled from the head of the table. His voice was deep, devoid of the hostility the others showed, but heavy with expectation. You have activated one artifact but not the other. Tell us why. Tell us what we can do. I took a deep breath, ordering my thoughts. I wasn't sure the answer was mine alone to give, but my mind had been turning on the possibilities ever since Hunding sent Robbo for genetic testing. I've been thinking about the magical barrier we recently created, I said. Back on Earth, when we were under fire as Jurga gave birth, we linked up. We shared the load across 10, 20 people to keep from being obliterated. I looked at Hunding. You said Robbo had some of the genetic markers. I have a lot, but neither of us has enough to do it alone. The Jarn leader was designed for a massive influx of power, more than one person can provide without burning out, and probably not two either. I gestured to the hologram. If Robbo has 2 of the 5 genetic qualities we're looking for, and I have 5, it means there have to be others out there who fit the profile. We don't need one perfect key. We need a well-balanced team. On Earth, we say that many hands make light work. Many hands, Queen Hildren repeated derisively. She looked at me with open disdain. And where do you propose we find these hands? Shall we herd the human soldiers from the surface camp down here like cattle and subject them to Master Hunding's probes? I am sure the American government would take kindly to their diplomats' security detail being used as laboratory experiments. Perhaps we should simply put up a sign, King Svarthak added with a sneer. Wanted, mongrels for hazardous duty. A ripple of dark laughter went around the table. It was dismissive, condescending. The sound of powerful people deciding that the problem was too messy to solve, and the person suggesting the solution was too small to listen to. Something cold and hard settled in my chest. Mongrels. The casual cruelty in that word sparked a familiar anger. I'd seen how the dwarves treated the gnomes on the surface. Servants, laborers, lesser beings within their perfect caste system. The same way the elves treated goblins. The same way humans had treated each other for centuries over skin color, religion, sexuality. Different world, same bullshit hierarchy. I couldn't care less what my genetic makeup looked like. What mattered was what these artifacts could do, potentially save billions of lives. But here they were, laughing about mixed heritage as if it were a defect rather than the very thing that might save their precious worlds. I clenched my jaw, letting the silence stretch until the chuckles died out. I waited until every eye drifted back to me, the atmosphere turning uncomfortable. I looked Hildren dead in the eye. Are you done? The Queen blinked, taken aback by the directness. Excuse me? I shook my head, standing up. I needed the height. I needed these people to listen to what I was saying. I'm not suggesting we start abducting people at random, I said, keeping my voice steady. But I'm not suggesting we ask nicely either. We need magical adepts. On Earth, they're all conscripted in the army to serve, so it won't be hard to find them. I walked around the table, pacing slowly. Not that long ago, I counted myself an AFO, part of the elite arcane forces officers who could use magic on the battlefield. We didn't know why we were the special ones. We thought it was just luck. But Calathil's theory says otherwise. Finding them may not be difficult, but bending them to our cause, Yarnkrona asked, leaning forward, his interest piqued. You are a fugitive, Asha Lopez. You have been branded a traitor by your own military. Yes, I agreed. I'm not the poster boy you're looking for. But I know someone who might be. The name sat on my tongue, heavy with history. I thought of the man who had shaped my entire military career. The man who had taught me that orders were important, but protecting your people was the point of it all. The man who had been disappeared by the army he'd served long before the advent of magic for failing to account for an orc raid nobody ever saw coming. My commanding officer, I said. Colonel Hank Levine. He was a general before the attack on Fort Hood. If there's a list of soldiers with the traits we're looking for, he knows about it. If there are people who can help us, he can find them. Levine? Robbo perked up from his slump. Didn't you say he was locked up? He is, I said. I don't know where, though. Probably a black site. An eruption of arguments broke out. Madness! Svartak yelled, slamming his fist down. You propose an extraction mission on foreign soil? It would jeopardize the trade agreement entirely, Hildren argued, her face flushing red. If we are caught kidnapping a high-ranking human officer, the Alliance is dead. The humans will view it as an act of war. The Alliance keeps your people in chains, I shot back, my voice rising over the din. It doles out magic like a commodity to a world which it stole from in the first place. If we don't fix the gates, there won't be an alliance because Earth will tear itself apart trying to keep control. We have no obligation to fix your world's problems, Svartak roared. This is about survival, I roared back. For all of us. The room descended into chaos, voices overlapping in Dwaran, Elvish, and profanity all filtered through the table's translation magic. Calathil watched me closely through the noise. His voice slipped into my mind, clear and cool, cutting through the shouting. Are you sure, Asha? This is a dangerous path. To return to the place you fled, to risk your freedom against the people who wish for your capture most. I hesitated. A hollow, sickly plunge went through my gut at the thought of returning to Earth. Going back meant risking everything. Again. But then I thought of Denise, and of Lorraine Levine. I thought of her sitting in her kitchen, all alone now that her son was dead and her husband might as well be. I had promised Denise I'd bring him home on my last visit to Earth. I was sure his former secretary thought I'd reneged when I didn't resurface after speaking with her. "I'm sure," I replied, funneling every ounce of my conviction I could muster into the thought. "It's the only way." Calathil nodded once. He stood. The movement was small, but he commanded the room with such effortlessness that the shouting died immediately. Yarn Krona held up a hand, inviting him to speak. "I have asked too much of one human," he said softly, gesturing to me. "When I sent Leylandir to Earth, it was to establish the validity of a theory, not the solution itself. And while Asha has proven that the history of our worlds is woven together, we cannot expect her to work miracles alone." He looked around the table, meeting the gaze of each monarch with a steely intensity I rarely saw in him. "If there are others who would work with us to stabilize the paths between our realms, rather than simply sealing them or letting them tear us apart, we must take it. I support her proposal." "You support an act of aggression against an ally," Hildren spat. "I support a rescue mission for a man who may hold the key to saving all our realms," Calathil corrected. "And I support Asha Lopez." As the argument reignited, Nazgra's voice cut through the noise, not loud but somehow impossible to ignore. "The lodestone shipments from Earth have stopped arriving, have they not?" she asked, her ancient eyes fixed on Yarn Krona. "As they have for the orcs." The question hung in the air like a suspended guillotine. The dwarven monarchs exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. Svartak's face darkened, while Hildren's mouth tightened to a thin line. "What concern is that of yours?" Hildren demanded, but there was a brittle quality to her voice now. Nazgra's eyes narrowed with calculation as she tilted her head. "It has been weeks since our last shipment arrived. The humans offer excuses about supply chain issues." She looked around the table. "But we know better. Earth's magic is in flux. Orcs require less magical resource than dwarves. We can endure such interruptions." The implication hung in the air, unspoken but clear. The dwarves, with their magic-dependent infrastructure, could not. King Yarn Krona's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. He exchanged a measured look with Svartak before turning back to Nazgra, his expression revealing nothing. "The resource management systems of Dwaringal are not a matter for open discussion," he said carefully, which told me everything I needed to know. The king stood up slowly. The other monarchs fell silent. He smoothed his beard, his dark eyes unreadable as he looked from Calathil to me. "We cannot risk the trade deal publicly," he rumbled. "Dwaringal cannot be seen to interfere in Earth's internal military matters, and a blunt force approach will result in the deaths of many of our people." The fragile bit of hope in my chest collapsed. "But," Yarn Krona continued, a dangerous glint entering his eye, "if this Hank Levine possesses the knowledge we require, then perhaps it is time they learned that they are not the only ones capable of covert operations. We will sanction this mission and provide the resources required to see its success. But it must be in absolute secrecy. The humans on the surface, and your government, must never know Dwaringal was involved. If you are caught, we will deny you." Great. Same song, different verse. First the orcs with their secretly sanctioned rescue of Calathil, now the dwarves with their version of plausible deniability. Apparently, none of the other worlds wanted to be caught publicly helping Earth's most wanted. Not that I could really blame them. My shoulders, which I hadn't realized were tensed up to my ears, finally dropped. Breath escaped me in a long, weary rush. "Agreed." "Wait." Hunding cleared his throat and stood, his cheeks blooming red. It may be too late for absolute secrecy regarding the surface humans. Yarnkrona turned slowly to look at him, his brow furrowing. Explain yourself, Master Hunding. Well, Hunding tapped his fingers together nervously, avoiding the king's gaze. I required assistance with some of the translation matrices for the Earth dialects. The concepts were foreign, and there is a particular human, one who was assigned to a contingent of innovators as part of the trade agreement. He has been working with my team for some months now. Hunding swallowed hard. When I noticed his unusual affinity for our magical instruments, I convinced him to undergo genetic testing. His results were quite promising. Multiple heritage markers, particularly strong dwarven lineage, and significant magical aptitude. You tested a human without authorization? Hildren looked ready to explode. He has a knack for mechanics, Hunding defended, straightening slightly. And he's expressed genuine concern about Earth's handling of magic. He believes the gates should be stabilized, not exploited. I would stake my reputation on his loyalty to our cause. You have already staked far more than your reputation, Yarnkrona growled. This is a breach of the highest order. If this human has seen the Yarn leader... Hunding shrank back under the withering glare of the boarding. He leaned back and whispered something to a guard standing in the shadows. The dwarf nodded and slipped out the side door. Something tickled at the back of my head. A familiarity. A sense of déjà vu that I couldn't place. We will have words about this, Hunding, Yarnkrona growled, his voice dropping an octave. The side door hissed open again. I stopped listening to the king. I stopped listening to the arguments. I watched the door like a hawk, my muscles locking, my hand drifting instinctively toward where Erding would be if I hadn't left it in the apartment. A figure stepped into the light. He wasn't wearing an AFO tactical uniform anymore. He was in an army dress uniform, albeit stained with grease and dust, with a tool belt slung low on his hips. Goggles were pushed up into his messy brown hair, leaving raccoon circles around his eyes. I froze. My mind flashed back to a forest in Colorado, the smell of pine and blood. I saw the face of the man holding the gun, a man who was an expert marksman, who could hit a target at 300 yards in high wind. A man who had looked at me with apologetic eyes as I recognized his face. He had shot me in the leg. It had hurt like hell, but it hadn't killed me. Of course it had to look real to the soldiers pursuing us, but it had given us the precious seconds Leylandir and I needed to cross through the portal to safety. Matthias Gunther. He stepped fully into the room, his hands clasped behind his back. He looked up, expecting to see Hunding, and then he spotted me standing by the table. He stopped dead. His posture fell as his jaw dropped. He looked from me to the others seated around the table, then back to me, as if trying to calculate the odds of this particular hallucination. He rubbed the back of his neck, a nervous habit I remembered from my time standing beside him on the front line. He offered a sheepish, lopsided smile that caused the moment to fracture. "Hey, Lopez," he said, his voice cracking slightly. "Long time no shoot." I let out a soundless laugh. The tension, the anger, the fear, it was as if a taut cord inside me had finally snapped, and the release sent a dizzying shudder through my entire body. I ignored the king. I ignored the council. I ignored the politics of 4 worlds. I smiled, a real, genuine smile that hurt my cheeks, and crossed the room, uncaring of the people watching me. Gunther braced himself, maybe expecting a punch, but I threw my arms around him and hugged him hard enough to crack a rib. "You son of a bitch," I whispered into his shoulder. "Good to see you too," he mumbled, hugging me back, smelling of machine oil. "I see you fixed the leg." Chapter 29. After being dismissed from the bordering chamber, Gunther had led me back to his workshop while the Dwarven Council dealt with Hunding's unauthorized human collaboration. I'd spent the last hour listening to my old comrade outline Earth's deteriorating situation, trying to focus while my mind kept drifting to Leylandir, still unconscious in our quarters. The fluctuations have increased 30% just in the last month, Gunther explained, manipulating the holographic map hovering between us. Red dots pulsed across the continents like infected wounds. That's why they've stopped the lodestone shipments. Every military is stockpiling in case of critical failure. And you've been sharing this with the dwarves? I asked, leaning against his workbench. Well, I mean, it's clear something is up. He didn't look ashamed. But I've been selective about what I share. I studied him, the new lines around his eyes, the watchfulness that hadn't been there before everything went to shit. How did you end up here, Gunther? I figured after the attack all transfers would have been suspended indefinitely. A ghost of a smile touched his face. I thought so too, but there hasn't been an attack on U.S. soil since your, departure, so they eventually sent me to Georgia as planned. And you just happened to cozy up to Hunding? Nothing happens by accident in the military, Lopez. He closed the hologram with a flick of his wrist. Hunding requested assistance with a new device he was working on, and my name came up. I nodded, piecing it together. They wanted you to spy on the dwarves' research. Bingo. The silence stretched between us, comfortable but weighted with everything unsaid. Rational thought would question whether I could trust him not to be playing both sides, but I knew Gunther, and it felt traitorous to have to ask the question. You're becoming a damn myth on Earth, you know? He grinned and shook his head. A lot of people support what you're doing. Not openly, maybe. But every now and then you see graffiti popping up. Your silhouette with purple lightning coming from your hands. Military keeps painting over it, but it just appears somewhere else the next day. I stared at him. You're joking. Dead serious. Gunther leaned forward, lowering his voice. There's a network forming. Mostly AFOs who've started asking questions. Your interview with that reporter, Amy, got passed around despite the blackout. Even with the military trying to bury it, people talk. I find it hard to believe magic users on Earth would thank me for revealing the source of their abilities, I said carefully. I basically told the world they've been genetically modified by aliens. Gunther snorted. You told them the truth. You didn't treat them like children who couldn't handle it. He tapped his fingers against the bench. That earns respect, Lopez. You gave people answers when all they'd been getting was bullshit. Respect? I raised an eyebrow. Or a target on my back? Both, he admitted. The brass wants you silenced, but the rank and file? A lot of them think you're onto something. He met my eyes. You've always had my support, even when I was putting a bullet in your leg. Enough to become an interdimensional terrorist like me? I asked, testing him. Because I've got to tell you, being hunted down by most law-abiding folks across 2 different dimensions isn't as fun as you'd think. He let out a rough chuckle, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Well, we're going to save the world, aren't we? They'll have to at least name a drink after you. Despite everything, I laughed. It felt good to hear that I hadn't burned every bridge back home. The new plan to extract Levine would count on more than just Gunther helping us out. We would need to leverage every piece of support we could muster. And there was one person who could help that I needed to get in touch with. I need to take care of something, I said abruptly. On Earth. Can you cover for me for a few hours? He tilted his head, a knowing look entering his eyes. Something or someone. It's important, Gunther. You're kidding. His voice flattened. You've got dwarves, orcs, and elves agreeing to back your plan and you want to go running off? Again? This isn't all about the mission. It's about... I struggled to find words that wouldn't reveal too much. It's personal. Gunther studied me for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then he dropped his gaze to the floor and shook his head slowly. "Let me come with you, then." I pressed my lips together and shook my head. "Afraid I can't let you do that. I promise I'll be fine. An in-and-out job so far off the map that nobody will pick up a magical signal." Gunther rubbed the bridge of his nose, his eyes squeezed shut for a moment. "A few hours. Then I'm reporting you missing." I nodded, relief washing through me. "Thanks." "Don't thank me yet." He reached into a drawer and pulled out a small silver disc, pressing it into my palm. "We've been working on something that should mask your entry from Earth's tracking systems. If anyone finds out I gave it to you..." I closed my fingers around it. "No one will. Don't worry. I'll be back before anyone notices I'm gone." The night air was cool against my face as I made my way through Colorado Bend State Park, following the familiar path toward Ishar's cave. Naza perched on my shoulder, the little lavender Sirion apparently going wherever I went since arriving in Azagrim. The silver disc Gunther had given me sat heavy in my pocket, and while I didn't think it was needed out here, I still hoped it worked as advertised. The carved stairs leading down to Ishar's dwelling appeared much the same as the last time I'd visited, each step perfectly level and smooth. As I descended, the sound of the creek grew louder, a gentle backdrop to the chorus of night insects. I didn't bother calling out this time. Ishar always seemed to know when someone was approaching. I pushed aside the vines covering the entrance and stepped into the warm glow of the cave. "I was wondering when you would return," came Ishar's voice from deeper within. She emerged from the shadows, her purple dress as immaculate as ever. Her eyes immediately fixed on Naza. "And with a new little friend, I see. How interesting." Naza chirped and flapped her wing, clearly unimpressed by the witch's scrutiny. "This is Naza," I said, running a finger along the Sirion's head. "She's been with me for a while now." Ishar's lips curved into a smile. "She is rather fetching. Come, sit. I believe you have stories to tell me, as promised." I settled into the familiar wicker chair in front of a green arcane fire as Ishar prepared tea, Naza hopping down to snuffle around at my feet. "The last time we met, I was here to find someone," I began, accepting the steaming cup she offered. "I guess that's why I'm here now, too. But since then, I've managed to make myself global news on Earth, rescued an elf noble who I hoped could help us understand the current magic crisis, and recently tried and failed to activate a gate on Azagrim. Oh, and took a test to find out that I'm the product of interdimensional flings with each of the respective races." A small, knowing smile played on Ishar's lips, not quite reaching her eyes. "Quite the adventure. I'm sure you can manage a few more details?" I gave her the abridged version, but even then, it was a lot. From where I last left the Hedge Witch, I'd busted Hancock out of the research facility, survived a siege of the orc encampment in Australia, rescued Calathil and Leora, and after all that, the attempt to activate the Jarn leader hadn't even worked. "Fascinating," she murmured when I finished. "The convergence of bloodlines is clearly why your Ladrithiau is so potent." She studied me over the rim of her cup. "And what of my bicycle? I trust it served you well?" I gave a hoarse laugh. After all I'd just blurted out, it was the bike she had questions about. "It's at Mrs. Lee's house, safe and sound, supposing the gnomes haven't taken it apart yet." Ishar tutted. I should have known better than to expect its return. "I didn't exactly plan to return," I defended weakly. "Yet, here you are again." She set her cup down. "Why have you come to me this time, Asha Lopez? What calamity demands my attention?" I licked my lips, gathering my thoughts. Last time we met, I believed the gates needed to be closed. That was the mission. Contain the damage. Separate the worlds. I looked up, meeting her eyes. But Earth's leaders aren't on board with that plan, and everything I've learned since then suggests the gates might actually be the solution. Ishar went very still, her eyes sharpening with sudden intensity. Explain. The dwarves believe that the current instability is happening because the connections between worlds are incomplete. We need to restore balance and let magic flow freely between all realms as they theorize it once did. For a brief, unguarded moment, Ishar's mask of serene composure cracked. Her lips parted slightly and her eyes went wide and distant, fixed on a future or a past I couldn't see. It was a look of stark, desperate hope. "Do you truly believe this?" she asked, her voice softer than I'd ever heard it. "That the Ledrithiau between worlds could be restored?" I nodded. "It's our best guess. The dwarves have shown us ancient records which point to a time when the worlds were connected, and magic flowed freely among them." Ishar set down her cup carefully. "It has been a very long time since I dared hope for such a thing." She looked away briefly. "My work in my homeland remains unfinished. To return there, to resume what I began with the resources required." She trailed off, then straightened her shoulders. "This changes much." I reached for my tea, taking a sip before continuing. "I can't do this alone. I need others like me with hybrid bloodlines across all the races, people who genetically resemble who we collectively were before we went our separate ways." "And you believe you know where to find these individuals?" Ishar asked. "Not exactly, but I know who might." I met her gaze directly. "Colonel Levine, someone with his rank would have held records of AFOs with unique abilities. He's likely given them orders over the years." Ishar's tapped a long, elegant finger against her chin, her head tilting with unconcealed amusement. "The Colonel? You believe he would aid you after you've become, what was it, an interdimensional terrorist?" "Well, I'm sure it beats being held prisoner somewhere off the map," I countered. "He's not a bad man. I know he wants this war to end." Ishar gave a sniff, as if my assessment of my CO was of no consequence. I guessed she was remembering the time when I'd been fleeing my comrades under his command. As much as the overheard conversation still stung when I'd witnessed Hank agree to give shoot-to-kill orders at the behest of General Rind, a lot of water had passed under the bridge since then. I hoped so anyway. "You worked for him as a contractor," I pressed. "Don't tell me you didn't have a toenail of his stashed somewhere to curse him with as a backup plan, something that could help us locate him." The witch's lips curved into a faint smile. "I make it a point never to discuss my contingency plans. What makes you believe he is still alive?" "I don't know that he is," I admitted. "But if anyone could survive whatever they did to him, it's Levine, and we need him. He's the key to finding the others like me, and convincing them to help." Ishar was silent for a long moment, her calculating eyes glimmering in the firelight. "Locating someone is complex magic. I cannot promise you success." "But you'll try?" I asked, hope creeping into my voice despite myself. "I will consider it," she replied carefully. "Such work requires preparation and payment." "Name your price," I said without hesitation. Ishar's eyes glinted with amusement. "We shall discuss that another time. For now, I must think on whether this is possible at all." Naza chirped softly and leaped onto my lap. I stroked her scales, drawing comfort from her presence as I summoned the courage to ask just one more favor. "There's one more thing," I said, my voice dropping. "I thought I would be enough to solve the problem of the gates alone, but I can't control my magic. I activated one of the artifacts, but that only happened because it was literally life or death. Standing there with a room full of people watching me?" I shook my head. I never should have expected it would work. I grew uncomfortable, shifting in my seat. "You know that magic is hard for me. It brings up memories I wish I could just forget." The words rushed out now, unstoppable. I was wondering if there's a way you could help me forget what happened. To fix me. A notch formed between Ishar's eyebrows, and I could tell she was about to say something, so I pressed on, needing to get the words out. It's not just the mission. I've grown close to someone, and every time he touches me with magic, which is something he can't, help, I shrink away like he's a monster. The corners of Ishar's eyes crinkled, and the severe line of her mouth relaxed into something kinder, maternal concern mixing with a touch of amusement. A lover? I nodded dumbly. Is it your charge on Earth who has earned your love? The one you kept in chains? Tears welled in my eyes and I sniffed. Ishar nodded slowly, but didn't answer right away, instead tracing the rim of her cup with a finger as if she were about to start reading tea leaves. I cannot fix you, Asha Lopez, because you are not broken. To take away the memories of what has shaped you would fundamentally change who you are in ways you cannot truly understand. But I want this, I argued, wiping at my eyes. I want to be normal again. No, Ishar said firmly. You do not. I bit my lip to keep it from trembling, and was reminded of my insistence to Leylandir that burning out his magic was cutting out a part of him that I loved. I supposed if he was here in front of me, he might have said the same thing about what I was asking, but I just couldn't see another way forward. If we can't figure this out, then I don't know what I'm going to do. I hate this part of myself, Ishar. I want it gone. The hedge witch pressed her lips together in a grim line and held my eye for a long moment, as if weighing my words, like she was wondering if this was simply some whim born out of lust. But then she stood and patted my hand without saying a word. I thought she was about to refuse, but then she turned to disappear into the depths of her cave, returning moments later with something in her hands. She placed a pair of snuff cuffs on the table with a soft clink of metal. My brows drew together in a knot of confusion. Relationships sometimes require surrender of sorts, Ishar explained, gesturing to the cuffs. You are at a stalemate with your lover, but it does not have to be so. Let him surrender to you so that you may surrender to him. My eyes widened as understanding dawned. You're suggesting these as bedroom aids? I stared at the cuffs, thinking of the months Leylandir had spent caged like an animal on Earth in a pair of these. Not only to prevent him from touching magic, but to hurt him too. He couldn't possibly accept them after everything he's been through. Ishar's expression remained serene. Love is a leap of faith, Asha Lopez. You cannot be certain that the one you give your heart to will handle it with care. But we do it anyway, hoping they will. She nudged the cuffs toward me. Your lover must trust that you will handle him with care. I touched the metal hesitantly. They were warm, almost alive under my fingers. Take them, Ishar said. Whether you use them or not, the choice will be for both of you to make. I stared at the cuffs on the table, feeling the weight of what they represented. When I looked at them, I could only picture Leylandir the prisoner. Could these really set him, and I, free? Thank you, I said finally, gathering the cuffs. Do not thank me yet, Ishar replied with that enigmatic smile. You have yet to establish if this paramour is a satisfactory lover, and I cannot promise that I will have a solution to your other troubles when you return. I fought back a smirk, certain that I wouldn't be disappointed on either count. I stood to leave, securing the cuffs in the pack at my feet. When should I come back? Ishar made a humming sound as if considering the question. Give me until the full moon to devise a solution to discerning Hank Levine's location. If magic is to be done, it will require lunar power, and perhaps something from you also. I paused and narrowed my eyes at the hedge witch, recalling the time she spat on my palm only to start talking about fates. Whatever the magic needed from me better not have anything to do with bodily fluids. I'll be here, I said. And thank you again. I hugged the small woman who patted my back, and when I went to leave, she gripped my arms tight. Be careful in your travels, Asha Lopez. She let me go, then held up a finger with a mischievous grin. And next time, bring my bicycle back. Chapter 30. When I arrived back in the insulated workroom which Gunther had steered me towards so I could steal away to Earth, my former, or perhaps not so former, comrade was pacing. I clapped him on the shoulder after he informed me that Leylandir had come looking for me and thanked him for not ratting me out. Hope you found what you were looking for, he said with a quirked eyebrow. I did. I gave a wry smile, and while I knew I would report back about the hedge witch and plans to locate Levine, my feet were itching to leave. Thanks again. Not wanting to get caught up searching a dwarven city for Leylandir, who had probably already tried reaching out telepathically while I was off-world, I headed straight toward the apartment. I heard you're up and about, I projected as I walked, picturing Leylandir's face in my mind. Where have you been? His exasperated voice filled my mind, and I grinned despite myself. You sound grumpy. You must be feeling better. I would have felt better if I had been able to locate you an hour ago. Well, I'm here now. Meet you back at the apartment? That only earned me a surly grunt in response, which I took as a yes. Good. I didn't need to get into an argument before we'd even reached each other. I'd hoped that the Lodestone IV was an improvement on the wait and rest method of magical recovery offered by the orc healers, but I suspected that he had likely made his existing injury worse, which could account for a more direct intervention. But if we had some days up our sleeve before our next death-defying mission, I hoped the dwarven route could get him to a place where he could at least use a little magic and start to feel like himself. I arrived in the apartment first, which was thankfully free of Leora or Calathil. Squinting at the door mechanism, I wondered how one would go about locking it once Leylandir was inside, but chided myself for being presumptuous. While I'd initially recoiled from the idea of using snuff cuffs to get around our intimacy problems, there was a certain kind of frantic, vibrating energy thrumming just beneath my skin now that the idea had taken hold. Surrender. Trust. Surely we had that in spades by now. I paced the room with my hands tucked into my armpits, my jaw tight with a worry I couldn't seem to shake that he might not see it that way. My eye lingered on the pack I'd slung onto the spongy sofa, and I went to unzip it and stare at the cuffs sitting there waiting. Should I leave them there and try to explain first? Or maybe... I pulled out the cuffs and traced my fingers around the bands and touched the pattern of runes, which Ishar had shown me, what felt like a lifetime ago. They snapped open, waiting like open jaws. Blinking, I thrust them back in the bag and shook my head. I'd introduced the idea first. Somehow, being the one to put them on him felt like a no-go zone. The hiss of the door opening behind me made me startle, and I whipped around like a raw recruit caught with contraband during a surprise inspection. Leylandir's eyebrows knitted together like he was expecting me to give him a litany of excuses for my absence. I giggled. I couldn't help it. Then I dragged a hand over my face and crossed the distance between us to bury my face in his chest. His arms circled me, and for a moment, I just breathed him in. Do you plan to disclose where you have been? Visiting a friend, I said innocently. A friend, he said flatly. I leaned back enough to stare up into his eyes with a smirk. Yes, a friend. Why do I suspect this friend is located somewhere you should not have gone alone? Because you're pretty discerning when you want to be. You know Ishar. She's the one who healed you when... I know who she is, he grunted, his face twisting into a scowl. What was it that was so important that you could not wait? Or perhaps the council sent you while I slumbered unaware and uninvited to the meeting. You were invited. I pursed my lips at the edge to his words. I decided you needed sleep. Leylandir's arms withdrew and he stepped back to shake his head, the muscles in his jaw twitching. So, this was going well. I wrapped one arm around my waist, my other hand worrying at a loose thread on my cuff, trying to conjure the words that would get the conversation moving to the place I wanted it. I'm guessing or hoping that Calathil has caught you up on the meeting, because right now that isn't important to me. Not when... I shut my mouth as Leylandir's face became a stony mask, all warmth and patience leaching away from his expression. I gave a small, self-deprecating shake of my head. Some seducer I was. Of course the meeting was important. Look, like I said in the Jarnleiter chamber, we need more hybrids working together, okay? And I suggested that getting Hank Levine out of prison would get us the information we need to recruit them. Ishur can help with locating him. But I threw up my hands and then pointed to the sofa. Can we sit, please? Leylandir raked his fingers through his hair but conceded as he sat next to my pack. I tracked back to the door to touch the side panel, trying to figure out which rune would lock the damn thing. Cursing under my breath, I tried a couple to no avail. "What are you doing?" Leylandir asked, with a tone that implied I was being odd. I was being odd. Clenching my teeth, I smacked the panel with my hand. "Is it too much to ask that I can lock this damn door so we can have a conversation in private?" Instead of responding, Leylandir stood to join me and touched a rune which flashed red. I blinked as I realized. "You used magic." "Quite observant," he said dryly. "No." I took his hands in mine and stared at them, then looked up into his eyes. "You used magic. I didn't think that, well. I would recover?" His lips twitched despite himself, the irritation falling away somewhat. "I have been told that it will still take time and repeated treatments, but it feels better to have some small command of magic again, and I have you to thank for that." The tension in his shoulders had completely dissolved now, that earlier edge of frustration replaced by something softer. When our eyes met again, there was only warmth there. His hand came up to cup my cheek, and I gave a soundless laugh. "I hate to say I told you so." "You're insufferable when you're right," he murmured, but the smile reaching his eyes contradicted his words. He pressed his lips to mine, and I began to melt into him before I withdrew. I took a steadying breath and nodded back to the sofa. "I've got something to show you." I twisted my hands together as he returned to the sofa, his eyes fixed on my pack with a curious twist to his features. Before he could reach for it, I felt the need to step forward and start explaining. Well, you'll probably call me a hypocrite or something, which I deserve, but I didn't go and see Ishur just to get a lead on Levine. I thought, I drew a breath through my nose and met Leylandir's eye as his hand was frozen just above the pack. I asked her to wipe my memories of that night, so we could... "Asha," he said, his head tilting with disappointment. "I would not..." "Hey, she didn't do it, okay?" I held up my hands in supplication. I understand the irony here, and as much as I'd like to forget, she was right. About it shaping who I am. So... I faltered, the words getting stuck in my throat as I struggled to explain the alternative, then waved a hand in a broad gesture. "Maybe you should just look in there." Leylandir didn't move for a moment, but curiosity got the better of him as he unzipped the pack. I pressed my lips together, thinking in that moment that it was stupid, and he would never agree, and... He pulled out the cuffs in both hands, staring as the chain connecting them clinked in the silence. His face went completely still, color draining from his features as his fingers tightened around the metal. I watched his throat work through a swallow, his eyes fixed on the restraints that had been his prison for so many months. A wave of ice-cold nausea churned through me, and for a second the room spun. What had I been thinking? These weren't just any restraints. They were the very symbol of his hatred for humans, his humiliation, Everything that had been done to him inside that prison. "Leylandir, I'm sorry," I stammered. "This was a terrible idea. I shouldn't have—" His eyes finally lifted to mine, and what I saw there wasn't rage, but something far more complex. Pain mingled with dawning comprehension. He turned the cuffs over in his hands, examining them with the careful attention of someone confronting an old enemy. "You want me to wear these?" he said softly. Not a question, but a realization. "So that when we're together—" "So there aren't any accidents when—" I managed, my voice awfully squeaky. "I mean, so I don't flinch away from you. But I realize now how insensitive that is. I should have realized that—" The corner of his mouth twitched, almost imperceptibly at first. Then, like the sun breaking through storm clouds, understanding transformed his expression. A small, incredulous sound escaped him, not quite a laugh, but the precursor to one. "All those months," he said, shaking his head slowly. "I despised these chains for keeping me from my magic. And now—" The irony seemed to hit him fully then, and a genuine laugh escaped him, rusty at first, then building into something deep and liberating. It was the laugh of someone who'd found freedom in the most unexpected place. I found myself laughing too, my arms folded over my chest. It occurred to me that anybody looking at us right now would have thought we were completely unhinged. But then Leylandir attempted to school his face to calm as he weighed the cuffs in his hands and shook his head. "It's perfect," he said. "Perfect?" I squeaked. "Leylandir, are you sure? This isn't any small thing for you and—" Clink. He snapped one band over his wrist and raised his eyebrows at me as I gasped. Then he secured the other with a snap that cut right through me. I swallowed as he jangled his wrists out in front of him and approached, his grin turning into something a little more hungry as he crossed the distance between us. Lifting his arms up and over me, I felt the chains binding his hands wrap around my back as his mouth found mine. I threaded my fingers into his hair as I kissed him back, my body mashed against him. This was it. It was finally going to happen, and there was nothing in our way. His hands roamed lower to my butt until he hoisted me up, and it was all I could do to wrap my legs around his waist as he carried us into the bedroom, his mouth still on mine. I gasped, and his mouth traveled down my jaw and then neck, causing my back to arch against him. He growled against me, and I grabbed a fistful of his hair like I would never let him go again. He elbowed the hydraulic door panel, the soft hiss sealing us inside as the chain of the snuff cuffs clinked rhythmically against my back with every step, a metallic reminder that this time, nothing could go wrong. His mouth branded my neck, teeth grazing just hard enough to send sparks racing down my spine. Leylandir spun us toward the bed, the spongy dwarven mattress compressing deep under our weight as he lowered me onto it, the stone slab beneath giving a subtle, springy bounce. He didn't pull away. Instead, he pressed down, caging me with his body, the cuffs forcing his arms to stay looped behind me. Our mouths crashed together again, hot and desperate, tongues tangling in a rhythm that made my hips buck up against him. I felt him through his pants, hard and insistent, grinding against my core with just enough friction to make me whimper into his kiss. "God, Leylandir," I gasped, breaking free to nip at his jaw. My hands roamed his chest, fingers digging into the fabric of his shirt. It was in the way. He was bound, but mine to unravel. He lifted his head, green eyes blazing with that feral hunger I'd only glimpsed before. The chain rattled as he tested the cuffs, a low growl rumbling from his chest. "It seems I'm your prisoner once again, Asha Lopez." The words hit like liquid fire, his voice rough and teasing, laced with that elven accent that always threatened to buckle my knees. Prisoner. My prisoner. The irony twisted something delicious inside me, flipping the entire push-pull of our relationship from enemies to allies, and now lovers, into this moment of utter surrender. I grinned, wicked and unfiltered, and grabbed his shirt collar with both hands. Damn right you are. One sharp yank and the fabric ripped clean open, buttons scattering across the bed like spent shells. His chest heaved into view, all sculpted muscle and faint scars. The sound of tearing cloth echoed louder than the cuffs, and I caught my lip between my teeth. Leylandir's breath hitched, eyes widening in shock that melted straight into approval. Eager, are we? You have no idea. The cuffs made the shirt bunch awkwardly at his elbows, trapping his arms. No time for that bullshit. I channeled a quick spark of magic, incinerating the sleeves in a precise flash of heat that left no ash or burn, just his bare skin gleaming free. The charred remnants fluttered to the mattress, and I tossed the rest aside. His eyes blazed with interest, and my palms flattened against him, tracing the hard ridges of his abs, feeling him shudder under my touch. His mouth claimed my neck again, sucking a mark that would bruise sweet tomorrow while I fumbled with his belt. The leather gave way under my urgent fingers, and I shoved his pants down his hips as far as I could manage with him still half-pinned over me. He shifted, kicking them off with a muffled curse, leaving him gloriously bare beneath me. The hard line of him brushed my thigh, insistent and hot, making my body throb with need. I wrapped my hand around him, stroking slow and firm, reveling in the way his hips jerked, a guttural moan escaping his lips. Asha. My name was a ragged plea as his forehead dropped to mine. The cuffs dug into my back, but the slight bite only heightened everything. The trust, the edge. I pumped him harder, feeling him pulse in my grip, hard and ready. He captured my lips in a bruising kiss, body trembling as I worked him. Releasing my hold, I pushed at his chest until he rolled onto his back, the mattress springing back with a muffled give. I lifted his bound arms high, hooking the slack chain over the headboard slats. It left his wrists secured above his head, helpless and stretched out. He looked like a damn god restrained for my worship. Long white blonde hair fanned across the pillows, green eyes locked on me with unfiltered desire. I stripped quickly, peeling off my shirt and pants, then my underwear, letting him watch every inch. His gaze raked over me, hungry, possessive, making my skin flush hot under the weight of it. Naked now, I straddled his hips, grinding down until he slid through my wetness, coating him. We both groaned at the contact, electric without a drop of magic. Just us, skin and heat. Are we doing this? I breathed, lifting up to position the tip of him at my entrance. Leylandir's hands flexed uselessly against the cuffs as he growled his assent. His voice was gravel, hips thrusting up shallowly, teasing. I sank down slowly, inch by inch, stretching around him. He filled me so perfectly it bordered on ache, pleasure blooming sharp and deep. We both froze for a heartbeat, eyes locked as I bottomed out. Full, complete. Finally. Fuck, I hissed, rocking my hips experimentally. He hit every spot, sparks igniting behind my eyes as I found a rhythm, rising and falling, hands braced on his chest for leverage. The spongy bed bounced with each motion, urging me faster. Leylandir bucked up to meet me, sweat slicking our skin. The slap of flesh and clink of chains filled the air, mingling with our ragged breaths. I leaned forward, my hair curtaining our faces, mouths crashing together as I rode him harder, chasing the building pressure low in my belly. His eyes held a challenge, fierce and daring. He sat up slightly, muscles flexing as he unlooped the chain from the headboard with a quick twist, bringing his bound arms over my head and down behind my shoulders. His hands settled on my hips, fingers digging in hard, squeezing with bruising force as he pumped up underneath me, relentless and deep. The shift drove him impossibly further, grinding just right, and it shattered me. Pleasure coiled tight and snapped, crashing through me in waves. I cried out his name, clenching around him, body shuddering as I collapsed limply onto his chest, gasping at the rippling aftershocks. He didn't stop. A deep growl rumbled from his chest, his body tensing beneath me like coiled steel. His bound hands slid up to grip my shoulders, the chain taut across my back with a sharp, vibrating rattle. Then, with raw force, he twisted us over, flipping me beneath him. The chain bit into my back mid-motion but gave just enough slack, his sheer strength pinning me to the mattress as his hands braced from above my shoulders for leverage. Now, on top, he wriggled the chain down underneath me enough to hook my legs over his elbows, folding me open. He thrust back in deep, claiming me with quickening strokes that built the fire anew. "Asha," he rasped, hips snapping forward. Each drive dragged sensation from me, my body arching to meet him, nails raking his back. The new angle hit deeper and fuller, stoking the embers until I was trembling again, right on the edge. I wrapped my legs tighter, urging him on, our rhythm frantic now. His eyes never left mine, that challenge burning brighter, fingers squeezing my hips as he pounded in. It tipped me over once more, with the second release ripping through me harder than the first, a keening moan tearing from my throat as I shattered around him. Leylandir followed with a roar, burying himself deep and spilling inside me, body arching off the bed in release. We collapsed together, tangled and spent, his weight a welcome anchor. The cuffs rattled softly as he gently coaxed them up over my head, allowing my legs to drop like rubber, but there was no urgency, just sated bliss, breaths mingling in the quiet. I reached up, fingers trembling as I unlocked the cuffs one by one. They fell away, and Leylandir's arms wrapped around me as we eased ourselves on our sides, his spent length gently slipping from inside me. I sucked in a breath at that, my core still throbbing in the aftershocks, and snuggled against his slick body. His fingers trailed up my back and I shivered with a giggle, then kissed his chest. "That was perfect," he finished, planting a kiss against my head. I squirmed against him, recalling that he'd admitted that he'd never had sex without magic before. Lifting myself so I could bring myself nose to nose with him, I licked my lips, feeling stupid for the shyness creeping into my cheeks. Really? It was enough? Without magic? A throaty sound escaped his mouth as he brushed his nose against mine. Enough? I must admit, I was feeling anxious that without having practiced the act without the aid of magic, that my physical skill alone might not— What? The word came out strangled. You were worried about pleasing me? Well, perhaps not worried as much as I wanted to ensure this was worth the wait. I blinked, realizing we'd both been concerned about the same thing, but for the opposite reasons. I'd been sure that my vanilla non-magic sex would be anticlimactic, and he thought that without magic he'd be— what? Less talented in the bedroom? I'm not gonna lie, I could have done with that sooner. I grinned. But worth the wait? Absolutely. He snickered and kissed me, and we lay there for a while, just holding on to each other. Eventually, his fingers trailed down my spine again, and he pressed his forehead into mine. The others were also looking for you. The others can wait, I said sharply, then tapped my temple. Tell them I'm fine and that we're napping or something. You do not wish to tell them what you learned with the Fae hybrid? He quirked an eyebrow, but the twist to his lips was teasing. There's plenty of time for that, I said, the words sounding flippant given the stakes of 4 worlds hanging on our next move. But Ashar had requested time to think, and I planned on using that time to its fullest capacity. It wasn't often that Leylandir and I got to share an actual bed together that didn't consist of a blanket on the ground while waiting for enemies to finally catch up to us. Or would you rather get out of bed to go and make world-shattering decisions instead? He snorted, then wound his arms tightly around me with a smug smile. Certainly not. The worlds can wait, at least for a little while. As my mouth found his, I agreed vehemently. The worlds had been broken for 15 years. I could at least take a few more hours in bed with this elf before we made our next move. Thank you for listening to Forgotten Ties, Book 4 in the War for Magic series. I hope you enjoyed the story and are looking forward to what comes next for Asha and Leylandir. Until next time, happy reading.